Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And welcome back. We are now with our friend Jamie Breeze, our medium, our psychic, our animal communicator, and so much more. Welcome back today. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Jill. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's so exciting to see you here in person. For those that are tuning in on the radio side of things, we're also on a live Zoom. So just want to point out it's the first time I get to see her face to face, which is awesome. She looks beautiful. She's got all Christmas tree decorated behind her. Jamie, please introduce yourself to our listeners today.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Jamie Breeze. As Jill said, I'm a psychic, spiritual medium, and animal communicator.
Wow.
I am in Jasper National Park up in Canada. However, I do work internationally with my clients, so over Zoom. So if you're looking to reach out to a loved one on the other side, or whether it's a human or an animal, or you have any animal behavioral, physical issues, feel free to reach out to me.
Super cool. All right. To start off, how do we get in touch with you? The website's jamiebreeze.com. That's J-A. How do you spell it?
JAIMEBREEZE.com and on Instagram at The Mountain Medium.
Perfect. So let's get started. I mean, today, obviously, sometimes there's first timers here getting to know you. I think it's important that we point out a little bit about yourself. How did you know you had this gift, this talent, and how long have you been working it like this? Because you're helping so many people and animals and loved ones. And it's really fascinating to talk to someone like you. I'm, honored. It's so cool. It's just you, I'm sure, but it's so fascinating to know someone with this gift.
Oh, thanks, Jill. So I believe I started at the age of 3, if not sooner, as crazy as that sounds. I started seeing spirits and talking to animals from such a young age, and I thought it was normal. I thought everyone around me was doing the same thing. And then, after conversing with my parents and friends, and they're looking at me like, no, I don't talk to my cat like that. I started realizing, okay, maybe this is something I need to harness and look into more. And thankfully, I had such supportive parents that they helped me go through this. As a teenager, it is quite challenging, when you are with your peers at that age, and all these spirits are coming into your room and talking to you and feeling all these different emotions and feelings behind it. To have the support of my family was definitely tremendous. So over the years, I've really just harnessed it. I've worked with spiritual healers around the world, taking workshops and trying to increase my spiritual abilities. And then a few years ago, I just decided to launch my professional career in this. And it's taken me to this area and meeting you now, Jill, which is really cool.
Everyone's connected, right?
Yeah. And the beauty of the technology and internet this day and age is that I can work anywhere in the world with people. So whether you're in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, anywhere, feel free to reach out to me. Zoom is such a cool thing. And the other interesting fact is our spirits on the other side, they can work through the internet as well. So you don't have to be sitting in front of me for me to connect with your loved ones.
Oh my goodness. Wow. This is fascinating, the work you do. So where did you want to start? Because there's so much to you that you could help people with. So I'll ask you, where do you want to begin?
Well, Jill, you mentioned my Christmas tree behind me. So I really wanted to talk today about the holiday season and how tricky it can be after we lose a pet or a loved one to the other side. So I wanted to give some examples today for everyone listening or watching, some signs your loved ones in heaven are visiting you over the Christmas holidays. So being with family and having the energy behind this magical time actually encourages the energy of spirit to come closer to us. And I think it's really cool if you know what signs to kind of look for from your loved ones. It can really enhance your holiday experience. Instead of being sad or from losing someone you love to the other side, you can maybe see these signs and get a spark back in you over the holiday season and be able to enjoy yourself.
Well, what type of signs do people normally get? Because some people kind of brush it off. So what type of...
Yeah. Yeah. So an awesome sign that a lot of people will receive are dimes and coins. So if you're finding dimes throughout your house, it's not a coincidence. Angels and our loved
Really?
ones, yeah, love to send us coins.
Oh,
They're
wow.
messengers from our angels. So I want to give you guys a really cool example of someone who was finding dimes from their dog who had transitioned to the other side. And it's a really one of my favorite stories. And it was my partner. He's an electrician. And after one of our dogs passed away a few years ago, he was working in a house from the 1950s.
Wow.
So he had to go in and take all this 70-year-old electrical stuff out of the walls and replace it with new stuff. So again, these walls have been boarded up for almost 70 years at this time. He goes into one of the walls and there's a dime sitting there waiting for him. And that dime was not from the 1950s. It was a newer dime. So
What?
and that was one of the many dimes we had been finding from our dogs. But that's one of the coolest things because that wall had to literally come off before he was to receive it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so
Wow.
spirit, I don't know why they pick dimes, but there are the most common form of coin people find.
Really?
One of my clients last week, we were connecting with her father who had just transitioned to the other side as well. And she was finding dimes everywhere. And she's on the other side of Canada. So we don't have pennies anymore in Canada. They've been taking over our currency for those of you who don't know that. So her dad was sending dimes. And she said, Dad, just to make sure this is you, can you send me a penny? And sure enough, the next day, there's a penny sitting on her dresser. So she had to like laugh and smile and tell me about that because he was telling me I'm sending her the coins.
Wow.
So that's one of our coolest signs. So if you find a dime on the floor, don't think it just came out of the laundry machine or fell from mom's purse or wallet. Start recognizing these symbols and you want to like acknowledge your loved ones because the more you acknowledge their energy and presence, the more they are able to harness that energy and come in with more signs. Another cool one, Jill, is electrical interferences. So
lights flickering, stuff
yeah.
like us doing the Zoom. Sometimes things could go wrong and I hear, and all of a sudden I can't hear and it's staticky. Like, I feel like that happens a lot with me. I lost my mom 4.5 years ago and the light flickers and I got static sometimes. And everyone at work jokes with me saying, I think your house is haunted. I'm like, no, I think it's my mom.
Yeah. You know what? I really strongly feel that too. I just felt like your mom's energy coming through and I feel like she was really excited that we were bringing this up today. So that's awesome. Yeah. So encourage her and just be like, hey mom, thanks so much. So yeah, electrical interferences, especially on Christmas lights, because they're really trying to say, I am here for the holiday season. So another cool example I had with the clients a couple weeks ago, again, her dad on the other side was showing me my client's Christmas tree, him standing beside the Christmas tree and the front door. So, however, he was showing me himself draped in Christmas lights and kind of dancing in these Christmas lights.
Wow.
And so I was like, what is he talking about? Or what is he doing?
Okay.
And she said, well, the lights in between the door and the Christmas tree are the ones that are going crazy all the time. So he was really wanting us to understand that those lights are what he's doing. Like he was literally dancing with them around his neck. Yeah. So I thought that was so cool to see. Now, for those of you who aren't feeling like you're receiving these signs, that's okay, because sometimes what happens is our loved ones are coming close to us but it might be so emotional. It might be a fresh
Mm-hmm.
grief you're going through. And so, what our loved ones say is, I try to visit you, but every time I do, you sense my presence and become emotional. So, I pull back a little bit. So, don't
Mm.
fret if you're not receiving these now. It just might take a bit more
Just
time.
curious, how long does it take when someone, an animal or human being passes that you could feel and receive them and you
I,
or the
be-
individual? Like how quick does it happen?
I believe every situation is different. When we do a mediumship reading for one of your loved ones who have crossed over, it is recommended to wait about 6 months because that wall of grief is so thick that mom or dad, they don't want to come through and see you become so emotional. So they want that grief wall to kind of subside a little bit.
Yeah.
However, I have done communications much sooner. And I have done a communication with a dog who had passed less than a week ago. And that dog was able to come through no problem. So I think it's just everyone's experience and how they're feeling about everything is different.
Got it. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Another sign of our loved ones over the holiday season and throughout the year are birds and butterflies. Spirit loves using birds and butterflies as a way of communicating. Butterflies, they say it's because, it's transformation. They're coming into fruition. They're back in their spiritual body.
Yeah.
One of my clients, she recently lost her husband of 40 years, and she was obviously
Oh,
devastated. Her daughters booked a family session with me. So it was three of them, a granddaughter and the mom slash grandmother. And her husband came in and was sharing memories of love, and especially over the Christmas season. So this was back in June or July. We were doing this reading, but he
wow.
wanted to talk about Christmas because it's such a special time for family, and the energy is just magic and vibrant.
Wow.
But anyway, after sharing all these beautiful memories, I could tell his wife was still okay. This, I do believe that he's here and sending us these messages, but I need something more. So he said, I'm going to come in a form of a yellow butterfly and land on your hand.
Come on. And this really happened? I'm so reading ahead. I'm sorry.
So within the week, a yellow butterfly came and landed on her hand, and I was so pleased because that's a big step. I'm like, did I hear that correctly? But he was like, it's not just any butterfly, it's the yellow butterfly. So she was sitting on her deck watching the sunset, and this beautiful yellow butterfly just came and sat on her hand and wouldn't leave, just stared at her. So when her daughters contacted me, I just got goosebumps because it was just so amazing and
Wow.
so profound. Like, you can't make that stuff up.
No, you can't. That's just, oh my God. And I can imagine because you must deal with some naysayers out there who don't believe or don't. And I bet you, how many times have you proved them wrong?
Yeah, that's
Have you
that's my
made people
goal.
believe? Yeah, that's got to
Yeah.
be a cool power because it's like, no problem. I'm asking you, forcing you. And then all of a sudden it's like people, you could connect to someone in their lives, right? Or their animal, and they must be like freaked out, like, wow, the
Well, and
mountain
that's the
medium.
whole point. Like, I want to give evidential information. I don't want to give you something that you might say, oh, you just Googled that or looked on my
Or
Facebook. I
just,
want to give you
yeah.
concrete evidence that I should not know, that your loved one is telling me, or something that is about to happen. So with the butterfly, she could have gone home and was like, I don't know if that's going to happen, but it did. Another example was one of my clients, her dog had passed away, and her dog was coming through and saying, I want to give my mom all these signs. She has to reach out to me. So my client went to bed that night and said, please give me the strongest sign that I can't deny. And she sent me a video of this, Jill. I should send it to you after the
Come
show.
on.
This cardinal just flying at her window and then would fly to her truck, come back and fly out the window and just flap around the window. So cardinals and blue jays, for some reason, are super powerful ways of spirit communicating with us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So again, just you have to reach out and ask your loved ones, please come forward.
But a lot of times people can't feel it. We need people like you to help us. We need someone to bridge it all together. So
well, and it does take some time, but the thing is, it's trust. Mm-hmm. You have to trust mom is there, grandma's there.
Okay.
They love to come through with smells as well. So if you're smelling mom's perfume and it triggers memory, know it's her. Or if you're smelling like piping smoke from grandpa and you haven't smelled it since you were with him when you were a kid, that is grandpa coming forward. Wow. Yeah. So pay attention to those smells. Around the holidays, people have said to get smells of mom's baking, that recipe that you still can't pinpoint. Mom was the best one to do it, but that smell will come wash through the kitchen. Okay. And so the more you pay attention and trust that it is your loved ones, the easier it is to come forward. And unfortunately, trust is the hardest part of this whole process.
Now, could you share some, testimonials and, some stories about how like you wowed people with their animals, with their loved ones you've told me in the past, but any of stories, that for our new listeners here today that you could share how it goes down?
So a great example is a couple of weeks ago, I was talking with someone who had lost their dog again. And another wow factor is proving that this is actually happening. So she was based in Wisconsin. And again, I'm up in more northern Canada. So I'm not near her at all, but we're having this conversation. And her dogs, who are still in the physical, they actually butted into the conversation. And they said, they're saying, we see the deceased dog you're talking to in the corner of the kitchen. So I asked my client, I said, are your dogs, because she has 2 in the living now, are your dogs staring at the kitchen corner for some reason? She's like, oh my goodness, yes, for the past 2 weeks, they have not stopped staring in this corner. So her dog on the other side decided, hey, I'm just going to hang out in that corner for a while. And she wanted to hang out now in that corner because Thanksgiving and Christmas are so close together. Aww. So he wanted to recognize that he loves turkey and mashed potatoes. And so when he would get the table scraps, he would always kind of sit around that corner area.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So he wanted to be like, hey, mom, I'm still here. I'm waiting for those scraps. And I love this time of year. Wow. So she was just blown away. She's like, wow. So now every time she sees her dogs like staring into the corner, she'll acknowledge her dog who is on the other side.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful to hear. Wow. It gives me such hope and so like elation, like to know that they are still around us. And it's so hard for the normal folk to comprehend this, but I believe, but for someone like you, you really believe, it's just so fascinating. Wow. You give comfort in so many people with what you do.
Well, and that's the whole point of this work, is to help those understand that life continues on. Our relationships are not over, whether it's with a human or family member or pet. It continues. It's just in a different form. And it is possible to strengthen that bond.
Okay.
While the other individual is on the other side. You can have a deeper relationship with someone on the other side than you did in this form. And that's what's really cool. And it's, again, Jill, it's really about that trust. And unfortunately, the only way we can trust is if we do it ourselves. So I can help you, give you the evidence and the messages from mom or dad or grandma or grandpa, but you have to do kind of the work as well. You have to recognize those dimes on the floor. Like, okay, grandma's sending you dimes. She's going to send you one under the bowl in the kitchen today. You go to make your breakfast in the morning and there's a dime under the bowl. Hey, that was a coincidence, but it's not. It's not. So it's up to you to really harness that and open to that. So, and that's the tough part. That's the tough part. But if you do sense them, ask them to come closer. Be like, Mom, I smell your perfume. Come closer. I'm ready to feel you and to be with you again. So, and you can ask them to come at any comfortable distance for you. So if it is still very raw and emotional, just ask them to come in slowly and give you this small pieces of evidence now until you get that strength back.
Got it. All right. Wow. This is fascinating. Now, as far as, it's jamiebreeze.com. And again, animals, humans, it's just anyone comes to you. Do you have a preference for one or the other? Is there,
I have fun with both. I think it's so crazy when feeling the energy flow when you're communicating with an individual on the other side is like being on a roller coaster. It has its super high and elation, and you kind of feel like on fire afterwards. I think spirit just has the most amazing energy. So I enjoy communicating with both the same.
So when you say you're a psychic and a medium, so when you tap into the past, the deceased loved one, is that mediumship? And then psychic is future. So then you also can see into.
Yes.
How does that work? Explain the difference.
Okay. So mediumship, the word mediumship comes from like you're meeting in the middle. So spirit is lowering their vibration and I'm increasing mine. So we're meeting on a middle plane.
Okay.
And whereas psychic is the energy is coming forward. So if I'm doing a psychic reading to you, I'll tap into your auric field.
Okay.
So, and I like to do a combination of both for people as well. So if you're coming for a mediumship reading, let's do some psychic work too. Why not ask mom or dad on the other side for guidance in your career or family or love life? They know what's up. So what we usually do is we'll start on a mediumship level because the vibration is higher, and then we can bring that energy down into the auric field. So I love doing combination readings, and same with your pets. When we're communicating with them on the other side, or when they're in the physical, they are psychic. So they can give us psychic information. So your dog can predict your future.
That is crazy.
That's
crazy. How does it work with, it's just so fascinating to me. I can't step out. It's like how, I know you can't really explain how, but clearly this is work that you do. And it's amazing. The type of people that walk away and they must be changed, believing and feeling so good. And around the holidays, especially like you mentioned, it could be a very happy, but depressing time of year. Makes a great gift, right?
To
get a reading.
So. Yeah, it's definitely intangible. Another example, if we have time, is dogs and cats sensing the loved ones coming into the room. So again, paying attention to your animal's reactions.
Is
one of my clients, her dog kept looking up the stairs, and she was like, "Why is my dog looking up the stairs?" Like, Grandpa's here. Do you smell piping smoke in the hallway? And she's like, "Yes, I smell piping smoke." And he also brings the smell of fires, like bonfires. And she's like, "Well, we always had bonfires when he was here in the physical." I'm like, "Okay, well, he wants you to start enjoying that family time again with bonfires," because they kind of stopped having them after he passed away. So he's communicating through her dog to kind of get the dog to be like, "Hey mom, pay attention.
Wake
like
up.
we need to do these family rituals again. We stopped after grandpa died and they want us to continue."
Wow. Wow, blown away here. Okay. So what else do you want our listeners to know about you, your services, and how you could be, of service? My goodness, Jamie. You're in Jasper, you mentioned National Park in Canada, but she's worldwide. She works everywhere in the world. And Jamie Breeze, it's JAIMEBREEZ.com. And on social media, the Mountain Medium.
The Mountain Medium on
Perfect.
Instagram.
Perfect. So what else do you want to share with us? We have a few minutes left.
Yeah, so if you do contact me and you just want to chat about what's going on in your life, please reach out. So again, my goal is to give you that peace and comfort and knowing that your relationships have not ended. There is an afterlife. And we're here for a short time. That is our home. That's where we thrive. And the energy comes through so easily onto this planet. We just have to recognize it. And again, the whole trust thing. So please feel free to reach out to me. Like I said, if you want to chat, we can discuss if a reading is what you need. I believe it is the greatest source of healing. There's a lot of information that has been left unsaid before someone transitions. So we carry a lot of guilt, shame, sadness with us. And, if we feel like we need to heal that, it's such a perfect way to do so.
Could you describe to us what over there to make us feel better? What is it like? There's no what are they doing? What happens? Do you have a job? Are you what happened?
Well, in my experience, from what I've been shown, is beautiful, amazing place with higher vibrations. And did you ever see that movie with Robin Williams, What Dreams May Come?
No, but is that
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah,
like beautiful, and all these colors and flowers. I believe we do have jobs. What they are, I don't exactly know. I know there's so much more that I haven't been shown yet or told. But I think our loved ones can be in multiple places at once. And I don't fully grasp how that works, but I know like that.
And do you get to shut it off at all? I mean, or is it always on? Like if you're walking in the store, does someone come to you and you're at the grocery store and you're like, hey man, I'm just letting you know I have a message, or can you shut it off?
Yeah, so after I client, I do a small ritual to off from their loved ones. However, the energy is always there. So I will be, yes, walking in a store and someone loved one on the other side might tap the shoulder and say something or I might just get an energetic vibe. But typically I do shut it off. However, it's always on my mind. Always talking to spirit, mainly my angels and spirit guides.
Yeah.
They're the whole part of my life. And it's funny because I have asked my friends, well, don't you always talk to yours? And
they're like
no. Yeah. We have this kind of joke in my house that my boyfriend says I'm terrible at doing the dishes. And I said to him, I'm talking to a spirit while I'm doing the dishes. So if I don't clean them properly, it's because I'm distracted. So it's
good
kind
excuse,
of this,
but
yeah, it's kind of this joke now that I can't do dishes because I'm always talking to a spirit. So but it's true, like it's always going through my mind. So if you're my client, yes, I shut it off. However, in my own daily life, there's always something happening.
Well, thank you, Jamie Breeze. Remind us again how we can reach out to you.
So jamiebreeze.com, it's JAIMEBREEZE.com, and on Instagram at The Mountain Medium.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for being here, for joining us, and for enlightening us. And happy holidays to you.
Yes, you too, Jill. I look forward to
sweetie.
speaking with you again soon.
Same here. Will we after the holiday?
Yes.
Great.
Next week.
Enjoy, sweetheart. Pleasure having you here. Thank you. The Mountain Medium on Instagram. Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are now joined once again here with Thomas Bergvik, and he is, of course, a nationally certified counselor, licensed also professional counselor, and so much more. Friend of the show. Good to have you back here. It's been a while. How's everything?
Okay. The reason I haven't been here is because I had surgery back on February 14th on my ankle.
How are you feeling?
Feeling okay. Just going to be basically on one leg in a scooter for the next, well, I guess I can't drive until the end of April.
May I ask what happened? Do you mind sharing?
Yeah, it was the scheduled surgery. I've had arthritis in my ankle for quite a while, and it just got worse. And they finally decided, they also saw a cyst in there.
Oh, wow.
And they finally decided I finally got it done. And then they found a tumor, which turned to be not malignant, thank God. To make a long story short, I'm looking at probably 6 weeks dealing with my knee on a scooter type of deal. And then after that, they're going to put me in a boot, and then I'll hopefully start walking after that.
Wow. All right. Things could always be worse, right? Always look at the positive. Someone could always have it worse. And as a mental health counselor, I know you know that. And just a quick little background for those that may not know, Bergvik Counseling Services, that's your website. And just tell us a little bit about what you do. And I know the topic of relationships is going to be.
Yeah, I provide mental health and substance abuse services to my clients. I specialize in relationships, and I'm working towards being certified in sex therapy. Every once in a while I have people coming in for anger management, as I mentioned, substance abuse, and depression, anxiety, and so forth. So I had a long experience working in this field, and I really enjoy my job. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Enjoy being able to help people. So
and you're based out of Connecticut, correct?
In Hamden, just outside of New Haven. And we've got, it's a nice, not too bad an area to be working out of. So not too far from, like I said, I got my undergraduate at Quinnipiac University, so I'm not too far from there either.
And you serve the people of Connecticut, or can you also work with people out of state?
Connecticut. Yeah, I'm licensed in Connecticut. I know during the pandemic, they allowed clinicians from out of state to be able to practice in other states without necessarily going through the licensure procedure. But I think once things get back to normal, it'll be just Connecticut.
Okay, so let's talk about relationships today. What in particular do you want to get into?
Well, I think one of the things when I talk to people about relationships is that I think there's three things important for a relationship to be successful. Trust is a big one, communication, and also the ability to forgive each other, because we all make mistakes in life, and especially in a relationship, we're going to have our ups and downs. I've got a painting in my office that reflects how ships go through tough waters, and I think that's true for life and definitely with relationships. And it's important to be able to steer through the tough times so you can get through to the better times ahead. So that's a quick analysis. I get clients coming in. Most obvious, I think that's the one that people think about the most, is when somebody cheats on their partner. Sometimes there's physical abuse, sometimes it's verbal abuse, psychological abuse. I deal with all of that. And the bottom line is that any kind of abuse is not allowed. I think that's a given. Mm-hmm. I basically try with most of the abuse comes from women. Sometimes, from men towards women, and sometimes women can be abusive as well. But the bottom line is, where the victim is, I try to work with them in terms of acknowledging what's going on and maybe helping them give the strength to make a decision about whether the relationship's worth continuing or moving on.
Got it. So a lot of this, your focus is couples relationships, right?
Yes.
And life is all about relationships. So you're working with spouses, girlfriends, families, children, parent relationships, or what do you?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I do. I don't do a lot of families, but I do them. Okay. In fact, there's a family that I'm working with that's in New York right now that I've been working with. And basically the whole goal there is to help them get along better, and to try to hopefully mend fences and be able to communicate better about how they want the relationship to continue within the family. So that goes without. And I say, a relationship is a relationship is a relationship. Mm-hmm. And what goes for couples also goes in business. You can't have a relationship in a business setting with partners if you don't have trust, you don't have communication, because it's a quick way to basically sink a business. So I sometimes talk about that as well.
Great. Any tips or stories and experiences that you want to share with us about relationships to guide us today?
Interestingly, I have a new client that came in yesterday. Is going to become a couple. His fiance wanted him to come in first to kind of assess how we would get along, and I think the session went pretty well. And in his case, he came in saying that he was caught having looked at, they're engaged now, looking at porn, and also he had been investigating into dating sites. And I asked him questions like, especially when it comes to the dating sites, and has he had any second thoughts about his engagement? And he said no. It was just, it was just something that he thought he could just do until I think it was basically he was burning time until they got married. But the problem is that he's doing something. So this is where I can talk about communication being very important. It's not so much what he did than it is the fact that he didn't talk to his fiance about it.
So
people have affairs. When people have affairs, what's the problem? The problem is not so much the sex as the fact that they didn't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nowadays people talk about all kinds of lifestyles and relationships, open marriages, closed, traditional marriage, traditional relationships, whatever it is, BDSM. The bottom line is that you need to communicate. And the thing that I find most interesting is that couples don't talk about sex. And my response to that is, and my response to that is, if you're not talking about sex with your partner, who are you talking to about it?
Yeah.
Because we all have fantasy lives. We all have, ideas about different things that we would like to try in the bedroom. So why aren't you talking about it? And so that's the thing that it just like, I really, really encourage people to start opening up to each other. Bottom line. And in that particular case, he mentioned that his fiance is very insecure about her body, which is, I know, is not unusual for many women, but in order for them to be able to allow themselves to express themselves in the fullest way possible in a sexual encounter, part of that is being able to look at yourself in the mirror and like what you're seeing. Because if you don't like what you're seeing in the mirror, how does that translate in the bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
And so I try to encourage them to sort of like, look, you didn't get into this, you didn't become engaged because the other person thought you were unattractive. That person really thinks you're attractive. And by your not being able to accept that,
mm-hmm.
What does that say about you? And so one of the things I'm going to be working on that particular situation is helping them become closer to each other, not only in terms of communication and trust, but also being able to help them feel more comfortable together inside and outside the bedroom. Now, I have another couple I've been working with for a long time. They came to me because she had an affair that was mostly non-sexual, but not totally. Come to find out, she had issues about feeling abandoned based on childhood experiences, and he felt like he wasn't lovable, also based on childhood experiences. Which brings into mind how I often emphasize that what happens, the traumas that we experience in childhood don't go away. At best, they're put under the rug, and then they come up in the most unfortunate situations, and and they get triggered by whatever the situation is.
Mm-hmm.
And in this particular case, it was sort of what happened between them was allowed all these issues to come up to the surface. They were buried down deep, and then this just triggered both of them. And so we were able to get them to talk about why things happened the way they did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a big believer in things don't happen in a vacuum. There's a reason why people do things. And understanding the reasons behind that often helps to be able to enhance the relationship in the long run and strengthen it.
Now, what would you say for couples out there, everyone has a root issue, a root cause. Do you seek individual counseling first then for something like this? Or, tell me what normally would happen, because
well, traditionally what I do is I see them as a couple. If I think it would help to, and it's not unusual, I will see each of them individually, not, on an ongoing basis, but, to sort of like see if there's anything that's going on that they haven't been comfortable in talking to me in front of their partner. And then, with the idea, it's like I quite often will ask them and say, okay, maybe it's time for you to bring this specific issue up. And then if they feel comfortable with it, or letting me know when they do feel comfortable with it, and then we can then talk about it. Because I don't think not talking about it doesn't help. We need to get whatever is going on out there, because otherwise it could, no matter how many sessions you go through, if we're not dealing with all the issues that brought you in here in the first place, you're going to be ending up wasting your time in the long run. So, and the whole idea is to be resolve whatever is going on in your relationship that brought you here, and be able to help resolve those issues, and be able to come up with a way of helping, enhancing, and making your relationship stronger in the long run.
Beautifully said. Well, thank you. So obviously the importance of counseling. Can a lot of relationships be saved? With your work, with the couple's work, with your work, do you find that a lot of people after infidelity, after something like you mentioned with your clients, can you work through that, resolve those root cause issues, and move on to a happy, normal relationship?
I've had a pretty good batting average. I'm not going to tell you that I've been able to save every every relationship. I wish I could, but it really comes down to how much the couple wants to work on the issues involved. One of the things that I think I knew this before I even started this, but one of the things I think is the toughest thing to resolve is a breakage of trust. That being able to reestablish that is very, very difficult in many cases, simply because once it's broken, there's always the question in your mind, back in your mind, will he or she do whatever it was that ended up creating a problem in the relationship in the first place? And it doesn't necessarily mean just an affair. It could be how money is spent, or whether they're using poor judgments consistently, in decisions that they make in life. Whatever the issue is, trust is earned.
Yeah.
And in the long run, and if you do something that's going to make you question whether you can trust that person, obviously there's a problem. And if you decide to come in for counseling, that's what we got to figure out, how we can basically reestablish it, and whether it can be reestablished.
And what else do you want to share about relationships and couples and the work you do, and the importance to our listeners today about how you can help them?
Let's see. One of the things I've been working with a couple, and I'm trying to get, they've been together for 18 years, and it's been, based on what I'm hearing, it's been 18 years of conflict. When it's good, but when it's bad, it's not good at all. And it comes down to how badly do they want to save the relationship. Part of it, there was definitely a lot of verbal abuse going on. And if the person is being verbally abused, how much does that person want to, do they really want to save the relationship, or have they had enough? I'm a big believer in every 7 years going through a transition. You sort of like evaluate where you've been, where you are, and where you're going. And it's amazing. In this particular case, they've been married for 18 years. And they're going into the third round of their 7-year transition. And I basically told them, I said, we need to figure out how you guys are going to continue, or the third round could be the final time you're together.
Yeah.
Because this can't continue the way it is. Because it's, and the other thing is their kids are getting to a point where they're going to be, one's already an adult and the other one's going to be an adult within a few years. So the effect on them is going to be, comparatively speaking, minimal. So and this is, we're basically transitioning now into the empty nest where it's just going to be the two of them. And so what happens then? Are you going to be able to tolerate each other then? Are you going to be able to have a relationship that you're both happy with?
Mm-hmm.
And so those are the questions that they need to answer for themselves. And so that's so the relationship, the relationship itself, the rules of that relationship have to be basically restated, and some of the stuff that was tolerated can no longer be tolerated. Mm-hmm. Because it's like you can't abuse, at least in one case, and I suspect there's always a response to that. You've got to learn how a different way of communicating with each other, understanding that you're going to have your disagreements from time to time, but not let it get into a full out, knockdown, drag out fight, whereas you're screaming at each other. That just can't continue. So.
Wow. Well, see, I have no relationship experience as far as in the marriage department, but I've been in relationships. I'm in a relationship with a significant other, and there are times that things are hard, easy, but in the long run, I mean, you have to conquer that somehow. I've never, been married, had to work through a marriage to make things better, but I mean, I find a lot of people kind of grow apart, not together. Is that true? And
absolutely.
Things change about the other person sometimes that they may not like about you or you don't like about them. And that's an issue. But relationships are tricky. I haven't nailed that one down yet. So you're the expert here. You have to keep speaking on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my philosophy is you understand when people come into a relationship, you're coming from two different worldviews. Mm-hmm. Two different ways of looking at things because we come from different families, different cultures, really. And so how we perceive things from our partner may be totally different. And so the wonderful thing about it, at the same time challenging thing, is to be able to meld the two differing points of view into a relationship that the two of you, while you may not agree on everything, you agree on most things.
Got it.
If you agree on the big things, that's a good sign. If you are planning on having kids, how you raise those kids, quite often it helps if you, even though you may be on two different political, by the way, my wife was a Republican when I married her.
What happened? Did she change or is she still?
Oh, well, yeah. But here's the funny thing about that. Her family looked at me as being, basically meathead.
Yes. Oh.
And one of her uncles, I don't know if you know anything about New Haven, but Dixwell Avenue is a heavily black section of New Haven. And he would ask me, I said, well, so how's things on Dixwell Avenue? And I said, they're fine. Everything's going fine. Because he's like, I'm from the city, quote unquote. And my wife grew up in Cheshire, which is a basically country. It was country at that time. She grew up on a farm. And so we had totally different ways of looking at the world. She was taught that, being a Republican meant they were better than anybody else who wasn't a Republican. Mm. And so, but I showed her a different side of the world. She said one of the things that amazed her was that I ordered steak in a restaurant. She had never experienced anyone doing that.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Yeah. And so we didn't really talk much about politics. It was like the political stuff really was with my mother-in-law, and I really didn't get into it too deep. She had one aunt that was she was a Democrat, who was a big Kennedy fan, and I loved her. I really did. We used to play cards and everything. And when she passed, that was a big loss to me, because I felt like one of the few people in the family that really understood where I was coming from, you know? So anyway, we met in college, and I remember the first day she came into the English class. She hadn't come to the first class because her grandfather passed away, and it's like I remember it to this, you know, like it was yesterday. And I looked at her, and I swear to God, I was thinking, we just might get married.
And here you go. Wow.
So, and then, you know, I guess as to say, the rest is history. We actually introduced my best friend to a friend of hers, and they got married. And we had another friend that we introduced to somebody that my wife knew from Cheshire, and they got married. So I was best man at his wedding. But my best friend and I used to follow each other, I swear to God. And we would be late at night going home, dog tired. We had to get up early in the morning because we used to work at Hummel Brothers, which is a meat processing plant. And keeping each other awake just so we could get home safely.
Yep. Aw.
And the one I told, so the second friend I told you about, he and his wife have passed away, unfortunately. But my best friend and his wife are still going strong. So.
Aww. See, I like how you lit up there talking about your own personal life and experience and relationships. So we all have that we bring to the table, clearly. The good, the bad, the
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, but it's communication is key. And how did you want to leave off today's show, Thomas, about you relationships, about your services? But what else would you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you're going through a tough time, my door is open. I'd love to talk to you and help you get through it. Bottom line is, we all go through our ups and downs. I don't want you to ever think that there's ever a time in any relationship where you're not going to have some difficulties got to work through.
Yep.
I already mentioned the 7-year transition periods. It's not just a 7-year itch. I really do think it's a real thing, and the reason is because we change as we get older. We talked about, you know, people moving apart. That's true. That can happen. Relationships, people can drift apart. But I also see it as sort of like you go through you sort of drift apart and come together and go like this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And the reason and our goals change as we get older.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to work with anybody wherever they are in the relationships, and hopefully help them establish a happier relationship in the long run. Bottom line.
Great. And how do we reach out to you?
Again, you can reach out to me by my phone number, 203-917-7674. And my email address is tabergvik@gmail.com. And it's Bergvik Counseling Services, LLC.
Great. Thank you so much. And
all right.
You have a fantastic weekend. Thank you.
And I will see you next week.
All right, good. Sounds good. Hope you feel better. Okay. Take care of that ankle.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I had to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, you know, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we're back here with Gregory Moore TV. Yeah, he does so much on YouTube, social media, and all. He's the owner of his own company, Supernatural Entertainment Productions, and he's based out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, but he works with people worldwide as a spiritual advisor, medium, and so much more. Welcome to the show today, Gregory. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having me, Jill Nicolini.
Oh,
How are you doing?
I like we're on a first and last name basis. I'm doing great. Yeah. What's going on with that Chief fireball behind you? What's that? What's that?
That's just background and basically advertising and showing off my skills as well as my videos. And
talk to us. What are your skills? What are your videos? New listeners today, of course. So why don't you fill us in a little about who you are, Mr. Gregory Moore?
Well, my name is Gregory Moore, and I am a pyrokineticist as well as a psychic healer, beat maker, that is, as well as so many more different things. I know a lot of people throw out there that's the one-entrepreneur, but I'm not a one-entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur, and my company basically is grown and has a solid foundation built off of my grief and loss issues from when I was 12 years old. So therefore, when it comes out there, it's coming just like how it should come, divine. Someone who lost their family at the age of 12 and still able to provide for his family, new family, as well as right here, right now. So that's what Supernatural Entertainment and Production is. It's about changing people's lives and giving people a deeper definition of their life versus just basically a basic life, you know? I mean, we all have those moments where we feel like our life is just basic. This is a self-assessment. This is not me throwing out any type of bogus, deter, or language, dialect dysfunctioning, or personality disorder. This is just real talk off scientifically basic and based off of the census records with people who have those issues and a psychological issue. Now, I'm throwing no numbers out there because I can't give you the numbers. You know why? Because I didn't study that, but this is off of my own understanding of basic real knowledge. And with this real knowledge, I help people overcome those things. And I've met a lot of people in my life personally, so I can say that off of personal experience, bringing that big concept of people that just basically look at their lives as just whatever, and dealing with a client myself, the same thing. I mean, they just, no name speaking, but they just lost their place to stay just because of their anger. So think about that. Dealing with somebody that's like that on a regular basis, or many different other people's at the same time, understanding grief and loss, and which is the reason why a lot of these issues happen, helps me to be able to get inside of people's life and help them versus just basically tear them down like society likes to do when they consider people like us freaks. Just speaking generally, but it's the truth. And you know what? Just like they see the people that are disabled, that has autism and other things, you know what? It's a defect because it disable you in a sense, grief and loss, that is. And a lot of people don't look at it that way, but you know what? Grief and loss is the angel of tragedy, for the speaking. And we all need to understand that shit hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you are extremely talented with what you do. Just tell us how we can reach out to you for our listeners to do some research, check out your sites and all.
Well, Supernatural Entertainment and Productions.org is my company website online. You can reach me also at Gregory Moore TV or just in YouTube or just via email, Supernatural Entertainment and Supernatural Entertainment at gmail.com. I mean, I'm always there to help people out. I give out psychic readings. I'm there to basically help inspire. And I do it in a way that's urban, Chicago-ish flavor style that's hooked with a lot of different other many different talents and flavors based off of the people that influence me. You know what I mean? So speaking of so much talent, we're speaking with one right here, right now. I mean, everybody always trying to look at me like Greg Moore. Hey, you know what? Screw Greg Moore. We looking at Jill Nicolini here.
Oh,
you know
hell no.
This,
You're so
hey, for
funny.
you people who don't know who the hell she is, hello, she is one of the top New Yorker newscasts in New York. I mean, come on. How many of you people are gonna get somebody like that on the internet talking to you?
I'm just a mom, and yeah, I've had a pretty good job, but that's it. Thank you.
I mean, oh my God, dude, you didn't like host it. I mean, Andrew Dice Clay, for crying out loud.
I love him. I love that man.
I mean,
he is
come
so
on,
cool,
y'all,
right?
y'all acting like y'all don't see this. What the hell? I mean, I posted so y'all can see this, but y'all acting like y'all don't see this. Man, I mean, this whole radio thing should be jumping on fire. I mean, I bet y'all ain't never met no Andrew Dice Clay. I sure have it. And you know what? I wish I was in Jill Nicolini's shoes to be able to do something. Because that dude looked like he was cool as hell.
He is.
His accent, oh my God, 100.
Well, see, that's one of the things I love sharing about my job and the people I've met and the experiences. And everyone is just normal. Their people are just people. Like, people have talent and like they're famous, and it's like, oh my God. But you know what? They're just like us, right? They eat, they sleep, they poop, they're just normal. And that's the one thing I love the beauty about my job. It taught me that, oh my God, because I used to be intimidated by people. Oh my God, is that Brad Pitt? Am I ever going to talk to Brad Pitt? Oh my God. But you know what?
I know,
Who cares?
Nah, we're not going to talk about no Venom stuff, but we're going to talk about the healing, and we're going to talk about the building of relationships as far as
everyone
professionally.
Needs healing.
You know what
everyone
I mean?
needs, no matter your celebrity or not. Exactly. Perfect. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about some of the healing work you do.
I mean, a lot of people, you know, like Jill says, you know, people are afraid, but there is no need to be afraid to network. You know what I mean? If you really are sincere and you see that they got talent, like, you know, T-Pain has been throwing out information out there. I mean, honestly, he really has been musically throwing the information out that I've been the one catching it on my page. Just like Jill, she's out here catching people that's, you know what I mean, meant to be the star that they're meant to be, but also too rising stars and much more, and so many other different people. You know, if you ain't seeing her like doing her thing, then you obviously lost your mind, because honestly, I mean, like I said, we have to be real here. This is real talk. I mean, man, I'm excited. You guys think I'll be sharing this just to be sharing this on the internet, but no, I am 110,000% so happy to be able to talk to a lady like this, because you know what? It's so many people that just basically will tell you, I don't have the time, and they don't. And like she said, real people, no matter if they're celebrities or not. You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
He's a celebrity to me. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck you thought? I mean, talking about, I mean, for real. I mean, no, part of my French on that, but I mean, man, you know what? She healed me, because you know what? She gave me the opportunity to be able to speak when that cast registered, that newscast person, when my family died at 12 years old, didn't give me the chance to speak. You know what? That's why I'm so chill. And like, I mean, if you ever wonder why I be throwing out them healings, that's just why, because you know what? That's self-realization, and then that's real talk. From real talk, you're changing my past into a better future, and you're changing my future now. So talking about somebody that has the ability to be able to do things, but being able to help somebody to show it live and showing how that happens in my personal life is just like epic, because we all know that you don't get many things like that to happen. And
damn
you know
right.
what?
But you are just so kind and so sweet today. And thank you for thinking so. I'm just honored to be here to talk to you. And we have a platform here with the network to be able to display you, and everything happens for a reason. Of all the people I'm talking to, you of all people know this about life and all your hardships you went through, but the God-given gift and talents you have to tap into so many on the other side and in the future. I mean, see, you may look up to me, I look up to you, and that means we all have gifts from God. And the fact we've connected is just amazing, because it's going to make us both that much better. So thank you. Indeed. Please cut. What are we going to share today? Come on, let's talk.
No, but I mean, people need to know. I mean, this is real. This is what people want to see. This is people what they want to hear. You know what? It's so much people that psychic vampires is what I call them in my videos. Is people who come up to you psychically and just suck your happiness away. There's so much of that. And you know what? Being able to give people that and to be able to transcend that from equal individuality, regardless of how you may look at it, but just equality in general. Speaking from masculine to feminine energy, that we're both equal, you know what I mean? And in a society where we all kind of have our own upbringings that teaches us different. Well, I'm here to basically, like the ebb and flow of the water, just like Jill, the other side of it, to basically shake your brains and your mind to basically get into a position of understanding expanded consciousness.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we all know about it. It's nothing like it's not like it's not real. I mean, if it wasn't real, I mean, there wouldn't be scientific evidence to prove it. There wouldn't be other people out there doing these videos. I mean, besides me, I mean, I'm not the most famous person out here, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that I'm here in the South and I'm representing that, and Jill is up in the North, you know what I mean, taking care of her business and representing me up there and representing herself. I mean, she's taking on twice the heavy load, you know what I mean? And that's just how we look at it, you know what I mean, in society too. And it's not like a masculine dominancy building over, but this is the fact that we're both willing to basically work with each other, because not only is she basically taking my energy and building it over there in New York, I'm also building her energy over here in Tennessee. And that's a unique connection, because you know what? We already know that's a blue and red state, you know what I mean? And we're not trying to bring it there, but we just have to understand the real true knowledge here that's going on.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you can't accept the real knowledge of history, then you can't really accept real magic and divinity, because it's all about the realism. And we're being real here, and this is always, and y'all can always catch us right here being super real when it comes to the supernatural, you know, regardless of however you may look at it. The supernatural is so fluent and effortless that it flows in our natural waking consciousness. We're talking right now, but at the same time, our language is and our dialect is so different, even though we're from the Midwest. Though she's from the East, being from Chicago. But I mean, we already know, logically speaking here, this is the second biggest city in the United States of America. And Chicago right here on the third biggest, no complaints, but you know what, rightfully respected. And this is true, you know what I mean? Speaking on big city wise, I mean, in the United States of America, we are huge. I mean, you go to New York, oh my God, it's so many people there. And I mean, the cash revenue, regardless of what you may speak, is totally offlandish compared to down here in the South. It'll never compare to that. And I just need to let people know that, not in a disrespectful way, but in a realistic way. And then you got Chicago, that's the same way. That's just consistent cash flow, you know what I mean? So when you hear this, Mr., not saying no names, on a political point here down in the South, from a specific point of equality here, please understand that, look, we both reaching out. And at the same time, bro, from the people, stop playing. It's the COVID.
Yep. Yep.
It's the COVID, Joe. Stop playing.
I love it. I love it. Yep, it's true.
Stop playing.
Wow.
I mean, we love you. We got you there for a reason.
Yeah.
Don't disappoint.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
You know, and that's regardless. Hey, look, everybody works hard for what we have, and that's why we are hardworking Americans. Don't forget that. So you better go on and figure those numbers out, because equality, man. Look, everybody deserves their rightfully shares. You should get them people from being lazy. Jill, hell, shit, she sell checked. She ain't finna be just doing no interview with no scam. What you thought? So she could, what, damage her career? What?
Never, no.
I mean, that we're being a little bit too real, but that's what we need here. Because you know what?
Yeah.
This illusion of awake, sleeping, am I dreaming? Like the new album that I came out with, something to think about. asleep, wake, and dreaming. That's what we all on since this COVID. And you know what? A lot of us ain't dreaming when it comes to real life facts that you can find on the internet or find in real life in our city, in our state. But then you want to act like, oh, you don't see us, but you want to lock us up for what? Oh, but you can find that though. You can find that. No, but we ain't going to. We're gonna define that. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna help you give. We're gonna give you a conscious boost, an emotional boost. It's called emotional mental consciousness, and what that means is that you are consciously aware of your emotions and how certain situations make you feel, and mentally you are conscious of that, so that it doesn't allow your emotions to override your consciousness, which means your intelligence. It's a lot of men out here that just don't know how to do that. And with that being said, we have catastrophes. Speaking here in the South.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So you know what? And as a man that's divine, that should understand that I should be able to speak emotionally and psychologically consciously. And when I speak, like my grandma from the old South, that always spoke to me, emotionally and psychologically, spiritually, consciously. The voodoo she taught me is very sincere and real. So when I teach people this, regardless if it's a petro or not, the petro is the fiery serpent that's a venom that wakes consciousness, because that's how strong it needs to be. But times 10, I mean, hello, it's what? It's so many people out here that's lost. And it's not so much of the people that's just losing hope and losing people that's just basically saying that, oh my God. I mean, the government needs to realize that, yo, there's people out here losing psychological and emotional support. It's drastic. All we're told is get your ass up and whoosh, put that whip upon our back and damn it, get to work. Money, 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 money. All we need is fucking money. All we need is money, 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 money. But you know what? No. How many of those people are actually happy with what they have, no matter what their job is? And how many of those people get to see their family? And just to see Jill take care of herself and her family is beautiful. So people need to know that. I mean, you got so many celebrities out there that's going bonkers just like us.
Oh, yeah.
But the ones that take care of their kids and themselves, that's focused, and you can see it, and they post it on their personal page instead of just some blogging or some stupid ass reason. God knows whatever the reason may be. Just because they're broke, oh my God, I need a wardrobe. Oh my God. And then you government just sit there and let it go. Like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this because I need a wardrobe too. Oh my God. Hell yeah, I need a wardrobe. I'm right with you. No.
That's great.
No, because you know what? Now you're gonna get us to hate you. And how many fans do we have compared to what? How much influence do we have on changing the community? We ain't gonna go there, but we're gonna go there. Yeah. How much influence do we have in changing the community?
Yep. A lot.
So please be understanding of the emotional and psychological consciousness that I deliver to everybody. I mean, I'm not just talking just to talk. I let you know when I'm talking. I'm real blunt like that. That's the East Coast and the West Coast and the Midwest flavor. We give you what we talk about. Look, it is what it is. It ain't no different. And I know it's the same thing down here in the South, and I ain't disrespecting. God knows I got much love for the South. If it wasn't for such a case, I wouldn't be representing the personification here now with Jill. You know what I'm saying? So just know that I represent the South just the same. I'm tough, I'm hard, rugged, and I don't give a F just as much as anybody else don't. But at the same time, I gotta have a conscience to think about my family and my co-workers and my professional consultees, because you know what? We here. And to sorry to the other celebs, B list, A list, C list, D list, F list, whatever. Look, if you ain't paying attention to your fellow community, then what are you paying attention to? You're only teaching people stupidity, and you wonder why the fans that follow you just don't know how to act or whatever.
Yep.
You know, Jill teaches intellectual, emotional, as well as so many other different things in her interviews with us different business entrepreneurs, whether it's LLC, small business, alike. She does her research and she knows what she's doing. So that says a lot about Jill. And if y'all don't see that, y'all saying that y'all don't like the truth and y'all don't like facts. And what that says to us is just like, we are in a dying world. Our kids are in trouble. Our kids are in freaking trouble because if they got to go against a multitude of those kind of people, kids upbringing, how are they going to survive?
Absolutely. How?
I mean, that's a real fact. I mean, if my kid is on a meteor show in school and your kids are doing extremely better than most kids up in their community, like us stars normally do, regardless of however we choose to show it, that should say something instead of people just trying to tear us down and make us feel like.
Yep.
I mean, just like business owners too, regardless if you want to accept the fact of that or not, speaking on a professional level, I mean, they are just as much as celebrities ever. They need a lot of attention too. What good is Red Venom 10 Supernatural Entertainment and Productions founder and co-host and everything else, Gregory Lee Moore Jr., executive and all these other stuff, and number one third in Nashville for what directors for a 4-star show look like trying to compete against other competitors or anybody else when we're all trying to make a living.
Yep.
If we're going to honor the code of our ancestors who came here, who's the settlers that took over from the Indians, at least do right by honoring our code.
Wow.
And you know what? That's a cheat sheet for everybody. That's free on me.
I love it.
And you know how much that costs? That's a $14,000 reading for the world. And that's a reading cast. And that's breaking generational curses. That's a spell by itself. I mean, whether you choose to listen to it or not, there's going to be many that's going to listen to it and take a chance, because it's better than taking a chance and going to jail.
Very true. Yeah.
I would much rather take a chance and listen to whether I consider them psycho crazy or not, guy and a female talking about supernatural stuff that I can't prove. I would rather take my chance with them in my mind, thinking that they were crazy, to basically go ahead and try that than to go out there and rob somebody and get your life taken, or do something stupid that leaves your family behind without a father or a mother. You know what? I mean, speaking from a parental point of view, I mean, there's so many of these parents out here. And I mean, we're going to have to be real here. I mean, I'm blessed. I ain't going to lie. I'm blessed to have my baby mama right here with me. And I'm sorry that there's a lot of people out there that's not blessed to have that. But you know what? I ain't gonna try to sit there and hinder that or talk bad about that. But this is the reality that we live in. And you know what? When you're facing the divine, they're gonna bring it towards you just like judgment. All these things. So basically, look at me as when I'm bringing this to you like this, that's the reality that you gotta deal with. And how you gonna combat that? And if you don't know, it's fine. I'm right here. That's my job. Hey,
that's your gift. That's your talent. Damn right.
That's my job. So when you come right here to me and you let me know that, and that's real, as a shaman, ancient, regardless, Voodoo Sons, I am here to open my heart up of unconditional love to God, to universe, and all, to help transcend on your behalf, to help them hear what your problem is, because obviously you realize there's something wrong. Why is my prayers coming back in negativity. No, your prayers are not coming back in negativity. They're coming back in the form of preparing you for what you asked for. And sometimes we don't see that. And hey, look, I would be mad now talking to Jill. I promise you. Do you know what happened to me today? My account just got closed because I made too much money down here in the South.
Wow, yeah.
Literally over 16,000. Not being mean or nothing, but Citibank just literally closed my account for no reason.
What?
So and I got my taxes coming in. I'm working on getting my legal other things to boost out higher. And I'm going on vacation. I'll be super mad right now if I didn't have the Zen in me and the real divine in me, the Holy Spirit and everything that is required to become a true divine devout as I am in voodoo. I would easily blow up and would have blew Jill off and when I'm like, screw this damn thing. I don't give a fuck. My life is already screwed. I got over $37,000 worth of brand new Latitude 5, whatever they call laptops, brand new business that costs $2,000 in the store. I'm selling them for $300. Wow. That goes to show you how bad I'm.
Yeah.
And they're not even stolen. And you know what? I had to deal with the embarrassment with my kids. And I had to deal with the embarrassment with my baby mama in the store because they called the cops on me and they thought it was stolen, even though my business partner was in California. Big shouts out to you, G. Hey, you a breadwinner for real, my nigga. Never forget that. But far as that, this is my real life right now as we speak, and I'm showing people my powers of self-control and my Zen from meditating and doing my magic every day. I mean, imagine dealing with that. Put yourself in my shoes and try to deal with that on top of everything that you have to deal with from a kid. And tell me, would you not go overboard?
Not easy. Yeah. Not easy.
Like, I'm drinking, I'm smoking. If that's all I'm doing and I'm not killing nobody, I'm doing a great job. I'm doing a great job because God. Nah, and then you know what? I get slammed and told no from, the music indie. I mean, from the film indie thing, you know what I'm saying? Big shouts out to him too. I take criticism, constructive criticism very well. I re-entered it again. Hopefully the Illinois people pick me. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot going on. And you know what? If you people don't think that my powers are real, explain going through that on a day-to-day basis. You know what? And then you got to get up with a friend. No disrespect, friend. Keep your name discreet. Who's so needy that, oh my God, ever since just like you post a picture with this guy, it's just like, now it's like he thinks he's oh my God. Man, 5 a.m, dude, I need you right here, right now. I'm freaking out. But the other day you told me you was gonna call me, but you didn't even call me, dog. And I'm like, what the? I'm waiting. Oh yeah, I went to sleep. But today they snap on you at 5 a.m. You have to let your baby mama answer the phone because you about ready to you about ready to like, oh my God, like come on, people, think about it.
Yep.
Let's put the 2 and 2 together consciously. Let's emotionally and psychologically have common ground for once and just be real here on some real human mundane and not think of me being superhuman, but think about it. These are problems that we have every day now.
Yeah.
And I'm dealing with it, you know what I mean? And Jill's dealing with it. She may not, you know what I mean, have my super, like how I have it, but it's in a different way. But you know what? On some real stuff, boy, shine.
Damn right. Yeah.
Shine. And that, you know what? And it has me over there like, whoa, that's what's up. There's so many people that's shining right now. And it's not like I'm saying like, no, I'm disrespect. No. Because of the community that I'm in right now makes me feel like that. Yeah. And as I said before, you know what? I'm in a surrounding community that just looks down on particular people. You feel me? And I'm not ashamed of that.
But you know what, Jill, and the fact that we can relate, and she's already gave her compliment to me, so there's no need to re-edify her even speaking on that.
Thank you.
Just
You're sweet.
facts. You know what I'm saying? So on some Midwest real life, I mean, East Coast real stuff. I mean, like instead of like Biggie Smalls, you know what I mean, and like Tupac. I mean, I'm looking like on some Tupac, Biggie Smalls, and Twista, and Do or Die, and you know what I mean. Good people like that from the Midwest. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I know Eminem is from the Midwest. You know what I'm saying. Big shouts out to him. I'm not saying no disrespect, and you know this is all stuff towards my grief and loss music that I'm actually promoting too, which I'll be having a press release coming out soon, which I'm working on right at the moment, which the guy didn't even respond to me until I told him I wanted my refund back. So like, I mean, like I said, I got people literally lying on me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got to deal with other stuff like that on a regular basis, regardless of, you know what, y'all may not see me as the big star I am. I pray to God that, you know what, Jill Nicolini ain't got no situations like I got going on with people trying to just sit there and take money out your damn pocket all the damn time. But you know what, where I'm at right now, this Zen is exactly needed. And you know what, it's not like the East or the West, you know what I mean? West meaning over here in the United States of America, and East meaning over there in Africa or the Europeans or however you look at it. But like, I mean, on some real life stuff, I mean, man, the problems that we all go through is beyond, I mean, and you know what, the more peace, like I said in one of my posts on Facebook, the more peace you have, the more chaos magnifies to it. Chaos is a magnetism to peace.
Beautifully
This
said.
piece, exactly, and this piece that I give to people is so unique. You already got that right there. So therefore, all I'm doing is brushing it off and getting you back to wherever. You know, it's like a medicine. So that's why I'm a psychic healer.
Oh, beautiful.
So
you are a psychic healer, my goodness. And we are way over our time, Gregory Moore, but you are just on a roll today more than anything. And for those just tuning in who may have tuned in halfway point, Gregory Moore TV, this man is a healer. He's a medium. He's a psychic. He's an intuitive. He can help you. Just give us a quick rundown. I know we're late on time, but tell us all the services you offer, and then we'll get your best form of contact.
Okay. Well, spell work, contacting the dead, natural healing, psychic readings, foretelling your future in a way that's beneficial, whereas it's going to help bring the result that you want versus that doesn't bring the help that you want.
Beautiful.
And media and selling all types of other stuff, as well as music. I specialize in grief and loss, healing through the occult work of voodoo and psychic healing.
Gosh, you do it all. And how can we reach out to you?
Supernatural Entertainment and Productions is my website. You can reach out there and read the blogs that's on that aspect and get to see my different wares of clothing line, different other works, my TV works, as well as you get to read about who I am and what my company started from. Also, you can reach me at supernaturalentertainment@gmail.com. That's perfect. On my Vmail, that's on the email, and that's on Gmail. If you guys don't know, Gmail is part of Google. And you can find me there too, as well as Red Venom 10.
Beautiful. Gregory Moore, thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for the kind words. It's been a pleasure speaking with you today. I'm glad we did have some extra time as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes. and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
I'm almost afraid to say this, but it is reality. I'm going to say it. Our businesses are in trouble. They really, really are. There's a lot going on. We have layoffs. We have people just kind of, I call it phoning it in, not really vested in what they're doing. But we have somebody that can come to the rescue, and she's helped many businesses over many years and has even personally coached some of the top level executives in this country. And she's with buildtomorrow.com. Lois Sunstergaard joins us again on the program. Lois, welcome. How are you?
I am great, Steve. Thanks so much for this opportunity again today. It's good to see you.
You too. You're like sunshine here. And I have to say, I have to compliment you. I love it looks like a holiday themed sweater that you have on. And that's the first one I've seen all season. So
well, there you go. It's the beginning, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we've been talking about collaboration and why it's so important in the workplace. So let's recap from where we left off. What exactly is collaboration?
Collaboration is when two or more people come together to agree on solving a problem together for their mutual benefit. So there is no win or lose. You're both working to accomplish a goal. And there's so much that can be done if we begin to look collaboratively. We have done so much to really undo that perspective because this last week, you take a look at all of the people, the companies who've begun their layoffs. We thought that wouldn't start until closer to the first of the year, but it is here in full force. And yesterday I had a conversation with an organization where there is no trust anymore. It has totally eroded. And they're desperately trying to figure out, how do we put the pieces back together again? Well, you know what? When you've got Humpty Dumpty and he's fallen off the wall and all you have is pieces, you've created a lot of work for yourself that could have been avoided. We can put it back together and put it back together in a more beautiful way, actually, more effective way, more productive way. We just need to do it in a very thoughtful and intentional way.
Now, you said before that when there's collaboration, there's no win and no loss. But if you have two people either connected through a business, or let's say they have two separate businesses, but they collaborate for the greater good, isn't there a win there?
There is a win, right? There's a huge win, huge win. We tend to be so afraid of collaboration, I think, in our culture, because we're taught to compete from a very young time. We go into sports, we compete. I have a family that's competitive. We laugh about how we compete over Parcheesi when the kids were small. Wow. And it's our nature. However, if you really want to accomplish something big, you have to do it collaboratively.
I see what you're saying in terms of it's almost like giving up the secret sauce, why your business is so successful. And maybe the other business over here is successful, but you're afraid, you don't want to give up, let's say you compete against each other, or let's say there's some parallels there. Okay, let's go here. Do you have to have the right relationship before the collaboration can take place? Because if you don't know each other more deeply, more intimately, if you will, maybe that's where the block is.
Relationship is huge. And that sense of respect for one another and really wanting to grow each other. For example, when I was doing some work in Asia, my Japanese distributor, just a lovely, lovely, incredibly gifted man, very successful in business. He'd established a number of companies. And he came to me, he said, Lois, we could do so much more if we collaborated with some others. So before I knew it, we had some key players from Korea, some key players from Taiwan, key players from Singapore that he brought together because we were trying to solve an issue in supply chain. And together, we had resources to be able to do that. Individually, we would struggle. It would cost us money, a lot of energy, and we would have to manage it at a micro level that would be very, very costly to us personally, but expensive.
Wow. What is the basic framework for collaboration?
Okay, so you covered the first one. It's so important, the right partner. And sometimes, Steve, we don't know the partner so well, but we can get to know them because we come together around a common goal. So like with my example with my Japanese distributor, I didn't know the other players well. I did trust Tanaka-san. He had always been reliable, always been consistent. He'd always watched out for both of our greater good, right? Mm-hmm. So when he brought people to the table, I had an openness to them. I didn't know them, but beginning to work on solving a problem, I got to know them. And I developed a great respect for them. I think we all did for one another. It was our common goal that was the glue. And from that came a deep relationship. It was a long-term perspective. We weren't solving a problem for this month or next month or to meet this dollar goal today. It was for what were we creating. So it's not only having the right people, but it's having people who are in it for the long haul. Steve, I'm not going to just be here today to talk with you because you know what, I'm going to get something out of it today. It's Steve, I'm here working with you today because I want to know what you need and what's going to help you with your career. And as I work with you and we're working on a goal together, I want to advance you. I want to help you become more successful. It's not just about me. And that's the big difference.
Think of the offshoots of that. When you work with somebody and their business thrives, you thrive, meaning them. But the accolades that come back, the referrals that come back, the positive feeling that is all around. When you think of it, universally, it's so powerful when you collaborate.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. And in the process, guess what? Stress goes down. Your life work balance, it gets into balance better, right? And actually, you begin to see more opportunity. So opportunity is huge. Part of, I think, what happens, Steve, right now in our world, take our organizations. We're tracked into this notion of my short-term goal. I've got to make my profit margins right now. And so we burn, we churn in order to do that. In a sense, we do that in the same when we're with our organizations. It's what market share can I gobble up because I need to dominate the market to be a key player. And that's the way that we've been playing the game. The issue now is the big people keep getting bigger and they keep controlling more of the market. So the people in between, how are you going to compete? Right? In a big organization, how are you going to stand out and become a leader in a gobble me up organization? You're not going to do it alone. It's going to come from a collaborative effort.
And what you said is happening so, especially in the medical field, the gobble up. Maybe I mentioned it last time. You can't even find, it's almost impossible, at least in this area, a family practice, like one doctor or maybe two together. It's these big conglomerates that are swallowing it up. You said something before, Lois, that I thought was very powerful. When you collaborate, the stress goes down. And I believe it's not just because you're solving the problems. You are socializing to solve the problems. You're working with somebody that maybe you might not have worked with before. And it psychologically makes such a big difference with everyone.
It does. So I think one of the things that happens when we're working in isolation and we're dealing with all of these forces that seem to be coming against us, right? We're operating under fears. Is today the day that I go out of business? Is today the day that my position gets eliminated? I mean, those are, one person said to me, every day I go to work thinking that today is the day I'm going to be done. I'm going to be exited. Well, what a way to approach your day.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who do face the day that way. That means your stress is higher. You're putting walls around yourself to protect yourself. You're looking at everybody in terms of, are you for me or are you against me? Right? It's a mentality that shrinks us. So when we're in that state, our subconscious mind, the subconscious mind's job is to protect our conscious mind. So it goes into protective mode. And so our ability to be creative, to see possibilities shrinks because we're into protection.
Yep.
And that's the job. We're designed to be that way. And so it's not that the person is wrong. It's that is being human. So part of what we've got to do is open that up and expand it again so you can see possibilities.
I just had this picture, watching an old time Western where the wagons all circle around and just like, let's protect everyone. If I hear somebody say again, I'm just staying off the radar. I just want to stay off the radar. I'm sure you've heard that. It's almost like you get this feeling, the pit in your stomach, even somebody saying it, but let alone living it, that you just, I don't want to be seen over here. I'm not going to come up with a fabulous idea because now I'm on the radar. And even though it may be a great idea, oh yeah, there's that guy. Do we really need him? Let's take a look here. What a horrible way to exist within your workplace.
It is. So one of the things that I think is so important when we talk about collaboration, whether it's in a corporate setting or business to business to business, right, is to look at what would you dare to dream if you could partner with anybody you could choose to partner with to accomplish your dream. Let me ask you that question. How would your dreams change if you could partner with anybody you wanted to partner with?
Makes you think, doesn't it?
Doesn't it make you think?
It really does. Where the sky's the limit, and there's no judgment and there's no issues. And you could say, I want to work with them. I think we could work well together and it would propel us both. What a great feeling that is. Going from stay off the radar to that.
Think of it. And what would be your sense of your likelihood of success?
Astronomical.
Yeah, you go, well, of course.
It's a can't lose situation. Even at the minimum, it's a can't lose situation.
At the very minimum. So, and that's the beauty of collaboration. Instead of becoming less than, we become more than. And as you dream, part of what happens is you begin to look at, okay, I'm experiencing this challenge because of. Now, if I had a partner or somebody that was coming alongside me that knew something about that, I could deal with it. So you begin to look at your challenges in a different way. Simply, where are my gaps? What's keeping me from the likelihood of success? So I find it really helpful. This is just it's a small, easy way, but take a look at each one of those dreams that you have, big or small, and just take a sheet of paper, list them down, and then put next to them a number from 1 to 10, my likelihood of success. And then ask yourself why. If I had a partner for that, what would happen to my likelihood of success?
I'm a big proponent of the 10 scale.
Isn't it fun?
It really works. Yeah, it really works well because it gives you a barometer.
It gives you a barometer,
right?
And it gives you a way of monitoring your own thinking. You may think that something is really possible until you sit down and you go, well, just a minute, what's my likelihood of that? The other question to ask on a scale of 1 to 10 is, how long will it take? If I'm doing this by myself and finding solutions by myself, how long will it take?
Would you 10 scale that, 10 being a long time, 1 being a very short period of time?
Yeah, I would.
And it doesn't have to mean anything in terms of years, days, months, or whatever. It's just kind of the feel for it.
A feel for it. And then the third one I would look at is, what's the effort I'm going to have to put in? What will I have to sacrifice in order to achieve that if I'm doing it by myself? Those are the things that keep us from going after our dreams. We don't have the right partners, but we think it's going to take too much time, too much effort, and we're going to have to sacrifice too much, right?
I want to share a real world situation with you that just popped in my head, and this literally happened a few days ago.
Okay.
So
go for it.
Okay. So we have, and this is from friends that I work with, a medical practice. Another medical practice reached out to them in a totally other state, 1,000 miles away, and said, we've heard about you. We've seen some of the things you've done. We'd like to talk to you about them and see how maybe we could work together. Now, this medical practice, and I saw all the emails, by the way, this is a true story of the staff, the management staff there, and they were vastly divided. One person said, nah, don't want to get involved, don't want to share any information with them. Somebody else said, well, why don't we talk to them and see what they're thinking, and maybe we can help them a little bit, maybe they can help us. And then somebody else said, absolutely, let's start a dialogue. This would be fantastic. Where would you go with that?
So the reason why there's hesitance is, look at what's happened to medical practice. We've had big organizations gobble them up, and once they're gobbled up, their ability to really practice medicine the way they think they want to practice medicine is now controlled. They're told how to practice, how much time to spend with patients. And so suddenly that joy, what took them into medicine, has begun to disappear. So they've watched that. They have been also betrayed by their own professional associations in many ways, I would say, because they have been part of this mega trend. And, years ago, when I was looking at some of the research that was being done on practices and group practices, when I was working at Texas Tech University in their medical school, for example, one of the issues you dealt with was, what's the quality of medical practice? Could you improve it by looking at bringing people into a larger group? And there's a point where, yes, that is true. And then you hit a point where actually, I think the benefits begin to decrease because people have lost their sense of passion, their sense of taking care of the patient. And so the patient leaves and says, I wish somebody cared really about who I am as a person, right? And so you have that. But I think because that's the background that we come from, the fear, the pain that people have gone through. 20% of doctors right now say they're going to quit in the next 2 years. We don't have enough doctors right now, and they're quitting because they're burned out. They feel betrayed. They feel they can't practice medicine the way it should be practiced. They're tired of not being able to take care of people, patients as people. Well, when you talk with people, you hear the same thing. I wish I had a doctor who cared about me as a person, right? I'm not sure about the quality of care. Is it a dollar decision, or is this really the right treatment? COVID brought that out because we've never fully addressed what the impact of the virus was, or of the vaccines, right? We don't have an honest discussion. And so as long as those kinds of forces are in place, you have this difficulty in terms of people being willing to be open to even have the discussion. So I think one of the most important things you can do in that setting is to begin the discussion. What if you join together? What could happen? What are the possibilities? What are the boundaries you need to put in place to protect yourself so you don't get gobbled up and disappear?
Oh, it's funny you said relationships before. This is a totally unknown. And even if we factor out that it's a medical practice, they're two independent businesses. They're call it local. So they're not, run by a franchise or a big company, but just the mentality, we have this, who is this person, and this differing of opinion, whether we should work with them or even talk to them or share anything with them. But I agree that, I guess, internally with this business over here, set some boundaries. All right, guys, if we're going to talk with them, we're going to share this with them, and only that, until we go deeper and form some type of relationship.
It's like dating. You don't just jump in and say, okay, I've now made a decision, right?
Right.
You
Yeah.
date for a reason. You get to know each other. You establish the relationship. And there's parameters you can put in place to get to know each other, to look at how do you want to structure this relationship so you've got a safety net. You must build safety nets in today's world. And I think once you start to do that, medical practices, businesses that are shrinking or they're afraid that they're going to lose in the marketplace, that they've got to join the big players, for example, to survive, can now come together and actually become a formidable force. Look at medical practices that your example. If they came together independently and worked together collaboratively, and as they did that, then invited others in, they now become a entity that can begin to establish what should happen in the marketplace. They can redefine the product, so to speak. And that could change medical practice. It has inordinate possibilities.
To your point before, Lois, when you said, what's the dream? Think about it. Now you have these two similar practices in different states. What if, and it would take time, but what if they became connected? We have a location in New York. We have a location in North Carolina. Now you reach out to other practices. We have one in California now. One thought that popped in my head, do your research, even if it's somebody that you know, because when I heard this true story, I researched this other practice over here because I wanted to see what the size of it was. Is it equitable? Is it just this little tiny, doctor kind of just doing his thing with a few patients? They look like they had their stuff together, both of them. I know this one well, but this one looks like, they're on the same playing field. So the dialogue should be there.
The dialogue should be there. I get that question often. I was talking with a business that had merged. They brought two businesses together in order to make them larger in the marketplace and to be able to be more efficient. The efficiencies of scale is what they were looking for. They had spent time talking, and so they thought they were aligned. Once they put it in place, they were beginning to see differences. They were beginning to look at, well, is that what I agreed to? Is that what I agreed to? And they got into more those personal types of items rather than keeping their eye on the goal. And how were they working together to increase their likelihood of success? That changes your focus, right? Now, instead of, well, I don't like quite how you do that, that's not the topic. Now it's, how do we accomplish? Who do we work with? What resources do we need to bring? What networks do we need to build? Which part are you going to work on? Which part am I going to? So all those action plans, deliverables have to be clearly delineated and measured. And that's part of a collaboration process that is critical if you want it to succeed.
There's so much we can talk about here, and we're just about out of time. But you know what? It does illustrate one thing, that collaboration is so important and critical to the lifeblood of our businesses. If somebody wants to reach out to you, Lois, with your years of experience and working with so many companies and businesses from all different levels, and even on a one-to-one coaching platform with a lot of CEOs and executives, they just go to the website. What's your website?
The website is www.buildtomorrow.com. But I have a special offer for you today with this show, because it occurred to me after our conversations that there are people who just may want a quick start. How do they get started with a collaboration process? So I'm offering a 3-month quick start for you. I'll help you put together the partners you need, the goals that you want to set forth, and just how you might want to proceed. The cost is $15,000, but for the first person who emails me, lois@buildtomorrow.com, I'll discount it $5,000. So a great opportunity for, as you begin to look at the new year and where do you want to go, look at collaboration. How do you do it? And get a quick start, because it sure can make your year better.
I mean, talk about a New Year's resolution for building your business and making things so much better. And again, with that, and very generous offer. We're talking about 3 months. I mean,
That's 3 months. Yeah.
yeah. But it's a period of time that's substantial as well for everything that you can get and what you offer, Lois. Next time we get together, can we talk about the process?
We sure can. Love to.
Yeah, a lot there. Go to the website, Build Tomorrow, and that's build number 2 Morrow, MORROW.com. Lois, always great talking with you.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. We are joined here once again by our good friend, Carrie M. Tice from Cirque du Soleil Yoga and Company. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. So from beautiful Sarasota, Florida, we have an amazing team here of people. Are we employees, staff, friends, customers, all the above?
All the above.
Great. Let's talk a little about Cirque du Soleil Yoga. Introduce yourself and, of course, your guest, please.
Yes, my name's Carrie Tice, and we're here in Sarasota, Florida. I'm the owner and director here at Cirque du Soleil Yoga. We're a full functioning yoga studio, yoga teacher training facility, as well as we do yoga retreats. So we just got a little bit of everything going on. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about acro yoga. But the best way to get a hold of us is through our website at circussoul.com. That's circusoul.com. Or you can give us a call at 941-922-9642.
Beautiful. So what do we have in store today? You're going to teach us a little bit about acro yoga. And what is that exactly?
Well, it's a combination of really of my 2 backgrounds, acrobatics and yoga. And I like to one of my favorite ways to describe acro yoga is divine play. So it is that mixture of the yoga, breath, the union, and all of those kind of yogic practices combined with acro. And combining the 2 just is like such a really great hybrid. It just creates an amazing trust between the people that are doing it. And we are so lacking in touch in our society that if that was the only thing that it's getting people to do, then that is like super.
Great. Well, let's talk more. Could you introduce your guest, please? And
Absolutely.
Hi.
Hi, this is Lisa. She's going to be flying with us.
Great.
And this is Kara, one of our instructors. She's also going to be flying, and she's also going to be one of our bases.
Okay.
And this is Mariah, which is one of our instructors, and she's also our manager.
Perfect. All right. So let's get started. How does this work? I'm excited to see all this go down.
So the smallest acro yoga community is usually 3 people. So a base and a flyer and a spotter. And today we're actually going to show you some stuff so you can see it in action.
Great.
Come on over, Kara. We'll go to star. So I'm the base in this situation, and she is the flyer. Okay. So I come in and I'm actually just going to hold her here, and she's going to hop up when she's ready, coming into this inverted position called star pose.
And you could talk while you do this. Okay, good.
Yeah, we got it down. So
wow,
star pose here, which is very similar to kind of like a shoulder stand or a headstand.
Mm-hmm.
And she's getting lots of benefits from just being upside down, of course, getting all those benefits of the inversion, but also she's having to stay pretty stable. It's what we call being a stubborn flyer. So she's actually holding this position and staying in this straddle position while we hold on to here. So we can show you some variations, right? We'll go ahead and take this leg out. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Boom. So making her work a little harder here for sure. I like to make the flyers work pretty hard because I'm doing a lot of work here as well as the base. Big part of what I'm doing is staying stable and being able to create that space for them. All right, we'll step down to straddle.
Oh my goodness.
So this is all what we call solar acrobatics or solar acro yoga. So there's lunar and there's solar. And they kind of are two different sides of the coin. One is the fiery side where you might do these acrobatics types of things in circus. And the lunar side of it is that other side, the moon side, more of the healing and the Thai yoga part of it. So,
and she's okay. Is she breathing?
She's doing good. She's breathing. Yeah. She's happy.
Amazing. Can you talk upside down like that?
Yeah.
Wow. I get. Oh my God, I would get nauseous. This is amazing. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
So, Kara, what's one of your favorite things about acro yoga?
I love the connection. Like you're like really like calibrating with the person. You're getting that connection, and I don't know, it's just fun. You get to do all like play like a monkey, like be a kid again. And it's a lot of laughs.
Super, a lot of laughs. Even when we're messing it up, we're having fun. We're cracking up about it. Take your time.
Oh, wow. And I thought it was over. This is great. It continues.
Just keeps on going. All right, coming down. Awesome. So we're just going to switch around a little bit, and she's going to become my base now. So I'm going to get up, and she's going to lay down, and we're going to do a little bit of what we call back fly for you.
Okay.
Boop, boop. So sometimes the base is always a base. Sometimes they're also a flyer. And so I'm coming into this position. She's holding me, and I'm getting all of those benefits of doing a back bend.
Wow.
But guess what? I'm not really having to do much. No. I am just hanging out here, enjoying that traction, enjoying being upside down. And it feels really awesome. So we're going to move from here into upward facing bow pose. Right. So I get my feet. And then just like in yoga class, we would do this posture, but we would be on the mat or we would be in the hammock. So we have this opportunity to create this posture that is using her feet as the base and my body to make the shape.
And now she's also supporting your shoulders there. Is that what she's doing?
Yep.
Okay.
She's supporting my shoulders. Yep. She's there supporting my shoulders, supporting my hips. And then we're going to come in from here into our next posture, which is called fish pose. So there's all kinds of things. Just like in yoga class, there are tons and tons of postures that we can choose. Some are back bends, some are forward folds, but all the while I'm getting all these benefits of being upside down, and she's getting stronger, right? She is actually having to work to stay stable for me so she can stay underneath. All right, we'll show you one more position before we come out. This next position is called dancer pose. Maybe you've done dancer pose in a yoga class before?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to give you a nice little dancer pose. Looks a little different. So I have to meander my arm in there and snake it in between her legs. There we go. Once I get my ankle, I give him a little kick open. Are we good down there? All right. And then for a little bit of drama, bam.
Beautiful.
Dancer pose. All the while, right? She's working. I'm working. We get done. We're feeling really good.
And you're still able to talk like that. That's amazing. You're not out of breath. All the blood would rush to my head right now and I'd be lightheaded. But look at you. You're in one piece. A Gumby.
One piece.
Very
I'm ready
flexible.
to go.
I see.
All right,
Great
come on over,
job,
Lisa. We'll
guys.
switch.
Wow.
Good job. So that was mostly kind of some solar acro yoga. And now I'm going to be working with Lisa, and we're going to be doing specifically the lunar side of it, which is also called therapeutic acro. So I know we did a whole show just about Vedic Thai yoga. Well, this is the combination of acro yoga and Vedic Thai yoga. So as you know, we love to put stuff together.
Great.
Let's do this. Yep. Over here. Turn around. Yep, there we go. Going right to leaf. You guys can go ahead when you're ready. Yeah. So this is one of my favorite poses. And I love this one because there's so many awesome things that I can do here. I love to actually include these in my private sessions. And when I'm doing Vedic Thai yoga sessions, we might spend a brief amount of time upside down like this. Okay. And she's getting all these benefits at the hip. We're getting this traction of the entire spine, just that elongation, just hanging here, just like you would if you came for aerial yoga class. But instead, I am your base. I am, kind of holding you up. So we can give her a little jiggle here. Really powerful, just kind of relaxing the body, relaxing the nervous system. And all the while, she's really not doing much at all. She's giving me just that little bit of pike. You can see the position she's in to help me hold her stable here. But outside of that, she's just literally just hanging out, enjoying that benefit of hanging here. And what's cool is we can come in and we can give a little traction, open up the side body, help with the posture. All right, your posture in life, make your body feel better. And give a little bit of shoulder massage back here. Just work. This is called White Cloud. This is the Vedic Thai hand position. And we just work in here. You can see they're working into their leaf over there in the slightly the same position, and just working in, getting some traction, enjoying being upside down. So we'll go from here. I can do all this stuff up and down the spine.
I could feel it virtually.
Right? You're like, get over here.
Yes.
Come on over. I'll put you upside down.
We're in New York.
And what's cool is that when you're working with an experienced base or you're working with an experienced instructor, you really don't need to have any experience. It's not the flyer actually can be guided through the instruction and through the guidance of the instructor or the base. So it's not something you have to have experience in order to make happen. So one of my other favorite ones is Super Yogi. All right. And this one is super great at just getting into the side body. So I'm actually going to take her over to the side, and at the same time, giving her a little bit of lateral side bend with my hips. And then coming in here, I can palm here in the shoulder. How's this feel, Lisa?
Amazing. There's no other way to get this stretch.
Yeah, there's like a big traction that I'm getting here down her side.
Now, I know you were doing instructional in a sense for us today, but how long would someone actually be holding this pose for? How long does each pose stay held for?
That at the beginning, when you're first starting as a base, probably 20 seconds, 30 seconds, not very long, definitely less than a minute.
Okay.
And then you're building up that endurance, building up that strength so that you can hold it longer. Because ideally, you want to be able to go as long as you want. And so we would build up that time just like this. Like I have to build up strength and endurance in my legs. If I'm going to do this for even longer than this kind of 30-minute section, I'd need to train for the week and just kind of get my legs to be a little bit stronger. But new bases, it takes some time. Go ahead and bend the elbows. There we go. And then bend this knees, soles of the feet together. So when you do something like this therapeutic Thai, and you have somebody with some experience, you could fly up to 12, 15, 30 minutes. When I've been at my strongest, I've definitely done one of these about 20 minutes, them completely in the air. And the feeling when you get down is unbelievable. Like it's a body high that is kind of almost uncomparable to a yoga class. And you know how good you feel when you come out of a yoga class. It's kind of like that times 100. So when you come up, Let's go ahead and legs wide, legs heavy. All right, we'll take a little twist. So really powerful to twist the spine. Doesn't matter if you're in yoga class or just sitting in the chair, you just twist yourself a little bit. Pasarita twist. And then we'll do the other side. Really nice.
That looks good. Wow.
And this is a normal yoga posture, right? This is, we would do this posture sitting in a wide leg pose, reaching for the opposite leg, right? This is totally something we would do in yoga, but I get this added benefit of making her upside down and helping to move and guide the spine and shoulders so that she can have something that's beyond your average yoga for sure. And coming back to center. Super. And then we'll go to the other side and we're going to make that transition. So one of the things that we can do is kind of a little fancier is work around and move.
Oh my gosh.
Postures. Go ahead. Yeah, let that leg go.
Wow.
And now we're in what they call straddle bat. And then go ahead and bring soles of the feet together, knees out, reach up for the ankles. There we go.
And now what's happening behind you? What are they doing?
All right, they're doing a little back fly.
Okay.
This is very similar to the position that we took before. Just get your legs toward the window a little more. There you go. And Kara's getting all those benefits of being upside down, but all those benefits of being in a back bend, which is really powerful. We don't really back bend a whole lot in our normal life, right? We do a lot of folding from sitting, and from all those would definitely be folds, but back bending, it's not really something that we kind of just, randomly pull a back bend, right? And we need to. That's one of the directions that our spine needs to go in order to be healthy. So here we can get in some awesome shoulder work. People tend to be really tight in the traps. And so I can utilize my knees to kind of hold her in position. And all this while I'm utilizing my thumbs to release the tension in the trapezius.
Wow.
So I know it's a hard place to ask you, but what's one of your favorite things about acro yoga, Lisa?
I would have to say the inversion, the flexibility that you gain, as well as that head high and that body high that Carrie was talking about.
Yeah, like right now, you're feeling really good, but as she comes up and actually comes up right, you suddenly have this rush of hormones, of neurotransmitters, and the body just feels like amazing. So that's why I love to do it. I have fun doing it, get stronger while I'm doing it, of course, but then the after effect is it's like 10 times a yoga class. And you don't necessarily have to do it for a whole hour in order to receive those types of benefits, right? We've only been here a few minutes upside down, and she's going to get a pretty major rush, nice little kick for natural endorphins.
Now, what is your favorite part about doing this, Carrie?
What's my favorite part of doing this? Really making me feel like a kid again, just kind of getting back to that place of fun and play. Go ahead and go to the, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Just making that connection with people, because there is kind of this unspoken communication. And I am in a way talking about body language. In a way, I am talking about the energy that is being given and received when we're doing acro. But we miss that connection with people. So oftentimes we are not looking at people. We're not making contact with them, and we're just living our lives. And we were really meant to be connected. We're really meant to have that connection with other people in our life. And through acro yoga, I've been able to create friendships and an energy that is just beyond your average connection, right? It's a way of bringing strangers together, and then you're no longer, right? You're no longer strangers. You've got instant friends. And what a better thing to be able to bring people together and create friendships, create those energy kinships, and just bring us together. And deep interests, for sure.
Oh, now how long has everyone there been doing this for? Just curious. And how long does it take to develop these type of skills?
Well, I've been doing acro for about 22 years, but acro yoga for about 8 or 9. And it's something that I also haven't done a whole lot of in the last couple of years. It's been something that with COVID and with just everything going on, it's been something that hasn't been as big a priority at our studio. How long have you been doing acro, Lisa?
I suppose about 3 years, 4. Maybe.
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 5 or 6.
5 or 6, Karen? Yeah.
Probably like 3 or 4. You actually introduced me to acro.
Yeah.
I had no idea it existed before I took his training. So yeah.
So you did regular yoga first, I guess. So some people may be intimidating, like, wow, can I really do that? But clearly we can, right? But how do you need to do the regular yoga first and learn that technique? Or do people come start right for acro yoga?
Kind of a little bit of both. You need to have a certain level, kind of fitness level, right? You need to be used to moving because we are moving, we are using our body. As a base, you got to have a little bit more flexible hips. So that's something that usually the non-yogis and the guys don't always have. So that's something we kind of work on developing as we go. You want to play?
Oh, cool. We got more.
We've always got more. We always got a few more things. We
can
do. Let's go back fly. Coming on in. One of my favorite moves. We got an opportunity to take different 5-day immersions in this, and this is one of the things that we learned on like our very last day of the 5-day immersion, of course, which is where all the really, really good treats come in. And this one, we're going to go to hammock first. Perfect. Now to the side. So I love this one because it gives me access to the hip flexor in a way that even when I do my Thai sessions, I don't always have this easy accessibility. So I call this the double-headed Hydra because it never was given a name when I learned it. But right now I'm actually working into her glutes. My knees are coming in to the different parts of her buttocks muscles. And then I'm also getting into her sacrum, working all of this. Give me a little bit more knee. There we go. And I'm able to work into these different sections here with one knee, can take her into give me a little more knee on that side. There we go. And we can work into these different sections of the glutes, which tend to be really, really tight on people. I can take her into quite a deep back bend here. And all the while, right, I'm kind of in like a squat. So I am working, but I'm not working super hard because I'm not actually holding her up right now. I'm going to switch her to the other side. So you can see she's just draped over top and a little bit more knee. There we go. And then all the while I'll go in onto this other side and work into the glutes. So there's just a ton of stuff. Just like in yoga, you could take acro yoga every week and still not know everything there is to know. There's tons and tons of transitions. So we're going to start to sit up. Tons and tons of transitions. There's tons of postures. There's tons of flow. You want to show them the thing? You up for it? Okay. All right, we got to be in reverse. Okay. There we go. That's more like it. All right, this is one of those ones that we've been doing a while, and Kara thinks that she forgets about it, but she actually knows how to do it quite well. Go ahead when you turn it. Go. Very nice. Take your time. Push. Good. That's all right. Good. Very good. Yep. So we got about halfway.
Good.
All right, we're going to try one more time.
Do it again. We have time.
Which is like, yeah, you can do it one more time. It's no problem.
It's easy for me. I'm just watching. You're like probably sweating.
I love it. All right, we're going again. Push harder in the arms. Good. Now you got to give me that other hand. You go, take your time. Boom. Woo! Second time is the charm.
Good job.
Very nice. You want to slowly lean back and come back to me? I got you. Yep, go ahead. Yep. Good. So as you can see, it develops a certain level of trust that most things don't, right? They don't require that level of trust, but
yeah,
we build that trust through practicing together, practicing these things, and really overcoming our fears, overcoming any of the challenges that arise in the practice. And we really ended up learning so much about ourselves in the process of doing acro yoga, whether it's basing or watching. It's one of my favorite things about it is that it doesn't matter whether you're a spectator, whether you are a base, a flyer, or a spotter. Everybody is entertained. Everybody is having a really enjoyable experience. And it's really why I think people should do divine play, right? Go get an opportunity to do some acro yoga, even if it's just lifting your kid and doing some airplane at home, right?
I could do that. I have a 4 and 6 year old. Yep.
Yep. The kids love it. The kids happen to be really good at it. They actually take it on really quickly. All 3 of my kids, they love to fly, and they're easy to fly because they're nice and light.
Don't you need a little bit of a breather? Just breathe for a second. You don't have to talk. I feel bad. Do you need some water? He's so on. He's like, I still have to talk. I still have 4 minutes. And I'm like, you can take a breather. It's okay.
We're used to going.
I'm sure. So now you offer these classes and so on and so forth. Tell us more about Soak Your Soul. And of course, how can people, is there certain set days for this? This is virtual. This is in person. Tell us a little more about it.
So acro yoga is something that we offer as a workshop. It's something that's usually offered around once a month or so. So it's something that you'd need to kind of plan ahead on. But many places have what they call acro yoga jams, where they'll get together in a local park. They'll get together at a certain location, and maybe every Friday at 5:00, and they'll meet and they do what's called a jam, which is they get together and play. They get together and practice the stuff that you learn. The best place to really learn acro yoga would be to find a foundational intro workshop or an intro class. That way you can get the foundations, the safety down, because that's something that we're going to really drive home in a workshop is that the safety, the spotting, right? Which you didn't really see any of today because we've been working together for a while. But if we were working on anything that we might fall out of or that we might need some extra help, we would have a spotter there ready to go so that we can help catch each other.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you guys for being here, for joining us today and occupying space with us. What would you want to leave for the listeners today? And of course, how can we reach out to you?
Absolutely. So if you're thinking about moving, you're thinking about yoga, don't wait. It's not what it seems. It never really is, but yoga is one of these things that's shrouded behind mysticism. It's behind a veil. And yoga is much more accessible than it seems. There are some really strange things about it, but it actually ends up being some of the most intriguing things are the strange things about yoga. But we create this experience in our head where we think that, I don't know really what people think that that's going to happen. And it's never what we've created in our mind. Our expectations for yoga are always so not in line with what reality is. It's never what really happens in a yoga class. In a yoga class, and it doesn't matter if it's acro or aerial or hot yoga, or it really doesn't matter the style. What we're really there is to help you find a better relationship with your mind, with your body, and with your spirit. And so if you're ready to have a better relationship with any 3 of those things, yoga is going to be a journey that you wish that you had started earlier.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here. How can we reach out to you?
You can reach out to us on our website at circussoul.com. That's circusoul.com. You can also reach us on our phone number at 941-922-9642.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, you, Carrie, and ladies, thank you for joining us as well. Hope you guys have a great, beautiful day and a fantastic rest of your week.
Thank you. Have a great day. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye. Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Hi guys, it's Mary-Eve from It's Me Time Podcast, and I am so happy to be here with you today. I got a couple more things I want to chat with you. I always have plenty of things I can chat with. Every day I go and do lives on TikTok. Man, I chat for hours. I can chat. There's one night last week, my God, I went on TikTok live at 10:30 and went to bed at 4 a.m. That was a short night for me. But if you don't know who I am Mary-Eve Mongrain. I'm a mindset life coach. I also am a self-love life coach. That's what I teach people, because I teach the law of attraction and law of assumption. But to attract what we truly desire, we gotta love ourselves unconditionally. Because why do I want the dream job? Why do I want to have the dream man or woman? Why do I want the house? Or because it's gonna make me feel happy. But you can choose to be happy right now. The reason we're not allowing ourselves is because we have beliefs that we are unworthy or unlovable. If I don't like how I look, I'm not fully happy. You can be really happy, but if you're like, oh my God, look at this face. Ugh. Right? You're not truly happy if you complain about who you are all the time. Like you can give love to everything. Like, oh yeah, I'm happy. I did a good job. Are you fully happy? Can you wake up in the morning and say, I love myself 100% of the time? So that's one of my mission in life is, to bring heaven on earth. And so heaven on earth is no judgment, right? If you believe in God, God doesn't judge anyone, right? So for me, it's just like working on this with myself, first of all, because the world is only a reflection of how I see myself, as within, so without. So by offering me a safe space to allow all my emotions, to allow the personalities that want to come out of me, to allow whoever I am, who's emerging, to allow her and not judge her, and not judge my past, which I did for a long time, right? I judge my choices. I'm like, oh my God, I judge people around me. But if I'm really highly critical of me, I cannot not be critical of you, right? If I'm like, oh my God, this is gross. Oh, who are they for doing that? It's because there's a part of me that does not allow myself to be expressing who I am, because I'm afraid of your judgment, because I'm judging you. And I don't want to judge myself that way, right? I'm a good person. So for all of you good people out there who say, I wouldn't do that, I'm a good person, you're judging them. So right there, yes, you're a good person, but they're also a good person. They're just doing things that you wouldn't do, right? And every circumstance is neutral. The way you see it depends on how you view yourself. So as you start viewing yourself in a self-loving way, where you're not judging yourself and you're like, yeah, okay, I got good things and I got things that I'm like more shitty that I've done. I still love myself, forgive myself, right? But you're going to do the same for others. And once you start seeing people act on your energy, so they might act differently with other people. So if people around you believe highly of themselves and they're worthy, that person, let's just go with the example of a narcissistic person. That person will be super nice and, super nice with these people. But when with you, if you believe you're shitty, why are they acting weird like me? Why are they emotionally abusing me and not the other people? It's about emotions. It's about how you feel. If you already feel like shit within, like you feel like you're trash and not good enough, and you want to prove like, oh my God, I want to prove myself, and then you get emotionally abused and you still stay in that relationship, that's because there's a lack of self-love, right? The codependency will make you stay in situations that are toxic, because if you loved yourself, you would get out. Right? So there's a fear. And so these person also have this. So it's energy, right? They act on that. That's why I help people feeling better about themselves so they can attract better. Because it's not the guy you want to change. Because if you change the guy or the girl, we have not changed the belief surrounding who you are, you're going to attract the same kind of things. Or it's going to be at your job where you feel like, man, they don't believe in me, or I feel like, I feel stressed in my work. It all comes down from within, and now you see yourself, right? So this is why I help people. So that's what I do, a mindset life coach. Today I want to chat about when you're holding, right? I did share for a while ago, I shared the story of my daughter who lost her first tooth on a Disney cruise ship, right? Everything is frequency. Now I'll reshare that story because for me, it's something I like to share because it's such an example. Like it's so vivid how you can apply it, right? So we were going back to our bedroom, because I had to go and change the girls' clothes because their bathing suit was wet. So for them to go at the daycare, it was a no. They said, you need to change them. And I was a little pissed off because I'm like, man, I'm losing my me time. This is the only time I have of myself on the ship. And now here I am with my kids again, right? And it takes like about 20 minutes to get the room and back. But then my daughter lost her tooth. And I looked for that tooth for 20 minutes. And I'm not kidding you, like looked everywhere, all the way, like not the whole all the way, like where she lost it, and couldn't find it for 20 minutes. And then I said, time out. I know when we are meant to have something, when it's due to be in your life, you cannot miss it. Being your dream job, being a job that you want, if it's money, if it's a boyfriend, girlfriend, like partner, something, I think even children, when you are a match to it, you have to have it. You have to have it. There's no way you cannot see it. And so after 20 minutes of like looking for the tooth, I was like, wait, I know my theory. I teach this stuff. Why am I still looking? Because I know when I find the tooth, I'm going to be like, oh my God, so happy, bliss, proud of my girl. Like it's going to be joy, right? But it wasn't the vibration of being frustrated and like pissed off and just like impatient. So it's not that the tooth isn't there. The tooth is there. I just can't see it, right? So we came back 8 hours later. I had seen the vacuum on the floor with the agent, the person, the attendant. I'm like, well, if you see a vacuum, if you see a tooth on the floor, it's ours. And I'm not kidding you. I did 2 steps and look on the floor. I'm like, wait, what? What's that? And I find the tooth like this. Like this, the tooth was right in the middle of the hallway for me to see it. So like, once you're meant to have something, once you change the vibration, you can do it. So I start my sentence like, when you're holding on to something, if you're holding on to the thing, because there's frustration, like, I don't want to let you go because if I let you go, I'm afraid I won't have you ever again. But that is why you don't see it, because like you're frustrated, there's frustration. And when you let go, and actually there's this example, and you might not see it, you guys on who are listening, but there is this example I'd seen where you're holding a pen, right? You're holding a pen or something in your hand and you're holding it tight. And it's, oh, you know, if I let go, like this is my precious jewelry that can break if I let go, right? If I let go, I'm holding the pen with the palm down. If I let go, it's gonna fall and then I'm gonna lose it. But somebody had said one, and again, sources, I don't know where it is, what is the source, but somebody said, what if you hold the pen, turn your hand around and let go? Then the pen is still in your hand, right? Now the palm is face up. So letting go, just go with, when I let go, the belief that it's still in mine, now I can take it and enjoy it. If I'm letting go really tight, I'm hurting myself. So yesterday, one thing that I've done for myself, I've been part of the community of Nick Bro with amazing community, amazing program. I became a certified master freedom leader. So I teach law of attraction. I teach people how to get in alignment with their desires. And I've been in that community for 1.5 years now, like almost 2 years. And once I got my certification, once we got our certification, we get to be an affiliate as well, right? So if people want to join the program, they get to sign through me and I get paid a certain amount of money. And if people want to join this program to become a freedom leader, I get also paid. I can help them out. So I stayed like in the community. Yes, amazing lives, and there's a lot of support, and the community is super amazing. I have lots of friends, but for a while I was like, I don't go that much to the lives anyway. I don't make money anyway, like, but I was still holding on to, but this is one source of income. I was not making any money, but it's one source, one stream of income that I have, right? So yesterday I said, you know what? I had the impulse. I'm like, you know what? That's it. I'm done. I've done it for a year and a half. I've offered the seminar like 2-3 months in a row. Nobody signed up. I offered it again this year. Nobody signed up. Like, I'm not getting clients. I'm not getting anything, right? So I'm like, why am I still holding on to this? This is not like, as if I believe that if I let go of that I'm not gonna have money coming in elsewhere, right? And so I said, you know what? Yesterday I had like an impulse. I said, no, this is not in alignment, because when I'm in alignment, everything lines up so easily. I shouldn't have to put so much effort in marketing this program and doing all of this and not having any results, not having anyone. So I was pissed off at this, and I said, you know what, I'm out. So I canceled my membership. So August, I'm going to be out of this program, not because it's bad, just because I said, okay, I have to release the control. And I got to tell the universe, okay, now I know this was my support for them. And you know, if I start making money until then no, I'm going to be signing up, right? But it's not like until then, it's good. But what I did is, okay, for me, in my mindset, being in this program was one way, right? It's one way. Like, I know his program is super awesome and I believe in him, and I was ready like to give him a bunch of clients and being paid at the same time. But then there was a part of me that was like, yeah, but by sharing his thing, like I'm not building my own community, right? Like, it's kind of a band-aid. I'm not building my own community. I'm promoting his community, first of all. Then second of all, it was, I'm just going to take a sip of water here. Second of all, it was more like, I'm not making any money anyway. What am I losing? Right? I was afraid of losing the affiliate benefit, which were not benefiting me. I was paying for $4,400 a year to have this title of affiliate, which was not making me money anyway. So right, I said, so when I said to him, so by signing out, like I'm going to cancel, all is good. What benefit do I keep? What do I not? What do I lose? Right? So it's like, well, you lose the affiliate, you lose access to, you know, the program online. Like, that's fine. It's not like I lose it because I didn't have it anyway in the first place, right? So like, there was a little bit of being pissed off about that for me. I put so much effort and not being recognized for my effort, right? And so, but there was a part of me that felt stuck, right? By being this affiliate, by doing his program, I feel stuck because can I share this with these people? I cannot put my own price because he obviously suggests his own pricing, right? So I probably could change it, but it's kind of a little bit of starting to be standardized. And I don't want to go like, it's his program. Yes, I have the right to use it and sell it with my own twist on it, like with my own thing. But I felt stuck in staying in that mold of he's still the boss, right? He's still the boss. If I want to offer it for free to people, I'm not quite sure how it goes with him. And so for me, it was like, I need to be done. I need to cut this. Anyway, it's summer, so it's going to be fine. And it's kind of like me flying with my own wings, right? Saying, okay, because when I'm in this collective, it's great, but I still feel like the student. And I know I'm a freaking expert. I know I'm a master at what I do, and I'm an expert. But when I'm in that community, I feel like a student, which is okay too, right? There's nothing wrong, but it's not allowing me to grow and develop my own things. I could, like it's my choice, but I follow my excitement. And when I'm stuck in energy, I can't do this. So I said, no, it's nothing wrong with the program. I just, my inner being is guiding me to something else. And now I'm also doing some more photo shoots and things are happening a little more. I'm doing some more other work that are more creative for me, like the dancing class. I'm like, ooh, things are starting to show up more. And yesterday I canceled my Freedom Formula membership. So it was, for me, it was a big step. Like, right, I thought about it for a few months and like, I'm going to stay it, but then I didn't go much more. So for me, it was still a big decision. to leave that community. But then later on, I did a live on TikTok in the evening, and I do a lot of lives, so especially in the evening once the girls are asleep. If you are on TikTok, you can come and find me there. What happened is I was sharing, like, I'm starting to embody more the sexual, divine feminine who's comfortable and feels safe to be seen, right? So I'm trying to wear a little more tight fitting, like short, crop top, and kind of my teenager self wanting to express herself, who never was comfortable in sharing that. I was the teenager with glasses and acne and short hair and who had been rejected. I never had a boyfriend. I was working at the cafeteria and at the school store. So like, I was not the divine princess. I was not the cute, anyway, in my eyes, maybe I was wrong, but in my eyes, I was not the hot chick. Anyway, so this being said, yesterday on the live, like here I am being live on people, and I know there's a bunch of men and guys that come talk to me, and I'm having fun, right? I talk about my sexual experiences. I talk about a bunch of stuff on those lives because I share about these experiences through the lens of love attraction and how we create and manifest our reality. Like, it's not just to tease you guys. No. I share my experience as a learning experience. And then I was sharing how I'm doing seduction dance classes, and somebody said, "Oh, can you do the dance on live?" And I was like, no, I'm just trying to be comfortable in wearing these clothes. I know in front of you guys, I'm not dancing. And in the end, I did an hour dance class. Like I did an hour dance practice. And I said, well, tomorrow I do have my dance class, and I would like to know my dance routine very, very well. So I did an hour of dance class of like just practicing my 3-4 different choreography, which are very, very seductive, very sensual. And but I was doing it live, right? Which was for me really like, oh, okay. At first uncomfortable, but then after that, I'm like, oh yeah, let's do this. Like, and just talking about it and having fun. And having fun is the essence of everything, right? But then after, so that was me getting out of my comfort zone, because we're gonna have an audience anyway, so may as well do it live there and get comfortable right away. But then last night, just before I went to bed, which was like 2 a.m., there was a guy from 2-3 years ago that I had chatted with, and he messaged me back. Somebody who wanted to sleep with me, but it's okay, right? Facebook dating at that time, I was in the vibration I wanted to sleep with people, which is fine, right? But he reached out and wanted to confess something, and I tried with someone who's doing work on himself and wanted to get my opinion on his situation. So like a little bit of coaching, like I know you're life coaching, and my therapist said you're safe, and like that to talk to someone who's safe. I'm like, okay, right. And then this morning, I tried another lady who messaged me out of nowhere saying, I listened to your podcast, and hi, I won't tell you who you are, but thanks for reaching out. If you're listening to this podcast, it was amazing. I'm super happy that you messaged, and I'm so proud of you for having reached out, right? Because what you're going through, not easy. And that's anyone, right? Anyone, you guys are going through something. It's not easy. No matter what it is, it's not always easy. And when you reach out, I'm not going to reach out to you. I'm not the person who's going to go on your private page and your DMs and say, hey, I'm a life coach. You want to work with me? No, I don't do that. I trust that my podcast and my social media content that I share who I am and my experience is enough for you to know there's no judgment in whatever you're going through or whatever is going on in your life. And that when you're ready, when you get your highest, your inner being giving you the impulse to work with someone, like a life coach, somebody you trust, then you'll think of me, right? I don't go in people like, and that's why like, it does not match the old system, marketing system of like go in DMs, go comment on their posts and then say how awesome they are. And then, like just kind of bring them to your, like to offering your services. I'm like, no, for me, it's not. But anyway, I got 2 people after leaving the Freedom Formula, being comfortable and sharing who I am, in my body sexually and just like dancing. It's just a dance class. I love Zumba. I could be doing Zumba. I could be doing Beachbody on TikTok, which I did in January. But now it's like seduction class. For me, it's no different. Like it was a little bit different, but it's just a mindset. Now, like, you know what? It's me enjoying dancing. And I'm sexy, so I'm gonna dance sexy. If it makes people uncomfortable, then let them be uncomfortable. Right? I'm not gonna shrink myself for others to be comfortable around me. I'm done with that. Right? But I had to be comfortable. I have to learn to be comfortable with myself, right? So if I go like this and move my shoulders and then just like be a little more seductive, before I'd be like, oh my God, she's trying to get some sex. Oh my God, like she's gonna steal everyone's husband. Like, no, but like, I'm just gonna be me, my super sexy self, which now I love myself so much. I'm gonna let men come to me and I say yes or no, right? It's like, no. And like, I love TikTok because the comments I get, some days I'm like, and I appreciate all the men on TikTok who are like, oh, dude, that was so rude. Oh my God, dude, this is weird. Like, stop being a creep. And I appreciate all the men who say those things. And at the same time, like, you know what? It's okay. Whatever people's comment, I get the choice to say if it's creep or not, because I know I'm still talking about stuff like that. Like, I'm open. And instead of judging the people for writing stuff, I'm learning to put my own boundaries. So some days, because it's not the behavior that's a problem, right? It's how I feel with it. So for example, my kids, some days they want to hug me so tight. I'm like, oh yeah, love it. And some days I'm like, please get away from me. I feel like imprisoned when you hug me. And it does happen, right? But they're just both giving me hugs, right? Both times they're a hug. The only difference is how I feel within. Some days I feel like I want and accept it. Some days I feel entrapped. So it's not the hug that's the problem, it's how I feel. It's not even a problem, it's just, this is how it is, right? Same thing with those comments. Oh, I can say, okay, yes, you want mommy? Oh, let me be your mommy. I'm my little sweetheart baby, right? I can play along with those men, but those now, like, as I'm getting more in my sacred space, more of like respecting myself, some days I'm like, you know what? No, today was like, I will not tolerate that today. This is not that kind of life right now. No, go find someone else. Not today. Like, putting your boundaries. So instead of seeing how it's bad and saying you're a bad person for saying this, how is that going to help someone evolve? Does not. So in saying, okay, there's nothing wrong, but for me, I'm not like, this is not me right now. Last week it was, right now it's not. So go find someone else. If that's how you want to write, no. But it's learning to say no, or it's learning what I'm accepting right now or not, right? So it always comes down to the choice of how I feel, how I'm seeing things. So I don't reach out, and I do trust, if you love my content and you do feel like you like what I say and that you feel like there's something that could help you out, I trust my inner being is talking to you, and your inner being is going to give you a sign or something to work with me, and you reach out to me. Not the opposite. I attract, I don't chase. And my first client I had, I don't know if you remember that story, the first paying client I had, this is why I also don't chase clients, right? I was at a random event of Lisa Nichols, and it was an online event. I've been there for half an hour, and there's this girl from Europe who messaged me through Messenger, and she's like, what are you, like, hi, this is my name. What are you doing on Lisa Nichols' program? How are you liking it? How long have you been here? What do you do? So I like telling her about the program I was in, and I said, I'm a life coach. She said, oh my God, I'm looking for a life coach. Can I hire you? She's the one who asked me if she could hire me. I'm like, well, I don't have any clients right now. Like, check, but I can be your first client. Like, okay, I don't know how to charge you. Come up with a price, right? So she wasn't matched to me and who I was then. She came to me. So when I have coaches that say, go talk to that many people, and like, why? So I can coerce them and like just like manipulate and know like, this is what's going on, and I know I can change that for you. No, the day they want to change, if they're a match to me, they're going to be attracted. The universe will send them my video or something for them to come to me. And there's something that happens, I'm talking about the sacred space, was because on Instagram, and I don't know for you guys, on Instagram, I have a bunch of people, especially coaches, old paradigm, who reach out, like they friend me on Instagram or Facebook. And for me, at one point, I was not friending people, right? It was my personal space, people I've only known and met in person. And at one point I said, I'm going to allow more in my life. And instead of having like drama stuff about family members on Facebook and anger and stuff, I said, I'm going to have a bunch of coaches, bunch of inspiring people. So when I see their posts, at least it's positive and inspiring, right? But now you have a bunch of them that's like, hey, I'm this kind of coach. I see you could have more clients. I see you could have more this. How about this and that? Like I can help you. And I'm like, I'm a little tired of I'm there. Like if I invite you on my Instagram, I say yes. And I say, you come and say hi to me. I don't want you to sell me anything. I don't need anything. If you're saying me something, it's because you think I'm hopeless, powerless, and that you're the only one who can give me a solution. I don't want to buy anything. Actually, when I accept you, whoever is out there coming in my DMs, or like, if I accept you on my Instagram, like whatever, if I'm accepting you and my friends, I see your tagline. Oh, she's a coach of that. Before I even accept, I know, like, I'm like, oh, that's that kind of coach. That's that kind of, okay, they help people get more, like 10,000 people, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, so these people is what they do. I don't expect you to come and sell me, right? Okay, cool. I can add them to my group. They come and talk to me. You're coming into my space. I'm not going into your space. You are coming into my community, in my collective, in my group, right? On my page. So, but I know what you do before even I accept you. That's why I accepted you. But not to come and sell me. That way, it's like, comment. And I did a post on Instagram and TikTok too. I said, instead of selling me your programs, first, especially those who are trying to get me to have more followers and more money, like they're like, oh, your content is amazing. Your profile looks fantastic. I know I've got great content, but you don't comment on it unless like DM me this picture so you can have more followers. Wow. Now, if you want me to work with you, and that goes for everyone, interact with my content, interact with anything I say, all the posts, like actual commenting, like share your opinion or your life experience. And then if I like what you say, or if I like the post, right? People need to start trusting that the universe has their back. Because if I like the post, whatever you post on your page, and if I like how you comment, like not how, if I like how you comment, but if I like the opinion and whatever you bring of value to my comment and to my page, or just like the universe made me see your page, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I like this perspective. Then I'm going to go and see you. Because if you come and see me, it's because you don't trust that your content is valuable enough and is enough to sell itself. That's how I see it. If you have the need to come and see me and say, hey, I want to sell you this. No, because you don't trust that the universe will bring the people that you need when it's time. So you're forcing things. I want to see if I like you first. And if I like what you say, and then like if I like your story, because you all do the same thing. You all want me to have more money, and you all want me to have more followers. Now, you're all doing the exact same techniques. Who do I like the best? Because it's not a technique that's going to get me to sign up with you. Do I like your mindset? Do I like how you think? Do I like the kind of posts you post? That's it. That's how I make my decision. And that's how I expect other people to make decisions when they want to work with me, right? So like, it's my secret space. If you come and ask me to be my friend and go on to my page, you're coming into my space. So I can say what the heck I want. I actually blocked one lady. She didn't say anything wrong, right? But after that, like I said, you know what? You make me hate being a coach. Because I love coaching. I really do. But I told you to stop, like I told you no. And you make me hate being a coach because then people don't want, as soon as I talk to them, they're like, oh, no, I don't want anything. And I was in fairs as well. They're afraid I'm going to sell them something. I can have a genuine conversation with anyone. And like, yeah, I'm going to sell a life coach. And then if they're more interested in the service, they're going to ask. But because people would go in and like, oh, I love what you're doing. Oh man, that's so good. But then, you know what? I can teach you this. And right? That's just gross. Anyway, that's my opinion. And so I blocked that lady. I said, like, I told her I was not interested. And she's like, oh yeah, I understand. And I kept going, like, nope, just blocked her. Like, I just did a post that that obviously did not see, because you kept going about selling, but like underselling, like consciously, but like going around the bush. I said I was not interested in working with you. Just move on to the next person, right? Anyway, so that was my thing about sacred space. And for you guys, when you hire a life coach, that's me or anyone else, you gotta do it with your yes. Like, yeah, this person I really trust. I like where they've been. I like how they went through their thing, and I like their mindset. And you might not be a match to me. You might be a match to someone else. Obviously, hopefully you're a match to me. But if you're not, it's okay. I know all is good. But just know that you get to learn to set up your own boundaries. Right? For me, this experience, like, she's not a bad person. I just learned to say no. And when we pass the no, I put my boundaries. I said, I'm going to block you. And please, if you're going to sell me stuff, leave my account right now. I don't want you on my page. I don't care if I'm losing followers. I want people who are interactive for real. So it's an example for you. Instead of saying, oh, she's a bad person, this is a bad circumstance, how can I use it for my own growth? Oh, I've learned to say no. I've learned to put a boundary in place and see what my style is or not. Or maybe I need to accept that one day I'll do that or not. We get to use these things. People come in your life for a reason, and see how it makes you feel within and what your value system are. You're getting more clarity. Anyway, I'm getting more support. And by being in my sexual energy, it's the creative energy. Sexual power is like life force, right? So everything is going to start being attracted, and I'm having fun, because now I'm going to have fun being me, and money is going to be seduced by me, and everybody will be seduced by me. So you are. Anyway, guys, it's time for me to go. It was such a pleasure to talk to you again. I don't know which number episode that is. It doesn't matter. Everything is a vibrational match to where you're at in your journey. Please feel free to leave me comments. I don't know where you're leaving comments, but you can come and message me on Messenger, Instagram, DM me. Come and tell me how awesome I am, or like if how I'm helping you, or if you need support, come. Don't be afraid to reach out, and don't be sorry if you're reaching out. Like, you actually should be proud. And so you can find me on maryofmongrain.com or on Instagram and TikTok and marymongrain90. On this, you guys, may your day be as awesome as you are. And for those who think they're not awesome, then may your day be as awesome as I am. I love that one. Like, that's like. So I wish you an amazing day, guys. Ciao. Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So when I talk to friends, family, anybody who says they're going through some challenges and they've tried a lot of different things, maybe energy healing, whatever it might be, medication, and it hasn't worked, I always say, have you tried hypnotherapy? Because I found it really does work. And that's only in the past few months. It was a game changer for me. I wish I knew her back then. I know her now, and she's a fantastic hypnotherapist. Joy Shakespeare is on the program with us. Hi, Joy. How are you?
I'm very well, Steve. Thank you. All is well here.
Yes. Well, when you say here, we have to say live and direct from the UK, specifically Oxford, right?
That's right, near Oxford, which is about 40 miles northwest of London.
Fabulous. I have to ask, a lot of times, even overseas, your weather, what's it like over there in Fahrenheit?
In Fahrenheit, it's probably about 50 degrees.
Okay, well, here we're in the New York area and we're floating around there too, maybe like 53 degrees right now.
Yeah, it's not cold and it's been bright and sunny all day.
Terrific. Yeah, same thing here. Well, let's bring the sun out for a lot of people dealing with some challenges, and that could be anywhere from people looking to stop smoking, lose weight, have anxiety, fears, so many other challenges. What are some of the other things that hypnotherapy can help people with?
Well, the things I find people come to me most often with are anxiety and phobias, things that they're afraid of. Those are the two most common things. And the phobias are fear of spiders, fear of flying, fear of all kinds of irrational things. But anxiety is the big one that people find dealing with their experience on a daily basis difficult, and they want to reduce their stress levels.
I met somebody, let's see here, about 4 months ago, and she had lots of anxiety. And it was from a trauma that took place about a year and change ago. And prior to that, she used to have a little bit of anxiety, but it exasperated it, this one situation. And I said, try hypnotherapy. And we went from her going to a restaurant and actually saying, I don't know if I can be here. I might have to leave. And we always had this rule. If you have to leave, you say, we go, no problem. Had hypnotherapy, one session, actually two. Somebody was local she went to, don't feel it was that good. Found somebody for her, like yourself, did it virtually. And sure enough, another couple of weeks after that, at a restaurant, no problem. At
Yeah.
another gathering, people around, no problem. And I would even say on the 10 scale, give me, 1 to 10, 10 being, we have a problem, got to run, got to get out of here now. She'd be floating previously at like a 5 or a 6 after hypnotherapy, a 0, sometimes a -1, maybe a 1, depending, on the day situation. So it really does make a difference. Like you said, for anxiety, it's amazing.
Yes, it is. And one of the things I do routinely is teach people self-hypnosis so that in the future you put me out of business, that you can do it for yourself. And I think that's a really useful skill. I wish they'd teach it in schools.
Agreed. There's so many things they should be teaching in school. They don't teach it. When we say self-hypnosis, I don't want to give you your secret sauce away here, but how do we do that? How do you self-hypnotize yourself? How do you get into that state?
Okay. Well, it's not something I can teach you in 2 minutes, but it is something I can teach you in an hour. And it's something I do routinely over a couple of sessions for my clients if they want to. And how you do it is, first of all, you learn what the fully relaxed hypnotic state feels like. You find that space within yourself so that you have mind memory and body memory. And then you can find a way to find it quickly whenever you need it, usually through some kind of trigger. And when you can do that, then you learn how to give yourself the positive messages, those lovely little affirmations, those helpful suggestions. And when you can do that, you've learned.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joy, we need to find the happy place. Call it that,
That's it.
where you are in a, call it a trance, hypnotic state, however you want to describe it. And a lot of times, as I understand it, right before you go to sleep, you're actually in that state.
Yes, you are. And in fact, we're in that state quite often during the day as well. I don't know if you're ever in a place where somebody can call your name, but you've been so deeply absorbed in perhaps a video game or a TV program that you don't hear them. You're in an altered state of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Other people, they drive a familiar route and they get to where they're going and they have no idea because they have no memory of doing it. And yet they were operating, they didn't crash, they were fine. These are altered states of consciousness, and a trance, hypnotic trance, is just another altered state of consciousness, so that you are in fact aware and fully awake, but you are in a place where you are so relaxed you're able to do different things and react differently.
I'm so glad we started talking about hypnotherapy in the way we did, because you just proved that we can put ourselves in that state. And when you hypnotize somebody, all you're doing is helping us get to that state. Whereby a lot of people think that, oh, the hypnotist is doing things and they're taking over your mind. No, you're just facilitating, you're helping us get to that point where we can put the positive affirmations in and, call it attack the problem, whatever the problem is.
Yes, that's exactly right, Steve. And doing it that way, it means that it's nothing to be afraid of, because it's something that we all experience, as you say, on a regular basis. It's nothing to be afraid of. Nobody controls you, and I cannot make anybody become a chicken. I promise. That's a trick. It's a magic trick. I can't do that, and I won't. Even if I could, I wouldn't.
Yeah, and nobody's going to run out and rob a bank.
Absolutely no way. Not going to happen.
Because it can't happen. The only way that could ever happen is if somebody genuinely wants to rob a bank. All right. So and it's not that you're going to tell them to do it. They're just going to do it anyway.
That's exactly right. Because nobody can make you do anything you don't want to do, only what you do want to do. But you sometimes need to find that what you want to do deep down in your deepest needs and your deepest desires, which is why hypnotherapy is really useful, because it helps you find that place. And it's also really useful because that's where your real fears, your traumas lie. And when you treat them through hypnotherapy, you can make them go away.
When you say go away, do they go away forever? Can they creep back? I mean, everybody's different. Every situation is different.
Okay. And yes, every situation is different. And every person is different. It depends on what it is. So that, for example, you don't ever want to take away somebody's memories. You just want those memories to be memories rather than a daily lived experience. So in other words, with your friend who was dealing with a traumatic situation, the reason she couldn't deal perhaps with being in crowded places in a restaurant was that she would have a flashback, a memory that was intrusive. But if she could just remember that something bad happened in the past, it deals with it in the past. It's just a memory. It's not good. It's still there. But it's not happening now. And that's what hypnotherapy can do about trauma. Move it to where it should be, in the memory, and not now.
And the trauma that I described, and we don't need to go into detail, it was definitely justified. I can totally understand why she would feel that way, why she would have anxiety, why different situations may present themselves in different ways, without a doubt. So what you're saying, Joy, is that the memory is still there, but it is a memory. That was then. Let me clarify that. You can distinguish between the two. That was then, this is now, as opposed to the then creeping into the now when it's not the truth.
That's actually right, completely right. Because we want to remember things, we want them in their proper place in our brains as memories. What we don't want is for those memories to intrude on our current now and get in the way of our daily life. So that what I want as a therapist, is to help people live happier and more fulfilled lives, free from all that's holding them back.
Let's say you were in a past relationship and things were good for a period of time, then things changed, and then you moved on from that relationship. Can hypnotherapy, number one, help you there, not to get triggered when you think of those memories, but can it also make those memories, best description, minimized. So they're there. If you want to recall them, they're there, but they're kind of like off to the side in a file cabinet. I always say, throw it in a file cabinet, close the door, and they're there.
That's right. Like putting them in a photo album and putting that photo album on the shelf. But you're right. Yes, you can do that. And the good thing about doing that with memories that are hard and difficult is that hypnotherapy is a wonderful tool because you can actually go back in time in your imagination and you can reassure your past self. And doing that can clear up some of the things that are happening now in the present. And that also helps you move on with your life, have a better life right now.
Do you find joy in working with people and talking with people that, let's say something happened in their childhood and that is a thread that follows them all through their life to the point where they're here now, and maybe they made bad choices along the way, maybe they didn't deal with situations as they probably should have because of that one thing back then?
Yes, that happens a lot. And I see a lot of people who had trauma or difficult situations in their childhood that they've never fully resolved. Quite often they don't remember all the detail of that and they don't need to. And I would never ask them about that because we don't want to re-traumatize people. We don't want to go over old ground. What we do want to do is to give them a happier, more fulfilled life now by dealing with, first of all, the impact that childhood experiences had on them. So teaching them the tools to deal with it. And secondly, if they want to, we can go back and just get rid of the cause in a way that is helpful to them. It's only in your imagination. It's not real. We can't really change the past. What we can change is the future.
Interesting. I love the way you speak about hypnotherapy because you're so clear and direct and it's just very easy to understand.
Mm.
Do you encounter a lot of people that don't know why they act the way they do?
Sure. And I think that we all know that. We all know that we found ourselves doing something that we said we wouldn't do, as perhaps we have wandered to the fridge and taken something out and eaten it before we've actually thought about that. We know we've said something when we didn't mean to say that, but it just came upon us. We all know those times when our subconscious desires, needs, thoughts have driven our conscious minds, actions, behaviors. And that is the most important thing about hypnotherapy. We know that. So why don't we go back and talk to that subconscious mind and say, okay, how can we address this differently? Which is where habits and addictions can be dealt with in hypnotherapy really successfully.
Excuse me, let's talk about addiction.
Sure.
Tell me more about how you
Okay.
help somebody.
So let's say a very straightforward, simple addiction that a lot of people have to cigarettes. That's a very simple one that a lot of people have. So with smoking, it's, well, where did that come from? Why is it so good? Why does it become automatic? Why is it becoming an addiction? And there's a physical dependency, but there's something much more important, which is a psychological dependency. And if we address the psychological dependency, we all know that the physical dependency will fall away. You're going to have a pretty rough couple of days. But after that, it's the psychological one that keeps you reaching for that packet. So in order to address the addiction that's in your mind and not in your body, what we need to do is to change the way you think about it. Use your own motivation, use your own belief system, your own drivers in order to challenge that. And if you do that successfully, stopping smoking is a one-session thing. Other addictions are more complex. alcohol and other drugs can be much more difficult to treat because there are other sorts of dependencies going on, but they're possible and they do work. Gambling, sex addiction, shopping addictions. I've seen people with all of those things, and those things too can be overcome. They're not one session because we need to dig a little deeper. To be honest, the one that's the most difficult is the weight, is the eating, because we all have to eat, otherwise we'll die. And that's more tricky.
Interesting. Yeah, because when you isolate the, let's say the cigarettes or something else, it's not in your face anymore.
That's right.
So you have to eat. We often hear the people describe themselves as being addictive personalities. So that may be an addiction to cigarettes or substance abuse or alcohol. Does that go back to one central event or trauma? Where does it, does it begin somewhere and then they have those addictions along the way?
To be perfectly honest, there are lots of theories about this. Is there such a thing as an addictive personality? Is there a single cause for all addiction? I doubt it. I think the jury's out, to be honest. I don't know. But what I will say is that we have to be very careful by removing one addiction that you don't perhaps encourage another. So what you need to do is address the reason for the addiction using the person's own motivation, their own belief system, not something that you're imposing on them. And if you do that, you're not going to get the risk of a different addiction coming in.
Okay, so what you're saying is pick one, work on that, and see where you go from there.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah. Do you think would you say there's a very strong possibility that they're all in one person, they're all connected to one central situation?
It could be.
It could be.
Everybody's different. I'll give you a really good example. For some people, where they have problems with how they see themselves, what we call their self-esteem, then maybe they will be addicted to a number of different behaviors that will enhance their self-esteem in their own eyes. So that, for example, they may think they're not interesting, so they will start to drink more alcohol. Or they may feel that they are not interesting or they're not worthy, and therefore they're not worthy of having good relationships. So they'll get into abusive relationships. Those are having the same root, those two addiction behaviors. But again, I'll say you go back to where that person is and you look at what's causing it for them. I'm not entirely convinced that there is an addictive personality, but I do think that if there is a root cause, an issue, if you need to go there and look at that.
Interesting. We do have somebody asking a question. We're going to get to that for just a moment, but I wanted to, while we're talking about anxiety, it just brought back a memory. I know someone who is forever picking people in relationships that have anxiety. Like somehow they seek them out. They're like a radar, like a magnet to others that have major anxiety issues. And for some reason, the friend of mine was always picking those kinds of people. Why do you think that might be? And can that be helped?
And I think that you're describing a pattern of behavior.
Exactly.
So if you're describing a pattern of behavior, it's really interesting to find out when that started and what is the gain that they get from that.
Or do they? I don't have an answer, but I don't know.
They will get a gain. That's why they do it. There will be something that they get from it. So it may well be that they feel good when they're nurturing. That's an example. It might be that they like to feel better than the person that they're looking after who has anxiety. There could be all kinds of reasons. But if there's a pattern, let's go have a look.
Interesting. And a friend of mine that told me that this has been a kind of habitual situation doesn't want to deal with people that have anxiety, but maybe there's something there. And why do people gravitate toward my friend, or he finds, I don't know. I don't have that answer.
Yeah, and that will be part of the bit of our subconscious mind that we don't understand that's driving the behavior. Just like the person going to the fridge and taking something out and eating it when they didn't really mean to.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly the same thing.
So we have Teresa checking in from, it's Bronx, New York, and instantfeedbacksteve@gmail.com is how she reached us. She says, I have a fear of being alone, and I believe it's because my father left our family when I was very, very young. Is this something that you could help me out with?
The answer is yes. That a fear of being alone is something that a lot of people have. So it's not unusual. You've identified there a potential cause. So what we need to do is to think about what would make it better. Would you want to go back and reassure your younger self? Would it help to understand more about what happened when you were a child? Or would you prefer to learn techniques that you can use now to make you comfortable with those times when you're alone, even to enjoy them?
It's a hard question to answer, Joy. Like if you presented that to somebody, I don't know what I would say. It's like, maybe I should go back. And by the way, when I got hypnotized, that I did go back and confront my younger self. No words to describe what that was like. It was amazing. It was like watching a movie, but I was in the movie. Very emotional. But I knew I needed to go back to my childhood. But in Teresa's situation, how would somebody make that determination? Which would be more effective, to go back to their childhood or to find coping techniques now?
Okay. And that is something that I think is a really interesting question. Therapy is not something that I do to people. It is something that we do together. And the person who is in the room virtually or physically with me is an absolutely critical part of deciding where to go. And we talk about what are the pros, what are the cons, how do you feel? Let's try this first, see how you feel, and then if that didn't go so well for you, we'll try something else. And I have ways of communicating with people when they're in a hypnotic trance or state. And I get people to talk to me in virtual ways so that I know exactly how they are, so that we keep it completely safe. That's the important thing. Safe.
We have about a minute left, and I'm very curious in learning that why does it take a number of sessions for different things? For example, let's say anxiety, probably going to take a number of sessions. It's not going to be like a smoking situation where potentially it could be one hypnotherapy session. Why does it take longer?
Okay, it just takes longer for some things than others, I've experienced. I'm not into long-term therapy. I suppose the longest I've ever seen anybody was 12 sessions. That gives you an idea.
Okay.
But for a phobia, depending on how severe it is, it's 3, 4, 5 sessions. For severe anxiety, we may well need 10. But again, it's up to the person in the room with me to talk about how it's going. And we use different scaling techniques to say, okay, where do you want to get to? It's a bad 10 at the moment. Where would you like to be? Let's bring it down until do you want to be a 3? Or would a 5 be enough? And we can work it through like that. But everybody's different. And that's the most important thing.
You found, let's say somebody goes for 2 sessions and feels, yeah, I think I got it. And then occasionally do you get a call or an email, let's say 6 months later, and somebody says, I'm still getting triggered here. Can we do another session? Does that happen?
Yeah, that happens. And actually, what happens more often is they come back to me with something slightly different.
Okay.
And I say, well, that's okay. Because if you go and see your doctor because you've got a bad foot, you don't think that he's failed because 6 months later you've now got a headache. So things come up for people. I do see people on more than one occasion over time.
Well, to your point, somebody might say, wow, working with you was so beneficial for this one thing. And then you start realizing the other things that are going on in your life. And wow, how does somebody find you? How do they reach out to you?
Well, the easiest thing is joyshakespeare.co.uk. And that website address is almost ready to go live. But if you put in Joy Shakespeare hypnotherapy, you'll find me.
Final question, Joy. Shakespeare, real last name?
It's a good name and it is mine.
Oh, it's fantastic. And people wonder, my last name is Harper. Is that like a made up, radio name? No, that's my real last name.
Yeah, real last name.
I think we both got lucky in that.
We did indeed. I'm very fortunate. I love my name.
Joy, a delight, true delight talking with you, and just your passion and your insight for helping people is amazing. Look forward next time we get a chance to talk.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's been a pleasure.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us again. We're here today to awaken you spiritually. We're going to go into some depth on that. And she is an energy healer and founder of, and also CEO of the Light Center in Boston. And that is Madison White. Hey, Madison, how you doing today?
Hey, good. It's a special day. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, great to have you back. We are doing this on 2/22/22. I don't know if there's relevance there for that, but it's never going to happen again, I think, in our lifetime, right?
Yeah, there's always significance to these things. And there's obviously a lot of numerological significance to what's happening today, and history has shown a lot of really significant things happening on these numerological dates. So it doesn't all necessarily mean that it's going to happen today, but maybe there's some energies that are going to be planted, some energies that are be interwoven today that will cause maybe some really big shifts in the days that are coming. But I think we're all kind of ready for that, right? I think we all kind of want to shift in a way.
I'm glad you said that, because more than not, people I talk to are ready for some kind of a change, whatever the change is, change a job, change a direction, change in relationships, whatever it might be.
Right.
And that's where you come in terms of spirituality. So we're going to dig a little deeper. We started a couple of podcasts ago talking about that, and what usually happens when we're together, the car turns and we digress in a totally different direction, but in a good direction.
It's perfect. It's natural. It flows. It takes on a life of its own.
Totally. Last time we talked, it was all about the Talking Head song "Once in a Lifetime," and that was your realization. Well, how did I get here? And
Yeah.
I was listening to the same exact song. I'm not kidding, and thinking the same thing you were when you changed your path. So the song was relatable, and here we are in some spiritual self mastery. So this is what you do at the Light Center. This is what you offer. So let's go a little bit deeper into that.
Yeah, so I offer one-on-one sessions. I, call them healing sessions, but like I said, these are things that are activating you because you're the only one that can heal yourself, right? So I do life activation, for example, is the first step, often followed up by full spirit activation. And what these are doing is they're activating the spiritual essence, or what we like to call the God potential within each of us, right? And I love how we were talking about the Talking Head song, because I think we're all a lot more alike than we think we are. We ask ourselves a lot of the same questions. We struggle with a lot of similar things. And the wonderful thing about these activations, about this path is that it goes beyond dogma, any religious dogma. It goes beyond belief system. It goes beyond race or sexual orientation or all of these things, because all of us share the same structure of DNA, right? Regardless of who you are, we are all cellular the same being. And that's the level that we're working with on this path with the life activation, for example, is we're activating the spiritual essence within your DNA. So, and then after that is when the real healing, the real transformation, the real healing happens. It might bring some things up. It might shed some light on some things of like, yeah, I was really, tripped up on what people thought of me, or something that my, grade school teacher told me way back in the day, you know what I mean? And that was really creating our reality. And then when we can just light it up and let that go, we have so much more freedom. We experience so much more peace. We teach into this past weekend, I was teaching a class called Empower Thyself, which is the adept initiation, which is really the first step on a path. And we talk in that class, we talk a lot about the negative ego, and the general public is working 90% from their subconscious mind, which is their programming or their personality masks, or not who their true individual spirit is. And only 10% of your brain is actually processing the true reality of what's going on without the filter of everything that you've quote unquote learned from the past about things. So, I talk a lot about light. It's the light center, bringing the light to you. We're bringing light to the subconscious so that you can sift through that stuff, filter it out for yourself on your own. And of course, I'm here as your spiritual guide to be a sounding board or reflective mirror for you on that process, to let more of who you truly are shine through to your life, to everything that you want to create as an individual spirit with a potential to become God, right here within
When
you.
When you say God, I think it scares a lot of people, thinking, we're getting religious here, but we don't mean it that way. And I do want to go back to what you just said about teachers saying something to you and things that resonate and stay in your mind or your subconscious. I was going to be an artist back in the day, and I was almost a syndicated cartoonist, and I was in 10th, 11th grade, and I was painting, and I was trying to do the clouds, and I was getting frustrated. It wasn't coming out just the way I wanted it to. And the art teacher, Mrs. Meyer, came over, and she's like, with her coffee breath, I'll just take care of it right here, and I'll show you. But you know what? You are an underachiever. And I never forgot about that. And it always stayed with me. And I think even to the day, and I'm making changes within myself to get past that, overachieve, really do it up. But she was right. And just what you said about a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so true how those, especially when we're children, every tiny, kids are sponges, right? So every tiny little thing that is said, or they see, or they watch what happens, all of that goes very deeply into our subconscious programming. So and in those first, usually like those first like 12 years, we get the majority of our programming, and then we just replay the same scenarios over and over and over again. But it can happen at any time, you know. In high school, for example, say, you know, like, for example, say like, oh, my best friend stole my boyfriend in high school. So now I'm going to have this fear, this programming, this trauma that my best friend is always going to steal my boyfriend, you know, and I'm just going to recreate that scenario, recreate that scenario. And it's a lot of self-responsibility, you know. And I think in our culture, there's a lot of blaming and victimhood, where people like to say, oh, it's because of that person, oh, it's because of this, oh, it's because of that. And that might be true. Like, that person in your life may have played a role in a traumatic experience that you had, but ultimately you own that experience for yourself, right? They own their version of their experience, and that's for them to deal with and process whatever karma or anything they're going to deal with. But your piece is going to be yours to process and to handle and to heal. And in a way, it can be a little bit scary, but it's also hugely empowering, because if it's yours, and if you have the tools and the light maybe to take personal responsibility, you can change the script at any time. You can rewrite your script. You can rewrite your life. You can make a different choice. That can just be not part of your script anymore.
I love
that's
it.
Just not.
It is
amazing.
so powerful. Yeah. And I say the same exact thing. Maybe if somebody did you wrong, they started writing the story, but you're going to write the ending. And now you have the potential to do that. So walk us through there, how you make somebody more spiritually self-aware with what you do at the Light Center in Boston.
Yeah. So it's really giving them more light, giving them more tools. Like I said, in the life activation, we're activating that spiritual blueprint. So in that session, the first half of it is kind of that total energy shower, like car wash, where I'm balancing all of your different energy bodies within you. And then I use a specialized wand to activate the spiritual DNA, you know, and you know, this is magic. So there's a science and an art to it for sure. Because I think a lot of people are like, well, how does that work? How does that happen? I can't explain it to you scientifically, but I know from the fruits. I know from my life. I know from so many people's lives, the positive effect that just that life activation has had. People who are struggling to, you know, maybe quit their issues with addiction, for example, or they're trying to get out of or have a different rewrite on an abusive relationship, emotional, physical, whatever it is. And all these, it just kind of stops. It just magically stops because they have that light turned on within them. They have that connection to yourself as spirit. And I kind of defined spirituality last time of the investigation of anything that is beyond the physical. And that's us. We are beyond the physical. We have a physical body, a soul body, and a spirit body, which are all interlinked here in our physical life. And our spirit body is infinite. It has no space and time. It's the part of us that is in oneness with all, where all is one. So when we connect more with that spirit self, a lot of the stuff that our human brain was really worried about, it's like, that stuff doesn't actually really matter, right? Like, you're allowing yourself to get hung up on stuff that doesn't really actually matter. And when you have that connection with your spirit self that is infinite, that is eternal, it really puts it in perspective, like what actually matters, your happiness, your joy, your desires, your dreams, like your connection with others. Those are the things that really matter. So
how
the
long
next
does it take? Can we, I'm just curious.
An hour and a half.
For that awakening?
Yeah. And
Wow.
then that is the beginning. That is going to change the trajectory of your life permanently. You're going to be flowing. Now, you will always have free will, right? No one can ever take that away from you. You will always have the choice to do what you will. But with more light, AKA, when I say light, I mean awareness, with more awareness of who you are, what your purpose is, and the ability, right? Because we've turned the lights on. So you're not, you know, people say, oh, all the answers are within you. Okay, great. Where?
Yeah, right, exactly.
You know, I don't feel any closer to them because you just said that.
Still
So,
waiting,
but let's
still
actually,
searching. Yeah.
still looking. Why is this so hard? If it's right here, it's because we forgot through our programming. We forgot who we actually are. So by turning the lights on, having more awareness, connecting more of the truth of who we are, which is a spiritual being, right? Here experiencing a physical reality for a very short blip of time. When we connect more in with that, things get a lot easier. Things get a lot easier. And so it's a one-on-one session that is done in person, either by myself or, like I said, there are practitioners all over the globe. I can put you in touch with somebody, or you can come on over to Boston and we can do this session for you.
Can you do it virtually?
It cannot be done virtually, unfortunately. There are other types of sessions that I can do virtually, but we're working with, it's very important in our lineage, the lineage that I'm trained in, that all of my, this isn't something I came up with, right? This comes from a 3,000-year-old lineage. So, and has been done the same way for 3,000 years plus, probably. We just have the written record for 3,000 years, is that it's done in the physical. Because we're not, there's some spiritual traditions, for example, that will teach you to go, maybe you go up to a mountain and you meditate for 30, 40 years in order to reach enlightenment. And that's fine. That's all well and good. You can definitely reach enlightenment that way. But you're going to sacrifice your influence on this world and the way that the world is, by you creating a ripple, right? Being that drop in the pond. Creating a ripple of change in the world around you. And to me, we're in a state of things right now in the world where we need everybody on deck.
Agreed.
We really need everyone to take that personal responsibility for their own healing, so that when you do go out into the world, you are a ripple of positive change, right? Because you've done it inwardly. That was the only way I was convinced on this work that it worked, was that it did something for me. I saw that my life changed. It was only in that moment where, I was working on that food truck in Texas, having given up everything in my life and just thrown myself to the whim of the universe, that I heard that song. And what really happened was I realized that if my life was going to change, I was going to be the one who was going to start making different choices.
So
I was going to have to start.
I have questions about your journey, because I find it fascinating how you got enlightened and where you are and how you help so many people. So when you had that awakening, was it instantaneous? Was it, whoa, wait a minute, look what I see where I was. This is where I got to go, and this is what I got to do to get there.
It was kind of instantaneous. The aha moment was instantaneous. I was getting paid cash to work on a food truck. I took all of that cash and I took a taxi to the airport. I had not really anything. I had this, how's this for synchronicity? To the dollar, I had enough cash to pay for a plane ticket home that night.
Wow.
So, and I actually had to beg for quarters because I had no cell phone. I had to ask someone in the airport for quarters for me to make a phone call, which I had been used to at that point. I had been flying signs on the side of the road, and that was just a part of how I lived at that point. Asked for quarters to call back home. And what's funny is that I called my family and it was April 1st. And their first instinct was,
yeah,
is this a joke? And I was like, no, really, I have a minute on the phone with you. Can you please come to Boston Logan Airport tonight and pick me up? I'll be there at 10 p.m. or whatever it was. And then it took me several months to sort of like recoup. I went back home. Thankfully, my mother, thank God, had saved all of my tax information from working as a nurse the previous year. So I was able to file my taxes. I had just kind of left my car like in my parents' driveway. So I did all the paperwork to get my car back on the road. I bought a phone. I had a head full of dreadlocks. I had to shave my head to get rid of the dreadlocks. And then it was kind of like, okay, I don't know if any nursing hospitals are going to hire me with a totally shaved head. So, you know what I mean? Slowly, but it was in that moment where I was coming back and I was like, okay, like, what do I do now? Like, who am I? Like, how should I build my life? Okay, I go back and get a job as a nurse, right? That makes sense because that's what I'm trained in and I can make money and get myself back on my feet. But I know that that's not what I want to do because that's what I ran from. That job is what, burnt me out. And I was like, yeah, I know that that's not it. So it'll be a stepping stone. But what is it really? And by this point I had received a life activation. I had received Empower Thyself initiation. But like I said, I had received a lot of tools, but wasn't using them. And my story is a little bit extreme. Not everyone's going to go through exactly this, but this was just the way that it unfolded for me. I've always been kind of an extreme person. So, but
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
In one sentence, what's your biggest regret about your whole life path currently up to this point?
I actually joked with someone about this recently. Is one of my biggest, I don't have a lot of regrets, if I'm being honest. I mean, yes, there's definitely things that I wish I had said differently to people. Maybe I had been nicer to people. Maybe I had taken, like we said, more personal responsibility, you know what I mean? In my connections with other people, maybe things could have turned out better, but I don't really regret that because I acknowledge that I had been doing the best I could with what I had. So the question, I have to say this because you asked, and I was literally talking about it the other day, is I wish I had gotten a head tattoo while my head was shaved.
We'd never see it, but you'd know it's there.
Exactly. You'd never know, but I would know. And it'd be just this cool thing, a little secret that I could have. But that's what I'm saying. I don't have a lot of regrets. I have so much self-forgiveness for anything that I could have regrets around.
Gotcha. Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of your awakening. A lot of us would look at it the other way and beat ourselves up like, oh, I should have done this. I should have not done that. And just kind of let it go, moving on.
No, you did, I go back, we're a universal lineage. So we use witchcraft, we use Kabbalah, we use Christ, for example. One of my favorite things that he said was, forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. And you can take that and turn that inward. I just didn't know. How can you do better if you don't know?
Right.
So how can you be mad at yourself if you didn't know? You didn't have the tools. You didn't have the self-awareness at the time. You did the best with what you had at that time. And when you do know better, now you can do better. But there's no use in beating yourself up for woulda, coulda, shouldas.
Yep. I agree with you. And it's not easy sometimes to get to that point but you need to look at it. I feel that it was part of your journey and you needed to do that to get to that.
Exactly.
If you weren't living the way you were, you might not have had that moment where, and you know what? If it wasn't so extreme from your nursing career to, working on a food truck with no cell phone, you may have gravitated right back to nursing. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's not what that wasn't your passion at the moment.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to, in order to really want to make a change, you have to sort of like push yourself so far away from what you want that sort of there's nowhere else to go, and that's where I was when I came and found, because again, I was an atheist, so I was all set with God, not all good. No, thank you. Yeah. But I had been working in psych and I knew that I needed something, and spirituality was kind of the only thing that I hadn't tried. Right. So I was at that point where I was like, I'm willing to swallow my ego, swallow my pride, swallow my programming to an extent of what I think God or spirituality is, in the hope that things could be different for me. So every individual person has to have that, Brene Brown calls it come to Jesus moment, which I love. And, for example, when we're talking about, you mentioned how, the concept of God and being God is very scary for people. 10 years ago, I would have never been someone who talked about Jesus or God or anything like that. And I think it's really important to separate the energy, the sort of like the archetypes of, the archetype of Jesus, for example, who really came here, he came here to teach love. That's it. Yeah. No one owns that. No one owns that story. You know what I mean? People have taken it and translated it and ascribed their own meaning to it, but no one can change that. And same with God. Nobody owns God. The church doesn't own God, whatever religion these are two separate things we're talking about. You can talk about religion and you can talk about God. And sometimes they intertwine, but these are two separate things from you. Because when I'm talking about God, I'm also talking about ourselves, right? Because that's who we are, creators, we are manifestors. We're constantly creating and manifesting. What does God do? Creates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So are we creating from our 90% subconscious programming, which is just re-spitting out our trauma over and over again? Or are we creating from the 10% of the true essence of who we are, individuality, experiencing reality purely through our 10 senses without the filters of the ego and other things? And it feels, I say that and I feel people like, I have no idea. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. But it's possible. It's possible. And it's how you have more joy. It's how you have more inner peace, is you don't let all that other crap. And I kind of want to take a minute and define trauma, because I've been talking about traumatic experience and things like that. And I think some people think of trauma, they think of, violence or neglect or, these sort of big things. But one of my colleagues a few years ago defined trauma in a way that I really, really like. And it's any trauma or traumatic experience is something that is said or happened to you that allows you to believe that you don't matter or you are not important. And I think on that sense, everyone has very traumatic lives.
Well, we've all been through that. And when you talk about trauma, it may not be, my feeling is it may not be something that makes you feel worthless, but it's something that's on your radar, something that happened to you that affects you.
Yeah.
In a major way. But then again, to your point, it can be something that makes you feel less self-worth.
Less than. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because there's also a lot of things that can happen to you, like your experience with your art teacher. Something happens to you that makes you step up. You know what I mean? Because that person is maybe seeing beyond your self limitations.
You know why? Because people are telling me that now, and it's it could be a life coach, could be somebody, could be a psychic, could be an astrologer, could be somebody that I'm closely connected to, all kind of say the same thing, what she said. And I always believed what she said. I just didn't want to believe it. It's
well, there was something in you that said that that's not true.
Yeah,
right?
but it's
you
true.
Didn't allow yourself to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, especially when you're a teenager at that time, you're invincible, you're fantastic. There's usually, of course, nowadays, more teens have image issues because of social media and everything's, a little bit different, but
which is not true reality. Social media is not real, right? Social media is not true reality. Yeah. So we're not perceiving true reality when all we're consuming is this,
This has been carefully crafted, even if it's a 13-year-old girl taking a picture. She just didn't go like this. She worked on it, made sure it took 15 of them. Lighting was just right. Perfect. My daughter's 13.
Because we have such a hyper focus on the physical.
Yeah.
And we're ignoring the spiritual, the spirit essence of who we are.
Question for you. We talked about the 90% and the subconscious and the crap, if you will, that's in you, that's been pounded your way in your life. And then you have the 10%, which is the real essence of you. What's your percentages right now?
Oh, I have no idea. I hope I'm more than 10. I hope I'm more than 10%. I don't know if I could put it. I don't know if, we always, the purpose of the path, because we're running out of time. Life activation is generally the first session. Full spirit activation is the follow-up. Empower Thyself initiation is a 2-day class that really opens up all of the, I'll say curriculum, if you will, because it is a school, right? So there's the path of the healer, where you can go on and become a full-time professional healer. There's the path of the warrior, or the warrior of light, the peaceful warrior, to really combat anything that holds you back. There is Kabbalah. There are Gaia awakening classes as part of the Wiccan tradition that the lineage holds. There is sacred geometry. There is astral travel. There is so much. There is so much there's alchemy. There's numerology. There's so much that's all under this one roof, of a pure lineage, all over the world, handed down in an oral tradition from teacher to student. So the purpose of the whole path is to eliminate the negative ego. And when we're talking about our subconscious programming, it becomes our negative ego, it becomes our negative programming. But we also have a positive ego, right? Which is, it's not that, because we are whole, right? It's not just like, oh, this only 10% of me, but it's how much you are perceiving, right? Because you are your individual spirit. At the end of the day, point blank, none, over, that's it. That's who you are. It's your individual spirit perceiving your human experience, your sort of like holographic, the story that you're creating through your reality. Are you spitting out old reels that from your past, or are you allowing the truth of reality, of like colors or vibrations or anything like that? Or are you allowing yourself to perceive that true reality? And then, it sort of becomes this dance of you as your individual spirit, as a God being, experiencing reality. And then in this dance of creation and manifestation, when we eliminate the negative ego, what we manifest becomes much more in alignment with what our spirit self desires.
I love your analogy, especially the hologram, because I got a crystal clear feel for what you're talking about. And we're out of time. I hate this.
I know.
We just get rolling into something. I'm like, and I have to say, I have a very close friend who is very authentic, very spiritual, and did a type of class a couple of years ago, not even to your level, but just an awareness. And she still talks about it. So I can't imagine somebody doing your class, what they walk away. It's literally life-changing, literally
life-changing.
Yeah.
I will say that with confidence.
Check it out, thelightcenterboston.com, worth a trip and worth a change for your life. And Madison White, always great having you on.
Great to be here. Thank you so much. It's really great having a conversation with you.
Same. How did I get here? That's always the question. How did I get it? And the other question is, how do you not have a Boston accent? I still can't figure that out.
I know. I'll work on it.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm fascinated. I'm listening. Yeah. Like, I don't hear it. And you're originally from and went back to, but all good. Yeah. We'll catch up next time. Look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll be right back.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we're back. And I view this time of the year, it's a change of season. School starts. We're going to see less light. Of course, we have September kicking in here. It's almost like a clean slate for a new beginning. And with that, maybe now is the time to potentially move your life forward and get some help with that, like a life coach, or maybe somebody that can help you master your life. And that would be Tommy Campbell. She is a life mastery consultant, and she joins us back on the program. Dr. Tommy, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. In my video podcast, I always start out saying, hello, world. this is Dr. Tommy. So,
Well, there you go. You just did.
yeah.
Yeah. And when we say Tommy, we talked about this last time, but I think it's so unique. The spelling of your name is Thomi, right?
Thomie.
E. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Very unique. Give me that again. How did you get that name?
Well, it's part of my name, but my father was Tommy, so I just took on that and just cut off the Thomasine and made it Tommy with my spelling as opposed to his spelling. So
Gotcha. Now I can't remember. Was his name Tommy or no?
his name is Tommy.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But he was a Y-I-E. Well, his was Thomie, and his sister was Tomie, Tomie. I'm like, wow, why did they do that? And so now here I come with Thomie. So
it's almost like you're Tommy number one. There's Tommy number two. There's Tommy number three. Something like
yes,
that.
yes.
So yeah, this is the time for us to look at our lives, maybe make some changes. And with that, you have all different programs to help somebody get some coaching. What is life mastery? Before we even begin, like we have a life coach, we have a wellness coach. There's all different types. Life mastery. Right. Explain.
Yes, life mastery is not something that you hear every day. It's not really common, but so a life mastery consultant is one who help you learn how to rely on and believe in your own unlimited potential and your own power, as opposed to a life coach. They just guide you through steps to get to the next point. Well, as a mastery consultant, we go much deeper than that. We dive into the whole person. And so we unravel things that are like deep-seated and holding you back. And so we also pull out things that you already know about yourself, just this innate being. And we help you to pull out those experiences, say like flashes. You have flashes of what you see yourself as, or where you want to be. So we pull those out. We help you with those. It's the intuitive knowledge that you have, but do not know what to do with it. So we help you to dive into those intuitive knowledges and the big thinking, and have you wondering how far you can go in life. And so we help you with that. And so as a master consultant, I'm here to help you to stir up that innate knowing, and to get that gut feeling. You have that gut feeling that is already instilled within you, and help pull it forward to make that new person that's seeping to come out and fighting with the old person that's wanting not to stay or go forward. So
I love the way you do what you do, Tommy, because if it was easy enough, we'd all be moving our lives forward. Why wouldn't you? You know,
right.
Maybe make more money if that's your goal, feel fulfilled, find your life purpose, all of those things. But there are things that hold us back. And if I'm getting it right from what you're saying, unlike a traditional life coach, you go layers deeper to figure out where the block is. How come we haven't stepped on the gas and powered through with our lives to make them that much better? You have a bunch of different programs. Why don't we talk about that?
Yeah, so we have Standing Firm. I have Standing Firm, and that one is for people that are grieving or suffering from a loss, like a loss of a job, a loss of a relationship, or lost, or just due to past experiences, feeling loss of self. And this is a 1-month commitment. And with this one, I can give an example why you would want this one. So I had a client that contacted me for a recent loss. She was grieving a loved one. And as we talked about her grieving and went through the program, we learned that it wasn't just the loss of this recent loved one, but she was in a relationship like 30 years back. And she never had closure to this relationship. And so that was holding her back. And then she found herself to bypass her own hurt and pain. She started clinging to people that were in need. someone, she became a crutch. She just seemed to be a magnet to people that were in need. So she was always doing and giving for other people and hiding her own pain. And so here moving forward, she was able to discover that she was holding on to pain from over 30 years ago.
Wow. That's powerful stuff. And I can relate to that because I know somebody who is just like that. And she's always doing stuff for everybody else, but never really focuses so much on herself. And she's always staying busy, got something going on. But I think she's afraid to have those quiet moments where she's going to realize internally that she is running from something.
Yeah. So we had some very deep conversations, and she became, very tearful in several of the sessions, but that was just a cleansing. So that's just an example of standing firm. You're learning how to stand firm when your world around you seems to be just falling apart.
Wow. So that's that program called Standing Firm?
Yes, that's a 1-month commitment. And then for Dream Builder, this is a 3-month commitment. And this is for those who are feeling stuck or undeserving. For example, if it feels like you keep making the same mistakes or choosing the wrong relationships or cannot seem to get ahead, this intense weekly sessions unfolds the mystery behind your feelings and help guide you onto the path that you dream of having.
And how long is that program?
This one is 3 months.
Got it. Is there homework involved here?
There's homework involved in every program. And so you have to be dedicated and willing to go through the steps in order to become this other person you decide to become. So the third popular program is the Life Mastery Program. Now, this is a 6-month commitment, and it is extremely intense. And this includes the Dream Builder, which affects every area of your life. We look at every area of your life. And in this intense session, you discover your potential to build the life that you aspire to have. And the lessons within this program transform your way of thinking. You learn to become grateful in situations that would ordinarily weigh you down. So in this one, if I may be transparent here, I can use myself as an example for this one. In the last week, I was in a session with a potential client, and I used myself as an example to explain to her how this program worked. And in doing so, I let her know that things were going great for me at one while. I mean, I was on my natural high, and I was ready to take my career to the next move. And what happened was, because I had so many projects going on, that I told myself that I wasn't tech savvy enough to do some of the things that I needed to have done. I didn't have the time to spend to learn it or to do anything else other than what I was focused on. So I hired 2 different companies to one to do my marketing and the other to do my video editing and to enhance my social media. Well, both, neither fulfilled their contract. So now, and I had spent a substantial amount of money. And so although I was in sessions with my clients, I wasn't there presently. I wasn't really present in the sessions because my mind was on the mode of feeling bad about allowing myself to get duped, or I was spending time as a bill collector. So I wasn't prepared in coming to some of my sessions. It wasn't fair, to anyone. But anyway, after grasping how this was affecting me and my clients, I had decided I better put my clients first. So month after month, as clients graduated, I found myself going after these companies. And so in doing so, many months more passed, and had gone through a a realization of needing to snap back. So I was spending more time trying to recoup my money and than I was on my other projects or myself. So I closed my sessions. So after closing my sessions for a while, and continued with my current clients, I learned that patience is really a virtue. So this is my pulling out the good in something that, happened that wasn't so good. So I learned that patience is really a virtue. I wanted more and I wanted it fast. So now what I do, I teach myself how to do my technical components. I teach myself how to do the marketing. It's a slow process, but I'm a better person for it. So I had to snap back and go back into what I'm teaching everyone else. So
I'm sorry that that happened to you. And before you revealed that these companies duped you, I almost got excited because I thought you were going to say that you push stuff off your plate so you could make room for other things. You delegated, and what a perfect scenario. And I got you there. It's like when you do the right thing, you're always, this is the way it should be done, fair. And then you encounter people that don't. It just gets inside you and rubs you the wrong way. And especially, when you're doing that to help other people as well, to let them know that you're there to help them. So I can see how, I can feel your pain.
Yeah, so I had to reach into what I teach everybody else. And, I had to follow my own program.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes one of those moments, and sometimes it's an expensive moment at the same time, but I guess that's how we learn. Did you ever recoup anything from these companies, or you just had to write it off?
I did not recoup. One actually came back and said they will fulfill what the contract. And what happened was they went in and they did a little work, but it was nothing. Yeah. It actually made more work for me. So
they were trying to make it look like they really wanted to make good on it, but they
didn't.
They would have done it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, again, a lesson.
Yes.
And in all ways, I think we've all been there, whether, you bought a car from a dealership and there's issues and they didn't take care of it, and on and on and on. But yeah, there is patience is involved sometimes. And when it's inside and it just rubs you the wrong way,
and there were good cause for me to be really angry and frustrated. And doing it all, I really wanted to be angry and frustrated, but I couldn't get angry. Yes, I was frustrated because, hey, this is my money. I worked hard for this. Yep. And it doesn't come easy. So I stayed in good spirit, though, even though my mind was occupied. I stayed in good spirits. So the life mastery, it helps. It helps to change your way of thinking. Truly, it's a life experience. So,
well, I guess it's always been said that you can only control what you can control, and you did everything you could with these companies up until this point.
Right.
There's nothing more you can do. Take them to court, small claims. Is it worth it? You lay all that stuff out. If you have an attorney, there's expense involved in that. I want to go back to something you said before, Tommy. And by the way, we're talking with Tommy Campbell, who is a life mastery consultant. You can find her at, I want to make sure I get it right, DR as in doctor, DRTHOMIE.com, drtommy.com.
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned going with your gut before. When you go with your gut, or you get that sensation, feeling that it's your gut, how do you know it's your gut?
Well, if it doesn't leave you, and if I can use myself as an example.
Please do.
Okay. So that gut feeling that I get when it's something that is really meant to be, I can't rest. I'm really antsy about it. I have to keep researching it. I have to do something. I have to make one step, two steps. I have to do something. So when something just doesn't leave you, it's meant to be. It's your gut. You're asleep, you fall asleep and you dream about it, you wake up, you're thinking about it. It's constantly on your mind. You're at work or you're doing something else, even at play, and that thought comes to mind and you're thinking of ways that you can do this or you can see yourself in it. And that's probably the biggest clue, when you can see yourself in it.
Like, you don't even have to try to visualize. What would that be like? It's already happening. It's
exactly.
Like, it's almost you can push it away, but you don't want to push it away because it seems so real. What about when you have to make a decision, this or that? How do you know the feeling that you get from your gut?
Okay. It's me again. So I have that vision. I can see myself on the stage. I can see myself online talking to clients. I can see myself sitting across from the client. It's always a client and I'm always helping someone. But then there's something that is conflicting with that. And it's like, for me, it's like, no, this is where I'm supposed to be. So that decision is going to go where my gut is.
Do you get a lighter feeling when it's one thing over the other? Like, does it feel lighter and airier, whereby if you have to make a decision and here's the other thing, and it's just like, it's kind of heavy. And then I second guess it. I'm learning not to. But when it's the gut feeling and it's lighter, I almost feel guilty because it's too easy.
That gut feeling and that lightness is your true feeling. Yeah. So that was the same thing I faced when I think I told you last session that I had a decision to continue the doctorate program that I was on, or versus going into the pastoral doctorate program. And it was like the money or my passion. The first one was, this is not the time to lose my thought, but organizational leadership, that was for money. My true passion in life had been studying pastoralship. So when I made that decision to let go of the other, that everything just seemed so light, everything fell right into place. I thought that I was going to lose those credits because I'd already completed the program. But I got half of those units and I was able to go. I mean, everything fell right into place. It was just an awakening. It was just such a good, refreshing feeling.
Good for you. Listen, we have instant feedback and you can reach us anytime, instantfeedbacksteve@gmail.com. This is from Jezebel in Cincinnati, Ohio. Apparently she heard what we were talking about previously or a little while ago. And she says, I've been divorced for almost 2 years and find myself finding relationships with people who have lots of anxiety. Why do you think I always gravitate toward these people? Now, I know we talked before that if you keep finding the same thing within relationships, that's one of the things that you peel the layers back as a life mastery consultant and figure it out.
Right. So every person is different, but I can say a common denominator with that is that you're not focusing on yourself. You're not putting yourself first.
Okay. And could that be, now I recently heard this term, broadcast message. Now, not in the traditional sense that you might be thinking, but when we send out signals, and we all, anybody in the animal kingdom does, it's all vibrations.
Natural.
You're broadcasting a certain message out. And if you haven't fixed things within, like you just said, Jezebel potentially not spending a lot of time on herself, she might be broadcasting a message that, hey, I'm here to help anybody that has anxiety. I'm like you had mentioned before.
A magnet.
A magnet. Right. So what's your advice in terms of working on herself more?
I would say take a pause. Take a pause from relationships and build the relationship with yourself first.
And do you think that's true for finding a lot of the same types of people?
I do. I would think that would be the flat common denominator with everyone in relationships. And even if it's not a love relationship, just in drawing people, to us in associations, if we're not comfortable, confident, and truthful to ourselves, that we tend to meet the same people because we give ourselves to them instead of giving ourselves to ourselves.
Love that. And do you think that she might be sending a message out there? Hey, I'm here to help you. You know, just.
Yes, when her lack of, I'm not saying that you're confident, I mean, not confident, Jezebel, but that's typical. You may feel that you are, but people can read when you're not. So predators prey on those that they feel are not confident.
And easy targets.
An easy target.
So maybe all these people that she's meeting that have lots of anxiety, they need somebody to dump on, so to speak.
And that's true. I mean, we're taking that lightly, but that is really, it's true. Yeah. Just like, we need someone to show us love. They need someone to give them pity, show them pity, have pity on them.
And that could be any situation. If it's not anxiety, it could be whatever. And you're that person. Jezebel's that person that
so true.
They're seeking out. Okay, great. Makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And, I've heard that too. You got to work on yourself before you can
help someone else.
Yeah, exactly. So with your programs, how do you know, or how does somebody know which one is right for them? They reach out to you, kind of give you their scenario, their situation, and then you kind of guide them?
That's true. You would contact me. We would have a strategy session. And in that strategy session, we define what it is that you need and if any of my programs are fit for you.
Easy to go to your website and that's how they find out?
Easy peasy.
Yeah. You love what you do, don't you?
I really do.
Yeah. And it shows. Like, I can feel your energy and your vibration, that it's, you light up knowing that you can help other people.
Mm-hmm. I told you, it's just as fulfilling for me as it is for the client.
I've often heard from people that are in your line of work, and actually somebody, I think you might have said, this isn't work. This is, it's my life, and I love helping people, and I get compensated for it, which, that's how it all works. But you gain as much from somebody else as they gain from you.
Yes, I tell you, me personally, every time I meet with someone and we have a personal goal met, or they have an epitome or something, at the end of the session, I always like, thank you, God. I'm cheering, right? So that's
it's your validation for you're doing what you should.
Doing what I do. Yes.
Yeah. Fantastic. Tell me again how this all began for you. Like that moment where you said, I got to be doing this.
Just going through a lot of stress at work and working long hours. And then I had, like I said, I had a dark moment. It was stemmed from a work situation, a workplace bullying situation. And I went through this dark place for a while. And when I came out of it, or through it, I decided, do I want to pursue the money, or do I want to pursue my passion? Because corporate just is not for me. And I had already been doing life coaching. And so I decided to make a career out of it. So that was my transition.
So we have a minute or so left. I'm going to get a little personal here for a second. Mm-hmm. See that door right in back of me?
It's in the corner. Yes.
Corner. Walking through that door in 5 seconds from right now is that person that bullied you at that job.
No.
What do you want to say to him?
Thank you. Actually, because you pushed me into my passion.
Yep. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Sometimes you don't see the light in the darkness, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. drtomie.com, DRTHOMIE. She's a life mastery consultant. She'll help you master your life. I'm still working on that. I haven't figured that out. It's and life coaches are great, but when you go deeper and you go to the root of the challenge and not just kind of skim the surface, mm-hmm. Which you do in terms of going deep, powerful stuff there, and lots of other programs too that can fit just about everybody. Schedule too. It's convenient, right?
Yes. So can I mention this real quick? We have time for me to mention. I do have.
Listen. Take all the time you want. I'm kicking that person out of here. They're gone.
Right.
Take all the time you want.
So I want to say that my schedule is back open. I have those that are graduating, and so my schedule is back open. And I have 2 group sessions that are available for October. I've already gone through my waiting list, and I did have clients, still available. So now I only have 2 group sessions. Group sessions are for 2 to 6 people. And those sessions are great because you have a greater support system. And then I have only 6 individual sessions available for October, but I am booking throughout November. And if you mention the promo code October 22, I am offering a discount rate. So for the group sessions, it's normally $1,500, I would say $1,499. It's reduced to $1,150. And for the individual sessions was usually $21. And with the October 20 promo code, it's reduced to $1,700.
Okay. When you say the group sessions, am I visualizing like a group Zoom video and everybody's together at the same time?
Right. Together, you're going through the program together. You can uplift each other and you share thoughts and right.
So just one question that pops in my head in that kind of situation. Now you got all different people, say, 6 in a session.
Mm-hmm.
How long are the sessions? Because once people start talking, it can, time can crack up there.
Well, and that's where I come in too, trying to keep people on track. But for the individual sessions, it's 45 minutes. And for the group session, it's an hour and a half.
Got it. Good stuff. It's something we all need. And again, brand new season, take a look at it as a time of change and move your life forward, or at least at the very least, figure out what's going on in your life. Because like Jezebel probably didn't know that she might want to work on herself before trying to jump into relationships with other similar people that she's not looking for. Dr. Tommy, great having you on today, and a lot of insight. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. And Jezebel, give me a call.
Yeah, there you go. drthomie.com, Dr. Tommy, and we'll catch up next time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Thank you, Mr. Producer. I am joined by the one and only Tina Marion. Tina, you do so much work with. I know your story. I know how you got here with the teaching, the nursing, how you're helping people, and you went out on your own. And your clients are thanking you for it. if I saw you on the street and people never saw your show before, hey, Tina, what do you do? What's your business like? Just to reiterate.
Okay, just to reiterate, I would say, you know what? You got stuff that's bothering you. Do you feel stuck in an area of your life? I can help you. I find the less you say, the better. In the beginning, I would try to explain it all, and I do that, and it scares people. But most people can appreciate. I feel stuck. I'd like to do more. I'd like to be different. I'd like this or that, and they just don't know how to bridge over to that. And so through over, I would say, 15 years of self-discovery, discovery of how life operates, how to help people, why we're here to begin with. Through that, I've created this wonderful, unique business, an approach to helping people. And my years in nursing has helped to shape that, my ability to work with people. You know, once I stepped into this realm, and I was in traditional nursing for many, many years, but there was something driving me to do more in a holistic manner. I didn't even know what the word holistic meant, but I had this strong desire. I think people sometimes get desires to do things and they just squash them out because they don't know how to get there. So I have helped enormous amount of people. And again, working in that traditional system, which I was like dying to get out of it, because I didn't feel that the traditional medical system, aside from instances in emergency medicine, things that are, it's amazing to me how that system works well. But when it comes to chronic disease and illness, it was lacking, and I wanted to do something more. So I went out on this path, I could say a life path. And for the past 15 years, I've been just gleaning all this information. I've transformed my own life, and I'm still transforming. We're never done. You're never going to arrive and say, that's it, I'm done. It's not that way. It's a constant till the day you die. It's a constant learning and being open to what's there for you. But you know, what gets in the way is ego. I already know it. Don't tell me anything. No, my belief system is fine. Get out of here. And that's why people are stuck. They're not living free and easy and enjoying their life. So that's me in a nutshell. And I think that my nursing and my desire to share, that's what teachers do. They want to share information, was a beautiful get together. And then at the age of 63, I was let go of a very lovely job that I really enjoyed. I directed a psychiatric triage department at a hospital in Massachusetts.
You did a lot of work at helping people with addictions, didn't you?
I did that as well. Yeah, psych and addictions were my go-to areas of nursing that I learned to love. These were the disenfranchised populations that nobody else wanted to work with. And I would find a lot of people, nurses especially, and counselors, would work in that field, and they had a grudge. Okay, so they was transferring their own personal beliefs about certain populations that they were experiencing in their own life, and they take it out. They wouldn't understand what drives an addiction. What drives an addiction is, hey, addictions work initially. People don't land on an addiction if it didn't do something for them in the beginning.
Right.
And when you break that down, it's usually it alleviates anxiety. It numbs you out. You have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Let me just have my wine. Let me just have my marijuana. Let me just have whatever. Yeah. And then I could step out. You know, so if addictions work, and if it continued to work, you'd keep it up. But what happens is it starts to break down. It starts to destroy your life. And you could be in denial for a lot of it and just think that it's not really happening, but it happens. And so these people that land in treatment centers, I've worked with enough to know that they're either going to get it or they're not. And they may spend 6 months in a halfway house, walk out at the door, and go right to the bar, right to the packy. These are the kind of people that I would get. These are the people that I was gifted to work with because I was put in this field, right in the hospital, right in the traditional setting. And so it was a gift. In retrospect, that was great because I had all these years with an administrative department that supported my work, and not many holistic people were allowed to do that. You couldn't bring that into the mix. So I was clear with my boundaries. I'm not going to bite the hand that feeds me. My paycheck is my paycheck.
Yeah.
So I would never say, oh, well, stop this medication. Don't take that. It's hurting you. But I would say, some of the stuff I teach people how to do to self-apply, you might feel less anxious. Maybe you won't need all that medication. Maybe you could get by with a little. So I was allowed to work within that framework, and it was great. So when I lost my job, I had to decide, well, do I sink or do I swim? I'm not going to get that paycheck. My work family, which was very important to me, my coworkers, they're gone. My structure, everything I thought I knew I had securely was taken away. And this is what happens. So you sink or swim. You're either going to survive, or you're going to fall deeper into an abyss. So fortunately for me, I trusted my instincts and I went with it, and I decided to throw myself in. I still stayed in nursing, but more in a per diem fashion. But I decided to stick with the psychiatric and addiction patients. And I loved it till the day I retired.
Okay.
And now that's it. I mean, I'm still working on a farm. I work on a farm, farmer now, and I love it because it allows me to be with nature. It's just a whole different ball game. There's no union dues. There's no 7 a.m. start. You don't need a license. I just show up, and I love the people that I meet. And I feel like, in a way, they're kind of like my clients as well. You know what? If I can give them a happy face and a smile and a compliment, I can make their day.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't realize. You can make or break someone's day, all with your attitude, all what you bring to the table when you wake up in the morning. When you wake up in the morning, you get to kind of decide which way you're going to go. And that's why, getting back to belief system.
That's what I was going to say. Does that have anything to do with the belief system?
Absolutely. If you believe life sucks, oh God, I get no luck at all. It's just another day to get through. My life stinks. You got to look at that, because if that's the belief system you're working from, everything's going to follow suit. Because remember, your beliefs, they trend up and they become an energetic vibration. So you can't talk about belief system without discussing an energetic vibration that you put out. You emit a vibration, whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not. And you know this, you said, so that's why when you walk into a room full of ugly or angry people, you feel it. Of course you do. You are a vibrational being. You can't not be. And even, Albert Einstein knew this. He understood we're all energy. And energy is nothing more than a vibration.
So you're saying kind of our thoughts become things.
Reality.
Okay, that's better.
Okay, so I think it was Henry Ford said, if you believe you can, or you believe you can't, you're right.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? And what's holds you back from stepping out and shining? This is why I went ahead with this podcast, even though I swore I'd never do this again, because I've done it many times.
This topic?
Well, this whole idea of putting myself out there.
Okay.
So to do it again, I had to think long and hard. I had to use discernment. Discernment is a whole nother thing. And maybe in our next podcast, we could talk about the art of discernment. I had to decide for myself and use discernment as to whether this was a good idea or not. And so trusting your discernment and going with what you feel, truly feel, your discernment will give you your truth. And that's why learning kinesiology, muscle testing, your truth lies within yourself. So if you're looking outside for all your answers, to a degree, it's helpful to open yourself up to what's out there. But man, you got to be able to be discerning. Look at the world right now. Oh my God. There's so much information that's coming at us every single day. So you could stop and say, well, the world's a mess. Why should I even try? It doesn't matter anywhere. We'll be blown up. Or you could say, I don't know. I just think the universe, you could say universe, spirit, God, whatever you want to say, has a plan for this world, for us. And we're very, very special, each one of us. We're all gifted. And so to find your purpose is so important. And you could be, oh my God, think if there were no trash emptiers in the world. Think if nobody did that job. Think if nobody washed the dishes in your restaurant when you went to eat. Think about how important everyone can be, depending on what they feel is their job, their position, their gift. You got to go for it.
Yeah.
And not everybody's going to be out there like everybody knows your name and you're really famous and you've done all this wonderful work. There are those people. But Mother Teresa said it best, not everybody's going to do great things, but everyone can do small things with great love. And I love that.
I like it too.
I love that. Everyone can do something small. So, there was this thing years ago, practice random acts of kindness. And we had our little mottos on our refrigerator magnets. Yeah, it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to do it.
Yes.
So little tiny gifts that you give, and you're not looking for anything in return.
Just to make someone's day.
That's the thing. People do things and they go, well, she didn't say thank you. Or I let this person cross the street and they didn't even say thank you. Like, well, why are you doing it then? Are you doing it because you need something? Okay, so let's roll back to what's that belief? I need people to do things so I feel better. No, let that really sink in. This is what we want to do. We want to change people. We want to have people be different than who they are. Roll it back to, what do you believe? I'm only happy if they treat me this way, because why? There's a strategy. Something happened a long time ago, and now you believe that people owe you something. They owe you something. And so if you do something, that's why I love, my husband's into sports. That's not my thing, but he'll tell me about these players who make a lot of money and how behind the scenes they're gifting. They're gifting children. They're gifting people who have had hard times. They give, and they're not looking for any kind of hurrah. They're just doing it because they've got it. And that's what I think what it's all about. So if you're greedy, you're like Midas and you want to keep your money and you don't want to share it, or what's the belief that supports that? There isn't enough. I can't give it away. Well, let me tell you something. When you give it away, when you are generous, when you're gifting others without any hurrah, without any need for applause, God, spirit, universe, call it what you will, recognizes that vibrational energy that's going out, this energy of generosity, of pure spirit, and it will kind of give you back. Again, this gets back to what you give is what you get. What you put out is what you get. If you put out a belief of helplessness, loneliness, nobody likes me, life sucks, yeah, you're going to keep on getting it. But you can't just turn that off. You can't just say, well, okay, I think I'm just going to be a positive thinker. Good luck. Again, let's get down to the foundation cement, that thing that builds your house, so to speak. If you have that belief, if your belief is kind of screwed up, your whole life's going to be screwed up. Simple as that. So again, I, as a coach, help people. And I've had a lot of different things. You could look at my bio on my website, how many things I pulled in to learn about to be able to be effective. I want to be effective. And nothing scares me anymore. When I was little, I was about a Catholic, and they say nothing shocks a priest. Well, nothing shocks me either. I don't care who you are. You can come to me with any set of problems, emotional upheaval, things you want to change. And man,
you bet you've done this for a little more than a day. you know the deal.
I know the deal. So it's a continual, practice. I keep getting led to things. I keep getting, books that will just fall into my, oh, wow, I never thought about this before. So I continue to learn, and I continue to make sure that I expand my own consciousness so that I could be effective.
Gotcha.
We talk about the belief systems. Do you believe there's life after death? Do you believe when you die, you die?
Some sort. Yeah, I do.
Okay. So that's important. A lot of people just feel like, nope, that's it. Get buried in a hole and that's the end of your life.
Very scary.
That's right. So again, how do you know? And this is where discernment comes in, because no one's going to call you up on the phone and say, absolutely, this is absolutely true. This is it. You're not going to get that. You have You have philosophies, you have theories, you have people that say this and people who say that. And you better brush up, hone in on your skill of discernment so you can recognize truth for yourself, truth. And again, there's not a rubber stamp on it. You've just got to open yourself up to whatever it takes so that you practice your discernment. You know, I trained with Carol Look, who was a master in a technique called emotional freedom techniques. And I worked with her for a good amount of years. And she'd say, you know, when you know it and you know her. You know what I'm saying? You know it. When you hear a truth and you know it and you know her, that's your discernment at work. That makes sense?
Yeah.
You kind of have to sift through the rubble. And you know what gets in the way? Again, it's ego. It's like, I have to be right. I have to be right. So I'm not open to anything that you say. This is why we're all so divided.
Right.
I'm right, you're wrong, you're right, I'm wrong. We're just fighting. And I think that's the ultimate goal of the people whose intention is to just destroy, get everybody fighting. If you get them fighting, they'll destroy themselves.
Yeah.
Don't walk into that ring. Just find people's opinions, their opinions. It's interesting that you think that. You don't have to change their minds. You're not out to do anything but
really, do you think you could if you even tried?
No.
Why would you want to?
You can't.
Right.
You can't. Living by example is a good thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Especially when you're a parent raising children. You can tell your children all you want to, you blue in the face. Show them how to be generous. Show them how to be kind and open. And I used to take my kids when they were really little, back in the day before everything was so battered down, we would make chocolate bars and we'd bring them to the nursing home. They were little. And I'd take them into the nursing home and we'd go around and I'd bring my kids. It was Easter time and we'd give out these chocolate bunnies and they were so happy. And my kids will still talk about that. So again, I wasn't looking for anything but just to brighten somebody's day. I was working in a nursing home and I saw a lot of sadness and loneliness and brokenness. And I thought, well, how can I pep them up a little bit? And my two little boys, I would bring them and we'd make baskets. And this was just an example. And I didn't have to say anything other than we're going to make these people a little happy. They still talk about it.
Nice. That's beautiful. Hey, we're running out of time, but I at least want to get in one question here. So let me go to the instant feedback. Let's take one question here. What do you got here, Mr. Producer?
All right, we have an anonymous one that just came in that says, what is the first step to being able to change our belief system?
Good one.
The first step is to know what you believe. You've got to have the ability to break it down to the barest belief that you can muster up. And this is where sometimes having a coach, because what will happen is when you start digging down like this, the same old ego will pull you back a little bit. So the first step would be finding out, what do you believe? And I like to use the word because. I'm doing this because I feel this way, because I believe this, because I believe that. In other words, a lot of times the belief is nothing more than I have to be right. Okay. So then finish the sentence. I'll say, I have to be right because why? Why do you have to be right? Answer it. Why do you have to be right? And they'll say something like, because I have to be perfect. Okay, say this. I have to be perfect because, well, if I do something wrong, I'll get into trouble. This is where it all begins. I have to be right. I have to be perfect. And if I don't, I feel inadequate. And then everything builds off of that. I don't know if that answered the question because we always time limited here, but you've got to start to be honest with yourself.
Yeah.
And we talked about this last time, that it's got to get better. It's got to get worse before it gets better. There has to be some discombobulation when you start to break up an energy system, a belief system that's carried you through all these years, to have to step back and understand you were just on the wrong path. That's okay. It's okay. The judgment that we bring to the table, judging others, judging ourselves, it's like this constant misplaced energy of judgmentalism.
Yeah.
And that's what we do. We do it. And that's why, the media knows this. And so they want to throw all this stuff at us. You've got to back out of it. And you got to go up 40,000 feet and look down and see what's going on. And again, discernment, all this stuff gets to play into it. The first step is to, if you can do this on your own, fine. If you can just keep asking yourself, because I do this, because I do this, and if I don't, it's because. Keep asking yourself until you get down to a belief system. And usually belief systems are things like, I'm not good enough, I have to be better, because success is for everybody, not me, I'm not adequate. There's a whole ton of these beliefs that kind of run the show. Life isn't fair, people can't be trusted. Your behavior cannot change unless you understand how your beliefs have been riding you around like a van, just driving you here and there. And they're just put into place because of life. I don't know if that answered the question.
No, it's well said. Mr. Producer, we got time for one more? Okay. Thank you, whoever that was.
We have Katie in Michigan wants to know, is there such thing as a fully selfless good deed?
A fully, yes.
How about an example?
Again, we go back to, am I doing this because I need something from this person? Am I doing this because it's going to make me feel good about myself? Selfless is the operative word in this question. Yes, you're doing it just because. No other reason. Not to get something out of it, because you are doing it just because it seems to you the right thing to do. Again, we go back to people. Oh, I let them cross the street. I baked my neighbor a pie. Oh, she really loved it. Now she's asking for pies every other day. Get into these predicaments.
Yeah.
But if you do it out of genuine love, and if you recognize someone's taking advantage of you, you got to be able to step in and stop that. It's called boundaries.
Boundaries.
Happens a lot. Well, people will start to put themselves out, and they start off thinking that they're selfless and just wonderful, and they're doing it out of love, and that's fine, and that's great. Keep doing it if you want, if that makes you feel better, only because you're helping somebody else out. But if you're doing it because you're getting something out of it, makes you feel better, pumps you up. Aren't I great? Look at me.
Intention.
Yep. I need attention. Okay. I need attention. Why? Break it down.
Well, I was saying intention. What's your intention of doing it? Is it to make me feel better, or am I doing it because I want to help that person, like you're saying? I get it.
It's true selfless.
Yeah.
It's not about me. It's all about you. And most people are running on, what do I get out of it?
Right.
Makes me feel better. So
yeah, it's totally different. Totally different. Hey, let me give you the last word. Anything that you want the audience to know, how we get a hold of you? I believe it's medicinemyway.us.
Yes,
is that
that is.
US?
I just wrote my newsletter. I just sent it out. People are liking it a lot. And again, it's not about, oh, I need them to like my newsletter. It's out, am I delivering a message that people find helpful and give them something to think about? That's what I do. I like to put out information that I've learned that I use in my own life and share it. There's the teacher, just to share it.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully, I can't attach to the outcome. This is what we do. We attach to the outcome. Well, if I don't get 27 likes, that doesn't, no. You just put it out there and you just allow it to be what it is. And if people can read it and say, wow, that got me thinking, that made my day. I get a lot of feedback sometimes from that. People will say, God, that's just what I needed to hear today. Thank you. Right. And I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm just glad that something that I did behaviorally could be for the greater good. We need more greater good in this world like we never have before. I don't think we're ever going back. We're moving forward. So we have to bring our best selves into the mix.
Gotcha. Guys, the one and only Tina Marion. Tina, thank you so much.
And just to one more thing.
I'll get to you at
I have
ran out of time here today, but Tina, thank you so much.
I do have 2 workshops coming up, one virtual and one live. So that's on my website too.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tina.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back here with our soul expression psycho-spiritual counselor. It's Michael Bean. We're joining here again here from Berkeley, California. And Michael Timothy Bean, I should say. Middle name is important as well. Thank you so much for coming back, being here with us today and occupying space today. I think it's going to be a great show for a lot of our listeners and viewers. Also for those of you on the radio cast, we're on the Zoom cast as well. Michael, to start, your website, soul-expression.com.
Correct. Yes.
Beautiful. Would you mind just introducing yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Sure. Thank you. Yes, my name is Michael Timothy Bean, and I am a psycho-spiritual counselor who works with clients individually and couples on their real life stuff using symbolic sight and metaphorical representations of the things that are going on with them in an effort to help them go internally and to process whatever it is that might be getting in their way of fully expressing themselves in this 3D world, and to improve their place in space and existence for themselves. Yeah.
Beautiful. I know you have a very diverse background. There's a lot more to you. We got to know each other, in the past. And for new listeners out there, just want to also point out you offer energy healing work, right? Sight work,
yes.
Symbolic work,
Correct.
Counseling, coaching. Also, you work a lot with couples, but also individuals. You do EFT. You do so much. There's a lot on your plate here that you can offer us, which makes you so versatile. And of course, even though you're located in California, you're here virtually and you can work with anyone around the world. And what did you have in mind for us today?
Great. So I woke up this morning to a comment on a social media ad that I ran.
Ooh.
That said that this is the work of Satan. And sounds like sorcery and witchcraft to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to thinking, no, this isn't the work of Satan.
Yeah.
Sorcery and witchcraft, perhaps a little bit. And let me qualify that. So what I mean by sorcery and witchcraft, like we were talking about in a previous interview with respect to spells and their intentions, right? Black magic and white magic, if you will, and energy work versus voodoo hexes and that kind of thing. I shared the story of how a voodoo spell was cast upon me and how I learned how to release it and had a profound experience as a result of it. And so with respect to this work, when I was getting trained, I called my school sorcery school. And it's an interesting use of the word, but the work is sorcery and witchcraft in the sense that tapping into the ethereal, tapping into the spiritual, tapping into the oneness, the messages that we receive intuitively from wherever they come, and then using them in service to others. right?
Mhm.
Whereas the negative connotation of sorcery and witchcraft would be using them in service to self, right? In
Mhm.
service to get some kind of gain at the expense of some other person. This work is sorcery and witchcraft, or wizardry, if you will, in service to the person who is seeking assistance. So it's not for my own good.
Yeah.
It's for the good of my client. And they are skills that we employ that help one create magic in the world, right? Through
Yeah.
vocal expression, through creation with your hands, through creative expression. And that's what I mean when I say sorcery and
Yeah.
witchcraft.
Mhm.
It's sourced from the oneness, the love, right?
Yeah.
And trying to help people come to the point where they can realize their true potential for themselves without the confusion, without the influence, without the judgment, opinions, and whatever else other people are throwing at them. And
Yeah.
so, like we talked about last time with that objective detachment exercise, we clear out other people's energies because they can be considered a possessive force of some kind to get you free of the things that might be in your way because of fear related to other people's opinions, judgments, how you might be seen, and how that might have an impact upon you. And so the work is a lot about clearing out other people, helping you find more about yourself,
Mhm.
and then encouraging my clients to go with that, right? To
Yes.
let that be the thing that leads, as opposed to the concern of judgment from others.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That happens a lot of times with judgment and
Oh, absolutely. We're all susceptible to it. And so the tools we use in session we begin with getting grounded, like I said before,
Mhm.
getting present in the moment, recognizing that this moment is our reality, and then working with it from a
Yep.
place of personal clarity, not confused by other people's judgment,
Yep.
not confused by possessive forces. And that's what I wanted to talk about today, is this idea of possessive forces and how they might get in the way of our full self-expression, right? Our
Yeah.
full soul's expression, if you will.
Mhm.
And so, yeah.
No. So exactly. Well, let's talk about it, because how it does. I mean, how I express myself. Let me ask you this: how I express myself, is it different from my soul expression? Do
Well, that
sometimes I
depends.
hide behind my inner thoughts and my inner? I think a lot of us do.
Right, sure. We put up our own filters to ease the things that we need to say or want to say, to perhaps make it more palatable for somebody else to receive.
Mhm.
Diplomacy is all about that, figuring out what it is that the language of the other person that you're speaking with is, and by language is how they receive information, and what works for them. And so we take that information and we perhaps sugarcoat or change or not be as direct in an effort to be less impactful in a negative way, if we might fear their judgment and opinions and that kind of thing. And so I consider that those things that we put up in front of us, those things that land in us from whatever source, conditioning, traumatic experience, past life experience, whatever it might be, as a possessive force of some kind, right? And there are a variety of possessive forces. And what I mean by a possessive force is that energy that comes in that takes over.
Yeah.
It can be a heightened state of awareness, it can be a heightened state of emotion. Right? Imagine yourself in a very heightened state of emotion, right? You can witness yourself witness yourself in that moment, saying things, doing things, being in a specific way that is not truly expressive of who you are as a person. You're reacting in an emotional way that, is true to form. You're releasing it, you're going through it,
yes,
but you might not be in total control of what you're saying, how you're saying it, and mindful of your presence in that moment, right? And that's an example of, say, a possessive force, some kind of heightened emotional state internally. Another one is from the ethereal. I'm a believer in spirits. I'm a believer in ghosts. I shared a story last week of how I cleared a house with ghosts, and the clients invited the ghost to stay, right?
You're like,
After
what?
I had
You're like,
spirit
what
to
are you
spirit
doing?
communication.
Yes.
Right. We talked about spirit guides, and that's an ethereal intelligence of some kind. And so when there are ethereal intelligences out there that don't have physical form that are up to no good, right? As we judge good or bad. And they can take over with permission. And this idea of permission is really interesting because it's indulging in things that are welcomed in your worldview, right?
Yeah.
So say if you believe in spirits, if you believe in ghosts, if you have an awareness or experiences with them, they are present in your worldview, and therefore they exist for you. And then you can have experience with them, all right, and communicate with them intuitively. Some people can even actually see ghosts in the 3D realm. I'm not one of them, but others can. And there are channelers out there who channel the energy. But the bottom line is these possessive forces come in, and with energy work and the kind of things that I can do, we can clear them, right? Depending, no matter what kind they are. If it's a heightened emotional state, if it's a force from externally, if it's some kind of archetypal energy like spider energy or snake energy or something like that, those can be seen and dealt with and communicated with and delivered elsewhere. And an interesting thing that occurred to me in classes that I was taking, took a session with a Chinese medicine doctor, and the teaching there was possessive forces are just like any other living intelligent force, and they too need healing. Wow. And we offer those possessive forces the opportunity to be seen, named, heard, and then healed, and then offered the door, be gone. And so, energy work can be inclusive of that kind of thing, right? In various movies and popular culture, the term exorcism comes to mind. That's connotated, that's connected to something negative, right? And again, I like to see these ethereal intelligences as ethereal intelligences that can be worked with, recognized, cleared in an effort to help one reveal their true self so that they can express themselves fully. Yeah. Ooh. So yeah, fun stuff. It's great stuff. And so wizard, sorcerer, witch, sure, but it's not about Satan. This work is from a place of love and connection. It's from a place of high integrity. It's from a place of truly desiring to be in service to others, not in service to self, right? We serve others in such a way that our own environment improves, right? And so in serving others, we get the opportunity to see our impact in a light way, in a way that's good in service. As long as we're working in service for others, this is not black magic, right? This is of help. And we're not doing this kind of work to make other people change, right? We're doing this kind of work to help ourselves grow, right? And what was I going to say? And I've had some experiences with these ethereal intelligences.
Can you share some? I mean, this is
absolutely
for someone who's never experienced it. I hear about it, I believe in it. I believe everything you're saying. And I have friends that actually can connect and all. I can't. So I mean, this is awesome. I love hearing these stories. I wish I had your sixth sense. Maybe one day.
There was one particular experience that comes out to mind. A few years back when Arnold Schwarzenegger was, and this was before I had any of this training and I had an experience with an ethereal intelligence. A few years back when Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California, he chose to remodel the 10th floor of a big hotel in downtown Sacramento, California, which is the state. And I was at a conference in Sacramento that particular time, and lo and behold, he remodeled half the floor and left the other half open to guests in the hotel. And I remember walking out of the elevator, checking into the hotel, having no idea that Arnold Schwarzenegger was there on the 10th floor in his, in his suite while he was the governor.
Wow.
And the Secret Service person attending to that particular floor, I walked out of the elevator. He goes, "Welcome to the 10th floor, Mr. Bean. We know all about you. This is the suite of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor." And I was like, "Holy smokes." It was a strange surprise.
Yeah.
It was a 5-day long training course that I was participating in. And maybe about day 3, it was in the middle of the night. I woke up and in this state of sleep paralysis. And I don't know if you know what that is.
I'm not from. I'm assuming you can't wake up, but
from a sleeping state, you suddenly have consciousness,
okay.
but you can't move. Right, and I remember just moving my eyes and opening up and realizing I'm in a state of paralysis here. I can't move muscle. And I became keenly aware of a dark figure, hooded figure at the end of the bed that was malevolent. I felt the fear. I felt the malevolence. It was a dark hooded figure, and I was freaked out, unable to move in my bed in the state of sleep paralysis.
Wow.
And what I remember was feeling scared, but then at the same time feeling like, oh, I'm still in control here. And I remember opening my eyes like abruptly and closing them and opening them and wishing that thing to go. I said, be gone. And sure enough, it went. And that fear of dread and malevolence vanished. And so that was my first really discernible experience with possessive force. Right. Wow. And the message that person was, or that entity was sending was, we're watching you. We're the governor's spirit posse. We're on the lookout, and we're just checking you out to make sure you're not a threat. Right. But it was a very malevolent force. And I'm not saying Arnold Schwarzenegger is a demon or anything like that. No. But there was that protective force out there, and I was subject to it. And it was a very interesting thing. And there have been others too, in classes, when we were learning about possessions, right? Suddenly, when you open your mind and eyes to the possibility of them, you begin to see them. And what I learned is that many people are possessed in all kinds of ways. It's not as uncommon as you think, and it's not as extreme as you might think. Again, it can be an emotional state of mind where you lose a little bit of your mindfulness or a lot of your mindfulness and react instead of responding. And again, coming back to the work that I do, this work is inclusive of recognizing that we have forces that sometimes take over our control of ourselves, and seeing them for what they are as a place to look and perhaps for something to learn from, and then naming it as something that is a possessive force, healing it using the stuff that we use in energy healing, and showing it the light, showing it the door, showing it the pathway, and inquiring about what the message is, right?
Yeah.
It's not uncommon for somebody who is having a spiritual awakening to come face to face with their demons.
Yeah.
Right? And to come face to face with other kinds of messaging entities, like example, spider energy. Ooh. I remember waking up to a dream where I could completely be aware. I was completely aware of the figure of a spider biting my belly on the left side. Biting my belly on the left side. And I'm like, what is the message of this spider? Right? Freaked out. Woke up. Oh my gosh. And I had learned about possessions and spider energy and that kind of thing in class. And there it was. I was having this experience of a spider energy. Thought nothing of it. I asked myself, what could this mean? Knowing that kind of energy is sending a message. And sure enough, maybe a month or so, I was diagnosed with a melanoma on my belly in that spot. And I made that connection. Holy smokes, there's something happening here that I needed to be concerned about. And I connected it after the fact.
But
that bite that I got was the exact spot where I had the melanoma removed. And so, the connection was a little bit bizarre for me after the fact. I was curious in the moment, recognized that it was a spider energy, wondered what the message was. As soon as I asked that question, it went away. And then the answer came. The answer came when the answer was right to come. And that speaks to this idea of integration of the messages that we get, integration of the insights that we get through energy healing and other kinds of internal work, and the time that it takes to be ready for the new state of awareness after that work is done. So with energy work, with self-development, we put effort into the work, but the impacts come over time. They come over time when we're ready to receive that next level. And so it can't be rushed, right? We look for messages, we look for insights, we ask what
All the
might this
time.
mean, and then forget about it. Dismiss, detach and dismiss from it, and then let it come when it comes. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. It's going to come at some point, but the act of engaging with the question, the act of engaging with the inquiry, the act of being open to the intuitive hits is enough.
Yeah.
Right? You receive, you accept, you put something into action as a result of the receiving and the action, and the accepting, and then drop it. Let it go. Let it go, like you were saying, that
let it go. Yeah, Frozen.
Let it go. I don't want to sing. I have a terrible voice.
So do I, but it's funny. Just maybe off track for a sec, but we have a sec. Like there's in my home, I have two little closets in my bedroom, not walk-in closets, but two little closets, which are packed and a mess. Anyway, since I moved in, because my mom passed here in my house, this light flickers in my closet, and it's almost every day, not all the time. The other day, the other closet started blinking. And so then I got goosebumps now. I'm like, is this you trying to talk to me? And I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm like, if it is, I'm trying to rationalize my mind. I said, okay, blink. Okay, so every time you flash, maybe let's go through the alphabet together, Mom. You're trying to spell something out. So it blinks 11 times. And I'm like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. K. Okay, go to the next one. And it's like 8. And so I'm thinking she's trying to spell me something and it doesn't work. But am I looking too deep into the signs, or sometimes maybe this will make sense in the future?
Yeah, good point. Probably both.
Or am I just crazy and it's just I need an electrician to fix my light? It doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah. So all kinds of possible real world answers, right? Yeah, maybe you just need to screw in the light bulb a little bit more and it'll stop.
No, now it's the other one too. So no.
Okay, so then something you might be disrupting the electromagnetic field with your own bioelectric energy there.
Wow.
So when you're in those closets and checking out that light and it's freaking out on you, can you go back and ask yourself, what state of emotion am I in? Am I in a heightened state of emotion at this time? Am I disrupted in any way, or am I calm and peaceful? How were you when you were in those closets looking at those lights?
Well, just 2 weeks ago, I tried cleaning out a closet. So I was a little stressed out. My kids were home and the closet's so packed. That's the new closet that started blinking on me. But I felt good because same with my mom, we used to organize and clean and I haven't had time to do the closet. So I felt relief of doing it, but the stress of all the stuff everywhere brought it on. And then the other closet that blinks all the time randomly, I'm in there stressed or not stressed. It doesn't matter. That's where like my dress clothes are. Not that I dress up much, but yeah, I'm in there almost every day getting a shirt or something. So yeah, there's no, I'm in all different states in the other closet. Yeah. So, but I have to be.
Sounds like you weren't completely grounded and present and calm in the moment, taking each second as it comes and accepting it for what it is. There are probably some other energies in there. We are bioelectric people, our nerves and our nervous system are electrical conduits for electrical signals, and that radiates outward.
Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for electrical equipment to go crazy in the presence of somebody who's in a heightened state.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I had this experience in Cape May, New Jersey, riding the bike around late at night one time. And, in the thick of coming to terms with what I was learning at that time, and 7 times I counted going under these street lamps, they would go out when I went under it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as I exited the lit up zone or what would have been the lit up zone of that street lamp, it went on again. And it happened 7 times in a row as I went from corner to corner. The lights going out as I got there, and then coming on as I rode out. And so I'm a believer that we can affect the.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay, good. Oh my gosh.
Sneezes are releases of energy that are.
Isn't that funny? I'm like, why do I have to sneeze? Gotta hold it in. I can't
sneeze out of
on
possessive force.
Good. It's in the tissue. I caught it.
There you go. Honor it, see it for what it is, and detach and dismiss from it.
Good.
Anyway, so
sorry, back to our other conversation.
Not uncommon
thank
for
you.
electromagnetic disturbances to occur when people are in that kind of heightened possessed state.
Yeah.
And I was fully possessed with the curiosity of what was happening
to you. And
So yeah.
Sorry to digress. Yeah, that was on. I
Oh, it's all
forgot where we
good. It's
were.
not
But this
not
is
a
what happens.
digression at all.
Thank you. We were on the conversation. Back to where we were.
Yeah. So the idea of permission.
Allowing,
Right?
giving.
Possessive forces require permission.
Permission. What is that?
And permission comes in a variety of forms, right? Like we talked about with the objective detachment we did the last week in that person that you were detaching from. The fact that you think of somebody and bring them into your space, metaphorically, energetically, is permission to engage with them, right? And so like this person who commented on my ad, my Facebook ad that I posted, you know, they mentioned Satan. Satan is a part of that person's world, right? It was named.
Now they just brought that into your space.
Comes into existence, into the space. It came into my space.
Getting it.
And I got to thinking, wait a minute, no, be gone, Satan. You are not welcome here, right? This is not about that. However, the witchcraft and sorcery idea, yeah, sure, somewhat, but in service to others, not in service to self. And so it got me thinking about this idea of permission and the various levels of it and what kinds of permission we offer and how it can, you know, invite other people's energy, invasive forces, possessive energies, things that get in the way of your full self and soul expression. And so other kinds of permission, naming something is permission. When we give it a name, when we name it with a qualifier like good, bad, evil, saintly, whatever it might be, we bring that energy in too. So just by thinking about somebody, just by naming something, just by recognizing or even reading it, those are all examples of a permissive state where we can invite those kinds of energies in. And so what's the opposite of that? How do we keep them out? Well, set yourself up in a way that those things just don't exist in your world. Process the energy, invite it out, and go for the amount of time that you can without it in your life, right? As opposed to something that sticks with you. And so that's where energy work comes in. We clear out the energies in your energy centers. We clear out the influences of other people with their various tools and techniques. And we give you a reprieve of the things that we permit in our lives that could be disruptive, right? Social media, right? Endless news feeds. All those things that get us thinking about other things out in the world, the evils of the world, and can cause us stress. And so that led me to thinking about, well, what about social justice? What about fighting evil? What about doing good in the world? What about engaging in the battle against evil or the righting the wrongs of society, etc.? And so where I landed with that and doing some meditation on it was that we each have our own experience. We each invite our own possessions to come and inhabit us. We each have the opportunity to clear those. And we each have the opportunity to become fully self-aware and self-present and present in this moment, to then share what it is our natural gifts are out in the world in service to others, be that one-on-one or effectual with a group or as a leader or in whatever role. And so it speaks to this idea of choice, choosing your path, choosing how you're going to serve. Am I going to serve a group of people out in the world that could benefit from what I'm sharing? Or am I going to serve my partner in relationship, right? When we've had a fight, you know? So there's this idea of service, and possessive forces comes in and out of all of the work that we do for ourselves and with other people. And this clearing energy and seeking to understand and seeking to be present with others in a peaceful, truthful, present, and mindful way, you know, that opens us to being even of more service, right? Without resistance. This idea of resistance comes in. We resist evil. We resist this. We resist that. The act of resistance is something that brings us to that present moment of accepting that thing that we're resisting. There's that saying, what we resist persists, right?
Yeah, I never heard of that.
And it's
I
true.
like that. Yeah.
It's true. It's a phrase that I've heard quite a bit. What we resist persists. And you can think of that thing that we resist as a possessive force. And you can look at it and name it. I am resisting this. It's a possessive force. It's in the shape of a spider. It bit me. I'm not going to resist it anymore.
And there it
I'm
is.
gonna
Look,
look for the message.
and you
Say
got
hi
it.
to detach from it. Thank you for your showing me. And what this means, I don't know yet, but it's going to come. I trust that. And sure enough, it did in that example with the spider. So I can guide people through that process of clearing their possessive forces, helping them understand what the messages are, if there are any, and having them do something like we had said before for themselves that isn't necessarily connected to the 3D world, but can be applied to it in terms of message received and message understood and integrated of, material integrated or information integrated and that kind of thing.
Got it. Thank
It's awesome.
you. It
Yeah.
is. And we're just about out of time. We are. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. How does that happen?
Time flies.
It does. Let's remind everyone how we could reach out to you if you don't
Yes, thank
mind. Give
you.
us your contact information.
Yeah, Michael Timothy Bean, soul-expression.com. That little dash or hyphen in the middle of the soul and expression is important. 510-606-8118 is the phone number that you can text or call. And my website, soulexpression.com.
Perfect.
Please have a look, reach out, take a look at my content, and would love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to the next time we get to talk. And again, to all of our listeners and viewers, thank you for being here today. And I guess, are we back in touch next week? No hiatus, no holiday, right? Not yet.
Right.
All right. We'll see you then next Friday. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're going to make your life potentially a lot better, and it just comes down to one letter as we make it better, the 3 C's. We're going to focus on these 3 things that could really change your life. And that's courtesy of David Allison. He's an amazing life coach. He also helps with energy healing, hypnotherapy, NLP, and so much more. And he's on the program with us. David, welcome. How you doing?
Good afternoon from Scotland. Good morning to you.
Yes,
I'm doing great.
Good to have you here. Yes, I have to mention right away with your accent, which is fantastic. You are live and direct from Scotland today. You help a lot of people, and I know that you resonate very often with this one principle that includes 3 C's, like literally 3 words that have the letter C starting with them. Can we start with that? What's the first?
Yeah, sure. So, and I like to think of it as the 3 C's of life. And the first one is choice. The second one is chance. And the third one is change.
It sounds so simple when you say it that way, But sometimes it takes time for us to really feel that we can deal with all of those. But all three of those are probably the most important things for anything that you want to accomplish in life.
They certainly are. And the thing I hear, I mean, I've done thousands of sessions with clients, and you probably hear it. You probably hear it from your people walking down the street in New York or whatever. So life happened. I don't have a choice. I won't take a chance.
Yep.
And people are afraid of change.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, there's one constant in this world, and that is everything changes all the time. I'll give you an example. My father passed away in 1989 when I was in my late 20s. CDs had only just been released.
Yep.
Dire Straits' first CD had just been released. Mobile phones were the size of a house brick.
Yep.
CDs are, I can't remember the last time I bought a CD, and my iPhone 12 mini fits in the back pocket of my jeans.
Yep. And guess what? Things have changed. And
the thing is, people are afraid of change, but the thing is, the world will change whether you want it or not.
It's so true. And just not to digress here, but I do remember cell phones, and I remember when they were in bags. They came in a duffel bag. It was
that came in a bag, and you had a big there's like a car battery that was inside of it. It was just ridiculous.
And then you had the coax cable, the antenna wire. You had to take the antenna, put it on the roof, and same thing with CDs. The CD changer. I used to have a 500 CD changer that had a carousel that was almost the size of a quarter of a refrigerator.
I remember those days well.
Yeah, but
I still have 500 CDs downstairs in my living room. So
I don't know what to do with them. Although one day I did spend over the winter when there's not a lot going on with every PC in my house, and I was just ripping them to MP3 files. And what am I going to do with the disc? But to your point, life is changing. Life is always changing. And there's a song that resonates with me while we're talking about music here is David Bowie, Changes.
Yeah.
One of the lyrics in it is turn and face the strange. And you have to. And it feels strange, but no matter what how often you resist, it's going to change around you. Life is going to change. And if you don't follow along with it, you're going to have to catch up to it.
And that brings us back to the choice. And people say, well, I've got no choice. Well, you're making choices every day. You get out of bed, you can choose which emotion you want to be in. You can choose what color of jeans you put on.
Sure.
Or your clothes. Or I'm going to choose to brush my teeth this morning or not. I'm going to choose to have that extra coffee. We're always making choices. But when it comes to making change, that's when we start resisting. We start going against the flow because we don't want to take a chance. Why do we not want to take a chance? Because if we take a chance, what happens if we fail? What will our friends think about us? And that's the biggest fear that generally we have in life nowadays. It's what are people going to think of us? And then people go, well, I'm not gonna take the chance because it might fail. And you can think, okay, it might fail, but people always tend to look at what possibly can go wrong, but what can go right is also available.
Absolutely.
We're wired, and if I think talking NLP terms for a second, our subconscious mind, we are wired, and all our mind is trying to do is protect us. That little voice in our head is trying to protect you. But it's thousands and thousands of years old. It's still trying to protect you from the saber-toothed tiger or the dinosaur. But we don't have them, certainly not in Scotland. I don't know about New York. But we don't have these things nowadays. But what we have is the fear of what other people think.
Oh, it's the same thing here. Without a doubt. Yeah. Or if it's not the fear of what other people think, it can sometimes be the fear of not feeling that you're worthy of that change.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've got a great little quote I'm going to save till the end.
Sure.
But yeah, it's all about the choices you make, the language you choose to speak, the emotions you choose to show up in every day, and the decisions you make. And not making a decision is also a choice. Not taking a chance is also a choice. Not changing is also a choice. So we have this, a lot of people have this story in mind. I have no choice. I'm going to stay in this bad relationship, or I'm going to stay in this job because I can't do this or I can't do that. And the thing is, the more that we tell ourselves we can't do something, our subconscious mind just believes it. It believes everything that it hears. So whatever you watch and listen to on the TV, and if you watch a lot of news, most people live in fear. Certainly in the last couple of years, the more you listen to that TV, the more you listen to all this doom and gloom, and people are afraid. Some people are afraid to go out their houses, and then anybody turns against each other. And
it's so true. It's and you know, even getting back to your subconscious mind, a lot of us, we've all, let's admit it, we've all said that phrase before. I have no choice. I really have no choice. But what are you saying to yourself? You're telling your subconscious mind, you know, to your point, David, that wants to protect you. It's there to protect you, and or make you happy, and it's hearing no choice, no choice, no choice. And that's how it's going to react. If you turn that language around and you said, I have lots of choices. There's lots of things I can do. I have the freedom, it's my will to do whatever I want. Your mind is going to react on it.
I mean, you can look at any experience you've had in life, Steve. And I mean, I've worked with people that have had horrendous things happen to them. And what happens when something happens to you, you give it a meaning. And even the thoughts you have in the last 10 minutes, you've had a thought, and a lot of people will have given that a meaning. Oh my God, I'm not good enough, or I'm not worthy enough, or I'm not beautiful enough, or they've got more money than me. And you give it a meaning, and then you attach emotion to it. And all the experiences in life, you give it a meaning. And for some people, they carry that meaning all of their life. And if I talk about some of my clients that have had the most horrendous things done, they carry the pain and the emotional burden of something that happened 20 years ago that's not happening now. But they carry that pain, they carry that hurt, they carry that emotion. And if that doesn't find a way to come out, it just becomes what we call bonded inside. There's trauma bonding. And the thing is, you might talk about it, and people go to therapy for years and years, and all they do is talk about the same stuff.
Yes.
Over and over and over again. And that doesn't really, it might help you for that half an hour you're talking to your therapist and you're lying on the couch.
Yep.
But all you're doing is you're bringing it up, you're stirring those emotions again, and you're creating all that. And there's a great guy called Joe Dispenza, and he talks about this. It's like you bring all these emotions, you live that moment again in your head, and your mind just wires and fires all those meanings and those emotions again, and you bring it all up, and you start to feel like crap.
All it is a lot of times in a therapy session, and that's the difference between a life coach. And I'm not saying that therapy is not good for you, but you're venting. It's a session to vent. You could call your friend up and do the same thing, but are you taking care of it? That being said, David, is there a way that we can disconnect the emotion from a trauma? Let's say we identified it. We know what happened. Something happened that was traumatic a couple of years ago, whatever it might be. And you have an emotion attached to it, and you know it's there. It's floating around in your head, and sometimes it gets triggered, or it comes back to life a little bit. Is there a way to disconnect that emotion from that trauma?
Yeah, yes, there are several ways. And the ways, things that I've had some traumatic experiences in my life, and things that I wish hadn't had happened, but have happened. Some of them were self-inflicted. Some of them weren't in my control at the time. And I've had NLP, I've had hypnotherapy, and I've also had energy work.
Same.
And I actually do, like when I work with clients now, it's not just coaching. It's a mixture of coaching, being a guide, being a thinking partner, being a therapist. But I don't let people, sometimes you have to go back to go forward. So what I help my clients through, either through the energy work or some spiritual practices or hypnotherapy or NLP, is take them back to that moment. And if you like, to put it in simple terms, we make peace with it.
Yeah.
And there's some things sometimes I do energy work and it helps them through visualization or through Reiki or something. It takes the energy out of the body. It takes the pain away. And I'm not really doing anything. I'm just the guy in the middle that if they believe in God or a higher power or the universe, it's like, I'm just the guy in the middle that's bringing the message. And it's, hey, it's time to change. Today's the day. Today's the day we're going to finally let go of all this shit you've been carrying around for 20 years. I've even had clients who've been carrying around the trauma of their mothers. I had a lady who was carrying around the trauma of her mother's abuse for years. And in 45 minutes, I helped her release it.
Yep. It works.
It works.
And I'll share with you, we have something in common, and you know, there's probably a little bit of trauma related to it for both of us, but my dad passed when I was in my 20s too. Yep. And it's, you know, what's the connection? That one I don't have, but there's other connections from the past connected to my dad that I confronted during hypnotherapy. I just knew I needed to go back there. You know, like you said, you have to go back to go forward.
Yeah, when I was on the show a couple of weeks ago, I was talking with the other host about beliefs. It's like, and we have those beliefs that are inherited from our parents.
Sure.
So what you were sharing there is your father gave you some beliefs. My father gave me some beliefs. My mother, who's still here, she's 85, bless her, she has beliefs too. And every now and then I smile because I hear them. So I remember this when I was 14.
Yep.
And there's beliefs about money, beliefs about love or relationships. And sometimes we just trip ourselves up because, and I'll just share the example again. And again, this is about that choice. It's like, so when I'm working with a client, I'll say, so what do you believe about yourself? Well, and they'll say, I'm worthy of love, I deserve love, and I'm ready to meet the love of my life, my soulmate. And then about 20 minutes later, I'll say, so what do you believe about relationships? Well, all men are assholes and can't be trusted. Because they've chosen that happens because they had an experience in the past where the guy was an asshole.
Yep.
And let her down. So she's choosing to carry the weight of that pain forward to now. But she really, really wants to meet the love of her life. She's done a lot of work. She's ready. But she's still holding in her subconscious that anxiety, that pain, that anger. And when you bring those two together, and I say, okay, so how's that working out for you? And the light goes on in their head. I go, oh my goodness. And then what we do is we work on releasing what doesn't serve them anymore, so that we're creating the space for the love of our life to appear.
Would you say, based on what you were just saying, David, that if that woman has that belief that, you know, all guys are just idiots, yeah, it's hard to find somebody that, because we gravitate back to what we're familiar with, that's what she's going to choose. She's going to choose another a-hole. she's going to pick another one like that.
Yeah, and it's like, and it's like, because when we do this, I just go into these questions. I say, so what are you not going to do next time? It's like, so we clear that belief or that energy or that emotion that's stuck. And it's not really, well, it's stuck because they're choosing to let it stay stuck. And again, it's just about take the chance to let this go. And sometimes people carry this because it brings them a benefit. And it might sound a bit strange that people carry pain for 20 years, but carrying pain sometimes brings people sympathy. Oh, well, if people are sympathetic to something that's happened to me, like say your husband beat you up, and you tell that story for 20 years, people will say, wow, that's really bad. It's so bad, you shouldn't have taken it. And people hold on to that because in getting sympathy, they feel love. Yep. They feel connection. And they have a fear. Well, if I take the chance to let this go, then I might actually lose the connection I've got. I might actually lose this love. And that's what stops people changing.
It's like the chains are on them and they can't release it. And I think it's also familiarity. So you feel comfortable being the victim. I was in a relationship with somebody, this is years ago, but they suffered abuse from their father. And their comfort spot was confrontation. I'm low key. I just kind of all work it out. I don't elevate. It's all good. We'll figure it all out. She always wanted to press a button, start in, because I believe, I'm not the expert here, but I believe that was her comfort from her childhood. So I want to go back to that because my dad did it to me. So I want to feel that again because it feels comfortable, not afraid to change. You're just afraid of, moving forward. So, what you're saying is so many people do that. And for years, and I want to say in one breath, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to continue feeling that in your life? But then we have to understand because it feels comfortable. And then they feel love from talking to other people that backs it up. But I think it's also the victim mindset, to be the victim. And now you're the spotlight of attention. Oh, there's Joni having another issue. Oh, poor Joni. Oh, right.
Yeah, that's what happens. And again, I talked 2 weeks ago when I was on the show. There's 3 things that affect the quality of your life. There's what you believe about yourself and your environment and the world around you, the emotions that you live in every day, and the habits that you've got. So people that are in a victim mentality, their emotional vibration or their emotional state every day is low. It's typically anxiety or fear or stress or depression. And when you're in any emotional state, you will focus on things. So if you're feeling stressed, you'll be focusing on all the things. Oh, I've got to hit this deadline, You're not focused on, I can't wait for this to be done. This result is going to be amazing. Because the energy of being in anxiety or fear or stress brings you down, which then triggers your language. Oh, this is never going to get better. And if I go back to the lady that, well, all men are liars, can't be trusted. So I'm never going to find the right guy. And what you're doing there is coming back and you're feeding your mind. And your mind's going, okay, I'll give you 100 times when you've said this before, and I'm just going to make this painful for you again. And all it is like, it's what I do with the clients there is like, okay, what's the emotional state that you want to live in every day? And it could be happening, it could be loving, and everybody's had a happy or a loving moment in their life at some point. Well, there's maybe 1 or 2 people that haven't, but generally people have felt love in their life at some point. Even if it's
David, I gotta believe that everybody has felt that at some point in your life.
Yeah. So all I do through NLP is take them back to that beautiful place and get them to feel it again. And then we do something called future pacing. We take it into the future and we anchor it again, and I bring them back to being in the room, and they know what's going on because I'm just taking them on a little journey, a little visualization, and they're telling me what's going on, what they see, what they feel, what they hear. And then when I take them into the future and they realize that they can actually have the life they want, they go, oh my. And they come back and all of a sudden they've gone from feeling depressed to feeling pumped up, excited, determined, passionate. And they can then step into that identity anytime they want. As soon as they get out of bed in the morning, they can stand on the ground and go, hey, I'm going to be Steve the Badass today.
Is it that easy when you work with somebody, even through NLP, that they can recover that feeling that they had, let's say, with you, let's say a week ago? Yeah, going back to that in their own mind. Can they do that?
I did it with a client of mine 2 days ago. This guy worked with me three years ago when I used to work for Tony Robbins. And when he worked with me 3 years ago, his doctor had diagnosed him with clinical depression. And he'd been clinically depressed for 30 years. He was a man in his 50s. And we just did I did a session with him 3 years ago, and I did another one with him last week it was. What a difference in the guy. And he's no longer in. When I called him out in his depression, I said, we'd been working together 6 months. I said, you're not depressed? He said, yes, I am. And he was very strong language. And I'll do that for your listeners. But yes, I say, and the doctor told me. So, and I challenged him on it one day. And that night he went away. Then he went, that Scotsman, he can't tell me what's right. And the doctor told me this, I'm going to go and prove him wrong. So he Googled all his symptoms, Mr. Google. And he went, oh my goodness. It looks like I've got sleep apnea. Well, he went to the doctor, and the doctor said, yeah, let's send you off for tests. So 6 months later, he was off all his meds. And he's now training. He's now just finished his hypnotherapy training. He's going to be a hypnotherapist and a coach.
Wow.
And he had 30 years clinical depression. And I cleared that for him in one session.
Amazing. But guess what? Just goes back to what we said at the beginning, David. That was the belief that was put in him from a doctor. Yeah. And your beliefs could come from your parents, could be anybody. Wow. We're just about out of time, but it has been refreshing and interesting talking with you. And I'm going to say 2 words, and I really, truly mean this. You're good. Like, you get it. But what's interesting is you combine not just hypnotherapy, energy healing, NLP, which people do that, but you also add the coaching aspect in.
Yeah.
Which a lot of times you don't find that. You find great energy healers and, okay, I've done a session on you. Now you're off. But you also combine the coaching aspect of it, which is a very powerful combination. How does it work with you, David? If somebody wants to reach out to you and start a conversation, is it a free consultation?
Yeah, so you can find me on Facebook. I'm the guy sitting on the mountain. There's usually some mountains behind me. You get me on my website, davidgallison.com. Yeah, book a call with me. We'll spend an hour together. We'll talk about your life, your business. And if you think I'm the guy for you and I think you're the guy for me, then we'll find something that works. But I'm not for everybody, and everybody's not for me. Some people want therapy, some people want coaching, whatever it is.
Sure.
I just work intuitively. So whatever you need in that hour or 90 minutes or 2 hours we're together, I will give it to you.
It's a relationship. So
it is, yeah.
Right. Yeah. DavidGAllison.com is a website. 1 L on Allison.
1 L, yeah.
And great talking with you. It really was.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure, Steve.
So what we got to do, what we have to do now?
What do we have to do?
We have to find somebody to buy our CDs.
Yeah.
I don't know if we will. I don't know. Yeah.
When I'm gone, my kids and my grandkids will be going, what is this?
Yeah. Oh, wait, look at this. What a coaster for our drinks on the table. That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great.
All right. We'll talk soon. Thanks again, David.
All right. Pleasure. Cheers, Steve. Bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right, everybody, we are back. Thank you, Mr. Producer. I am with the one and only Christine Goss, Lavender Lane. Go to Lavender Lane PTW. Christine, how are you?
I'm great, Casey.
Nice to see you. We usually
to
talk
see you,
on the
Michael.
radio, so now we're face to face. Now, where are you right now?
I'm in Waterloo, Ontario, and in my office at Lavender Lane Wellness Center. And today we're going to be doing a quick shocker balance demo. And basically it replicates what we do in a virtual sense. But obviously, if you book a session with us, the sessions are going to be longer, but just gives you an idea. For the past few shows, we've been talking a bit about, angel signs and numbers and everything and we've been manifesting them quite well together. So what hit me last time after the show was a listener said, oh, I asked for money, but I didn't get it. So what we need to do is start, basically there's something subconscious that's blocking that. So we need to clear those energies out and really start to tease out what is blocking it.
Okay, so because I've never seen your setup before here, but
yes.
Say if you do like a Reiki session, would someone be right in this room? Like
yes.
That's
so this represents the head. I've got all the chakras represented right down to ground. So if we were doing a virtual Reiki session, then I would just pretend that this was your body, and then we just do a normal session. So that's about an hour and a half.
Okay, and you told me that's called a proxy, right?
Yeah, and today we're just going to do a quick. It's basically a crystal healing technique. I always incorporate Reiki into it, but we balance all the chakras, which are your energy centers, where mind, body, and spirit all interact.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And at Lavender Lane, are there a bunch of rooms like this?
Yes.
Where you, because I know you do so many different things. Why don't you tell people who haven't heard your show before some of the other things that you guys do? Because you have, I used to call it the mall of holistic health. So,
yes.
what some of your other services, just if people are interested,
Sure.
and then we can concentrate on this because this looks neat.
For in-person, we've got physiotherapy, chiropractic, massage therapy, acupuncture, osteopath, and Reiki. And then all of our holistic services are available to do virtually online. Our system actually works. It's actually simpler than Zoom to use. You just click. Cool. And we have a secure video call. It's super fun. And energy work is just as effective in person and at distance, which I think you've experienced.
Yeah. Okay, great. So, all right. So get back. So now, you have I'm trying to look at that. As for the head, is that a crystal right there?
So what I've got. So this is actually copper, and it's called a Janessa orb. And what it does is it concentrates positive energy.
Cool.
And then each of the chakras are represented. There's crystals inside them, and the color is represented. So this is for the crown. So nice violet.
Okay.
And I also like to add, I got lots of toys. This is an Oregon pyramid.
Nice.
So pyramids help to bring energy in, and this also helps to balance the energies in the room. It's got amethyst in it, which is for the third eye, and it helps to also clear out all, because we are on the internet and whatnot, we're being bombarded by cell phone and EMFs and radio waves and everything. So it helps to protect us.
Oh, wow.
So it's just an added layer of protection and power.
Filters kind of that stuff out because it's got to take its toll, right? I mean, it's got to do something. All the waves, I mean, frequencies and all that, right?
Exactly, because we're 60 to 70% water. Water is impacted by sound waves and energy waves. So, and these haven't been around for very long, like relative to how long humanity has been around, right? So we haven't adapted to, protect and shield ourselves. So crystals are one of the ways I love to do that. And for I added an extra big black grounding stone. This is a newmite, and he's got lots of
What's it called again?
Newmite.
Newmite. Okay.
This one is especially good for light workers and helps to ground and shield and balance, and just helps to cement.
Okay, so you keep that one around you all the time then, I probably, right, when you're doing all your work.
Yes.
Right. Because
so I've got my desk. It has crystals all over it.
Okay.
So yeah, it's always lots of fun.
Yeah, it's and then you told me that you have set up there's 7 for each of the chakras, kind of going down. Do you want to kind of give us a
violet for crown,
okay,
which is the top of the head. This one is like a cobalt blue for the third eye, but I've got the amethyst there as well. Throat chakra, light blue. And then heart chakra is green. Solar plexus is just here, yellow. That's your personal power center. Sacral. Okay, that's your orange. That's your emotional center, creativity. Root, red. And then I've got black for ground. So root is your base. It's security, safety.
Okay, cool. And so now we're gonna do some grounding. Can you tell us again what no, grounding or clearing?
Yes. So I'm gonna do a little chakra balancing. So, and that's good. We need to be balanced between heaven and earth in order to be healthy. Okay. So I'm gonna do a. Do you want me to read your chakras, Casey?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss Producer's right here. You can't see him, but he's right next to me.
Awesome.
But, if you just want to poke his head, and you could see him. He's right next to me. If you could see that, there's Mr. Producer. All right.
Hi, Joe.
So now when we're doing this work, will he get balanced too?
Everybody listening will also receive it if they're open to it.
Awesome. Okay.
So your ground is a little bit big. We want them to be that big around and going clockwise. So your direction is fine. Root chakra. Oh, that one's big. Okay. Sacral. And solar plexus. Okay, so so far they're consistently big. And this is kind of the pattern I've been seeing throughout COVID, is everybody's been overwhelmed and just too much information coming in, and it's just a lot to handle.
And can you explain what you're doing with that?
So this pendulum is just sensing what energy, what is happening at the energy centers.
Okay.
And I've intended it that it's you at this point. Oh, you're thinking a lot. A lot going on in your head, sir. Okay.
So can you tell that by how
like, yeah, some of your chakras were like, almost 6 inches across. So
and
that's
it's supposed to be like this. You said it's supposed to be just kind of like
an okay.
Okay,
like
got it.
2 inches.
Yeah.
So so now I'm putting crystals, clear quartz on your crown, amethyst on the third eye, blue lace agate on throat, green aventurine on the heart, citrine, which is one of your favorites,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
solar
yeah.
plexus.
I like the way that one looks.
Yes, it takes negativity out of every space. It's wonderful.
Uh-huh.
So carnelian on the sacral, and then a garnet on the root. So it's a nice dark red. So I'm just going to quickly bring in the energy.
What are you feeling in your hands right now?
Okay, so I just brought the Reiki right in, and everybody has just come on in. Awesome. So, so when I'm doing that, I'm asking the whole hierarchy of light: God, Jesus, Mother Mary, angels, archangels, Reiki masters, past, present, future, ascended masters, spirit guides, Mother Earth, everybody to participate. It's an all-inclusive club in here.
Cool.
So now what we're doing is pulling negative energy, stuff that doesn't serve you, and sinking it into Mother Earth. Okay. So if you take a deep breath in, okay, envision white light coming down through and filling up your body, and then sweeping everything that doesn't serve you down into your feet, down, and then extend tree roots from your feet down to the center of the earth.
Should I have my eyes open or closed?
You can do whatever you like.
Okay.
Whatever's comfy. If you're driving, keep them open.
Right.
So you can do this at any time to ground yourself if you're feeling kind of unsettled. You got to figure most of us are on computers all day, and it takes us up into our upper chakras and disconnects us from the earth. Now we're bringing white light down in to the chakra.
So I should be thinking of white light going down through your.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we're going to ask Mother Earth to transmute that to love and light. So we pull white light down through from source, and then we pull green light up through, so that we are a conduit of white and green light, and that's what we need to be healthy.
What does the green light represent?
So Mother Earth is going to take all the crud that we've given to her and transform it to beautiful green light that can nourish us instead.
Oh.
So we're getting rid of everything, that all the layers of crap that we pick up off other people and situations and whatnot, and old traumas and childhood stuff and everything. So you can start stripping off layers of this stuff really gently, really quite quickly. Like a full chakra balancing session is about 30 minutes. Okay, your root chakra is your base. You're basically sitting on it right now.
Okay.
And it's about family, security, money, safety, significant male relationships. Okay, so that can impact that chakra. Some people end up with back pain or leg pain as a result. So it's important to keep all of these areas open. And you can say affirmations like, I feel safe, I feel protected. There's always money in the bank. That's important to help us keep safe. And then the next chakra is your sacral chakra. It's right at your belly button.
Belly button, okay.
Yes. So that's where we choose to process our emotions or not. And if we don't process our emotions, they go into our body and then they create havoc elsewhere, right? So we don't want to do that.
Is that where your intuition is in that one?
A little bit, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It's the center of your life force and creativity. So super important to have, especially in what you do, to be able to be creative and come up with stuff on the fly.
So that's right. That's right in the belly button.
Yes. Yeah. And significant female relationships sit here. So if somebody has a dysfunctional relationship with their mother, this chakra is going to be a mess. And sometimes that could be bad enough to cause infertility, for example.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So super, super important to keep these things clear.
Okay.
So the next one
is solar plexus.
Yes. Your favorite. So right over your stomach, right? Like under the rib cage.
Okay.
And right there. So you've got liver on the right side of the body. That holds anger. The gallbladder is right next to it. It holds resentment. The stomach takes negativity in, and the spleen on the left side it holds guilt. So this is a really powerful chakra. It's supposed to be shining like the sun. And a lot of our conditioning dampens that power. So we have to be careful. So anger that isn't dealt with can become a big health problem, resentment and guilt. So we need to be able to vent that out in a safe and calm way, not reactionary.
Right.
And if something makes us angry, it's this good signal that something needs to change, right? But we have to be careful how we deliver the message.
What if you have like a pacemaker or something like that, or some kind of operation? Can you feel that when you're doing these exercises?
If somebody had a pacemaker, I wouldn't do the energy right over the heart. Because you do have to be careful with energy and electrical.
I bet, yeah.
So super, super important. And the other thing about the solar plexus, because the pacemaker is heart, right? Is if you're holding on to a lot of guilt, that impairs your spleen. The spleen is the center of our immune system.
Oh.
So all sorts of chronic diseases come from an impaired immune system. So super, super important. Always follow your gut feeling.
Now, is that one is your gut included in that
Yes.
that chakra?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's a lot. That's a real important one, right? Well, they're all important, right?
Exactly. That's where we discern what is my personal truth. Do I actually want to do what they're asking me to do? If they say somebody asks you a favor, and if your gut is saying don't do it, or it can be as simple as, should I take this exit or should I take the next one on the freeway? Like, it can be very simple.
Yeah.
I find if I don't follow it, I get myself in trouble. If I'm driving, particularly on a big highway, it's like, oh, that's why they wanted me to get off. There's a big traffic jam or something else, right?
Right.
It can be that simple.
Okay.
But the more you start to use your intuition and tap into it, the better and faster the messages come through. And
why does that improve with age? Why? I don't know if I'm alone, Mr. Producer, and Christine. Do you sense? Well, you're an expert at this, so I mean, it's someone who does, like myself, who doesn't know much about these type of things. I think that as I get older, the intuition, that part becomes much more reliable than it was when I was 20. Is that a normal thing?
Yes, because you're much more conscious. You're not the person you were when you were 20, right?
Right.
Like much more, hopefully, mature.
Hopefully, yeah.
But still have fun. I think we become more discerning, more hopefully more self-aware and conscious as we grow older and start to go, okay, we've kind of worked through all the childhood stuff, got myself to where I am in my career, whatever, home life. Now what? Right? And it's like, how do we improve from here? So your guides will tell you one step at a time, but you have to listen.
Right.
And sometimes it's crazy. Like, go open your own center. I'm a single mom. Okay, what?
Are you feeling anything different now? I noticed that the circles are not as wide.
So your heart is, well, the heart is lovely, right? So now we're into the heart chakra. The heart is midway between body and more of the higher functioning and, closer to source.
Okay.
Okay. We can manifest anything from our heart. That's where we heal. That's where we love. That's where we can create, because we're putting the emotion and the intention together. So when we're making decisions, we really need to disengage the ego and the brain because it's far too limited. Our higher self talks to us through our third eye, through our heart, through our gut. So if we're making a decision and we go, okay, I'm going to do this, and it feels terrible in your heart and your solar plexus, please reconsider.
Yeah.
It's not the right decision.
Okay.
Because it might be the easiest in the short term, but it'll slow you down on your journey.
Okay.
So you do not want that.
All right.
So the most important thing for healing is really tuning into our heart and learning that that's where our divine spark, our soul, our connection to God is. It's inside us already. So many people are telling us to look outside, and it's right in here. And we've had it all the time and not even realized it.
Wow.
The more you tap into that, the better, the cooler stuff that starts to happen, right? You start to see synchronicities, and you start to see miracles, little things happen that just start to, the right people start to come into our lives, and new projects and fun things, and that you never would have dreamed of.
And once you are balanced, are you going to feel differently physically?
Most people do. Most people are like, oh, I feel so much lighter, relaxed, happier. Some people need to go home and have a nap. So I hope you'll be okay later. But really working on self-love, self-compassion, stopping the judgment of self and others needs to happen for us to really grow. Because really, the only competition we have is with ourselves.
Yeah.
That's the only competition we should have. And it's just be a better person than you were yesterday.
Yes.
Don't beat yourself up over what you did yesterday because you might have messed up. You're just a human. That's normal. That's how we learn. We have to make mistakes in order to learn and to grow and integrate our soul lessons.
Makes sense.
Okay, so now we're to your throat chakra.
Okay.
What color is your tie?
Blue.
Oh. So you would actually, I'm wearing blue too. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So intuitively, when we know we have to speak, we tend to gravitate towards a light blue. And the throat chakra is not only about communication; it's about healthy boundaries. Learning how to say no nicely the first time, and don't be aggressive. But if people are pushing your boundaries, you got to stand up for them. Otherwise, you harm your throat chakra, and that's no good.
And is that? Do you say that chakra's color is blue?
Light blue.
It's light blue. How weird is that? Wow.
See, we intuitively gravitate towards the chakra color that we need that day. It's pretty
And
awesome.
it's funny that this light blue is just right at my throat, right?
It's perfect.
We didn't plan that. That's pretty neat.
That's awesome. Now we're to your third eye.
Okay.
So this is where we see our truth. So we see our truth, we see in vision, we receive our intuition and our intuitive hits often here. Sometimes they come in dreams. But if it's overactive, then it becomes the whirling mind and you can't stop it, right? The monkey mind.
The monkey mind.
The monkey mind chatter that's usually negative.
Okay.
So we need to calm that down so that you can receive that intuition. If you're in fight or flight, you will not receive your intuitive hits because that voice is tiny and the monkey's screaming, right?
Right.
So
it sounds like a lot of stress can come from that area, or be held in that area.
Yeah, and if there's too much energy there, it's just cycles.
Oh. So
that's where we get into a lot of problems with mental health, right? Is people get stuck in that loop and they're having trouble breaking it.
Right.
So the third eye, the heart, and the solar plexus all work together in telling us what our actual truth is, what is the next step, and how. And if they're blocked, you need to figure out why, and then all of a sudden all the positive energy starts coming in, right?
Yeah, you told me if one of them's blocked, then the rest of them aren't going to be in.
No, the energy's not going to flow. We need that white light coming down in to going to the ground, into the earth, and then we need the green light coming up through it. Okay. So we need to be an open conduit, because the more open we are, oh my goodness, the happier we are, and the better life goes. It's much, much smoother. So even though you're spiritual, stuff is still going to happen. It's just, it doesn't become catastrophic, and like, yeah, you're going to have moments of despair, but you don't live there, right?
Yeah.
So right now I'm on the crown, and that's where we bring in all that divine information. That's how we connect to source and all that is. Call it the force if you will. The kids, when I'm teaching kids, they just absolutely love that. I can be a Jedi. I'm like, yes, except for the moving things.
Right.
Yeah, so if this is too activated, depression can be a big issue, right? So where we feel disconnected from source, right? And that's the thing. We're connected. We have our soul guides, our angels by our sides, like all the time.
Right.
It's absolutely fantastic. And they send us signs, and so do our loved ones. And it's an amazing relationship once you have to be open to it. You have to invite them in. Yeah, and like ask for signs, make sure you thank them. Don't have a temper tantrum when you don't get what you want immediately. They just laugh at you anyways, but I'm just gonna pull some cords here. So I'm just pulling out all the energetic cords. I'm gonna have Archangel Michael cut them. When we have, we interact with people all the time. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's ugh. And you gotta figure, you in particular are in contact with a lot of people. So and then we're going to reconnect you to your higher self. So in quiet times of prayer and meditation, you can ask to connect to your higher self, and they've got the overall observer look of your life and what's going to conspire, and some of it's going to feel great, some of it's going to feel terrible, but it's all going to teach you something, right? That's going to take you to the next point in your journey up the mountain to ascending yourself and improving yourself and being the best person you can to learn the most soul lessons in this lifetime and to serve others.
That's awesome. Hey, Christine Goss, thank you so much for work that you did for me. Thank the angels. Thank everybody, everybody and everything that went into this. I know we're way out of time. I'm getting the evil eye here.
Okay.
But Christine, please tell people how to get a hold of you and anything you got going on. You got the floor, my friend.
All right, go to lavenderlaneptw.ca and we can get you rebalanced just like we did with Casey's chakras. They're actually perfect right now. And all of our holistic services are available online, so we can do virtual just as we are, and we can chat back and forth and have a great time. So Reiki, chakra balancing, oracle card reading, all of our life coaches, nutrition. So please, lavenderlaneptw.ca, and then we'll see you next time.
Awesome. Christine Goss, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, we'll be right back. Thank you, Christine.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are joined here once again by Penny Harris. Very excited to have her here. The name of the company is Renewable Philanthropy, LLC. And of course, she's the CEO and founder. We're excited to have her here because she really has developed a new way of fundraising, and she's helped so many, and she continues to help so many out there. So we want to welcome you back to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I appreciate it. I love to talk about fundraising.
I know you clearly have a passion for it and so much experience. So for those new listeners today and viewers, would you mind sharing a little bit about yourself and the company to start?
Yes. I am Penny Harris, and I have been fundraising for over 30 years. I've done a lot of different jobs, from volunteer to director to campaign director to consultant. And now I'm a fundraising coach because I want to help lift fundraisers' skills so that they can do the work better than I could have done it in the past. And I work with fundraisers and in conjunction with their CEOs.
And you talk about bringing back the joy into fundraising and to getting people excited about helping and coming back each and every year. Do you want to talk a little bit about the mission of your work specifically?
Yes, because it is about the joy of giving. We all get that somewhere. And I think everybody listening to think about what it was like for them to give a gift, or maybe what their first gift was, because I was thinking of mine, and I remember I don't know, I wasn't very old, maybe 7 or 8 or 10 or something like that. And my father was giving me a 25-cent allowance. This was a long time ago.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
25-cent allowance. And I could have 25 cents if I put 5 cents in church plate every Sunday. So that was really because somehow I still remember when they would pass the plate down the aisle, and I would put my little nickel in the plate, and it just felt good, it felt like that. So I want other people to have that same kind of joy for helping. I don't know what that nickel did, but I know that I was helping along with everybody else. And I think that's the joy of fundraising.
Great. And you really work on people building that can work together, that spirit of giving and joy. And that's what makes you so successful. And you've been doing this now for how long?
Oh, at least 35 years.
Wow. And so you clearly are committed to the company. And could we talk specifically about some of the work that you've done and that you're doing?
It's been a lot, but
we have 25 minutes. We got some time.
Wow, where do I start? I have this company. When I wrote the vision and mission and all of that, I realized this week that I had written that 10 years ago. And I have been, I think, somewhat slow developing it. But I am working with clients to help them get used to thinking about people as human beings. When we accept a gift, when we ask for a gift and we're only focused on the gift, we really dissociate the humanness that people have when they're giving, because they give money, but really it's like the little girl in church. She's just giving her heart, and the money doesn't make any difference. And I think that is so true about fundraising. We do so much to focus on the money. And so my work is to work with people to comfort them in the fact, first of all, we're all generous and we're all want to share. Some people share their time, and in my business, we're asking people to share both, to some extent, time, but definitely money to help. And money is what we need, but we also need the donors to commit and that they're human. And I was thinking this morning that lots of times relationships, and I know I'm throwing a whole lot here, but relationships are different depending on how we think about it. For example, we can see the donor as a caring human being who is helping. And then we can see the donor as a commodity, and we see their money, and the donor kind of wanders away. Like you pick a strawberry and you don't keep the leaves and the branch, you just eat the strawberry. Okay, it's kind of like that. And I think we really need to be thinking about that. And so my work, I'm working with clients, working with small groups, and talking with people to try to generate some interest in taking some steps forward to let's see our people as human and keep them. The big thing of renewable philanthropy is to keep the donors year after year after year engaged and having a good experience serving the beneficiaries of that mission, but also serving the community, because that mission lives in that community.
Got it.
No, absolutely.
Do a whole bunch of stuff, but all my work that infiltrates all of my work. And I will make a comment about fundraising inside a not-for-profit is really a for-profit program. So we need to be thinking about our donors as like customers. And the more we keep them, the better it is for the organization, for the mission, etc. And if you think of, like, I was comparing it in my mind to, let's say, a financial management company.
Okay.
They want to keep, they're dealing with money. They're helping people manage their money, invest their money, and it's all about money. But it isn't. It's about what that customer wants to do. And that financial planner wants to keep that customer, because looking for new ones is a lot harder than working with the one you already have and you already know. And I think fundraising, in some extent, you can make that kind of comparison. You are dealing with money, but you are working with the community and serving the community. And so you want to keep that donor involved in your mission.
Wow.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And can I ask specifically what types of organizations, can you name some of them specifically that you do work with and have great relations with all these years?
I have worked with hospitals. I've worked with schools. I've done volunteer work with universities. I have helped with animal rescue. I worked with fundraiser and CEO with an animal rescue. I've worked for Historical Society. Hurricane Island was a favorite client of mine. And let's see, I worked just recently, I helped the ecology school just south of me in Maine. run a capital campaign. They raised over $15 million. And I really was available.
Wow.
I was, and they did it on time. And I was coaching the fundraiser and the CEO, just like I did not do the fundraising. I coached, I was available for strategy sessions when they wanted them. We did planning together. I was there when the fundraiser needed me to help him move forward, and as a coach does. And I like that much, much better. I worked with a hospital last year, helping them put an annual fund program together and helping the fundraiser kind of get her role in the organization a little bit stronger and more informed. Excuse me. Yeah.
Wow. And your passion for all this, how did it develop? We have new listeners here. Could you just talk a little bit about that? I know as a child you started this. And then how did it work to end up becoming the CEO of your own company and not just, yeah, that's impressive.
When you put it that way, I kind of, yeah. It started because much like the times of today, it was the Equal Rights Amendment. It was political community action, electing school board members. And I was new in the community and I wasn't meeting anybody, and I wanted to. And I thought, how am I going to vote if I don't know? So I ended up being quite involved with the League of Women Voters for about 10 years and actually got up to the national board and worked at that level. And I just thought fundraising was part of it. But as a volunteer, the fundraising is different. But I felt so comfortable, and donors were so happy to be parts of these activities that didn't exist in the community before. So we had forums, debates, discussions with candidates, and the candidates liked it. They got to have some exposure to the community. And the league itself was non-partisan, so we didn't take sides, and we didn't advocate for any candidate. So we were pretty comfortable doing that. And so that's how I started. My first job was when my daughter was going to college and I was on my way to getting a divorce. I got a job at public broadcasting in Maine and was responsible for building a business program. This was a underwriting. Now it's big, but back then when I first started with them, it was very small, and they had something like $70,000. And in 3 years, I had lifted it to over 350,000 from businesses underwriting programs. And it was just fun for me. I just met so many people that I never would have met otherwise. And I could help them get something. And and this is what I learned too, because people would say how much they like the businesses that underwrote their program. So if there was some news program like Washington Week that they watched, then they would say to me, I like that company. Thank you for them underwriting the program. So I'd share it back with them, and they realized too that this was a good thing in the community. So you can see it was just a sense of helping and building better relationships in the community. And I think when we have generosity in the community, we've got a better community. We're helping each other. We're not fighting with each other.
And what other aspects of your work and accomplishments of getting people to be generous, to be giving, to be kind, do you want to share with us?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I have so many things. I was thinking this morning, I was doing a pre-campaign study. This is a story about how donors really care. And I had interviewed this couple, They have been longtime donors for this organization. And they shared with me that they wanted to give, but they were concerned about the executive director. He'd been there for a long time.
Okay.
They were worried, everybody liked him. You know, they were worried that the transition, he was putting too much on his plate. And that's what this money would do, would give him a whole lot more responsibility. They were not sure, given all the years and the history with the organization, he could do that. So and they didn't want to tell anybody. That's why they told me. And I think that's why they would share things with a fundraiser. So I sat on it for a few days, and then I decided to go to the chair of the board. And I told him I had an issue from one of the donors I wanted to talk to him with. And he did. We had a long conversation. I was able to give some perspective. And from there, he made a plan. And there was a transition that donors were comfortable. And then the campaign was after that, rather than trying to put that in the middle of big change. So I learned a lot about organizations and leadership and how people will come together to work. Yeah.
And now for all these years, how do you keep the relationships going? How do you continue to, develop the relationships and keep growing and growing, and the hearsay and the people telling their friends and inviting in their family? How does that all work? Do you have dinners? Do you have little parties, gatherings? How do you keep everyone in the loop?
All of it. No, I think a lot of it is to really plan and have a system, which is what my mission-centered fundraising does. And I have to say that I'm still bringing this out and talking to people. People are not totally, they're so used to having the money. They're so used to focusing on the money. Donors are more of a commodity than they are a caring person. And it's not the fundraiser's fault per se, nor is it the ED's fault. It's really the system and the way our community feels about money.
Yep.
And so working with people to try to get comfortable with just this whole sharing and giving. And I mentioned last time how much easier it is for people to give than it is to receive. And of course, the organization is receiving. So depending on the money philosophy the leadership has, that impacts, the fundraising. And just for an experiment, I did a little piece of my workshop. I went around the room and I gave everybody $1. I just handed it to them. Here's $1. This is for you today. And I told them what I wanted to do is to see what kind of feeling they had when I gave them that $1. And I said, you don't have to tell me, you don't have to say anything, and I could see around the room what people were becoming aware of. And I have to tell you that at the end of that workshop, every single person rejected that $1. Most of them gave it to the organization they were with. It was just $1. They went and gave it to them, or they left it on the table and I had to pick it up as I left. Wow. But they wouldn't take it. So I haven't followed up much on that, but I think about that in terms of how hard it is to accept. And I was thinking this morning, people listening and you and the other people with the organization, if you ever wanted to try an experiment, you could call an organization that you like the mission. If you like animals, call an animal one, call something that you care about, a mission, and ask to speak to the fundraiser. And then tell the fundraiser you're thinking about making a gift, but you don't know, and you don't know how much. You just want to find out about the organization. I can tell you that doesn't happen that often. but it would be fun for you, I think, and it would be interesting for the fundraiser to get such a call and see what happens. Every fundraiser is going to handle that differently. But if you're calling out of really wanting to make some kind of, I don't care if the gift is $25 or $50 or $1,000, it doesn't make any difference. What it does is I think it helps the fundraiser in this humanness. You know, suddenly somebody's calling and they want to just talk about, learn about, and because they like the mission and they want to learn about it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about that. I may do that myself. I feel a little guilty when I have to admit that I'm a fundraiser, but yeah, I think it's breaking down that focus on money and just making it human. We're really human to human.
Yeah, that's your hashtag. I was reading that before because I also want to point out, like, there's someone here, her name is Helen. She's the CEO from the YMCA of Southern Maine. And she wrote that I valued my work with Penny because her approach to philanthropy is about genuine connection of donors to the cause of the organization. And it's great to hear such amazing reviews like that.
Oh, she wrote to you?
No, this is on your site. I was reading some of your reviews.
Right. Yeah, I had to wonder. I enjoyed her so much. She was a client. Yes, I did work with the Y. And she was serious. She wanted to have relationships, and she was finding losing donors. You know, a lot happens. She was doing what everybody does traditionally, is they think that the board member is supposed to ask for the money. And what she found is when the board member left the board, then the donor left and didn't support anymore. And she didn't have a relationship with the donor. The donor's relationship was with the board person. So we worked on ways that they could have a relationship with her. So when the board member left, she would still have a relationship with the donor to keep that support. And the donor probably would want to do that too. So yeah, she was great to work with. That was fun.
Do you want to share any other of the experiences of other people that you've worked with?
I've had both, good and bad. But I have to say, most of the people that I've worked with, I will share a negative one though. For me, on my side, it was when the president of the organization I was a fundraiser said to me, "Oh, Penny just begs for money." Yeah. So there was nothing I could do because that's the way he looked. That's why I learned that it isn't about me. It's about how he saw money and how he saw generosity wasn't, he didn't see it and that's where accepting the money is so hard. That was probably a story more about his inability to accept money than it was anything else.
Absolutely, you're right.
Yeah, an excellent president. There wasn't anything wrong with that. It was that he wasn't comfortable with fundraising, and I find that's true. But lots of times when they build a relationship with their fundraiser, that can be eased because overall, I think we're comfortable with the money. That's our job. You know, it's just we adjust and learn and pay attention to what people, how they want to interact with you, you know.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But people have lots of ideas about fundraising that I would like to change so that everybody could enjoy, you know, giving. And yeah, it's bringing the donor in, and I think the fundraisers, it's about learning not to disassociate the donor from the money, but the donor is deciding to make that gift. It's the donor's desire to help, the money is just like, it's just the way you're doing it. Like if you got to go to the grocery store, chances are you're going to get in your car, and the car is just the thing that gets you to the grocery store to do what you want to do.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Great point.
Yeah. So yes, and I've served on lots of boards where I've been a part of asking, but not the same thing as a fundraiser. I've tried to stay away from asking when I think it doesn't serve the organization as much, but I will open doors and set up conversations. And I really like to meet with, if somebody has any interest at all in talking further, to email me. We can schedule a call and we can do an assessment to see where they are and move forward. I really help again with the individual donor programs so that they can keep the current donors and continue to build their capacity of individual support ongoing, which is renewable.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. And we still have just 4 minutes left here, Penny. So I want to make sure you're covering everything that you wanted to get out today.
I think so. I just think that it's really valuing people's desire to help, and that yes, you have to thank them for the money legally, but I don't think it's more about thanking them for their commitment, knowing why do you care about this mission. One of my negative feelings is when I see people's name on the side of a building or naming a building or a center just for money, and to me, that is, it just tells the whole community how much money that person did. But I think buildings can be named after people who gave their life for the mission, who worked, who were served on the board, who did real active community. I think the money is support, it's helpful. I think the donors need to be seen for their caring and their involvement, and to keep them involved, to see them as human, caring people, because we stay where we're wanted. We stay where we know we're helping and it's meaningful to us.
Yeah, beautifully said. And if someone does want to reach out to you, let's talk about the forms of contact for you.
Yes, my email is penny@renewablephilanthropy.com. I have a pretty strong profile on LinkedIn, and I can be direct messaged from LinkedIn. And phone number is 207-232-0761.
And for people out there who may be like that one person you ran into who didn't understand the concept of fundraising, obviously, and generosity, what that means, what would you say to those out there who maybe not so familiar with it? How do you want to leave the show today? What would you like to say to them?
I would say, if you're scared you're not going to have the money, if you're a CEO or you're a fundraiser who feels that your CEO wouldn't accept this, because some of them wouldn't, to give me a call anyway. Share with me that you're having trouble in your organization and how do you talk, because I'm willing to have a meeting with the fundraiser and the CEO, and let's just talk about what the issues are. They'll take an assessment of your individual donor program, and then you decide. Calling me isn't a commitment. It's just a discovery. I call it a discovery call.
Great.
That you can just learn what you need to learn. If you don't like it, then fine. Thank you. And that's it.
Great, Penny. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, for being here, and looking forward to the next time we connect. You have a great day. Happy fundraising to you, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
It has been said that everything we do is driven by our emotions. And think about that. Your relationships, even your job, all of that centers around your emotions, your feelings. How do you feel your feelings? We're going to dig into that today. He is here. He's your success strategy coach, Tom Marino. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, how are you, Steve?
Doing well. Feeling.
Yep, feeling well. Are you feeling well today, Steve?
I am. I was a little sleepy when I first woke up, but a couple of cups of coffee and I'm feeling pretty good. How about you?
I'm feeling great. Today's been a great and productive day so far. So I'm really excited about that. And it's all about, I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling joy. Joy, and joy is emanating all over me. So I'm excited and want to celebrate that I'm feeling good today, right? And feelings are, I've been working with a lot of people, and feelings obviously are at the core of a lot of the work that we do. People feel sad if they're going through a divorce and they're having a difficult time. People feel angry, resentful. There's a lot of fear about the future, and it's hard to find the joy. It's hard to find that stuff. And, feelings are everywhere. And I've been working a lot with leaders and doing some leadership development. And one of the things that they talk about in 15 Commitments of Conscious Leadership is the importance of feeling your feelings. Okay. And feeling your feelings, it totally changed my perspective when I read this section of the book, and I prepared a little round table for some leaders that I've been working with. And it's amazing the perspective that our feelings offer that we don't recognize.
Why do you think we don't truly feel our feelings? Is it that we try to ignore them? We don't know how to?
Well, a lot of people, this is how we're taught. We're taught to repress our feelings. We're taught to push them down. We're taught not to always express them. In businesses, we're taught that feelings are distractions, and it gets in the way of getting the results that we want. And at the end of the day, that's just nonsense. It's total BS. If you don't allow your feelings to be released, if you don't allow yourself to feel your feelings, you're just building up this big bin of anger, frustration, sadness, happiness, joy, fear, sexual feelings. You're just building it all up. And then eventually what happens when you don't release it? It builds up, and then poof, there's a big explosion. And you have this outrage, and you have this cry that you don't know where it came from. And you just become overwhelmed with the amount of emotion that you're feeling, because you can no longer hold it in. But we're taught by depending on how you're raised, we're taught in society that people don't really care how you feel sometimes. and we push it down.
You're right about we're taught that, because think about that when you're a kid. Little child is crying. Stop your crying. Stop.
Yeah. Stop your whining. Stop your crying. Stop being angry. Stop doing that. Right. It's constant. It's constant. We're constantly told, don't do any of that stuff. Right. But you have to feel your feelings, because we do have feelings. And, one of the things that I really liked about the distinction of what is a thought versus what is a feeling. And did you ever say, I feel like I'm stressed out, versus just saying, I feel like I'm stressed?
Never thought of it that way.
Right. Or instead, I feel stressed versus I feel like I'm stressed. Right. When we use words like that and like after I feel statements like that, they discuss that we're really making that now a thought, and that becomes judgment. And now we're judging something that we are misconstruing that was really originally a feeling.
We personally are judging that. We're judging ourselves by adding a word like in there. But why?
You're creating a judgment. You're creating a thought that you're gonna make a judgment about, right? If I say I feel like I'm sad, your ego may say, well, why do you feel that way? You're not sad. There's nothing wrong. Why feel sad? You don't need to feel that. Just ignore that, right? Or push it away. Don't express it, right? It gives an element of decision. It gives an element of judgment when people compare, right? I was talking to a client last night. She's constantly comparing herself to somebody else in her life. And I said, what is that really about? It's really a feeling that you are now translating into a thought, right? You're feeling a jealousy. You're feeling a fear of something that you haven't yet accomplished. You're doubting, you're creating this. And when you think about it, you're putting in judgments, you're putting in making it all more to be a thought than you're making it just a feeling, right? So if I feel jealous, what is the root cause of that? It's usually because I'm afraid of something that I'm never going to achieve what that person has achieved, or I have that fear of that, right? So if I just allow myself to work through that and work through that fear and identify where it's happening and what it's happening and then release it, then it's going to go away. I'm going to stop comparing. But if I put that judgment, if I think about it and I recycle that thought over and over, which is really the recycling of that thought of jealousy and that feeling of jealousy, if you recycle it over and over, it's just going to ruminate and it's going to destroy, it sabotages you, right? That's what happens at the end of the day. It sabotages you.
Tom, do you think that we put those words in there like as a release because we don't want to be committed to that emotion or feeling? So it's almost like a loose way of kind of confronting it, but not really confronting it. So I feel like I'm depressed. So you use the word like. Maybe you really are depressed, but you put that word in there because you don't want to commit to it. Like, I'm not saying I am.
Right. You don't want to commit to it because you're going to repress it. And and that's what's going to happen there. You're going to ignore it because that can't be true. That's not true. You're not depressed. No, but you're fine. Right. But if you feel sad, right, usually depression is a feeling of sadness. Right. So if you feel sad, where do you feel that sadness in your body? Where is it? Where does it exist? Because if you can feel it and you can get it to a spot and you can understand what's happening, what I say to do is visualize what it looks like there, right? See what what the actual bits of it are doing. What is that sadness doing, right? So sadness we usually feel in our eyes, in our throat, and our upper chest, right? You get choked up, you feel your sadness there. But what is that really doing? What does it look like? What is it? What's the image that comes to your mind about it? Because then what you could do is you could take that image and then what does it sound like? Give it a sound, right? And maybe it is a cry. Maybe it is a tear. Maybe your sadness looks like a tear. So you cry it out. That releases the emotion because now you've matched your experience of what you're feeling. But if you don't locate it in your body and you don't create an image for it, and you don't create a sound for it, you're not going to be able to release it. You're just going to hold on to it. It's just going to sit there. Think about it. If you don't visualize what it looks like, it just sits there.
Because it isn't really real.
Correct.
It is. I mean, it is real, but you don't have you can't quantify it. You can't put your finger on it, so to speak.
Correct. And that's like what they really describe is that our feelings have extreme wisdom that we don't recognize, right? And it's really interesting what they talk about is that, you know, anger, when we feel anger, it's really because something is not aligned with us. Something is out of alignment. How many times have I talked about alignment and being value aligned, right? Well, when you're not aligned, you get frustrated. You get angry. Why do most people quit a job? What's the main emotion that leads to somebody quitting a job? They're frustrated. They've had enough. They're angry with the people in charge. They don't want to do the work anymore. They're angry with everything they're asked to do. Well, it's because maybe that job is no longer aligned for you. It served its purpose. It's done. The service of that is over. And anger is the manifestation of that. Something that you once served you no longer serves you. It's no longer aligned. So it's time to move on.
Same thing in relationships.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they don't serve you anymore. And somebody told me that a long time ago, well, a year and a half ago, and said, hey, wait a minute, stop. They don't serve you anymore. I was like, when I heard that from a friend, I was thinking, ew, wow, that hurts. Like, whoa, but it was reality. And when you talk about alignment, I guess the great analogy would be, why do we get our cars aligned? Driving down the street, and if they're out of alignment, they're all over the place. You take your hand off the wheel, it kind of veers over to one side.
Right. And it creates discomfort. It creates conflict. It creates turmoil. It creates all of these things when we're misaligned. But have you ever seen anger as being misalignment?
No, never.
Right. I mean, that perspective, I mean, when I read that in the book, I was like, holy cow, that's brilliant. Right. It's a misalignment. It's anger is misalignment. Fear is something needs to be known. So wake up and go find out what it is. Don't be afraid. Wake up. See it as something that you need to be informed about. Right. Sadness means something needs to be let go of. Something has to be let go of because it's making you sad. If you feel sad, why do we usually feel sad? Well, we feel like somebody's let us down, or we're sad that, you know, somebody lost, right? When somebody dies, we feel sad, but it's a letting go. It's a physical letting go of things. And sadness is really the wisdom in the sadness is maybe it's time to let go of something. You know, joy, it's time to celebrate something you've done, celebrate other people, right? When we're feeling joy, we spread joy by making other people feel good about themselves too, right? So something needs to be celebrated when we're feeling joy. And sexual feelings are not lustful feelings. We're not talking about lustful sexual feelings. We're talking about sexual feelings being this creative energy, giving birth to new ideas, giving birth to new concepts, giving birth to new ways, right? When you're feeling very creative, that's a sexual feeling. That's something that we don't necessarily embrace, because what are we taught to do with any sexual feeling? Repress it. Don't experience it. Don't feel it. It's bad for you. It's going to get you into trouble. No, it's our creative energy. And it needs to come out of us because we have to give birth to that new idea. So like that's when, like, all of these wisdom points make our feelings just seem so simple.
It really does.
So informative of like, holy cow, I'm angry, I'm misaligned. I'm sad, something's got to go.
Fear.
You got to wake up. Something's got to be known.
And that fear, to your point, could be something from your past, could even be your childhood. Something happened back then that's creating a fear now. That's just a pattern that keeps going around, but it needs to be known.
It needs to be known. What is that exact? Like, you don't want to, when you have a certain feeling, one of the ways to release the feeling more quickly is to not think about it and not to ask why, right? They're in practicing this. You're supposed to ask yourself throughout the day, what am I feeling today? What am I feeling? What am I feeling right now? Like we started out, I was feeling a lot of joy. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm getting stuff done. I'm having productive conversations with my clients. This is exciting. I'm celebrating it, right? At the end of every day, I tell people to celebrate their wins, right? Because we have to bring that joy into our day every single day. Because no matter how bad, if you were angry, okay, but hopefully you can move past it and release it and recognize something needs to change and be brought back into alignment. And you have the wisdom that you need to move forward. But joy is going to help you to do it more positively.
Well, 2 points based on your points, Tom, is that helping other people, we forget. And of course, most of us want to help other people and see them succeed and do well, but we forget how much joy it brings to us until we do it. And it's just when you do, it's like, wow, even helping somebody carry something, a stranger out of a store to their car, they're having some difficulty. You're walking, your hands are free, you see them. Hey, let me help you out with that. That for those few seconds after you walk away from them, you're like, that felt really good, but you forget because you don't do it.
I love watching those TikTok videos of people handing people cash when they ask for food. Right? Have you ever seen this? There's a lot of guys that just go around and they'll ask somebody for food or water, and if the person gives it to them, or they ask them for $1 to pay for something, they say they lost their wallet, and then they hand them $500, $1,000 because they were generous in helping them. It makes everybody feel good. It makes everybody feel, and that's what I mean by like celebrating that joy. You feel good watching that because you can see how happy that made that person, or how it relieved the stress for that person, or how it did something. And we have to recognize we're feeling people, and we need to feel the feelings, and we have to release them. We have to get them out of our bodies. Because if we let them get pent up, it really screws us up.
And if you don't release them, you're not making space for the good stuff to put in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because all of them really essentially mean you've got to clear out something for something better to come.
Like the bucket. It's like your emotional bucket. It can only hold so much until it overflows.
Absolutely. And when we've talked about the saboteurs, like the hyperachiever, if you struggle with that hyperachiever where you're just so results oriented and so results focused, one of the key thoughts that you have is that feelings don't matter. And one of the ways to break that saboteur behavior, to mitigate that hyperachiever, is to feel your own feelings, right? You've got to own your feelings. You've got to feel them. Let them pass through you. It's just energy. A feeling is just energy, and you've got to relieve it and release it.
A lot of times people will say that they compartmentalize. Like I call it the file cabinet. You have something, I don't want to deal with it right now. Put it in the file cabinet, close the drawer. Done for now. Don't have to. I guess that's the emotional bucket we talked about. It's same kind of concept.
Yeah, and what's really interesting too is to recognize that there's really those 5 core feelings that I talked about. Those 5 core feelings are, everything goes back to one of those 5. Whatever you're feeling, it goes back to one of those 5 feelings. If you're feeling frustrated, it goes back to anger. If you're feeling upset, it could be anger or sadness, right? Like and compartmentalizing them, you are literally putting them into the 5 different drawers. You're putting them to anger, fear, sexual feelings, joy, and sadness, right? You're putting them in those categories. And we need to recognize and label what our feeling is. Like when you feel something, you go, and you're not sure what you're feeling, you got to try to label it. You got to try to give it a label of one of those 5 and tie it back to that, because that's how you'll find the wisdom of what that situation is really telling you.
How easy or hard is it to tie that emotion back to its origination?
It's not easy. Sometimes you need somebody to help you through it. And that's what I do as a coach. I help people to see what they're really feeling, right? I feel all of this overwhelm and this frustration. Okay, where are you feeling that? Well, I'm feeling it in my throat. Okay, so what are you sad about? What's making you sad? Oh, well, this happened, and this happened. It says that, and when we discover that, is that the reason for your overwhelm? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so what do we have to let go of? What do we have to let go of? And that's like, I can do that line of questioning because I understand it, but we don't always have that ability of our own to do that, right? But that's why it's so important to think of it as not anger, misalignment, not fear, what needs to be known, not sadness, what needs to be let go of, what joy, what needs to be celebrated, right? Really tie it to the wisdom. And if you could do that, it's going to change your whole life. It's going to change your whole perspective on things.
Have you done a social post or put that on your website?
I actually did yesterday on LinkedIn. There is a post about feeling all your feelings. It's on my LinkedIn page, which is Tom Marino Mindset and Business Strategy Coach. So you could just go to Tom Marino and you'll find me. It has Mindset and Business Strategy Coach. That's a title that I also go by. But it's there from yesterday. And it's really about, understanding that the best thing to do is release your feelings and feel them, and to not suppress them or repress them, and to not recycle them and let them be pent up and categorized and compartmentalized, but to really allow them to be. And it's not a distraction when you release your feelings and you feel your feelings. The distractions come when you're recycling the thoughts that you're associating with your feelings over and over and over. Because think about when you're angry or you're upset about something, you ruminate over that emotion until it comes out. That becomes a major distraction. That's what gets people stuck, right? So when I work with people that are going through major life transitions, they get stuck in their businesses or they don't excel in their businesses because they are stuck in their rumination of their feelings that they're not releasing. So let's release them and we can move on. But all of this creates the stuckness, that stagnation that I always talk about.
I guess we should talk about how long it takes to release these feelings or make those changes, because sometimes it's not overnight, depending on what the emotion is, what the feeling is.
And I think it's up to it really. I wouldn't put a time frame on it. What I would say is it's as quick as you can label it, as quick as you can locate it in your body, as quick as you can give it an image and give it a sound and let it out. That's the time that it's going to take to release that specific feeling at that time.
How about writing this all down, just so you have it in front of you, what you're feeling, describe it?
Yeah, I always encourage journaling when you're feeling something, and just keep writing. Don't stop. Don't worry if it makes sense or not. Just get it, because that is a form of release. Journaling, putting it out there in a letter is always a way of releasing something. And, say the things that you really need to say.
Yeah. As it comes out of your head to your hand and you're writing it, like you just said, don't overthink it. Just, right. Just a bunch of different things, put them down. Maybe they'll make sense. Maybe they won't. Maybe you'll come back to it later and say, that does make sense now.
Yeah. And overthinking it is what kills the whole situation. Overthinking it. And when you overthink, you'll be inclined to judge. You'll be inclined to feel bad about that. You'll put some kind of judgment on it. And that's what we have to recognize, is that we're dealing with the thoughts of having that feeling. We're not addressing the feeling. We're not letting the feeling out.
Interesting point. So we're dealing with the after effects of the feeling and not actually dealing with the feeling.
Correct.
Deep stuff today, but all good. Like very
good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
I love this stuff. I love, because it's just mind blowing when you think about the perspectives that it offers when you really sit back. And I mean, it was all in 15 Commitments of Conscious Leadership, which is this great book that I use. But it's not just about leadership. It's about life. It's about being able. It's not just about being a leader. But leaders, conscious leaders, people who are good leaders, they feel their feelings. They don't repress them. They don't push it down. And that's what leads to success. Feeling your feelings will lead you to success. And that's it in a nutshell, my friend.
Yeah. Well, thanks for breaking that down and making it easier to feel, because now we have something tangible instead of just all these thoughts in your head. Now you have something to focus on and then at the same time work with it.
Exactly.
like you work with people that are dealing with this right now. So yeah, let's talk about that.
We have a lot of feelings. There's a lot of people that have feelings these days. And, because we're constantly bombarded with, the first things that when anything happens, there's a feeling attached to that, right? Roe versus Wade is overturned. There's a feeling attached to that. There's feelings every day in the news. Somebody gets murdered, somebody gets hurt. There's a feeling associated with that. And we're constantly bombarded with that. And then we go through our own life issues, our own life transitions, and we experience things very differently because of how we feel. And what we do with our feelings is going to dictate how successful we are in overcoming it.
There's a feeling with everything. And don't think I'm minimizing anything here, but even taking a sip of water, seltzer, whatever, you feel refreshed. It tastes good. There's a feeling. It's tiny, but it's a feeling.
Right. And that's something that they talk about in the book. It's hunger is a sensation. Thirst is a sensation, right? Your body is telling you need something, right? You need to eat, you need to drink.
Right.
Right. Well, when you take that food or you take that drink, you're releasing that emotion. You're releasing that, right? So like you've got to do the same thing for anger and fear and sadness and joy and sexual feelings. You have to do the same thing for all of those things. You've got to find the way to release them, because you don't ignore when you're hungry or when you're thirsty. You go and you get something. I mean, if some people get distracted, they don't eat for a while, but it happens. But that hunger does return. And the key is it's going to continue to return until you satisfy it. But the satisfaction of that hunger or thirst is actually releasing the sensation and the emotion that's causing it.
Everything we just talked about, I think is embodied in the example we just gave with food and drink.
Absolutely.
It really is. Because think about when you're really hungry, you're dealing with something and then you satisfy it or take care of it, so to speak, or identify it. And now you're good. And actually you feel good.
And you feel better.
And you feel
so why not do the same for those other 5 feelings?
TomMarino.com is your website.
Yes.
Somebody's feeling something, wants to talk to you. You can
reach out there or give me a call or text at 516-588-0750. That's 516-588-0750.
Today's talk needed to happen.
Yep, absolutely, my friend.
It really did. Thank you, Tom.
All right, Steve. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Yep, we'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are back here with our friends from Pathfinders Downsizing Solutions based out of Tampa, Florida. Janine and Renee, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Awesome.
Living
Thank
the
you.
dream.
And we're also live on the Zoom cast today, which is great. I get to see them face to face. Would you mind starting off by introducing yourselves? Thank you.
I'll go first. Okay. Hi, I'm Renee Matthews. I am co-founder of Pathfinder's Downsizing Solutions. And my background that I bring to our business is I have a master's in senior wellness and more decades than I want to admit in the senior living industry.
And I'm Janine Salzgeber. I'm the other half of Pathfinder's Downsizing Solutions. My background's interior design and corporate communications and interior design are my degrees.
Beautiful. Well, we are excited to have you here based out of beautiful Florida. And by the way, you offer, so many different things besides downsizing. Just give us some examples of some of the other work you do overall.
Absolutely. So we found that COVID was a wonderful learning opportunity for us to also realize that we could handle probate inventories, for instance, and disbursement. We handle extreme content. We organize clients as well. And let me think, what else?
Well, we've done, we can break it up into smaller, more manageable chunks. We call an extraction when we are helping somebody pull things from their home that's going to go to their new address. And then we call it a boomerang when we come back and we handle whatever that looks like for what's left that didn't get moved. And so that is an interesting scenario depending if somebody's moving locally, are they going long distance? We can handle a lot of different unusual recipes and ingredients to what is going to make that transition successful.
Perfect. Well, today you mentioned this is podcast number 5 now, right?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
And I have here a beautiful colored thing. It's not, I don't know if it's the notes you wanted me to have, to be honest with you. It says podcast 4, then podcast 5. How do I even start? Why do I do, what do I do with my extra stuff? I don't know if you guys sent the right notes or someone else did. So we may have to go on the cuff with this one for today. What is today's topic?
So today we were just going to talk about how did this even happen? A lot of times our clients are kind of shell shocked when they come to us because they've realized, okay, it's time to move, but I've lived in my house for 20 years, or my mom's lived in her house for 20 years and it's like all these memories and what on earth and how do we even get here? Because you just start kind of processing and you realize that every single flipping thing, it's No Filter Wednesday, it has an emotional attachment to it, a cognitive or a physical, and then a physical chore to do something with it, either pack it up and move it with you or find it a new home or discard it. So what does that all look like? It's just very, very daunting.
And what's interesting is people are surprised how much time we estimate it's going to take to go through all of that content. So somebody who's been in that house for 40 years, they think all of a sudden we go bewitched and it's all going to be empty and ready for the real estate transaction. And I'm like, I do that every so often. It hasn't worked yet, but if I do, we'll be lottery winners. But it takes time, and the unknown is the person able to go through things with some emotional connectivity but have a little bit of distance, or do they have to look at everything, tell you the story, go down memory lane, and that takes time and effort. And so that's a real challenge, and sometimes we have to have that difficult conversation with people that the estimate was the average person going through their belongings, and you are a little bit more of a slower going through and this is kind of what it's going to look like. I was talking to Angela about that today.
Yeah, we were just
talking about it. And so then having to reset the person's expectations, and are they willing to go, it's my things and I want to have more time? Or is it like, oh, I do have a budget and a time frame and I need to hurry up? And I think just being very clear with communication to not only the senior, which is generally the client, but also the family members involved, and explaining to them, this is kind of where things are going, because often the kids are like, come on. And mom and dad are like, it's my things. And I want to be in charge. We joke about, they're driving the bus, but we're sitting in the passenger seat doing shotgun, trying to kind of do some navigation. And that can be an interesting experience.
Yes.
So what you do afterwards,
and having a third party person come in and help you with this, there's not the attachment that even the children have. But we represent a caring relationship that cares about, and we want to hear the stories, but we're going to keep them moving. So they get a little bit of both, but we can argue what goes in that box. And then the kids can actually enjoy the transition with their parents to what this new normal looks like. Part of this is also dealing and wrestling with your own mortality, your parents' mortality. I mean, it's deep stuff. It is really deep work, and it's so much more psychology than we ever imagined. But it's important. It's a caring and it's a calling. We love it.
And we often recommend, give it to people now. Don't wait. You may assume that, your son wants your, traveling spoon collection on the wall. But truth of the matter is not so much. And the wife is probably like, I'm not taking that. But you could have the conversation about maybe he was on the trip when you got these couple of spoons, and they do want to be able to have that as a memory. So we often kind of have a conversation with family members on kind of some compromises a bit, let's make a deal on what's going to go with you, maybe what can go to your son or your daughter, and then the piece to release of, where can these other things go that is actually going to be a valuable impact to the community that you live in.
Yep, absolutely. Well, by the way, I just want to remind everyone of the website and your contact information. We didn't get that off the top. So how can we reach you? I can read it, 855-HOUR-PATH. That's 855-HOUR-PATH. But would you mind sharing your social media pages and, of course, your website as well?
Sure. It's Facebook. On Facebook, we're at Pathfinders Downsizing. And the 855-HOUR-PATH is actually 855, but it's 687-7284. So that's really easy. And then our website is pathfindersdownsizing.com.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So again, I'm going to ask you all to continue for podcast 5 because it wasn't attached. So we'll continue with the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So basically people always say, how on earth did we get there? And we kind of take a historical perspective, because as Americans, we have a tendency to have a lot of stuff that's just kind of our way. And how do we even get there? So we talk about the perspective of a lot of our clients remember Little House on the Prairie because they watched that. And they also watched Happy Days. Well, that time span is actually between those two, Laura Ingalls and the Fonz, is actually only 80 years. And that explains to you World War I, World War II, Industrial Revolution, trade deals, the invention of plastics, designed obsolescence. And that only gets you to the 50s. And we all know, because our hair is on fire now, from 50 to present, this next 70 years, what that looks like, and the global weight of all of this stuff. And so it somehow, I don't know, we have never caught it, but somehow it breeds in the back of the closet, and there's more stuff in there than they ever remembered. And so we kind of put it together in that way. And so a lot of times what we do with that remnant content, which is always kind of like, well, what are you going to do with the rest of the stuff? I know what I'm taking with me, but what are you doing with the rest of the stuff? And we created a program called Project Good Works, and we reach out and develop a network here in the Tampa Bay market of nonprofits that are ministering to the smaller, they're the smaller nonprofits. Anybody could drop it off to a donation center. But what we try and do is help our clients to make an impact in the community. So it's initiatives that take care of foster care, not only families, but the kids that are aging out, veterans, homelessness, domestic violence, dogs and cats.
I mean, when you're downsizing and you're going through, like, let's say your linen closet, you're only going to need X amount of linens in your new address. Well, gosh, those dogs and cats are happy to take your old, towels and stuff, because they can utilize it. And the nonprofits are tickle pink because they can only be washed so many times. And coats. And a lot of people have, tons of coats because they maybe moved here from a different geographic area and don't need it that often in Tampa Bay. But if somebody's homeless and they're outside, that coat could provide them with some warmth when we do have the cold snaps in Tampa Bay, or shoes. all those kinds of things. And that really makes a difference. And we often tell people, we're trying to work with the nonprofits that within hopefully 24 to 48 hours, that new person has that in their possession. And that's a very different mindset than some of the larger, I'd say, big box donation sites that have a whole machine, behind, in the background. But these folks are much more of a smaller footprint, but a equally as large impact to the community.
Got it. And also, just again here, so we're calling this Project Good Works, and I'm trying so hard on my end to open your PDF. It's not opening. The station just sent it to me, so I apologize. Thank you.
No worries at all. No. We try and create a sensitivity to geosensitive, because the smaller ones are geosensitive, to connect them to stuff that are close by to them. And so that's how we do it. And we'd love to tell you some stories. Are we up on a break?
No, we're not taking no break today. When we're doing Zooms, we don't take break, but we're going to keep, of course, reminding everyone how we can reach out to you during the whole show. You keep going, sweetheart. We're good. We got our 17 minutes ahead of us. Go for it.
So we really do have some funny stories on, you find things and you're like, where did that come from? So I know we shared the one story that, and I was helping work this client where we found 3 prosthetic legs, but Janine had met the father who had moved and he had all of his legs. So she had to ask the son, like, where did this come from? Come to find out it was an uncle who lived in the home and he'd passed away. And she said, what are we going to do with these legs? The favorite is that she had in the back of her convertible Morgan. And I opened it up before I shared these legs. Can you imagine 3 legs sticking out of it? I'm like, I can just see the neighbors going, what in the world happened there? But I had been at a event, and there was a nonprofit in the area called 50 Legs, and they take those kinds of things and they repurpose the parts and allow people that don't have the insurance benefit of being able to get something like that. They help them out. And so sure enough, we drove about 2.5 hours away to personally donate those legs to the nonprofit. And that, got redone, and hopefully 3 at a minimum people were positively impacted by that donation. That, who would have thought we needed to worry about where that can go?
Right? Yeah, for sure.
But that's not the craziest thing we found. So the golf balls.
Well, right. Well, okay. So one time we got to a closet. We opened up the closet, did not even realize that there was a closet in the room. And we got to the closet and 3 feet of golf balls just spilled out like an avalanche. And they didn't even live on a golf course, which was particularly weird. But anyway, we were able to donate those to an organization, Chichi Rodriguez First Tee. And so they teach inner city kids how to play golf.
Yeah.
So boom, that was a win-win. Our client felt more peace to release because they were impacting the community. And probably our favorite story is there's 2 foster parents that were raising 10 kids in one house. They were having to feed them on 3 separate tables throughout the house. I only had 3 kids, but that's like next level kind of mama bananas,
Yeah, absolutely.
And so anyway, so they're feeding these 10 kids, loving on them, taking care of them. It's just so much trauma and so much angst for these kids in this space and where they were in the chapter of their lives. And we had a client that had a 14-foot dining room table. It was 30 years old and built like a brick house. It was like King Arthur's court, and it could seat 14 people easily. But she couldn't take that thing to her 2-bedroom apartment, and it's very challenging to sell something like that. Unless you were doing a full estate sale. And even then that's challenging. So it's just, people don't live that big anymore. Especially when you are starting out. So anyway, we connected the client to this foster care family, and they were able to take that table. And now when I went back to the client, she said, realistically, maybe 5 times I had that table full of people, full of a fat turkey coming to the table, and we just had Thanksgiving and all that Norman Rockwell kind of look or a scene was maybe 5 times in the 30 years that I've had the thing. And I said, well, now 3 times a day, there's probably going to be a food fight breaking out on one
Of
end,
course,
and
of
spilling milk
course.
on another. But the point is that those 10 kids understand what it is to have family gathered around a table. They understand it and can value that, and then they take it to their kids. What an impact. I mean, that was 10 kids immediately, but their kids, that's tenfold. That's an incredible impact. And they were so sweet. Tell them what they did.
So, we just had Thanksgiving, but the X amount of years ago, they took a picture and actually sent that to the client with all the kids around the dining room table. And so she's got it at her, place now, and she can look at that and just smile and think about how awesome it is that
I know
she didn't get a penny. But
No.
she impacted all of those children, the mothers, and that now gives them a real sense of family versus people eating in a bunch of different locations. And it's really, you got to wonder. And that's a challenge we have with folks think, they think, oh my God, I paid $1,000 for something 20 years ago, and it's going to be worth $1,000 now. We're like, well, depending, very rarely did you get a little bit more value for it, but it is a constant conversation about that of, well, did you enjoy it for X amount of years? How much did that cost you over those years? And we had the same client with the legs. The son was looking to try to, sell some things, and it was a lot of stuff. And
but at unrealistic prices, like I feel like you might need, or maybe you guys are trained. It's like to be a psychologist, because a lot of people have this attachment and detachment issue with things. We all have it, guilty, and it's hard to let things go. And you really think in your mind, this is what it's worth because I bought it at that much money and I want that much money for it. And yeah, when you're talking 20 years old and it was $1,000, it might be worth $50, if that. But it's a hard thing. And I give you guys credit, because that's hard to talk to someone to try to change their mind and their thought process around it. But it's beautiful the way you're speaking to me about it. And clearly it's working, because it's important to be able to give back and to realize you did get such good use out of it. And so, yeah.
We call it, this hits close to home for me. My husband has a roll top desk that he rescued 35 years ago out of a barn. He's a tinkerer. He loves to restore things. And he spent quite a bit of money on this thing that was basically a pile of sticks, but he put it together. It's a big monster. And I said, okay, Jim, we call him Big Daddy, but anyway, Jim, tell me, how does this desk function for how we work today? Does it have a grommet so that we can run the cables and the wires for the computer? Well, no. Is it big and portable? Or, small and portable? And he goes, no, it's big and heavy. And exactly. So it just doesn't, it's got all the cubbies and it's super sexy for him to look at. And I said, look at this. Okay, what you paid for it, and you've had it for 35 years. If you take what you paid for it and the therapy time that you had with it as you restored it, if you amortize that over the course of the last 35 years that you've had it, it's only a couple of dollars, really. Maybe $100, let's just say $100 a year.
Yeah.
Did it bring you that much joy? $100 a year? And he goes, oh my gosh, absolutely. I'm like, then you have joy value. It's
joy value, #joy value. I love that. I never heard that term.
Yep. It just is. And it's like, okay, I can let it go now because it served me.
Yes.
And now it can either serve somebody else or it's had its day, because we all have our day. And so that's kind of how we help our clients kind of come to terms with it. Sometimes it's hard. We don't even try and pretend that it's not, but trying to put your brain wrapped around it a little bit.
Yeah. And is it better that you've got a certain, let's just say you're downsizing your kitchen, and I always use the story of you've got 12 place settings and you're moving, and they're going to help you with a meal a day. So you really only need a place setting for 4. Well, now you've got a place setting for 8 left over. We can box that up and make it one box of 4, a separate box of 4, a couple of pots, a couple of pans, a couple of pieces of silverware. And that gives 2 different somebody's a kitchen startup, just a little something to get going. And that could be foster kids aging out. That could be somebody who left a domestic, life partner, who knows what.
Oh,
But
yeah.
isn't it better to say, okay, I've enjoyed this, or somebody's got China, take it to China if you like it to your new address and donate the old stuff. But, nobody's going to want your Lenox China or your Hummels or,
it's hard.
Hummels. Yes. Oh, wow. That's
Yep.
exactly. I
And
remember
it's tough
those.
because people spend a lot of money and probably really, it was hard to get the money to buy that little something. And there's
Correct.
a story. But you think about people in a 40 to 60-year-old age range, they don't have display cases of little things. They may have one or two somethings that maybe grandma gave them, but they don't have a house full. And it's tough because they think, oh, everybody's going to want all of this. And the truth of the matter is, very little do people want. And it's a hard conversation to have with people. But if they can donate it, if they can sell it, something like
Find
that.
another life, kind of like rehoming pets.
Yeah.
We rehome stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have rehome pets, but we don't like rehome stuff.
I love it. I love
Nothing
it.
exotic, please God. I'm not. I don't get flustered easily, but if somebody got like a boa constrictor or something, I think I'd be like, you got to come up with that.
My goodness. You two, you're like the dynamic duo. And I think you all need your own show, let alone like I could picture watching you. Come on. There's a lot of shows of people moving, decorating. This would be the perfect show. Did you guys ever pitch yourself like for a television show?
With Janine and
I mean, you may get picked up. I mean, clearly you're out there in the public. You have a great business. You're here with us, but like you need your own TV show. I would love to see you all in action, going in, meeting the clients, watching the whole process happen. Not a bad idea if you know someone down there, but I mean, you never know.
It's the question of are there enough clients who are comfortable letting the world know their story?
Yeah. Hey, there's a show called Hoarders out there. There's plenty of people willing to
and
let
we
it.
know that guy.
And we know that guy.
Do you? Oh, awesome. See,
and so
now you have a TV connection for a pitch.
But I have not trademarked, but I changed the wording to be a little bit softer, and I call it extreme content. And it's a way to say you have way too much stuff, but hoarders kind of is a sticky wicket. So saying extreme content's a little nicer. And so we try to
and wordsmith it. A lot of times it's a curated thing. We recently did a gentleman, and he was an artist and he collected art and he had a ton of it. And we were able to go in and take his, like we said, Herb, pick out your favorite pieces that just got to go. Well, there was 100 pieces of art and he was only moving into a 1-bedroom apartment. We got 100 pieces of art in that 1-bedroom apartment, and it looks amazing. It looks like it's curated. It speaks to him. It has his vibe, everything. And it turned out beautiful. He could not, but that's not necessarily for everybody. But we're never afraid of art because nobody trips on art typically. It's hung on the wall. And so our clients are safe with art, and it gives them joy. It gives them memories and recall on things and stories to tell and all that kind of stuff. We love art.
So I'm going to tag on to the recall side. The other
Sure,
thing
go for it.
is we actually do photo digitization. And so I just heard a commercial last night for one of the digital frames that's got the Wi-Fi and everything. So I just want to throw that out there too, that we can go in, and we've got one lady that's got boxes and boxes of photo albums, and she had just given me a little bit. And when we got the count, it was over 3,000 single photos, and it was not that much. I was like, wow, that's a lot. But that's now on she wanted a disc, but we use a thumb drive. But think about the space that you could save by not keeping every photo, keep the ones you love, but also stick it in one of those electric frames. And then all of a sudden, I haven't seen that picture of little Johnny.
Yes.
And it's awesome for people that are cognitively impaired, and they have kind of, they're tracking towards memory care and that level of care. Something like that is so cherished for them because that's where they're going in their memories. And so there are pictures of them in kindergarten with little bobby socks on or whatever. They can totally understand and know who that is. They will recall that immediately. My mother-in-law was a dementia patient, and we were her caregivers. So my kids went from 4 to 84. And as she declined, we were able to relate to all different kinds of ways, but also recall her kindergarten years, and she was 84, 85 years old when she passed away. So those kinds of places where they go to, it's just a cherished little thing that you can do for somebody that does have cognitive impairment. So
And then also it's a space saving thing. That's one of the things that we specialize in, is like, how do you work around that space? So somebody who's downsizing, we're going to be looking at, is there, an over the toilet organizer where you can put some things, or something under the sink, or changing something in the closet? And, how do you make the best use of the space so that they can have the things they love, but it's also done in a way that it's not, concerning a fall or things like that. But it can work for anybody. I go through the Facebook things all the time for the organization, and clearing the clutter and looking at that going, oh, I'm stealing that idea for sure. And so you just never know, just because we do this for a living, it doesn't mean we don't have to do the same challenge ourselves.
Every person is a little different, and every environment's a little bit different. So if the client, we've got, like on light switches, they might have a torchlight lamp or something like that they really love. It means home to them. They can't reach up there anymore. So there's adaptable plugs that will allow them to turn them into tap lights, and they can reach it from their bed or from their easy chair or whatever, and have light so that they can, walk about and enjoy their environment, but it's safe, and they're not impeded by their own physical, decline and reaching abilities and stuff like that. So,
and the other thing that happens is people have larger scale furniture generally in a home. The kids and stuff. And so the other thing that we have a conversation with, because we do the floor plan to scale, Janine, being an interior designer, uses CAD, and so does her assistant. So it's, it's exact. And the neat thing is you can show somebody, this is what's going to fit, and explain this is not. And then if everything they have is really big, then we can go on Wayfair. We have a corporate account, and help them do some shopping, because sometimes you just have to start new. I redid my office several months ago, and it was a situation. I called the junk removal and said, take it all, and I'm starting fresh. And I got new desks and new stuff too.
And we call that right sizing.
Guys, I apologize. We're out of time. We have a minute and a half left. I'm sorry. So let's wrap up the conversation. That's what I'm saying. You need a show. You need an hour show. That's edited down, because we can talk for hours and then edit it down to something beautiful. But really, you girls are amazing with what you do, the people you help. Let's remind our listeners here how we can reach you. And please feel free to share the website and all your information.
So you've got the 855 number there, but the numbers are 855-687-7284. You can check our website out at pathfindersdownsizing.com. There is a click there to be able to contact us, or you can go on Facebook, and if you just put Pathfinders Downsizing, it'll take you right to our Facebook page, and there's videos and posts and all kinds of interesting stuff if you want to follow two crazy girls.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. Really a pleasure to get to see you. Looking forward to do this again. Contact your friend with Hoarders, because you guys have a show. You have a show. I'm not kidding. You have a great day. Thank you again.
Thanks, Jill.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome back. And I'm joined by the one and only Miss Sharon Beck. Sharon, happy Monday. How are you?
Good, Casey. I'm great. How are you?
I'm terrific. And for people who don't know, Miss Beck is the president at Luminous Life Metaphysical. And would you mind refreshing the audience, telling them what that is?
Metaphysical. We have all the woo-woo stuff. We got Reiki. We got ionic foot detox, crystals, herbal apothecary. Yeah, we help people. We have workshops and classes, and we're community based. So we have a lot of people from the community asking for help, and we support the community and they support us.
And then you teach Reiki too, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you have to be a Reiki master to do that, correct?
Yes.
So
You have to go through all the classes to be able to teach others.
So when did you become a Reiki master? Was it when you opened up the shop, or
2014?
Okay. And well, I never asked you, like, what got you into Reiki? How did you find out about it?
Well, I had liver cancer, and a friend of mine recommended a Reiki treatment, and it helped me so much that I had to learn it.
Wow. So, this excuse my ignorance here, but how far into your diagnosis did you, was it because of pain? Was it because you were feeling run down that made you go out and seek, or the friend to come to you and say, you got to try this?
Yeah, well, I just went through a 1.5 years of ovarian cancer treatments.
Oh, geez.
And then I was finally cleared. And then a year later, I got liver. So my friend knew that I wasn't willing to do treatment again because it really wipes you out.
Oh,
so that's
wow.
what got me on my path. That's what got me studying herbs and Reiki and all that, to see alternative medicine, what it could do for me.
Wow. So when you say treatment, does that mean chemo?
Yes.
So after the ovarian, you did that and it knocked you out, and that was really tough, and you didn't want to go through that again. So you didn't take the chemo when you had the liver?
Well, I ended up taking 6 months of chemo with the liver, but I voted for the low dose because, but I was completely cleared in 6 months. So the herbs in the Reiki, it helps.
What kind of herbs were you taking?
Well, I was taking a lot of detox herbs like SET and milk thistle and marshmallow root, dandelion root. There's so many herbs. It's trial and error, just like conventional medicine.
Right. So this was after 6 months of the treatment for the liver cancer, and then how did you get into? That's an apothecary, right? That's where the herbs.
Yep.
Okay. So was it the same friend that turned you on to that?
No, I just started searching for a different treatment because chemo is worse than the disease itself. It totally wipes you out.
Wow.
I mean, I am not a crier by all means, but I would sit in the corner and just cry because I was still working a physical job 12 hours a day. And it was just pure hell.
Oh my God. So you'd get up and you'd get the treatment and you'd go work at the same time?
Yeah.
Wow, you are tough. You're tough.
Well, I had a lot of men. I was the only woman, so all the men were great. They kind of took up the slack when I had my treatments. They took good care of me.
Wow. So when you're you go through the, what is it like, I guess, the 6 months, would they call that a round, or is that
Yes.
Okay, so you go through the first one, and is it gone? Is the liver what they call it? Is it not when it's gone, it's when it's on remission, right?
Yes, I was in remission after 6 months, and my specialist said, whatever I'm doing, keep doing it, because he's never seen anybody recover that quick.
And how long were you on the herbs and the and the Reiki at the same time, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I still do it today, even though I've been cleared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something called SEAT. It is a good detox. I still do that once a year.
And how long into your 6 months of treatment did you start doing the Reiki and the herbs?
Immediately.
Right away. So you did it
Yeah.
in tandem with, and then you kept going with those two modalities after you got the
Yeah.
chemo.
Yep.
And you still
sure
do
enough.
it today. And that was to change your life.
It really did. It really did. You know, I was 32 when I got the ovarian, and then 35 when I got the liver. You know, and I still had children, 10, 11 years old. I wasn't ready to die.
Right.
I'm like,
Wow.
oh, hell no.
Wow, you are a tough person, I'll tell you that. Wow, so you get the job and you got the kids and you're battling this at the same time.
Yeah.
Wow. Which one of the herbs gave you say take cancer out of the equation, still with that huge responsibilities and everything you got with the job and the kids, what was one of the herbs that gave you like the energy to get through that day even without the cancer?
Herbs and energy, I mean, it's different for everybody. I'm high strung, so I did chamomile and rose hips, which chamomile is calming and rose hips is full of vitamin C. And vitamin C does a lot for like cancer and inflammation. So, I pump myself full of vitamin C.
What would you take? A tea? Would you drink it, or a pill? What was it?
Well, I took the drink, and then I would do something called a vitamin C flush about once a month. That's where you just totally flush your system with vitamin C, usually liquid, until your, until your bowels are runny.
Okay.
Then you've hit your threshold for vitamin C.
Okay. You got it all out, right?
Yeah, you divide that by 3, and that's what you should take every day.
Wow. And the Reiki, was it the friend that gave it to you, or did you go research this as well as the herbs?
Well, the friend recommended a Reiki master to treat me, and that's who I went to. I can't even remember her name.
Oh, is that that's not who you learned it from? That
No, nope.
Okay. So
I
then
learned from 3 different teachers.
Okay, where'd you find them?
Just by happenstance. They kind of fell in my lap, and I like to learn under different teachers because everybody teaches it different, and you pick up a whole lot more stuff and tools.
I see. And so how long after that was 2014? So when did Luminous Life Metaphysical come about?
I started that in 2018.
Okay. And what were the first things, the first couple services you have? Was it Reiki? Was it herbs? How did it progress, basically, is what I'm asking.
Well, I started off with some retail and Reiki, ionic foot detox, and the NutriBody analysis. That's why I offered it first. And, I slowly made classes and got other practitioners to come in and do like tarot readings, psychic medium readings, wire wrapping classes.
What's that?
Tarot classes. Wire wrapping, it's you take a stone and you learn how to wire wrap.
So for a necklace or something like that?
Yeah, to
I
make a
see.
necklace.
Okay. And during this time, backing up in 2014, when you're going through the liver, did you did you have the knowledge about crystals? Did any of that play? Did you learn about that at the same time?
No, I didn't
Came
learn
later.
about crystals. My liver cancer was 2008. I became a Reiki master in 14.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. So,
No, it's fine.
so
Just
when did you learn about the about crystals? Yeah.
Yeah, my first crystal was gifted to me back in about 2011.
Okay.
And it was for anxiety. She gave me an amethyst. And then it actually helped. I'm like, made me think about it. And then I started learning about energies and other crystals and just went from there. I'm still learning every day.
And I was meaning to tell you this story. It happened this weekend. I knew I was going to be talking to you, so I made a mental note. I had to tell you. So I have right by my window, I have a bunch of crystals, right? Because you say that you have to get them charged by the moon or by the sun. So it comes right in, and they're there, right? And then they're surrounded a cross. On top of the cross, there's one long, slender kind of crystal. It's a different bunch of shades of blue. It kind of looks like it's about that big, and it's very skinny and long and not very deep, right? So my cat gets up there, likes to hang out over there too. So the cat does something, and the crystal falls off the cross and hits the table that it's on. It splits clearly, not this way, but like a layer of it came off, so that there are two layers.
Mhm.
Remember telling me, say, when it breaks, now it's done with whatever it has to do with you. So I went out and gave it away to my mom and my stepfather, and they were both exactly the same size.
Oh, neat.
In a clear break. So you were right on with that one.
Yeah. Sounds like blue kyanite.
Is that what is it? What's that
That's
good
what
for?
it sounds like. Blue kyanite's good for your throat chakra, speaking your truth. It's calming. It's helps with studies, helps you make like major life decisions.
Wow. And it was so neat that, you would think something skinny and long would break in half.
Right.
Just like a crack could break, but this was just like it divided into two layers, which was so strange.
Yeah. Crystals are cool.
So you have customer appreciation coming up next month. Tell me about what happens there.
Yeah, in April, not only is it my birthday, but that's when I got my license, was the day before my birthday, to open up Luminous Life. So that's the month we have customer appreciation month, to where I have everything in the store 40% off.
Wow. Is it the 17th?
Yeah, the 17th is when I got my license. My birthday is the 18th.
That's close.
Yes.
Nice. So what about the online shop? Like sometimes you'll help people pick one out or something like that if they're not in your area. Does it go for that too, the 40%?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Wow. And tell the audience, if you don't mind, again, about if they want to call and you can guide them in a way, because they can't be right there. How does that work?
You can call me. We can do a virtual tour. Call me to schedule at 234-208-9036. Or you can shoot me an email at luminouslife11@gmail.com. You can also stop by the store at 2783 Front Street in the cute little community of Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. And the zip is 44221. You can check out our website. We now have all the products online, and that is luminousmetaphysical.com.
Got it. Mr. Producer, do we have some instant feedback that came in? I can't see over there.
Yeah, we have Adriana in New Jersey wants to know what are some good herbs that we can use in our daily life to promote immune health?
Oh, Adriana, great question. Rose hips, full of vitamin C and zinc, and echinacea, it boosts your immune system. Those two I highly recommend.
All right, cool. Thank you. What else you got, my friend?
We have Carl in Philadelphia wants to know how often during the year should we detox our bodies?
Carl, great question. I would recommend at least once a year because we pick up toxins from the air, from our food, from what we drink. It's everywhere. So I highly recommend once a year.
And when he says detox, what do you mean by that? What does that include?
Detox is, you can do it several ways. You can do the SEC, which is a good old-fashioned detox. You can fast for 2 weeks.
What's the CSSC whatever? Yeah, what is that one?
It was discovered by a nurse in the 1920s. She went to the Amazon and worked with their medicine people, and she actually cured cancer with it.
Wow.
It's a mixture of like 5 or 6 different herbs, and there's a certain way to prep it. It takes a long time.
Yeah, I would assume so. Wow. And when you're taking herbs, are you supposed to do fasting, or can you work it into your regular routine?
I mean, you can fast and do herbs at the same time. With herbs, to get the medicinal properties of the herbs, you need to steep it for 5 minutes. And fasting, I like to juice fast. That's, I got a nice juicer, and I alternate vegetable and fruit and sometimes mix them up to where I don't feel like I'm starving, but you're giving your stomach a break.
Mm-hmm. And I remember this was years ago. There was one that was very popular. I don't know if you tell me if you remember this. It was like cayenne pepper. It was lemon and it's like hot sauce or something like that. And that was like one supposed to be a cleansing, like a 7-day cleanse. Do you remember this? This was like, it's got to be like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, that will cleanse you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so it's I think you would take it like 3 times a day. So it was lemon juice, cayenne pepper, and something else.
I would recommend that once a day.
Okay.
Because it will clear your bowels out and your back end will be on fire.
Understood.
Actually, the best cleanse to do is as soon as you wake up, drink some fresh lemon water. Just squirt some fresh lemon in some water, drink a couple cups of that, and that gets your whole system. It boosts your metabolism. It cleanses your liver. And when we sleep, we get dehydrated. So it will rehydrate you and it will alkalize you. Even though lemon is acidic in our body, it turns to alkaline.
Oh, all right. Cool. Mr. Producer, what do you got?
We have Francis in Michigan wants to know, can Reiki and herbs help enhance our current medical treatments?
Absolutely. I'm living proof. I highly recommend doing Reiki and herbal supplements along with traditional medicine. It just works so great together.
Well, I think I might have told you this, but I had read that they're putting in a Reiki master in pretty much every hospital to help with pre and post. So it's becoming very, very popular. I'm sure you see that at the store, right?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Their conventional medicine is realizing that energy work really helps.
Got it. All right, Mr. Producer, what else you got, buddy?
We have Peter in Atlanta. He wants to know, have you ever tried CBD products, and do you have any interest in them?
CBD products I use every day. I got off of all of my pain meds after I started using CBD products. They're not all created equal. It took me 2 years to find a good quality CBD. So if one doesn't work for you, try another, because the stuff is amazing.
tell me more about that. You got off your pain medicine for that?
Yeah, yeah. There's like 12 different cannabinoids in marijuana or hemp, and CBD oil has all the cannabinoids. That's called a full spectrum. You even have like 0.03% THC. It doesn't even show up on a drug test, but it does help with anxiety and stress, and all the cannabinoids working together really help my pain and, you know, my headaches and my sleep. You know, some people only need one cannabinoid, which is CBD. You know, that's what I give my dogs. You know, I got one dog that has anxiety and one dog that's just old. And it makes a huge difference.
Wow.
Huge.
Do you carry those products at the store?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And people can what other conditions does it treat?
Oh my. It's anxiety, pain, trauma, PTSD. There's so many, I can't think of them right now.
Yeah.
But it treats a lot. Epilepsy.
Incredible.
Yeah, the stuff is amazing. I'm so glad that we're allowed to use it now.
Cool. Well, have you ever heard of something called kratom?
Yes.
What is
I
that?
tried that too. It tastes absolutely terrible. I mean, it works wonders, but I just
It's a
just
bad
can't do it.
taste.
Yeah, it's just real chalky and blah, but it works.
Okay. All right. Miss, what else you got?
We have Stacy in Cleveland wants to know, I would love to check out your store during Customer Appreciation Month. What crystals would you recommend for beginners?
Stacy, I actually have beginner crystal kits. And the usual is like clear quartz, rose quartz, amethyst, sodalite, or blue quartz, red jasper. But I have kits all together and it explains each crystal. So that will be 40% off. And that's an easy way to start.
Yeah, that sounds good. Do we have time for one more? We got one more? Okay.
We have Joseph in Boston asks, are there any services that you are looking to add to the shop in the near future, or are you always on the lookout?
I'm always on the lookout. We just added a gal that does biofeedback.
What's that?
Biofeedback, it was really interesting. It's a mishmash of like sound therapy, or voice recognition. It reads your aura. She gave me a session and I was very impressed. It was spot on.
Wow. Interesting.
It kind of like retunes your energy system with sound therapy.
And how long did it take?
It took about an hour. Yeah, she's got a group coming up where a group of people for $35 that's next Saturday, can join, and we do it all together, and it's 35 instead of 50.
Oh, okay. And that's an in-person thing, or is that a virtual thing?
It's in person, but if I have people interested in virtual, I can definitely set that up.
All right. Sharon Beck, always a pleasure. Can you
likewise?
Can you give us some final words, and then once again tell us how to get in touch with you?
Absolutely. Herbs is the bomb. You gotta try herbs. It saved my life, actually. And you can reach me at 234-208-9036. Shoot me an email at luminouslife11@gmail.com. Check out our big store on our website at luminousmetaphysical.com. Stop by the store, say hi, get a free present. And we are at 2783 Front Street in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, 44221. We offer virtual shopping, and I'm always available to answer questions.
All right. Well, as always, pleasure to have you on, and thanks for sharing what you did with us today. It's a real inspiration, and you're a tough lady. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Well, Sharon, I'll be speaking with you soon, and guys, we'll be right back. Stay right there.
Thanks, Casey.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. It's all about Pride Athletics, right? Pride Physical Therapy and Adaptive Training, and with our friend Ivan and Guatsa once again here. So welcome back to the show. How are you doing today?
I am doing fabulous, doing well, excited to be here. And it's a pleasure seeing you again. And I'm thankful that you're taking your time to kind of probe me about what it is Pride Athletics is and what we're doing here at our facility.
Ditto. It's a pleasure to have you. And for those of you listening on the podcast, we're also live on Zoom today as well, which is awesome because we get to speak face to face. I like that better than just conversations. But, everyone's different. And I know you work with people this way as well, virtually, right?
Yeah, we do. It's amazing what the world has given us. And I think there's always adaptations, right? We got to go through, and it's just great to see people utilizing, their living rooms and to either work out and go to the office. So it's pretty cool. Definitely stretched our ability to grow and think outside the box.
Got it. Now you're based out of Canton, Michigan, correct?
Yes, we're at Canton,
You
Michigan.
work with clients all over the world?
Absolutely, we do. And Zoom's been a great way for us to do that.
Great. And the website, let's point that out right off the top if you don't mind.
PrideAthletics.com. And then for the physical therapy side is PrideDPTs.com.
And it's spelled Pryde.
Yes,
Did I have to point that out, right?
Yes, Pryde, correct.
All right. So let's do a little recap, I guess, to start here of what Pride is exactly. Tell us a little bit about your company and yourself, please.
So Pride Athletics, we're just always curious about people's potential, what people can do. And a lot of times we have these limitations on ourselves on or whether it's a diagnosis or just internal insecurities. But we're really curious to see, how it is that people can really rip up, the Band-Aids proverbially and really achieve the highest and maximal and optimal health potential, whether it's through physical therapy, or performance or wellness. It's just one of our things. And more people are walking around at 25%. And when they get a little bit more in their gas tank, they feel good. And it's amazing to see that happen. So that's just the basically, gist of it. Aside from, based on limitations or diagnosis, we're willing to help people get to that maximal and optimal health.
Great. And so would you mind explaining your mission exactly? What is the mission here, Ivan?
We have this thing we call the continuum of care, and it's more linear than cyclical. The previous physical therapy model is one that's a cycle. People go to PT, they get discharged, and whether an injury happens that pertains to their original injury or not, or it's a symptom of that diagnostics of just walking around imbalanced for so long, they generally tend to hurt themselves again and then repeat. Most people that are going through the physical therapy model are walking around and utilizing the PT cycle 3 to 4 times before they ever get to a place where they feel good and healthy. Yep. But our continuum is basically, it's based on different inputs. So wherever you're coming in, whether it's for PT, there's an acute injury, whether it's post-rehab, you went to PT and were discharged, but not healthy yet, performance or wellness, there's an input. And based on your input, we put you into this continuum that then builds on your starting point. So the philosophy is basically rooted in figuring out where someone's starting point is, and then the end result is maximizing their potential and health as they see it. And often people say, well, I feel like I'm 5 years younger. And it's like, well, you should, because every age has an optimal health value. And our goal is to really get to, hey, I'm 38, but what's the best 38 I can be?
Got it. All right. So what would you say is the key factor of your continuum of care model?
Really, it's just everyone's different. And that's the crux of it all. Generally speaking, when if I tear an ACL, I'm given a protocol by a physician, and that protocol he's given to every single ACL patient he's taken on since the beginning of time. But if I'm different, right, that means my injury is going to be different, right? And that means that my outcomes are going to be different. My timelines are going to be different. And so we really need to treat people that based on the individuals that they are. And the funny thing is, in society, we're all rooted about people's individualities. Right. But when it comes to medicine, especially physical therapy, it's very difficult to seek out programs that look at the individual nature of someone. And I'll explain, 2 examples, let's say both ACL injuries. I have one who's a soccer player, high school kid, going to college to play, and one who's, a 30-year-old mom who stepped off a curb in high heels and tore ACL. Same injury, 2 different 2 different age limits or ages. 2 different end result goals. But generally speaking, they're given the same protocol. So we really look at their desires, their goals, what they want to get back to really drive them into a healing process.
Got it. And just a little bit about yourself, Ivan. How many years you've been in this business? Could you just tell us a little bit about your credentials and your background? I think it's important. I may know already, but new listeners may not.
Yeah, so I started actually way back when I was a nurse aide as a young kid going through college. And that really informed me of what needed to change, because you saw the result of people's, catastrophic injuries, right? Then going through school, I really geared my education towards exercise physiology. And I graduated from Eastern Michigan, go Eagles. That was my undergrad, and it was based on exercise physiology. But with exercise physiology, you're really looking at, doing stress tests, right? And figuring out, as people are going through rehab, whether it's cardiac rehab or rehab after, respiratory issues and things like that, how are we stressing them to help them get back to their activities of daily living? But cardiac rehab wasn't really, it, because again, I was on the end of that spectrum, and I didn't really like, because even though we were helping people get better, the question is, well, why were people getting sick? And scratching that itch really guided me to go and grab my master's degree at Eastern Kentucky, stayed in the Eastern Division of the country. And then I really focused in on just preventive health. My specific, my thesis was based in ACL reconstructive failure rates for athletics. But then that really geared me to really think, okay, if we're looking at preventing ACL injuries, what else medically can we prevent? And so one day I was sitting there looking at, just the CDC statistics, and you start looking at, the causes of, heart attacks and stress and anxiety. And these stats are all there for everyone to see. But the general theme was that people who lived sedentary lifestyles, 50% of them were making up the actual risk factor category for all of these different ailments.
Wow.
So you start thinking, where is true health and wellness? Is it in the medicine that we're prescribing, or is it really educating people and getting them off the couch, getting them to walk them out and really investing their 30 minutes a day to living well, right? And that's where I found my passion is before someone ends up in the hospital system, I want to have a chance to help them feel good, because this way is the cheapest way. It's the most, it's easier on your body. It's the most empowering. And it just has less setbacks. And it's really in educating people. And that's what really drives me. So after my master's, I really set on opening my own facility to try to educate people. It's been a great road. We've been open here at the facility for about 8 years. 2 years ago, we started a physical therapy clinic. And now we're molding this continuum of care and putting physical wellness into the same environment as physical therapy. When people transition from physical therapy, we have a next step for them, right? And the goal then, and I'll say it again, is to get to that category of optimum health.
Yeah. Right. So could you give a little more details about the continuum of care model?
Yeah. So in the model, basically, so we have our categories. So there's acute sense, right? There's post-rehabilitation. And after post-rehabilitation, we have a category where it's performance. So everyone, regardless if it's an athlete or not, everyone wants to get to a high level of performance in whatever they're doing, right? And after that performance is reaching that optimum health and maintaining optimum health, right? So if someone comes in post physical therapy, we plug them into a recovery program for post physical therapy. From that, we send them into performance trend. Performance also has a subcategories. I won't get into all the nuts and bolts, but once we get through the entire performance programming, we then bump them into like an optimal maintenance program so they can go about their day, they're motivated. And the maintenance program and the optimal health, once they've arrived and achieved it, doesn't necessarily have to be with us, right?
Yeah.
We're educating them and empowering them where they can work out at a local gym closest to them. They can come to our facility, or they can do it in the comfort of their home or on Zoom, with our counsel. But the idea is they're so enlightened and educated that they can then take their own well-being into their own hands and succeed. And the value that we always tell people is like, I don't want to see you in a year. You don't need me. You're educated. Mm-hmm. So, and really the sauce of it all with the continuum is consistent education of the individual to where they no longer need the practitioner.
Got it. Now, could you give us some examples if you don't mind?
Sure. So if examples of the continuum or examples of individuals, well, I'll think about it. So this actually happened the other day, honestly. And I'm jogging. I was in line with, we're at the post office. We're doing our mailers. Me and my partner, business partner, John, and just started a conversation with a lady who had noticed our truck. And she goes, "Hey, I know they're a gym, but I just didn't understand that. You guys had a physical therapy clinic." And I say, "Hey, we're here. We're sending out mailers just to let everyone in the community know." And so we got talking a little bit, and we started, like going back and forth about the weather, how it got hot and really cold again. But she said something that was striking. She said, "I could have used you guys a year ago, know." And I said, "Oh, really?" She said, "Yeah, I just had my rotator cuff surgery done, and I really could have used you guys a year ago because, I just didn't, the way that where she was a little bit farther. She was, she went to, I won't say who, but it's a major university in the area. They didn't give her enough days for her treatment because they were on a backlog, right? So she wasn't prioritized, and she had a rotator injury. Yeah. Now she goes, I'm all better now." And I said, "Really?" And I said, "Well, can you do the things that you used to do before your injury?" And she says, "Well, no, but I can adapt." I said, "Well, why is that?" And she goes on to explain these different levels of, adaptation she's had to make over the course of this year, as a result to the lack of an appropriate post-therapy model. So I just looked at her and said, "You know what? You fit into our post-therapy program in our continuum of care." And she said, "Well, tell me more about it." I said, "Our goal is to get the range of motion that you had before the injury, is to get away the pain and the inflammation you feel in the mornings, right? And to really get you to the point where you can partake in your cares without any discomfort." And it was crazy because another lady was listening. She goes, "Hey, can I have a card?" So we ended up giving out these cards based on the idea that, after physical therapy, people didn't know that there was a next step, right? And it's something that, we kind of in that instance learned that, yes, people know that there's a physical therapy clinic. There's one on every corner, right? Yes, people understand that, physicians refer PT, but then who does the PT refer to, right? And if someone isn't 100%, it's almost immoral to just send them on their way, hoping that eventually they're going to get better. So that's kind of the examples in society. People just don't know and are looking for that next step. And we've kind of found a niche in offering a service that gets people to the finish line. And the cool thing that we want to really push for is, how do we get the insurance companies to cover this next step?
Now, let me ask you this. That's a good question, because now some of this is covered by insurance, right?
Yeah.
Depending on how does that work? And that's also another issue some people may have, right? But do you also work with out-of-network plans as well?
Yeah, so we do work with out-of-network plans, but the huge issue there is, the pre-authorizations. And the sad thing in that is sometimes someone needs 6 to 8 weeks of sincere therapy, but they're only getting approved 4 visits at a time.
Yeah.
Right? And the person who's approving the visits is a 26-year-old analyst, whose goal is to stick to the numbers, but doesn't see the person. So that goes back to that. And that goes back to that individuality thing, where treat every person differently based on their abilities or their goals, right?
Yeah, that's crazy though. I wish insurance would cover everything. I don't understand. It's just so bizarre.
It is. It should make sense though, right?
It does. Yeah.
But it's just, it's almost done backwards in the sense, and another example that I can really point to is, if you have an injury, how many times does it take you to go to the physician and get an MRI? We'll try physical therapy first, and, let's do an X-ray. And the reason, that is so important is most injuries are soft tissue injuries, and they won't show up on X-rays. But by going through physical therapy, are you creating more injury, or are you not? Right. So it's a problem that we need to save, or we need to fix as it pertains to the insurance companies. But that's out of my pay grade. So.
Yes, right. Oh my gosh. All right. So did you want to discuss a little more about that, or did you want to go on to the continuing, as you say, is a pilgrimage of sorts? I mean, there's a lot to our notes today, so I want to make sure we're getting to everything, Ivan.
No, so we always say it's a pilgrimage of sorts because, it's this ever evolving process, and it does not end. And we want to keep people on the wagon of health. And so, regardless of where you come into, whether it's an injury, whether it's post-injury, whether it's performance, whether you're a soccer mom wanting to perform better in your day-to-day, activities, running after kids and shuffling kids, whether you are, a dad who wants to, play with his kids and go out and throw pitches and things like that, or you're serious about, you're a cyclist, or it just doesn't matter. And where you come in and on the input level, our goal is really to get you to understand your wellness, understand your ability to heal, and then to stay healthy over the sorts of your life. And that's generally like what we're speaking about. And it's a pilgrimage because there's always this spiritual and embodiment to some capacity where you really get in tune to that feeling good. And the thing about it is we want you to get addicted to that feeling so you don't relinquish it, and I think a lot of times people go through these cycles, especially around New Year's, where they are just, cycling from one day to the next and aren't really doing well to maintain their health.
Wow, there's so much to this, my goodness, but it should all be about the patient, about getting help, the right help we need. It should be covered. I hate that sometimes insurance companies get involved and they don't cover things and they make you wait, and it's like a trickle down effect, right? But and here you are, and most people really want to do the right thing and help people treat the root cause of their issue or their injury, whatever it may be. But wow, so the current healthcare model, you would say it's pretty broken, right?
Yeah, it is broken because it's very reactive in nature, and we wait until someone really has a problem. And in our last podcast, we talked about even legislatively, the conversation is always, in case you get sick, you shouldn't lose your home, right? But the reality is people really shouldn't get sick. They shouldn't.
Yeah.
And a lot of our illnesses are preventable if we choose to educate people. And that's what we're doing here at Pride Athletics and physical therapy. And that's what we hope that people in our community, other professionals in the same capacity that, that we're in the same lane are constantly striving for. And then we've met some great practitioners, not to dog on physicians or PTs, but we've met some great physicians who really believe in what we're doing, and they start to champion that way of thinking. And it's just about creating a great network. And I think, we're a small clinic. We want to grow to more locations, but the impact that we are putting out there, I think, is quite tremendous. But if everybody that is in our space continues to do what we're doing and the energy grows, I think you could really change the system from the bottom up, and not legislatively down, because bills always pass, but there's always something missing because they miss the end user and their need.
So true. Absolutely. And also, did you want to discuss a little bit about the post-physical rehabilitation and optimal health? Again, it should be insurance basic, as you say, or the correlation with the mental health cycle and physical health and all that.
So, I think a good example for us and how we see, the mental health cycle and overall wellness, and then how it relates to physical well-being is it really rooted, like the most starkest example is like the opiate crisis. You have good people that want to go to work. They want to feed their families, and they're willing to do anything necessary to do well for their kids or spouses and communities. And so someone gets an injury, a back injury. You think about like a mail carrier, right? And they're chugging mail all winter long from door to door, big bags. But when they get injured, we prescribe opiates to manifest, to mask the pain. We don't go to the root cause of what the pain is. And how that pertains to the mental health cycle is, medicine is addictive, and these opiates are crazy. And we have this crisis where people are now very dependent on the pain to just stay functional, the painkillers to stay functional. The painkillers create addictions. Addictions create other issues, alcoholism. They start, transition into other drugs, some of them into different, depressive, mental spaces. But if people were healthy, if people were well, if we taught people to stretch, if there was a program at every post office that said, hey, before you get home, stretch, get well before you go home, right? And you have invested so much with our company. Our goal is to, when you get to retire, we want you to be in optimum health, right? And those goals aren't in our society today,
Well, also, Ivan, the importance about what you do. Clearly, you care about your patients, and it's a lot of things that happen, I think, with certain practices and in general in the healthcare industry. But some people look at you as a number. The more people they can get in, and this and that, but that's just not you, clearly. And you want to really help, and it's genuine, and I can see it, I can feel it. And clearly, by what we're discussing today. So, what would you say to the audience out there about being careful? Look, let's be honest. They can call you at Pride. If they don't call Pride, they should just be a little careful, because some of the things they should look out for when looking for a physical therapist or a trainer, in a sense. What are some of the suggestions you would make?
And I'm really glad you said the thing about the number, and it boils down to numbers, right? Is your clinic a one-on-one based clinic? And a lot of models, you see one therapist who has 4 patients at the same time in the same hour. That's a clinic that's very derived on numbers. It's financial based, and I don't want to say that they don't care about what they're doing, but they care more about the end line than the actual patient that they're seeing. Our model is one-on-one, in everything that we do. With young kids and things like that, it's fun to build camaraderie. We do team trainings and the hoorah, and everybody gets excited. But when you're really dealing with patients, every diagnosis, like we talked about earlier, is different. Every ACL injury is different. Every spinal cord patient is different, and their limitations are different. So how can you treat 2 people with the same injury, perhaps, but with different limitations, effectively in the same hour, in the same space? The truth is you cannot. So if people look for those signs, I think, how many patients per practitioner are you seeing? How long are your sessions? What is the next step after physical therapy? And then, if you don't have a next step, a good question is why? It gives you an idea. Yeah, of like where people's mental space are and what they're offering as a service, and really what they believe in, what the core value of that clinic is. And then you have a good idea of if you want to be there or not.
Got it. Right. And we still have 5 minutes left in the show. Ivan, do you want to make sure we're covering everything that's important to you? What else did you want to add?
Well, it's so much to add.
You're like,
it's just, I think if people would really look into, their space, their life, we always say that, we're always a victim of our environments. That is also true. That's true, in an emotional sense, but that's really true in the physical sense. I briefly mentioned about the careers of people and being, and reaching or striving for optimal health, as they progress and age through their careers, with the goal of getting to retirement as healthy as possible so you can really enjoy retirement. So what I would ask people is to really look at, the things that they do generally every day at work, and are these things leading to muscular imbalances? Are they leading to back pain and shoulder pain? And it could really be simple as sitting at a desk, holding the phone like this, and then typing, right?
Yeah.
And, you're always wondering, well, why do I have this neck pain? I mean, it's because you're consistently subjecting yourself to this environment, right? And we have different adaptations, like, holding the phone with this as we're multitasking, to these things that start creating different, rivets in our physical structure. But we just go about it every day, and we're very in tuned and very comfortable thinking that as we age, we should be hurting. And that's not true. There's optimum health for every single age. You will always be. And we have to seek that optimal health, and we have to educate people that feeling good is something that's literally sometimes 6 to 8 weeks away, and it's achievable. And you can do it. And that's kind of what we preach here, and why we're here to help.
Oh, wonderful, Ivan. And if we want to get in touch with you, give us your contact information, please.
Oh man, so we have this cool app. It's called Pride Athletics. You can actually download it.
Yeah, talk about the app, because that's also very unique too. That's so cool. We have time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm glad that you asked. I'm really glad. So this app is something that we developed a while ago just to get people into boot camp classes, so that we wouldn't have to sit on the phone and book, right? But the cool thing about when it is really, it creates, an opportunity for our fitness classes. For if you have an impulse, hey, I want to go to a health class, you just Google the app. It's in the Google Play Store. It's also downloadable in the Apple Store. It's Pride Athletics, and you could download it. And we always say you now have the schedule in your hands, so it's your power. You're in control. Yeah. So once you click go, you're committed. We will see you, right? And so that it's downloadable through the app stores. We also have our website, prideathletics.com, and then for physical therapy, pridept.com. And just any of those sites, you'll be able to come in and see our philosophy, look at the staff. And we also have a segment where in the Google, if you Google us on Google, where you can kind of see the pictures of the facility, see what we're doing, videos. And we have a sweet Instagram account too. Our Instagram, I think, is the best because we can do reels and we're acting silly. Awesome. You get a good idea of like who we are as people, personalities too. So.
Well, we love it. We love it. We love it. And how does it work if someone does want to set up an initial conversation with you? Yeah. Would you mind sharing that?
Yeah. So just call us. It's 734-895-1901. And that's the best way to reach us. You will meet an amazing young lady named Kristen, and she will set you up with everything, whether it's physical therapy, fitness consultations. Yeah, she is the face. So we appreciate her. So.
Great. And then closing today, how do you want to leave off with your listeners, Ivan, about Pride and what you all can do and how you service so many and really care?
Yeah, I mean, we do, but it's just, I think this question of, going back to that curiosity factor, when's the last time you really felt good? And you just really think about that question. And when is the last time that you really felt your best? you can really, look at stress, anxieties, insecurities, and then, ask yourself the second question. If you really committed the next 6 to 8 weeks, how much of your physical stress, how much of your anxieties, and how much of your insecurities would be alleviated if you felt well?
Yeah.
And it's just that simple, and if you're curious about that, you got to give me a call, because
Perfect.
we're really excited to help.
Great. And tell us one more time how we can get in touch with you before we go.
Hey, call us 734-895-1901, and check out our Instagram too. It's a pretty fun space.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Ivan. You have a great day. And
Thank you,
to
too.
all of our listeners and viewers, have a great day as well. Looking forward to the
All
next
right.
time we speak at Pride. Thank you, Ivan.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are just about to start a brand new year. It's almost weird. It's a few days away, but I look at it, and I hope a lot of others look at it as a clean slate. You have a fresh start. What are you going to do with that? How are you going to transform your 2022 into 2023? What are you going to do with that? Are you going to be great? Are you going to be okay? I know which one I would pick, but she's here to help out with that choice and help you along the way. She's the founder of Mental Training. She's going to transform your life. Karen Pascal is back on the program. Karen, welcome back. How you doing?
I am fabulous. So good to be back. I missed you.
You too. Yeah, lots going on. Life gets in the way, but sometimes you have something that resonates in a message and you want to share it with people. And we talk about vision of greatness, like your thought. Like I have it right now. If I were to take, this pen and write down what I want for 2023, I know what it is. Fortunately, I feel that I know what it is. How to get there though? I don't know. How does that all work?
Well, I've been discussing this and I just presented to my students, my clients, this idea, right? And it was a masterclass and it was called A Vision of Greatness. And I don't think that all of us were, born into a family or even had the kind of education or the example where there was this idea, hey, you have this choice of your vision and creating your life, and you can choose the path that most people take, which is more of the mediocre, or you can choose a path that rarely people take. And that's going to take a lot more of your self-effort, but it's a path of greatness. And every human being has a choice. And so that's number one, is I just want to educate and say, no matter how old or young you are, wherever you came from, whatever your background may be, right now, and not even just waiting for 2023. It's like we forget that today, the power of right now is so important. Today, people with a vision of greatness or have a great life or who are living a vision of greatness, they make that decision right now and they start right now. They don't put it off. They don't hesitate and wait because we know what happens. We push it off and then we find another reason and excuse. And that's so often why we make New Year's resolutions over and over and over again each year. What if we did something different this year? What if we started to take action today instead of waiting till January 1st and just said, you know what? 2023, like it may come for everyone. I don't know if it's going to come for me. I know that I have right now. And so when you start thinking of that, that's the start of your vision of greatness.
I love the way you view that, because think of it. Sitting in your car right now, engine's running. You're going to go somewhere. You have someplace to go, a direction. Are you going to sit there and just wait? I'm going to wait a little bit longer, let the car run. Maybe I'll go tomorrow. No, you're going to put it in drive. You're going to hit the gas and you're going to go. That's it. So it could be the same situation. However, do you think that we wait, we marinate, all of that because we have fear?
Yes. And you want to know what? I'm going to share something with you. I was just listening to one of my teachers this morning. I study eternal values, truths of life every day because I want to have this vision of greatness and I don't want to be pulled down by everyone else's mediocre vision. Not everyone, but most, the majority, right? Mm-hmm. So I lift my mind to those highest thoughts every day. And he said something, I'm going to share this with you. Sure. He said, fear arises from insecurities. Oh, yeah. And insecurities arise from selfishness. And I just was blown away by this because I'm like, okay, if the root of your insecurity is selfishness, right? And then from that insecurity springs fear. And most of us worry. We just worry about, well, what's going to happen to me? That's what I'm saying by selfishness. We worry, well, if I decide to be great, what is everyone going to think? And you know what? A lot of people aren't going to like it. And you have to get over yourself because it's a disservice not to live your full potential. It's actually selfish not to live your full potential or believe that you have more to offer and impact the world. We stay so small. That's selfish. And when we stay small and we hide out and we don't contribute who we really are and we don't show up fully, that's not what humanity is about, right? So when we do, yeah, people might not like it. They might say this or that. We've talked about it, but this is our duty as a human being and in the world. And so what I'm saying is get over it and get out there and you will receive so many more gifts and blessings than you ever thought was possible. In fact, staying small ends up to be way more stressful, way more fearful, way more painful. I only am saying this from my own experience.
I love that thought. And I just want to make sure it's clear for all of us. When we say selfish, it's not that we're doing something against somebody else. We're not sharing everything we have because we picked the mediocre road instead of the greatness road. So we're holding all this good stuff in that could be helping others. And by the way, Picasso, I believe, once said, life, and I'm paraphrasing, but life is about giving your gifts away.
Yes.
That doesn't mean without compensation because you worked hard but that
exactly.
You have it, so give it, but you're not giving it.
Yes. And we really we're robbing our own self first. Think of that way. Like the selfishness first, just for your own like sanity and happiness, you're robbing yourself of what you could be, right? So you're the one that's going to miss out on this life of greatness, not just a vision, but actually living that every day. So even when there's challenges, it's still a great day. That's when you know you're truly living life fully. It's like, even when my husband was sick and dying, or even after he was dying, I'm still this living of greatness. It doesn't go away because someone else goes away. And that's the beauty of it. You carry on, and then you also get to live for somebody else. You get to carry, let's say, their legacy on. So it's really not just powerful for your own existence, but my mission is to empower. Because when you empower someone else, like, I'm not here to tell you what to do, but if this inspires and empowers you to say, hey, I want to choose a vision of greatness. I want to reach my potential for my own well-being and happiness, for my own life, but that is going to empower other people. So can you imagine this ripple effect where each person is shining their light, and the light looks different? It's not the same. And so my individual, I call it an inspirational lighthouse, right? My individual inspirational lighthouse looks different, shines different than yours, but it sends this positive ripple effect into the universe. And more of that is just going to make this world a better place, So why not? And, it's different. It might not be what you're used to, but I will say, if you are looking for something more and you keep making the same New Year's resolutions, you have to ask yourself, what do I have to do differently to be something differently? And that is, you have to decide. You just have to make the choice. And once you do, everything opens up to you. In fact, if you're deciding, if you're in the deciding, range right now and field, you're probably tuning into this, because it's that law of attraction where it's like, okay, we're ready to hear something.
Yeah.
And someone's going to be hearing this like, wow, I'm so glad I tuned in, because you're ready to make that choice and to empower your own self and then inspire other people. It's just, it's such a beautiful way to live. And I did not live this way for a long time. So that's why I love to share it, to say, hey, I get it. I lived the other way, and I did the mediocre, and I was like, no, this is fine. I'll stay in my bubble because I'm safe. Right.
Yep.
And it's like, but we're actually meant to grow. We're the only species that can choose to evolve on every level. Like, I was talking to someone the other day, a company that I'm going to do a speaking engagement with, and I mentioned the 4 dimensions of like the whole person, right? We're all, there's a physical, there's a mental, emotional, there's an intellectual, there's a spiritual, and some of the terms are different, but we can all agree. And she's like, and we talk about that 5th dimension, which is also financial. And I was like, yeah, like we can choose on all these levels to have abundance, to live this life of greatness, and there's abundance to go around. So it's just, again, it's just that choice. And I thought it would be a great time to share how we can start now and not wait, because that same action, that anticipation, that's the same anticipation that happened last year as to why you're making the same resolution this year, because you said, oh, I'll just wait till January 1st or whatever it is. It's not really the fear, it's that anticipation. And then we just wait and wait, we push and push and push, and we never do it. So my suggestion, if anybody is listening to this right now, is to do the action that you say you're going to do on January 1st, or that roadmap or that plan. Pull it out now and see what you can do today. My guru taught me, if you can do anything now, do it. And what I mean is not anything, not like everything, but the thing that's going to make change in you, the thing that's going to help you move forward and achieve what you really want in life. So if you can do that right now, don't put it off, because you'll get in a habit of putting it off and it will never happen. And then I always say, we take life for granted. We don't think, wait a second, there is a chance that I might not wake up tomorrow. I don't know for certain. And I think if we thought that way, we would live different every single day.
Oh, like the song, Live Like You're Dying. I mean,
Yeah.
it kind of says a lot there. Lots of thoughts here. I want to go back, Karen, to something you said a second ago about the lighthouse, of how it shines. What did you call it again?
Okay, so I realized, like, I know that my mission is to inspire and empower others to live a vision of greatness and to become an inspirational lighthouse. So a lighthouse, right? We all know it shines light, and it helps people find the direction, stay on path, know where to go, etc. Right? And so I feel like an inspirational lighthouse, we all have this ability to be inspirational in the world. And that is just to find out who you are, what you're great at, what you love and could do all day. We've talked about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
To keep working on you. There's so many components to us, and there's immense potential. And this is not just me, right? Who's saying this? We're just sitting on like reserves of energy and potential, and we haven't even tapped into like a quarter of it, if that. And if we even thought about that, like, I wonder what is my potential to be this inspirational lighthouse. And it's interesting because I tell everybody, I get these opportunities all the time, and people say, how did you land that? Or how are you speaking at this university? And I say, I just show up fully, and I just keep sharing every day. I mean, I have invested in some marketing, but that's not even going right now. So it's all organic. I just show up live on Facebook. I just say, hey, and I share something. Someone comments, and I write an email, an e-blast to all. So what I'm saying is just being who you are and sharing that and not being afraid to do so, like showing up so fully every day, you will be an inspiration. Someone will be positively impacted. You will help somebody. And there's no better feeling than that.
Well, I think the reason it's happening, Karen, for you is you are the lighthouse, and you shine the light. But think about what a lighthouse is. Like, if you think of this is the lighthouse. The lighthouse goes around. And if you're here and you're shining out, it's shining back on you, and then it goes back out around, and then it comes back to you and back out around. So it reciprocates. So you put this out, the light came around to you. Now there's some abundance, speaking engagements, whatever it might be. My question here is in the greatness. How do you decide? How do you figure out what your greatness is going to be? Let's say you're thinking about it. I could do better. There's something inside of me. I'm trying to find what it is, maybe my purpose, whatever you want to call it. New year coming up. Yeah, it's go time. I'm feeling it. I feel some confidence that I want to move forward. What if you're not exactly sure what that greatness is that you have to offer?
Well, actually, most people don't know. And remember, I think the last time we spoke, it was about purpose and fulfillment. I think so. A lot of people come to me, and I'm talking about they're not in their 20s. They're in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. And some of them are retired. And so without a job, they don't know what to do. And they feel that they want to continue to contribute and do something. Yeah. So there's that person. And then there's the person who followed the herd, meaning they went to school, they did maybe what their parents thought what was best, or what they thought they could. I have a client who just told me she's been a nurse. She went in, I don't know where she went. She went to go into the school and said, I have children and I have to make money. And what is the highest paying job that I can make the most amount of money to support my family? And they said nursing. And so she just took that up, and we realized, we calculated it's been over 30 years in a field that she does not love, that is not in line with her. And she kept saying how exhausted she was. And I was like, oh my gosh. Oh, of course you are. You've been in a field that you don't really enjoy. I mean, you love helping people. So I am helping her realize, and this is her vision of greatness. I'm going to share this with you just so people are very, very clear that the vision of greatness can be so drastically different from human being to human being. I said, what do you really want? And she said, and she had tears in her eyes. She goes, I really, first of all, don't want to be someone else's BIT. I won't say the rest. She said, I want to live life on my own terms and make my own decisions and have my own time. She said, and I really want to sell tie-dye on the beach. And this woman is almost 60. And I said, if you really want to do that, you absolutely can. But I will say, with the compensation you're getting right now, the income, you probably won't be able to make that kind of income. I don't know, maybe you will at some point. She said, no, I understand that. And she went to a real estate conference. And because she had made an investment in real estate earlier on with her own home, and she was making passive income a little bit for that. And she realized, wow, if I learn and I become educated on this, she was interested in it, so smart. And now she's learning. She signed up for a little bit of mentorship with someone who knows about all of this. And she's making some trades and she's doing some investments. And I'm like, all I did was encourage her to believe in herself. That's all I did. You're worthy of more. And so I didn't know what was going to come out of it. I don't even think she did. But as soon as she was surrounded by me and positivity, positive community, what happens is it opens your world up. All of a sudden, you're like, wait, there are other options for me. And you don't just pick anything. It has to be like, you know, she's very hippie-ish. She's very artist. She's an artist. She likes to be on the beach and just, you know, so that makes sense. But she's also just really, really super, super smart. And she's great with numbers. So wow, investing. So look at how two different things she's going to do one to help her be able to do the other.
Yes. I want to share something because there are no coincidences here. You said tie-dye, and what clicked in my head is two guys, two brothers. I'm going to their holiday party tonight. Know them very well. Awesome guys. They have a title company, and they created, I don't know, like 6 years ago, a charity call. And this is where the tie-dye thing comes in, but this is, it clicks. But I'm illustrating this, showing this because they created a charity called Pink Tie. And it was to get guys to wear pink ties to show awareness for cancer. It exploded. And that feeds their business. and they're known, people don't even know them as an equity, title company. They just, the pink tie guys, the pink tie guys. So imagine, and all hypothetical here, but the woman that you're talking about, she has this affinity for tie-dye. Imagine if she turned it into something, even charitable, whatever it might be, that could fuel something else, or anything is possible.
Absolutely. So I think that's number one, is you have to realize the infinite possibilities and opportunities. And this is what I ask my clients when they, you know, when there's resistance and they're not fully happy, but there's resistance to this kind of open thinking and expansiveness, right? I ask them, you know, okay, when it comes to career, number one, what's the first thing that comes to mind? And so you usually get these self-limiting beliefs that come up. And then you say, number two is, where did this come from? Who said that?
Right.
And usually it's not you. It's something else that has happened, or a bunch of things that have happened, right? And then you say, number three, is it true? Is this true? And most of the time it's not. So if it's not, you say, what is the new truth? What is the new belief that you want to live by today? And that's the vision of greatness. You're deciding what you want to believe and what you want to be true moving forward. Because most of the time in that subconscious mind, right? That's where 95% of our behavior comes from.
Can I say something real quick about you here? Because you got to that so quick, concise, understandable there. And we're talking about the subconscious mind and your limiting beliefs. There are people that can take them a half hour to explain that. And you got to it in 3 steps. Here you go, which is great. And one of the most powerful, as I understand, one of the most powerful things can be ask that question, that belief you have that I can't make money. It's not going to happen. Well, ask that question. Is it true that I don't have the power to make money? And once you question it in your subconscious mind, you need to answer for yourself. And right away, you're smacking away at that limiting belief. But you brought it on, and it was like 30 seconds. Amazing.
Well, I actually have amazing mentors who helped me with this as well. And they had us do, well, first of all, these mentors, I'm sure you've heard of Grant Cardone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they work with Grant Cardone's team. So their mentors are Grant Cardone and the team, right? So I'm listening to this and I'm like, where am I hear this. My husband was a huge Grant Cardone fan. I wrote about it in my book. It's all coming full circle. I'm telling you, David's like, all right, if you won't go learn from Grant Cardone, I'll find the people that are learning from Grant Cardone to teach you. But what they were saying, and it really was, you know, they were asking questions about money, time, and energy. Those are the 3 things that people have these very, very limiting beliefs about. And when you just sit and ask those, and they asked us to do the same thing, and I got it right away because it made total sense and I implemented it immediately. And I asked my clients too. I've already done it in my own way. And it's just easy to say, hey, what comes to mind? Number 1, who told you? Where did that come from? Number 2, is it true? And number 3, if not, change it. And I'm all about rewriting your story. You can rewrite and change your mind. My whole business is on mental training. It's the one thing we have control over. I mean, we have control to change our thoughts, to replace our thoughts, to change our beliefs. I mean, it's a really amazing quality that we have. If we're not utilizing it, it will destroy us.
Yeah. And we don't even know it's doing it because it's our subconscious, and it was programmed when we were kids. Whatever we heard, whatever we were exposed to, sometimes it doesn't even connect that situation to the one you're here, but it's doing it. But when you question it, and of course, there's other things you can do, other modalities, hypnotherapy, therapy in itself, all of that. But once you start questioning it, I believe it comes clear. Like, you just, wait a minute, why am I thinking that? It's not really true.
And when you think about your thoughts, it's amazing. I call it thought watching. You're watching your thoughts. And when you do, that's when when you become objective of your own thoughts, that's when things really start to shift for you. Because you're just like, oh, thank you very much. Or no, thank you very much. Like, what is this? This isn't serving me. Or, oh, wonderful, this is serving me. I'm gonna go ahead and encourage that. So I notice when my thoughts are going in a place that are more negative or that I don't want to go or backwards, and then I can just check it immediately and change the thought if I need to. And that changes the action and then the behavior.
Even a negative thought, and we all have them, could be anything. You could be in a store and somebody cut you off in line, or whatever's going to happen in your life in a regular day. Yeah, the negative thought, like, yeah, look at this. You know what? Let it go. Whatever. That you need to be in line so fast. Go right ahead. Enjoy your day.
My dog stepped on my toe this morning. He's a Great Dane. So that toenail is like, I mean, and I was trying to cook my breakfast and he was in my way. He didn't mean to, but I'm just like, I had something in my hand and I thought, like, I wanted us, it pained my foot and I just wanted to go like this and whack him on the head. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Wow. I just thought, and I would never hurt him, but it's just your mind. It just goes. That's the nature of the mind. It's three-dimensional. It's all over the place. So if we're not watching it, if we're not checking it, which thank goodness we can, it will be around and around. And if you believe that you can have a vision of greatness and you decide to make that choice, then what happens is you align your own mind with that choice. And that's how you get there.
Yeah. And never forget that we're all programmed to fight, to make sure we stay alive. Evolution. So your instinct when your dog stepped on your toe, like, ugh!
Yeah.
Never. But that split second thing that clicked into your head was your instinct saying, wait, I got to stop this. And you don't even know you're doing it sometimes.
That is an amazing point. And I talk about this all the time because people actually, they don't recognize that. And they stay in the survival mode. They stay in that protective mode all the time. I hear people say, I'm a survivor. And I'm like, at some points that's great, but to live your whole life in survival mode will be so stressful and exhausting. And you can't grow from that place. It is scientifically proven that it's impossible to grow when your brain is protecting you, because all the energy is going into protection. Because if we were really being threatened, we need that, which is great. But what happens is people don't turn that off and they feel threatened all the time. And you cannot live a vision of greatness when you're in survival mode. So it's shifting into thriving. That's what allows you to realize you can live a life of greatness and you can do it every day.
I just had a picture. We have we have the lighthouse, but now I have another one with just what you said, Karen, where picture like the old Wild West. And when they thought they were going to be attacked, they took all the wagons and they circled them around and they just waited for the attack. But the wagons never moved anywhere. They weren't moving forward. They were just waiting for the attack. So it's kind of the same thing when you're in the survival mode. You're not moving. You're just protecting, waiting for something that's probably never going to happen. And you're just wasting your time, your energy, and your greatness at the same time. We're out of time.
That one's so fast, isn't it?
But good stuff today. And again, I'm just what you said. I am going to start asking those questions. How do you phrase it again? Like I've heard, is it true that insert whatever it is, you're not capable of doing this? Is that the way you do it?
I always say, okay, so whatever the resistance is around, right? if it's, let's just say, time, you say, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think about time?
Don't have enough.
Okay. Now, if you don't have enough, where did that come from? Who told you that?
The clock. Sometimes I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Well, these are the questions, and you do have to think back, because a lot of the time it is either it's the environment that you work around. They're always saying we don't have enough time. It's your family. It's whatever. It's coming from someplace, or it's even just coming from your own mind. You say, it's my mind that's saying that. Okay.
Creating it. Or
you say, okay, is it true?
Is it true that they don't have enough time?
And the truth is, the new belief would be you make time for whatever it is you want. That is the truth. Whatever. So I have my clients, I have them reframe this one all the time. Instead of running around and saying, I don't have time to do that, you can say, I'm not making time to do that, because it's true.
It's true.
Right?
And why are you not? Because maybe you're avoiding something, so you keep yourself busy to not face the mirror that says,
absolutely. People say all the time, they don't have time to do yoga. You're not making the time to do yoga.
Right.
Whatever you say. I mean, you do have the time to do anything you want. You're in the driver's seat of your time. And everyone has the same amount of time each day. It's a decision. What am I going to make time for? So when I just erase that saying, I never say I don't have time anymore. I just say I'm not making time for it.
Find a way.
I don't want to do it.
Well, okay. But then, be honest with yourself. But you could be in a situation, you want to do yoga. I should do yoga. You keep putting it off, don't have the time. Got to pick up the kids, got to do this, that. Find somebody to pick up the kids on Thursday and do yoga. Yeah. All you need is an hour. And
there's always a way. There's always a way, because if we prove it to ourselves every day, because whatever we're doing, we've made time for that.
Exactly.
So yeah, there has to be some replacements, some delegations. You have to put in some thought. But if you want to do something and you're going to live a vision of greatness, you've got to make time for the things that are going to create that great life.
What's your website?
KarenPaskal.com, Karen with a C. I'm not the not so good Karen. KarenPaskel.com.
Disclaimer, not all K Karens are bad.
They are not. They are not. It's a myth.
Yeah. Great talk today. Seriously. And so inspirational and topical as we start a new year. The greatness is there. Start the vision, start the conversation. Yeah. Just reach out, follow your heart. You know what's in there. And reach out to Karen, because she will take your hand and move it. I got to believe you, based even what we talked about today, you'll move it faster than just about anybody else.
Well, people are activated when they're around someone who's inspirational. It's like, ooh, I just act as a mirror and say, hey, this is just the expression of me. You have an expression of you. Mine will help reflect yours. And so we'll shine our light together.
Love it. Happy holidays to you and your family, by the way.
Happy holidays, happy new year. And I'll see you in the new year.
Love it. All right. Be well.
Next week, I can't remember. I think.
You know what? We'll make time.
We will make time, but we'll either see each other at the end of December or the beginning of January.
Looking forward to it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home. that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are back here with our friend, our author, and just amazing person, man of many names. We got Michael Kell, but the real name is Jean-Michel Palikov. Can you help me say it?
Yes, that is right.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Amazing author. There's a lot to him, his past, his history, and of course, how we can help you. And he's got many books that he's going to talk about, and of course, available for purchase. You can go read, you can buy new works in progress. And I know we've touched upon some of that as well. But as an author, he really just is just very, you'll see as he speaks, you're going to get to know him today. If this is your first time with him, let me first start off by asking you to tell the audience a little bit about yourself. Thank you.
Well, I hope everybody had a happy holiday. But my greatest love in life is to explore in the outer realms. It sounds funny, but it's like sometimes a painting works through an artist to express itself. So the image is already existing. And writing books is the same way. Most of my stories come from stories that are ongoing, and I'm just the person who looks at that story and expresses what that story wants to say. But what I want to do today a little bit is to tell people about my early life, because if you understand, and you can't do it like 72 years that fast, but there's some interesting things that happened in my life, which nobody hardly believes. Well, some people do, but they're actually true. And I wanted just to mention them because there's a lot of miracles goes on in the world. And I'm not saying I'm a miracle, but miraculous things happen if you pay attention. In fact, they happen all the time, but we just haven't been taught to pay attention to small little miracles. And most miracles are small because they're easier to do. And some gigantic one, that violates natural law, such as bleeding Madonnas, eyes bleeding. Impossible. So if I could just start is that I was born in Puerto Rico, in Saudi Arabia, like I think I mentioned before. And my mother was there working with Bechtel. My father was there working with Bechtel. And the oil company over there is it's called Aramco, Arabian American Oil Company. And my dad was going out there putting in pipelines for oil and stuff and managing things. And about a year before I was born, this is a story he told me when I was like around 12. A year before he was born, he was driving back by himself from expecting some things. And he saw a sandstorm coming up. And now in a sandstorm, you can get in some place like an oasis, which usually for some reason is more protected. I guess it's because there's sand dunes around it. So there's one up ahead. So he pulled into it, and as he pulled into it, he saw there were 3 camels. They were tied, secured. And so he parked his car and he walked over, and there's a local fire, and there's 3 Bedouins there. My dad spoke Arabic. And he was a Muslim when he was there. Wherever he used to go work, he learned the language quickly, and he adopted their religion because it made life much easier for everybody. And so he went over to introduce themselves, and they said, "We've been waiting for you." So surprised, I imagine. And they said, "Well, sit down. We got something we have to tell you." And they had a coffee pot there, so they poured him coffee with sugar. And the guy in the center, apparently, with the head Bedouin guy, said, "You are here because we asked you to come with us. And it's something very important we have to tell you. And we lifted up the sandstorm just to bring you over here. And the sandstorm won't bother us. But we have to tell you that, that my friend to the right is a very good astrologer and knows the stars. Now, usually in Islam, they don't like astrology because they think it's like sorcery.
Yeah.
But he is really good at it. And so he told us some way some stars were in the heavens, and he said, "You got to come look at this." And we saw what he saw was true. And he said, "This heralds the birth of an angel on earth," which is rather rare. And so we have to tell you. And they chatted for a while, and he said, "You're going to have a son born on November 1st. I mean, they did in Arabic, okay, but
Okay. Wow.
on November 1st at 2 p.m. apparent solar time. Because there's, I don't know if it's still solar time, but one of the few places that actually they're off the clock a little bit. And so he said, okay, thanks, fine. I don't think he believed him. And so my mom got pregnant, and I happened to be born at 1:57 p.m. apparent solar time on November 1st, which happens to be All Saints Day.
Wow.
And so, you know, she told me the story, and I don't know if it's true or not, because he was a good storyteller too. But it seems to be true based on things happening later on. And so I always wondered what I was supposed to do. Okay. And one of the things I really liked when, when Lawrence Arabia came out, and there's a scene in there, when the guys, they lift their muskets, and go, Lawrence. I was thinking, oh, that'd be kind of cool. Except they'd be saying, Jean-Michel.
Yeah.
And but I never went back to Saudi Arabia, and I just sort of forgot about it. But then when I was 3, we'd moved to Puerto Rico, which I mentioned before.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My mom was in the midst of having my youngest brother. I had 2 brothers, my youngest one, and it was only like about a year and a half. But she was had a really bad pregnancy because she's a little bit older, and my other brother was a real troublemaker. Even though he was only like a year and a half, but he was always into things. And so across the street, there was a very small set of houses. The Catholic nuns took care of women that got kicked out of the house by their family, okay, because they're pregnant, so they're evil and harlots. And the ladies who ran this house, Miller Superior was named Teresa, said, no, God doesn't hate people that make mistakes. In fact, God loves pregnant women without marriage, probably more than anything else, because God knows how hard it is to be a single mom, especially in a prejudicial society. And so we left the convent, came over here, and this is what we take care of. We get them jobs, we find a place to live, and wherever they need to do. So I used to go visit them, and so one day they came to my mom's house and knocked on the door, and the maid answered, and they said, "Can we talk to Miguel's mother?" He's called me Miguel, mother, and they did. And so Sister Teresa talked to her, and knew she was having problems, and said, we can take Miguel off your hands, so to speak. He likes everybody over here. He's learning Spanish really fast, and he can just live with us, and that way you don't have to worry about him. And so she agreed, strangely enough, but she did. So I moved over there, and the nurse and the nun's really nice, but there's one novitiate named Anna Marie who was like 17, and she and I bonded right away. And I'm pretty sure it's from past life stuff, just because what happened and things. And so I spent like probably almost 3 years there, and then with the nuns helping out and stuff. And so Anna Marie and I got very close.
And at what age were you now? You were 5?
Well, I left when I was like 5.5, so I was there like 3 years, like 2 years, 2.5 years. I don't know exactly, so I don't remember the dates. And and so we got very, very close doing things, and I'd help her out and things. And I lived in their room, no big deal, but it's the only place they had. And so she had a friend who was an older nun named Agnes Louise. And Agnes Louise used to be a professor. And one day when we were visiting her, and she always knew like when we were going to be there, try to sneak up on her, but couldn't do it. And she'd go, "Okay, Miguel, I see you. You can't see me. I'm behind a pillar. I see you. Come on." So one day she told us a story about a book she had. And this book was written by someone named Gabriel, not the angel. Another Gabriel.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so Agnes Louise spent all the extra free time we had teaching me metaphysics, and religion, but it wasn't a Catholic religion, totally. It was a little more advanced and things. And so during that thing, I would have visions of a beautiful lady named Ariel. Okay. And what I found out, contrary to the Catholics and the Protestants, actually the Trinity is not thought of properly because they leave out gender.
Okay.
And so there is a grandfather and a grandmother, and there's a mother and a father, and there's Jesus, and he has a sister, because gender has to be balanced, because it can't be out of balance. So the universe would even be the worst place than it is if it could be here. And so Ariel was Jesus' sister in these worlds. And so I spent a lot of time with her, because she come visit me and say, "Oh, little baby, kids, little motherly stuff." But they started teaching me all kinds of things from this book, and then they taught me, Anna Marie taught me to read. It's fast. So I learned how to read fast in Spanish. And I read this book and stuff. And so between being predicted and what's going on is I was building up my own theology.
Wow.
Starting at 3. It took a long time to do it. And then I was physics in it and stuff. But Anna Marie had a really bad life. Is that her mother died when she was born. And her father was very rich. And his father was so mad at Anna Marie because her mother died that he sent him to be taken care of by a caretaker in one of his houses, and her husband. And there was a gardener there. And these people were nice, but they did not have the capability to love anything. But they weren't mean, okay? They were just, what can I say, unlovable. And so she grew up all by herself, except for an imaginary friend named Eugenia. And the only people who were nice to her were the nuns, because he would let her go to church on Sunday. He had to, he's Catholic. And but she couldn't go anywhere at a time. And so, but she was supposed to be in puberty. She had a governess then to teach her some stuff. But when she got out of the bath, the governess came in and saw that she didn't have any pubic hair. And she had, "Let me see on your arms, no hair." And Marie knew what's going on, and so I'm going to take you to the doctor. So they took her to the doctor, and the doctor said, "Well, she's perfectly fine, but she's not going to have babies. There's no way. She's not going to finish, maturation." And so her dad got really mad then, because he couldn't even palm her off on somebody with a dowry, although she was beautiful. And so he sent her to the nunnery. And so the nuns took a long time to rehabilitate her in terms of getting comfortable with people, because she was afraid. And so when I met her, she told me that story one time, which I thought was pretty sad. And so Agnes Louise and I one day decided that she can have a birthday party. It's like her 19th birthday, and the nuns aren't supposed to have birthday parties. But Agnes Louise said, "I don't care. She needs a birthday party, because she needs to know that people really care about her, and they got to care about her." And so, so we said, okay. And so we went to Agnes Louise found a restaurant to go to that she knows people in it, because she'd been there a long time. And then Anna Marie and I went to the library just because she'd never been to a library. Neither did I, but I thought it'd be fun to go there. So we spent time in the library. Then after the library, we wanted to do something. This is the part I want to read, because it's hard to tell a story in its entirety. Okay, I think we have time.
Yes, we do. Go for it.
And so when we left the library, I told Sister, that's Anna Marie, Mom, I used to call her Mummy. "Mummy, your birthday is not yet over. We need to take a walk, and I'll buy you a treat, where I saved up some money for you." So we were strolling towards the restaurant chosen by Sister Agnes Louise. And when we got there, I took her inside. Sitting in the corner was Agnes Louise with her present wrapped for Mummy. Agnes Louise waved us over to the table. We sat down. And she said, "Today, Anna Marie, we're going to celebrate your natal day. It is our secret, so we do not tell the other sisters. But to tell the truth, this is all Miguel's idea. We really wanted for us to give you a birthday party, so you would know that you are special to us and that we love you." Finished Louise. And Sister Anna Marie started to cry, for such warmth and joy poured into her sweet heart, the kingdom of the Holy Family within. She did not know what to say, but she finally realized that she was really and honestly loved by grandmother and me. I used to call Sister Anna Marie grandmother. Her father's meanness was now unimportant. She wiped her eyes, saying in a broken voice, "I love both of you, for you two are my real family. I was never a bad little girl, but I was a strong little girl. Thank you both." Sister Agnes Louise and I had tears of joy in our eyes. Sister Agnes Louise said, "Enough. We are here to celebrate the holy day. The Holy Family kissed your birth with a soul seed, not to be emotional." She cried out, "Jose, we're ready for Anna Marie's birthday dinner." Jose, the owner of the restaurant, served as our waiter, and we all had the best meal in our lives. Well, my life was less than 4 years, but it was really pretty good. After our dinner was finished, Jose came out to the kitchen with a birthday cake, having 19 burning candles. The waiters and the kitchen staff were playing some musical instruments and singing a Spanish birthday greeting. Sister Anna Marie did not know what to do, but she was really happy. All she could say was, "Thank you, Holy Mother. God bless all of you. I never had a birthday celebration ever." Jose placed the cake on the table and told Sister Anna Marie to make a grand wish and blow out the candles so the smoke and Holy Spirit would carry her wish to heaven. She closed her eyes, took my hand into hers, took in a deep breath, and blew out all the candles. Everyone clapped. Jose said, "Bravo, sister, bravo." Jose handed sister the cake knife, saying, cut enough slices for all of us here so we can honor your holy day for eating some of your cake. Rita, bring out some sangria for everyone, even our little gentleman. So on that momentous day, a miracle was accomplished in old San Juan. For when I looked into Mummy's heart, I saw that Ariel and Holy Mother had removed every last speck of darkness and pain and placed it with the purest glow. For the first time in her life, Mummy's aura glowed with a soft golden white light, which everyone can see at the party. I saw that both Divine Ariel and Holy Mother were standing next to Mummy, with their arms wrapped around her neck. I understood why Mummy was glowing, but I said nothing. I looked over at Sister Agnes Louise, and I knew she saw what I saw. Rita, Jose's spirited wife, was the first to say, "Everyone, look, the Holy Virgin Mother and the Holy Spirit have blessed this child, for she shines with the holy light. It is a miracle, Jose, a real miracle. God has blessed all of us. Praise to our Lord and his mother." Everyone present repeated after her, "Praise to our Lord and our mother, and his mother." After things had quieted down, the table was cleared, Anna Marie had stopped glowing. Both of us noticed that she had permanently transformed, as she was no longer burdened by her past emotional pain. When I looked deeply into her eyes, I saw that she and I were one divine I thou, two in manifestation, but only one in essence. She and I were there in the bedchamber with room sufficient enough for one unified ego. I saw that her love for me was now unconditional, and that her love had been forever. Truly, the Holy Family brought to all of us a wondrous miracle. It goes on, but that's probably enough. And so the reason I like that story in Anna Maria's stuff is it's always made me have a really tender heart, especially for single moms.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm nice to single dads too, but single moms always catch my eye and my heart.
That's why you love me. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's being a mom is an impossible job, but being a mom without like a family to help you. I mean, you have overseas, they have grandmas and grandpas, so it helps. But to do it by yourself is like impossibly impossible. And I don't think they're respected enough in our society for how powerful women they are. But they're still kind and nice and loving and sweet and feminine, but they're powerful female warriors. And I just wish more people would see that.
Well, thank you. I agree. And as a single mom, I could so empathize and relate. It's not easy. And let me just ask, Coach, just back to you. So you were in Puerto Rico. So you had two siblings?
Yeah. Stephen was born in California. That's my next brother. My little brother,
okay,
was born in Puerto Rico.
Got it. But so your mom, so your mom, I didn't know this, but so your mom was single when she was there, living alone?
No. My mom wasn't single. The single ladies were at the nun's house, and so I play with the kids because some have you have a kid, okay?
Got it. Mm-hmm.
And so I was kind of like the host for the kids, sort of.
Aww.
But it's just seeing all them and talking to them, and they were young, and they just most of them just got talked into somebody loved them and they didn't really. So it was sad. And so that's why trying to live unconditionally is what I really like to do. But I don't do a good job. I do a terrible job. But it works best when you're surprised.
Yeah. Wow. But that's an amazing story. So you actually lived over there with them for 2 years or so, right?
Yep. And then she died. At the end, my parents went on vacation for like a week or two. In Puerto Rico. I came back. Anna Marie, Sister Teresa said Anna Marie is sick. She's going to die. I know what that meant, really. And I think she had consumption in those days. This is a long time ago, but it was tuberculosis. And so she said, go talk to her before she leaves. Gotta go talk to her before she leaves. So I ran in there crying, of course, and hugged her. She was like sweating and had to lift her up because she's really weak. And I saw Holy Mother and Ariel were there with her. Agnes Louise wasn't there, so nobody else would see them except for me. And and she smiled as best she could. She goes, I was so afraid I'd die without seeing you, but I'm going to wait for you. Wait for you in heaven. And then Holy Mother said, "It's okay. She'll come if you need some problems. She and I will come down and help you."
Wow.
And then she passed, and then Sister Teresa took me outside so we could cry, and she was crying too. Because Anna Marie, for all the bad things that happened to her, was the nicest, sweetest person you could ever meet. But she could do things too, strong things.
Yeah.
But she really was strong inside. She just didn't know it. So I think she, over those 2.5 years or so, not only did I grow, but she grew a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and the thing is like, I know she's my soulmate.
Oh, wow. So how old was she when she passed?
She's like probably like 20. She turned 20 or just before
my
20.
goodness, so young. Wow.
Yeah. So she didn't get to fulfill her destiny. But love stories are nice, They come out in varieties.
Oh my goodness. You must think about her each and every day, right? I'm sure not a day goes by.
That's almost true. Some days I get so full of stupid things I have to do that I don't have time to bother her.
Right. Well, thank you for sharing that. My goodness. Now, so in all of your writings and your work, clearly you were just reading. What were you just reading from specifically?
That's gotta be it's called The Curious Life of the Good Doctor.
Okay.
That's my name of my radio show I had, was A Good Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to work on it. I don't know if I ever get it done because I'm too busy doing other things. But I'd like to get it done because, as you can see, I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been an easy one. Okay. But it's been a life that I often look forward to the challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it doesn't come out very well, from normal people's point of view. But every time you're challenged, you stand up for what's right. They're going to kill you. You should put you in prison in America, very long at least. And and it made me strong.
Wow.
And so I have to go down, but I still haven't quite figured out exactly what I'm supposed to do after promising God I'd be God's helper when I was 3 before the nuns.
Wow. Is that when it was? That's when you made the promise to them?
Yeah. And
but ironically, you learned the story, and you didn't know, your father didn't tell you the story about him in the sandstorm meeting them, who mentioned that he was going to have a son who was going to be an angel. So you didn't know that, but at the age of 3, you were already 12. But so at the age of 3, though, you were called in with the nuns. Wow. So yeah, that's like you're clearly your path and your destiny. And wow.
It's been interesting. I think people's lives are much more interesting than they sometimes think.
Yeah.
Because they're not. But actually, I don't know how much time we have, but one thing I want to say is that I want to talk about the freedom exercise. It's my new project, okay? And I'm really behind on it. Not the exercise, that was easy. How to do it, but how to do it like in a 12-week course.
Uh-huh.
High-end, course. But, when Jesus, Buddha said a lot of things that were true. All of the Vedanta guys said things are true, the gurus and swamis. So everybody sees the truth, but they interpret it sometimes not exactly in the most beneficial way.
Mm-hmm.
But when Jesus, I think I talked about this, but when, Jesus talked about the kingdom of heaven and little children, I mean, that's a place that everybody's born into.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to remember it. You have to recover it. But when you find it, you start working with it. And you can call it whatever you want. Names are just words, but you're not the same person anymore. Because there's a power inside you, that's calm, unperturbed. And so, your body will get perturbed, your brain will get perturbed a little bit, but you can deal with things really, really well. And people used to ask me, well, actually one time, I have a church I run, and we wanted to get an exemption from taxes, okay? And so, and they didn't like my church. It's a good Christian church though. And so I was in there, and the guy goes, it's funny, I read your thing, and it says the first thing you recommend people do if they want, come to your churches, is to stop believing in stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, do you believe in God? And I go, I don't believe in anything in the way you talk about it. Because why would I believe in something if I know it?
Yeah.
And I said, you guys are just out of here. Get out of here. I mean, you don't even understand anything. Because and you can get that feeling. And you can call Holy Family. Your image you want to create is fine. But there really is something divine in our universe.
Yeah.
And trying to be a pure atheist is a hard argument to talk about. Being a traditional Protestant is a hard argument to talk about, in my opinion. Being a Catholic is a hard argument to talk about because there's so much stuff that's come in that's unnecessary. And it wasn't even in the New Testament.
Got it. So, wow.
Empowered. People need to really be empowered.
Amazing. Wow. Another story and to add to the works. And I know we didn't even establish, I mean, for people who may not know of you yet, they're learning, but all of your books, where can we find them? How can we contact you? Could you share your website or contact information?
Okay, in order to buy that book, God's Greatest Miracle, Tell Two Little Angels, the best place, you can go to you can go to indie books, you can go to Barnes and Noble. But if you go to Amazon, we need more reviews. And it's not because the reviews we have are bad. It just, if you buy a book, you leave a review, it helps the author a lot because then it gets advertised. You don't have a ton of reviews, it doesn't get advertised very well. Yeah. So that's the best place to go now. And the reason is, if you go to our website, you can't buy anything because they haven't given me access to demand on print yet.
Yeah.
I know it's messed up. And so I can't really do that. But if and the best place to leave a message is to go, if you want to talk to me, is go to email at enlightenment123numbers.org.
Beautiful. Thank you. And we still got 3 minutes left. I don't want to cut you short. How did you want to end this off? I mean, we have a new year ahead of us. Any advice or guidance since you are an angel? See? Michael or Michelle?
We can talk about that because a lot of people say that, okay? And it's not an easy place to be if you think about it. We can talk about it one time. But what I like to say is that I am really happy that I met you.
Thank you.
I mean, you are the most radiant princess in all of Christendom.
Thank you. Am I an angel too? Is that what you're going to tell me now? You're passing it along to me? I didn't know. No. Well, hold on. Angel. Get it? Angel. Jill. Could be angel.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Is this our last time together?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I thought we were signing off saying goodbye. I was like, what? I didn't know.
Actually, I think we might know because I know there's so I'm confused, like how many visits there are, because they keep talking to me, so what about doing this? So, okay, I'll do that, So I know we have at least more, but I have more visits, so I don't know how they handle it.
Perfect.
So hopefully it's with you.
Well, I'm just the host. So I just get my schedule each day who I'm talking to, but clearly I think we're working together. I just wasn't sure. The way you were signing off, I thought it was a goodbye.
No.
Which was very kind of you. But no, I'm glad we're going to speak again. Yeah. And, the new year here, a lot of us start to make resolutions. Not everybody believes in those, but it is a new start to a new chapter, to a new year, and it could be very inspirational to so many, and also it could be very depressing for so many. So what I just want to leave off and say, looking forward to speaking with you again in the new year, because your positivity and creativity and your stories, I think, can really help someone out there to believe. And there's just so much more to the life that we're living here on a daily basis. And now I'm getting so deep and emotional, but for real, we need to talk to more good people like you, because you bring a lot of joy to me, to our listeners. And now knowing that you're even a real angel. See, you could just tell by talking to someone they're good people, I think. And now to even know more of your backstory. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So if we want to reach out to you one more time, tell us the website. Tell us the website one more time.
A website is Worlds of JM Puerco, no spaces, .com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's okay. You have a fantastic day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are back with I have no idea what. I love his shirt. I'm reading it. Michael Pijanowski. I have no idea what I'm doing. That is so not true, but that is a t-shirt he wears. This man knows many things. Welcome back to the show today. How are you?
Thanks, Jill. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. Please say hello to everyone. Introduce yourself. And I hope you had a great Thanksgiving, by the way.
Yes. I actually made a turkey and it turned out great. So
good.
Yeah, that worked out good.
Great.
All right. So my name is Michael Pijanowski. I run Enjoy the Ride Consulting in Addison, Texas. So we're a counseling service. We help awesome people find new ways to interact with their world. So I help people who are dealing with anxiety and depression, help couples in conflict, help people break old habits, form new habits, also help people find relationships and kind of diagnose what's going on within their life to help them have a better experience of life. So I also do group meetings and business settings to help successful people become even more effective. I offer, if you reach out to me on the website, you can get my number, you can find my email address, which is michael@enjoytheridetexas.com, and we can set up a time for a free phone consultation. So we can find out if we really resonate with each other.
Perfect.
Next one, I have a new page on my website I wanted to mention.
Tell us.
So I have a new page for podcasts and videos. So I've got links to our podcasts. Right now, the links are just going to Spotify.
Awesome.
But there's also a description about what we talk about. So when you go to the website, you can look for a specific topic, and then that will take you to the podcast that has that information.
Awesome.
So the other thing is, send me your questions. Let's talk about what you all want to talk about. Shoot me an email and we'll bring it up on the show, and we'll do a whole show on it if we can.
Perfect. And let me say, the holidays are here, if you don't mind. But to me, you want to be with someone you love during the holidays. It could be depressing if you don't have that significant other. Dating is a big topic, which I think is a good topic for the day, because those holiday parties are coming up, and you may feel alone. You may feel happy being proud and solo, but at the same time, dating is something I think that's on all of our minds, unless you're seriously happily married. But we all want to be happy and find someone, in a sense. So let's talk about dating. This is your expertise. So where shall we begin?
Okay, so I want to start first with a quote. And so the quote is, "Dating is a place to practice how to relate to other people." And it's a quote by Henry Cloud. And so the way I view dating and relationship is that it's an opportunity to learn about ourselves. This is really, I think, missed by a lot of people who are just looking for somebody that makes them happy. But in the world that I'm in, it's really an opportunity to help us grow. We help each other grow through relationship, whether it's friends or intimate partners. When you get into an intimate relationship, the stakes are higher, and it brings up more of our emotional baggage. And so baggage is really the first thing I wanted to talk about, is because, and kind of talk about what it is and why it's something that needs to be dealt with. So we have baggage about, let's say, our ex. We have baggage about our job, our boss. We have baggage about our family. So we have all this stuff that we have inside of us, emotional issues that maybe in some cases we have not really dealt with. So if we have and so an ex is a great place to go, because whenever you meet somebody new, you first thing you want to know is, okay, kind of what happened to your other relationship. And so And I guess what we're really trying to do is we're trying to see from the other person, how much of that did they let go? are they okay with themselves? Are they okay with their ex and what transpired, or are they carrying some anger that they really need to deal with? And so, the first thing before you get out and date is to is really reflect on yourself. Take a look at your triggers. When you get triggered, and maybe even when you're with your kids, you get triggered about your ex because they remind you. And so this is all stuff that we need to work on before we get into the dating scene, because we're carrying a lot of this baggage, and it does need to be dealt with. I've met I've met a couple of gals where they told me, well, they just got divorced within a month or two ago. And so I always tell them, here's
nice
the deal.
meeting you, but we all know.
So and actually, there's one gal, we stayed friends for like a year and a half, but I told her, I says, listen, you need to go out there and date as many guys as you can, and really, experience a lot of different people, and instead of just locking down with the first one that pays attention to you, especially when you're fresh out of a relationship, and I always say that you may think that you're okay, but and I remember this when I first got divorced, and I was like, oh, I'm okay. And oh, no. There was just a lot of emotional stuff that needed to be dealt with. And so now I can, because I went through it, I can look at that and say, well, you know what? We all have a certain amount of baggage. And if you just got out of a relationship, you really need to work with that before you really, friendships are fine, but before you really start getting into a partnership scenario, it's best that we kind of, clean out the closet.
Yeah.
So.
Perfectly said. And speaking of baggage, let me ask you this. How does it work? And it sounds like a bad term, but I'll explain to you what happened was a few years ago. I'll never forget my ex-boyfriend's mother. I was pregnant, but I was still friends with him and his family. And she's like, oh, now she's going to have baggage. And I'm like, is she referring to my children as baggage? Some people refer to, oh, they have baggage. And I think right away that means you have children. But that's also something in the dating world, the older we are, you also have to come to expect. If you really don't want kids, you shouldn't be dating someone with kids. But, and I don't think they're baggage, but someone used that term. So, but that's also another thing as well, right? I mean, most people who have kids would not mind kids. Some who don't may not. So that's something that has to be discussed as well in the dating world right away. Like I know in those dating profiles and stuff, it says married, divorced, one kid, household, don't want kids. It's good to know that stuff up front.
It is, I'm with you there that, kids are not baggage. It's a term that they're using. It's, maybe it's for somebody, it's not what they prefer, but it's certainly not baggage in the way that I'm using the word. The way that I'm using the word is just strictly emotional discord within us. It's just the emotional energy that we're carrying with us that's causing problems in the rest of our lives. And so, kids, they're certainly not baggage. And so, you're right though. I mean, you need to know up front. I mean, so, and I was in a relationship with a gal who had a younger son, and we were together for like 3.5 years, and he was 13 when we started out, and it was great. I mean, I have no issue with that, and I enjoy mentoring, and so that's good. Other people may not. They may be, they may be on the other side of that where they don't, they want. They don't want that distraction in between, I guess, of like, well, I have to take care of my kids. And then they feel all disconnected, like, oh, she's always, or he's always, going with the kids, or, they're more important than me. And well, of course they are. They're your kids. I mean, why would you not think that? But as far as baggage, no, that's not in the way I use it. So
good. I'm just saying.
But thanks for bringing that up.
You're welcome. All right, let's talk about maybe the most important. We'll say what attribute would be the most important to be successful at dating.
So the most successful thing is really confidence, because you have you're when you're talking to somebody else, you are expressing how you feel about yourself when you communicate. Sure. And so there's different levels of everybody has a different level of confidence. And so what we will tend to do is we will be attracted to someone that has a very similar level of confidence. So if your confidence is not very good, the person that you're going to feel the most attraction to will be somebody that is on a fairly even plane with you. So if you're not happy with where you're at and your level of confidence, then it's time to do some inner work. Give me a call, shoot me an email. Let's do some work.
Absolutely. Well, I guess everyone has their, but at the same time, attributes of dating. But you have to be, it's so hard to to learn, to take the time to learn. But is there like patterns of people like when you're dating, right? Going into this, you're an expert in a sense. So like I would be so like intimidated to sit down with you on a date because I feel like oh my God, he's going through like a checklist. How do you deal with it?
Oh man, I actually this was like 2 weeks ago. I went out with a gal and so she asked me, okay, so what's going on in your brain right now? Are you analyzing me or, oh man. Yeah, so I suppose there's some of that, but no, I'm not analyzing more than anybody else. I'm making an assessment based on, what I see, what I feel, the energy, and so, yeah, I get that. And so
he's like checking boxes in the corner. Shit, this. No, I know you're
good. Right. No, I totally get that. It's just one of the hazards of
the field, right?
Yeah.
What attributes would you say limit us in dating and in life in general?
Absolutely anxiety, neediness. Neediness is just
a turn off.
It can be very subtle. It can be very, pervasive. And again, we tend to attract somebody that is on par with us. And so if you're feeling a lot of anxiety, if you know that you are needy in relationship, then it would be better to kind of work on that first, because I'll guarantee you the people that you will be attracted to are going to be different than the past people you were attracted to. It's just how it works. It's like non-needy people do not date needy people. And so, and that it just goes both ways. So somebody who's really needy that sees somebody really confident, they may feel like, oh, I'm not good enough. And, so there's all that going on. So just to keep in mind that, we're, the people that we're attracted to, there's some balance that has to take place in the personalities and where we're at. And so it's really a great idea to to work on ourselves, to get ourselves to a better level. Yeah. I've noticed, and more than any book can teach you, my own life has shown me that as I evolve, I keep attracting a little different, and I don't want to say better because it's not, we're not, none of us are better or worse than the other. We're just different. And so, our preferences change, and we find that the people that we are really kind of attracted to, it changes with us. And so it's really, I find dating to be really, I find it fun. I learn a lot about myself, and I also talk to a lot of people who, they say, oh, dating sucks. I was at a party like 3 years ago, and this gal was talking to me, and she was really interested in like talking about dating with me. And so we were in this really, good conversation. And so, she said that dating sucks. And I said, well, I enjoy it. I meet interesting people. I have a good time. And my takeaway from that was we were both getting what we expected. And so when I go on a date, I don't have any expectation other than I'm going to have some interesting conversation with somebody that I've found attractive and I feel some resonance with. And I'm going to have a nice evening.
Yeah.
Period. Zip. Because I have no idea And so when I put
That's
that,
what your shirt says.
yes, I have no idea what I'm doing. And,
Yes, you said
and so,
it. I'm like,
yeah, I don't know. And so when we like, oh, maybe this is the one, and then then we start ignoring red flags, and we're trying to fit them into this box, and we're doing all this stuff instead of just saying, I had a really good time, and it's either let's get together again, or it was fun, but probably not.
yeah. Yeah. So what advice would you give our listeners out there today in regards to maybe some things they could do to have a better dating experience?
So all about developing ourselves. So join a Toastmasters group, work on your public speaking skills. You could read. Read books, read whatever interests you. Books that, and I wouldn't say like go out and read romance novels. I don't know what that's going to do for you. I've, a lot of ladies, they love that kind of stuff, but it's books that maybe you want to read books about wine, or maybe you want to read books about, in my case, I read books about spirituality. That's like almost all I read. I used to read a lot of psychological stuff until I, kind of turned that corner. And so you do what really speaks to you. Everybody has their own interests, and if you really dig into them, then you become a more interesting person, because you've got something that interests you. If you're like some 25-year-old guy and all you do is play video games, you're not going to have a very interesting conversation with any woman.
No.
And there's a lot of them out there, because I talk to some of these gals, and it's like, and so you can go to dance lessons, and some of these places are really good places to meet people as well. Dance lessons, you can drive Lyft or Uber for a while, and if you're really having trouble, holding a conversation with people, to do stuff like that, and be open to meeting new people. And don't think that I'm only going to talk to people that I'm interested in. I talk to everybody. We're all people, and it's all practice, and we become better. We become better by doing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Any other advice you want to share?
Let's see. Well, I mentioned the dance lessons. That was so. I want to go back to the dance lessons, because that actually had a special significance for me, and this goes back to the work of David Data, where he talks about polarity in relationship, masculine, feminine. And so couples dancing is all about two people in sync with each other, and one person leads, the other one follows. And so dance to me is a metaphor for relationships. So it's not a boss subordinate relationship when you're on the dance floor. It is a gentle suggestion that this is the way we're going, and it's being in sync with each other. So for me, that was actually, I was using dance as a part of a practice to kind of cultivate my masculine essence more. And then as I talked to a lot of ladies, I found out that a lot of professional women really like couples dancing, because it's the one time in their day when they don't have to push all this masculine energy. They can relax. They don't have to think about what move's coming next. They become sensitive to following, and they can relax in their feminine and just enjoy. And I've heard this so many times, because I was curious. I wanted to know, is this really a thing? Is David onto something, or is this just kind of sound like a, cute theory? So yeah, the dance lessons for me kind of, it was, it had a special significance. It wasn't just going there to meet people or learn how to dance. So.
Got it. All right. Well, let's also talk now about maybe the concept of, can we talk about rejection?
Yes.
Right? Some of us deal with it differently, but we've all been rejected. We've all reject. That's something that maybe would be of interest to us. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So rejection is really actually this past Saturday, I was out in a dance hall, surprise. And so a guy walked up to me that, in the dance community, and he said, man, he says, I really hate getting rejected, on a song that I really like, And I said, yeah, well, I'm not trying to make any deep conversation. I was like, yeah, well, rejection is a part of life. And, it's just, goes with the program. And I said, I get rejected all the time. And he looked at me and he like leaned in. He goes, you do? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, what are you thinking? It's like everybody has to go through this. And so, actually, I wanted to do a little experiment before this show, and I never got around to it. So I wanted to go out to a place where I was really outside of my demographic and really just experience for myself kind of a high level of rejection. And just sometimes it's good to do that, to go out and say, hey, I'm gonna approach, I'm gonna see what it feels like to get shut down. Does it bother me? Does it not bother me? What does it feel like? Hey, I'm still alive. She told me to, go kiss off, and hey, and I'm still alive, or no, thank you, or whatever, and so, sometimes that can be a good practice to go out and notice when you get rejected, but also know that those people have preferences, and I have preferences, you have preferences. And so, it's almost like when you think about it, almost like a needle in a haystack. We're trying to align our preferences, that I prefer somebody who prefers me. And, and I also told this guy, I said, I'm really comfortable knowing that the majority of women don't think of me as dating material. They don't like me in that way. And I'm totally okay with that, because everybody has preferences. And, just because I think somebody's pretty doesn't mean that they should like me. They have preferences, and I have preferences. So, when some gal approaches me and I'm doing the same, it's the same side of that coin. So I have to reject at times. And it's just the way it goes. I mean, hey, if you don't meet my preferences or I don't meet yours, it's not personal. There's nothing personal about it. It's just, we're just living our lives,
Absolutely. I get it. Now, what about people not feeling, we all want to feel attractive, look a certain way. What are some tips to making you feel better from the inside out? Would you mind sharing? That's going to make us
You mean like a nose job and Botox?
Yeah. No. Right?
No.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
No, so yeah, finding that inner peace. Doing things that really bring us joy. And we become attractive when we learn to love ourselves, and we become peaceful, and people see that and they want to interact with us. They feel that sense of peace, and they want some of that. So yeah, I mean, it's really just working on yourself. Now, as far as the other stuff, you want to do some beauty treatment or whatever, and all that stuff's fine if you do it for the right reasons. It's just like buying a Porsche or a Cadillac or anything. If you're buying it because you need that to feel better, you're doing it for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
If you're doing it because, well, you love yourself and you want to do this, and you don't need it to like feel better about yourself.
Define yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, define yourself, right? And so, chances are when you do a lot of inner work, as far as all the outward appearance, of course you take care of yourself, but you're probably not going to be as worried about it because you're whole within. And we're all getting older, so the expiration date's there. I mean, I'm 58, and I just think about it's 70's not that far off really for me. And
yeah.
But I'm enjoying every minute of aging. It's just and I think that's a part of it too, so you're attractive when you're okay with yourself.
I think when you're feeling good, yeah, it's about self-esteem and self-confidence. No matter what you look like, it's about what you feel like. Absolutely. All right, hold on, Michael. We got one more for you before we have to go. And my phone froze. What's the last note you want to share with us?
Okay. How much time we got?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. We can go through a few quotes if you'd like. So first one is, dating is about finding out who you are and finding out who others are. if you show up in a masquerade outfit, neither's going to happen. And that's from Henry Cloud. Another one is the whole point of an intimacy is to serve each other in growth and love, hopefully in better ways than we can serve ourselves. Otherwise, why engage in intimacy if your growth and love are served more by living alone? Intimacy is about growing more than you could by yourself through the art of mutual gifting. And that's David Data.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, I've got that one up on my bookshelf because that one's,
Do
yeah.
you have any good dating quotes? Do you want to leave us with a dating quote or dating advice?
Yeah, love
Sum
doesn't
this
make the
up.
world go round. Love makes the ride worthwhile. And that's Shannon Elder.
Wow.
So how much time do we have now?
Minute and a half.
Minute and a half. Okay, so back to my page for the podcast. If anybody wants to, go to the website. You can find the podcast. You can find a description of what we talk about. You'll be able to, kind of drill down of what you're really looking for. And right now, the links only point to Spotify, but I'm going to update that to other platforms.
Awesome. We're looking forward to it. So, and tell us the website again. It's
enjoytheridetexas.com.
beautiful, and pleasure speaking with you, and looking forward to the next time we talk. Holiday season is here. Dating is in the air. We all want that special someone. So we got to work on ourselves first, I think, before you can attract someone, right? Self-love comes first. You have a great day, and we'll talk soon. Enjoy the ride, Texas. Enjoy the ride, everyone.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are back with our friend Jacob Graves, Visions of Self-Mastery. I know it's blessed with dysfunction, but I know we did a title change. So I'll have you introduce yourself to everyone today. It's really good to see you. It's been quite a few weeks.
Yes. It's very good. It's very good to be back, especially talking to you, Joe. I've really missed it.
Thank you. Same here. Pleasure to see you. So for those new listeners, viewers today, would you mind introducing yourself a little bit to start?
Sure. Yes. So I am Jacob Graves. I've kind of changed my business name. I was Visions of Self-Mastery, but I wanted to just simplify it a little bit. So I went with Ascended Mastery. So I really love nutrition. I really love helping people with their nutrition. I believe that is a very good foundation to have, especially in the context of health. So I've been learning a lot about nutrition. I think it's so fascinating. When I took some time off though, I got so sick. I got diagnosed with a autoimmune disease of the peripheral nervous system. It's called Parsons-Turner syndrome. So I wasn't in the best place myself. So I had to get myself back to where I should be. So yeah, but I was still working though, and I was really just trying to define my niche and really trying to figure out how I wanted to help people. Because I realized I was kind of general. So I felt like I could really clamp down on myself. And that's really what I've been doing here recently. So what I've really been thinking about, it kind of came to me very organically, and that's what I really like about this. I was kind of just sitting down one night outside, just enjoying the weather, and it was like it just popped in my head, and it was like you have you've kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say struggled, but you have, ever since you were, I guess, a teenager, you've been through a couple different stages of your life, and I feel like in different parts of my life, I kind of adapted to different personalities. And so I really believe that I have truly found myself in my inner nature at this point in my life. I'm 24 years old. So, but it did take me a while, but that's okay. So I I really want to help the people in between the gray zone. I want to aid in people tapping into their intrinsic wisdom to drive clarity, vision, and fortitude to propel them from who they are in this moment of time and space to who they have the potential to be in this lifetime.
Got it.
So, my a lot of what I do is built off of a phenomenon Carl Jung coined as retrogressive restoration of the persona, and it's very fascinating to me. I've been kind of stuck on it and not really been able to forget about it ever since I read about it. So, from my understanding, this is retrogressive restoration of the persona broken down. It
Okay.
is a Jungian phenomenon which describes the act of stepping into the gray zone with hopes of creating a new sense of self, a newfound identity. However, the steps to reach your new sense of self are not illuminated. In fact, stepping into the unknown is a shot in the dark. Each step taken should be carried out with the belief and faith that the step taken is a step in the right direction. However, some of us get lost along the way, often leading us to run back to the remnants of our old self with the presumption that things will be the same. Although who you were is not who you are anymore. This house is no home. Your old self provided a faulty sense of safety and comfort in the first place. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought to obtain a new sense of self. And therefore, your attempt to recover your old way of being and doing doesn't quite work. When you took a leap of faith and stretched the threshold of your being, you learned new things, came to new realizations. The way you perceive and interpret life has completely changed. When life changes around you, the firewalls of your consciousness change. You essentially evolved and integrated the aspects of your being. Your connection with self has been ruptured and you have detached from its core. Now seeing through the mito, a condition of consciousness that keeps you in a perpetual state of concealment. You no longer resonate with your old state of being and doing. You simply do not fit inside the parameter of your former self. Your former self identified with a part of you that has been derailed. Ultimately, to go back to where you once were, you would have to dismantle the newly integrated and enlightened parts of yourself. So, to me, that really just means that when you really do stretch the threshold of your being and you go into the gray zone of the uncomfort, that's what I really mean of the gray zone. It's kind of like between point A and B. I feel like that's where a lot of people tend to get lost because it's like they go out and they try to catalyze new identity or they try to reach a goal that they may be a little confused on. And I think that when sometimes we go out and we're after something, that's when our brain challenges us. And if we don't have those answers that our brain asks us, it gets kind of scary, and it's kind of like it's very daunting. It can make you really question like, why are you doing this? And I found that that's really, you have to have the clarity. You have to have that I guess just that, I don't know, maybe just the understanding of what
Yeah.
you really are after and why you need to do it, or why you want to do it at least. So I feel like that's a lot of where people get lost, and I think that's really where I want to come in and help those people define themselves and who they are in this moment, in this moment in time. And I want to help them either realize or either just make it clear who they possibly could be. Because I really believe that humans are just scraping by on their potential. I feel like we're so much more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. So I really just want to bring that out in people, to be honest.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. And by the way, let's just remind everyone, Jacob, how we can reach out to you.
Okay. I'm in the middle of designing a new website right now. So my
I
website,
saw because I checked the other one before I talked to you today, and I know the domain's not working right now. So go ahead. What
yeah.
is that?
So the best way to possibly reach out to me right now would be my email is VOSM, capital VOSM, and then 835 outlook.com. That would be a good way to reach me. You could reach me by telephone. My telephone number is 502-871-1038. I'm very open to, have Zoom sessions with anybody, telephone calls, email. So any way you guys would like to reach me through any of those, I would love to talk to anybody. So
Got it. Well, perfect. Thank you, Jacob. And for someone who's been through a lot of trauma, yourself, for those that don't know the story, would you mind just sharing a little bit about what happened to you and what brought you to this place in your life? And then we'll continue today's conversation.
sure, yeah. So something that really, really impacted me was getting into a car accident. It I was driving one night, it was really late, and I had a seizure and ended up hitting a brick wall. And I woke up surrounded by police officers. There was blood everywhere. I had hit my head on the steering wheel. And they were like, I woke up to the police officers ripping me out of the car. And they kind of pushed me on the ground and were just not being nice, to be honest. They thought I was either drunk or on drugs or whatever. And so they made me do all kinds of tests, and I was passing some of them, I was failing some of them because obviously I had a concussion and I just came out of a seizure, so I was in an epileptic state, very confused, didn't really know where I was at, what was going on. But and it was like 20 minutes after they were still doing tests on me, and it was like I came to and I realized that I'd had a seizure, and I tried to tell the police officer, and he thought I was making it up. So he was like, "No, you're going to jail. Like, you don't really have a choice." He was like, "That's don't
Oh
make
my
that up."
gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wasn't making anything up. I've had epilepsy since I was, I think, 17 years old is when it hit me for the first time. So yeah, so that really affected me. Not only the trauma side of it, but I ended up having a lot of damage to my brain. My cerebellum, which controls a lot of like balance and movement and speech type stuff. My frontal lobe, which is your executive functions, my temporal lobe, parietal lobe. So I did a pretty good number on myself, and I've really been trying to wake up ever since then and just really take care of my health and take charge of the seat of my experience. So I really that's I don't know. It's like when that happened, I realized that I did not want to be the victim. I did not want to settle for that. I did not want to let that define my life. So I realized I had to take control of myself and I had to get myself together. So that's what I've been doing for a really long time now. Ever since then, I was 18 when I got in that car accident. So it's been a while, and I feel like I've made up a lot of progress. I've written a book since then. I've went through 2 programs to better myself, a functional medicine program and functional nutrition. And now I'm actually in school for integrated nutrition, which has been a major blessing. I'm so grateful to have that experience. It's been great. I'm with IIN. I'm a wellness ambassador, wellness and health ambassador for them. So yeah, it's been a really big journey, but it's something that I wouldn't take back for anything because it's taught me so much. It's helped me realize so much about myself, and it's really that event really gave me my purpose. It's like it put me right where I needed to be. It was very weird because it was painful and confusing, but it was almost like it's what showed me the light in the darkness, to be honest. So
Well, thank you for being here and now shedding that light on so many other people by you doing what you're doing. And you're standing here with your own platform to help people, to let them know it's going to be and it can be okay. And it's really great to have you back here to feel your spirit, your sense of energy. And I've known Jacob for quite some months now, and even though I never met him personally, I feel like I know him. And there's just this great aura spirit around you, which really comes through. And your passion for helping people is just amazing. And could you share some experience about some of the people that you've been working with, talking to, helping them get through what types of traumas, a little bit more about the hands-on work or of how you help people?
So I'm really big into positive psychology.
Mhm.
Really just embracing the positive, flipping things on its back and not focusing on necessarily the problem, but focusing on the opportunity that these hard situations could bring you, what lessons could you derive from that experience? So I really just try to help people see the light and, like I said, in the darkness. Because sometimes we do get so focused on the problem of things and how bad it potentially could be, but it's like, I guess that's just how you choose to see it. But everything is a choice, and we have a choice to make the best out of things. And I feel like life is a lot about experience and learning. So if we have those experiences and we choose to learn from them, that's I feel like that's really one of the biggest things life's about. That's how we integrate our being and our soul, and we keep moving. We don't get stagnant. So that's really what I help people with. I've helped people to, I guess, really just believe in themselves and see how special they are.
Yeah.
I've helped a lot of my family, to be honest. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good about, I guess, helping, just asking the right questions, and helping people to think. That's really what I like to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that that's something that I'm really passionate about, is just helping people think. Um, and just come to their own realizations. I try not to give people too much of the answers, because I feel like that's how people are really impacted, is by having that aha moment by themselves, feeling that spark of making their own connection, and not just being told what to do. And that's something I try to stay away from. Is I try not to just tell people what to do. Like I said, I like to give them that moment themselves of, oh, okay, well, he helped me realize this, but I did it on my own.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. It's true. And the work you're doing, you're based out of where, by the way? Just to remind us.
Frankfort, Kentucky.
Perfect. All right, good. But you're working with people all over, which is the beauty of this virtual world, and something really good to come out of the pandemic and COVID, right? That we're able to reach so many more people in this need. I mean, whoever would have thought that this would even be possible? But
I know.
it's
It's
great.
wild.
Yeah. And question, you usually also you talk about um was it not you don't do you have a YouTube channel? See, it's been a while. Have I talked to you? YouTube channel or
Um,
Facebook group, something that you do once a week?
no,
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 okay, I have the wrong person. I apologize. But
no,
I
that's
know every
okay.
time we talk, you usually have an agenda of, something to make people feel good and to talk about. And in the realm of the things right now, in a sense, where the world is, fall's here, different change of season. And it makes us feel different. I think our energy gets lower. I think a lot of people go to a little bit of a depression over the, fall and the winter is right. Any advice for people out there who are now, experiencing this or, with the change of seasons, how do you feel and how could you help people?
So I deal with seasonal depression myself. I
Mm-hmm.
find that when it gets cold, I don't like to go outside as much, because I can handle the cold. I actually really like the cold, but it's when the wind comes with the cold that it really messes with my nerves and my condition. So it causes me a lot of pain. So I tend to really become very like a homebody during that time, and I realize I don't get enough sunlight. I don't get enough vitamin D from that, so my depression levels are pretty much just skyrocket. So something I do is use lights. There's so many different lights you can get that actually kind of imitate the sunlight,
Yeah.
and they actually give you those chemicals that the sunlight does, which is pretty cool. I found that eating seasonal foods really helps. So eating foods that are more produced in the season that we're in, like now would be a good time to eat things from the ground. So yeah, like potatoes, let's see, sweet potatoes, yams would be really
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I
and
just bought sweet potatoes last week at the grocery store. My son, who's 5, had his first one
oh
maybe like 3 weeks ago. He was like, these are so good. And then, of course, I told him you can eat the skin. That's more the nutrients. And he didn't know because it looks dirty. So kids are scared. He's like, this is good, even though I loaded it in butter. But yeah, I agree. I love that.
yeah. And something else I've learned is to eat the spectrum. Eat the spectrum of colors. The more colorful your plate
Yeah.
is, better you're gonna feel, and the more nutrients you're excuse me, the more nutrients you're going to derive from your food, and it's beautiful. You can put a lot of intent into your food that way. You can put a lot of love into your food that way, and really take pride in what you make. It's just when you look down at your plate after you're done cooking or preparing whatever, it's just like, wow, this looks nice, and you enjoy eating it. So that's
Yeah.
something that I've found is um, start cooking more at home, and maybe turn on some music that you enjoy. Just get with your family or friends, and
Mm-hmm.
that can be a special time. So make sure you do still have a little connection in your life. Don't isolate yourself too much. I know it can be very easy to do that, but it's not good for your health. It's really not. So
No.
um, I've really taken strongly to the practice of Tai Chi and Qigong. I love that. It's like a moving meditation.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it really helps me personally align with myself and with I guess my energy. And it just makes me feel very alive. So you have to figure out where your flow is at. What you have to spend time in that too. Figure out where your flow is and spend time in it. Do what makes you happy and get in that rhythm that I don't know, just it's almost like you're working without thinking or you're doing without thinking. And I think that's really good for you. So let's see here. Um, make sure you're exercising. Make sure you're sweating a little bit. So
Okay.
another thing is you can support anandamide, which is like the bliss chemical in your brain. And you can do that by eating high quality dark chocolate. That
Mm.
also gives you dopamine, serotonin, endorphins. Those are all the feel good chemicals. So that's a really good thing to do. So let's see what else. I don't know. I've been studying connection a lot, and I found that connection is very fascinating in the way it affects us. And so I don't know, maybe now would be a good time to reach out to some old friends or some people you haven't talked to, or even to, get on some social media site and try to meet some new people. Um, the mind appears to be designed in a way where its nature is involved in repairing and recovering the connection with someone that is similar to whom the original connection was ruptured.
Yeah.
Connection with others is essential on many levels: friendship, romantic, professional. So I don't know. It's the lack of connection actually causes a kinine to be produced in your body. It's called a tachykinine, and it causes like anger and isolation, like further isolation, further detachment from yourself. So just make sure you guys are reaching out to everybody, even if it's you have a phone call every Monday or every Friday with a friend and you guys talk for 20, 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're getting that connection and just do some things for yourself, just really try to hone in and get to know yourself a little bit more. Do those hard,
Self-care.
yeah, self-care. That's
Hey,
something I've really
I'm
been in.
I'm going to get my nails done today. I'm feeling so good
There
about
you
it
go.
because yeah, I just had it. It's time. Used to go like months without it, and then I did it a few weeks ago, and it just makes me feel better. So
There you go.
anything
Yeah.
little like that. It's important. I agree. Why not?
Yeah, and people don't realize like what self-care, I don't know, there's so many ways you can practice self-care.
Yeah.
Like I've started to do dry brushing when I get out of the shower on my nerves and on my skin to really help circulation and just my nervous system. And it is something that I really, really enjoy now. And I see that as self-care. So it can be as little or as big as you want it to be. You know, you can absolutely go out and get a pedicure, manicure. You can do the spa type thing, or you can have those little practices at home within your daily schedule, like taking
Yeah.
a little mindful meditation every every so often throughout your day, just to reconnect with yourself. So that's really important, and just being nice to yourself, watching your self talk, your those voices inside of your head that just, I don't know, might not be so nice.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So just watch how you talk to yourself, watch what you believe in, and especially about yourself.
Yeah.
So I think that's very important. It's just to try to give yourself a little grace and just try not to be so hard on yourself. Try to enjoy the small aspects of life because I find that's really where the beauty comes in.
Oh, it's so true. You're right. It's the little things. And, I was involved in a small accident last week. My boyfriend was driving, kids were in the car, everyone's buckled in. And I still blame myself for it. I was the passenger, but my son he doesn't eat regular food like normal people. He couldn't go to the hibachi steakhouse. So I said, all right, we'll get you McDonald's or something afterwards. And I turned to him and I said, he's in the back seat. I said, so what do you want? I said, we'll stop. Do you want McDonald's? Do you want me to make you nuggets when we get home? He's like, I'd like Dunkin' Donuts. And he said it. I looked to my right and I don't know this area well. I'm like, oh my God, there's a Dunkin' Donuts. So my boyfriend was just following my lead and he turned the car to go get it and then clipped the car in front of him. So they're involved in like this little accident. And as scared as my niece was in the car too, it was fine. We stopped, took care of everything. But there was damage to our car, but it wasn't severe, but it was a great lesson. And I keep talking about it because accidents happen and
They do. They do.
it's the value of life. I mean, and then I see an accident yesterday where there was casualties close by to my house and I'm like showing my children, see this accident, see this is what could happen. We were very lucky. We were spared. Learn to appreciate the little things in life.
Yes.
Don't be, my mom is asking you to put the seatbelt on, do it, like appreciate it. Like just enjoy your life each and every day to the fullest because you just never know. And little lessons like that, like I find teaching my kids, but I'm also teaching myself. And I feel like as adults, we don't think about those things enough. We don't, and we take things for granted, and it's really a shame. We should really just be grateful that we wake up, get to smell the air every day, get to feel just the little thing, put our feet on the ground. I'm able to touch, smell, hear. It's like be thankful. We have eyes, we could see, we could hear. Like these things are just so simple that we take for granted sometimes.
Yes. Definitely. I'm so glad that everybody was okay in that accident you had, and that's actually a very good way to look at it. That you shouldn't blame yourself because small things do happen, and that you guys are just so blessed. And I know you're so grateful to have came out of it and just been all intact, and nobody was hurt. Everything was okay. So I'm very glad to hear that. Definitely.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. And one other thing that if you don't mind me mentioning, I just feel like with fall being here, you become more thankful. You have Thanksgiving next month, and that's the month that everyone starts thinking about others in need and food pantries and donating clothes. And I wish we thought about it more regularly on a regular basis, but I called a local homeless shelter the other day. The woman called me back this morning. And I want my kids to go there and donate all their clothes. And at the same time, there's privacy issues because some kids get bused from the homeless shelters to like my kids' school so that the kids don't want to see and be embarrassed. But she says, if you come during the day, take them out of school. I'll show you, I'll bring to show them the shelter, let them appreciate it and have my kids bring their clothes that they used to wear and feel proud to know that they're helping someone. It's just this time of year where I feel we really need to give. We need to just remind everyone to be thankful and grateful. We have food on our table. We have clothes. Not everybody does. So do something to make somebody's day easier, make them smile. And that's my motto. And really, and that's what I get from you because that's how you are as well. You're a giver, and I hope our listeners can appreciate some of this conversation today.
I do too. I know I very much enjoyed it, and that was very beautiful. That was definitely you. It really inspired me because I have a lot of clothes that I feel bad because I don't want anymore, but I'm so grateful to have an abundance of clothes. But it's like now I know you just gave me the idea that I can absolutely donate them to some charity, whether it be an
But see,
adoption agency
yes,
or
but do it in person, because this is my problem for the past few months. I'm feeling where I get cards in the mail. We could pick up your donated clothes for like the VFW. You can bring them to Goodwill. I called a Goodwill store, but everybody says be careful. Not all the clothes go there, and then they go on this on sale. Some of them for like the thrift shop, but people who really need them are maybe not getting them. If you go to a shelter, there's people that live there on a daily basis that hands on are going to be able to touch these clothes and get them for free. So that was my issue all these months. I really felt like, how do I know where my clothes is going? And then you hear about there's some people out there, because I did a lot of Googling, that actually take your clothes and they're selling it to other people. Like, I don't want that happening. I want to make sure it's given to someone, but yeah. So good idea for everyone today. Thank you.
That's an amazing idea.
Yeah.
Fully support that.
Good. Well, Jacob Graves, remind us how we can reach out to you, and thank you for having this discussion today.
Of course. So you guys can reach out to me at my email, which is capital VOSM 835@outlook.com. Or you can also reach out to me through telephone, which is 502-871-1038. And I would love to hear from anybody who would like to talk, chit chat, whatever, inquire about working with me, anything. I'm giving like free consultations, health histories right now. So if anybody would like to just get together and see what it's like, I would absolutely love it. And I really encourage you to reach out.
All right. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Looking forward to hopefully we'll get together again soon. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Take care. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Ross Morasso here with my guest today, Annie Baker Atwood, who is a Reiki master. You can find her at redbootsreiki.com, Reiki being spelled Reiki. Annie, welcome to the show.
Thank you. So good to be here again.
How's the new year treating you?
Beautifully.
So for everyone who's tuning in for the first time, tell us exactly what it is that you do.
I am a Reiki master, among other things, but for this purpose, I'm a Reiki master, and I am essentially the charging cord for your personal batteries. So just the same as you have a little battery icon on your phone and you kind of flip out if it's getting to 20%, you have little batteries inside of you going all through you, and I charge them up, but not from my source. I'm not a battery. I just charge your batteries. I'm your charging cord.
So how do I know if my batteries are full or not?
That is a really good question. And typically things are harder if your batteries are just drained. You feel irritable. You're going to feel not as fresh. If you're working out, kind of recovery takes longer. So if you think about going into a workout and you are just in tip-top shape, you stress out your body, of course, because that's the fun part about working out. But then in your recovery, you're able to get back to your regular level of energy pretty easily. And if you can't, it's usually because there's an injury that's draining more of your recuperative energies. So if you kind of go with that analogy, if you're not fully charged, you're probably operating at about 60 to 75% of your capacity.
So in essence, using another metaphor, the farther we get away from center or balance, the more work it's going to take to get back.
Yes, yes. And fortunately, when you book a session with me, you just lie down, relax, and you let me take care of it. And I can tune you up pretty quickly.
Right. So walk me through that, right? So I come in for a session. What do you got to do? You got to
you lie
slap
down
your hands around my head, or what? What are we doing?
I hover, I wag my hands. My kids think it's really funny that I make a living of, waggling my hands. But if you were in person, you would come in and you would have to say hello to the dogs because, that's part of it. And basically, I need you to take your shoes off, but you lie down on my table, which has, a vintage flannel cover on it, nice organic pillowcase, and you just lie on your back, and I stand by your side, and I start kind of on your shoulder area, and I move my hands down your energy points, and it what I feel is kind of like putting my hand on a hairbrush. There's definitely a sensation of your energy cells coming up for what I call an energy drink. And then depending on how much of an energy drink you need would depend on how long my hands would hover. And
how do you know when you're done at a spot?
It's kind of like being done taking a drink from a water fountain.
Do the hairbrush sensations sort of dissipate a little bit for you, and that's how you know?
The rhythm changes. So, when you're really thirsty, you're like, really, you need a lot of water fast. And then when you're not so thirsty, you kind of are just sipping your water. That's how I know when an energy cluster is satiated, is the rhythm slows down.
So how many of these clusters do we have in our body? How many places you need to hit?
A lot.
Okay.
A lot. That's kind of like asking how many roads there are in the US. But we have the major systems, are 7 major systems, actually 9, because knees and feet are huge areas of energy congestion. And so I clear those as well. But typically we talk about the 7 major chakras, but you can have energy clusters anywhere. Sometimes it's in your jaw. It's a lot of women carry stress in their jaw because they're kind of clenching their teeth because they want to say something and they don't feel it's appropriate to say. And so they all, spend more time on that area, but that's not necessarily a chakra. It's just where there's been congestion of energy. Athletes are going to kind of get congested in different areas. So
like depending on the sport that they would be playing?
Depending on the sport, yeah. And so an elbow might need extra, ankles might need extra, knees, shoulders. And that will typically somebody will say, oh yeah, I was sailing and it was really windy. And so my elbow is just sore. And I'm like, I noticed. And then we can, do a little extra energy on elbows or wrists.
Okay, so what about like the bottoms of our feet? Is there a chakra there, or is that just an energy source, cluster?
It's called your subfoot chakra. And it's super important because that's kind of an exit portal for your energy to clear. And kind of like pulling the drain on a tub. There's a really big difference between pulling a drain on a tub and watching the water go down than bailing it out. It's just much more efficient to watch all the water, go down the drain and have that swirly whirlpool. And typically the water or energy completely exits the tub very neatly. Whereas if you're bailing, scoop, toss,
right,
you're getting everything all over the floor. So one of the things to keep in mind is not only are you moving energy, but you want to return it to its source. So I can move water from one place to another, but have I exited that water? Because I don't have my water glass with me, but I can move water from this part of the table to this part of the table. The water hasn't changed. It's just moved.
Right.
And you want fresh water. So if you think about energy, you want to refresh with new, not just dump, new warm water into a cold bathtub. It's just not as efficient if you want, a warm bath.
Right, so let me ask you about this, right? So this is, you're saying like new energy in, like I would look at that, like eating food, like if I was dealing with something physical, right? To try to get new energy in, nourishing the body or, what have you. So how does that work inside of Reiki?
So one of the things about nourishing is it's proactive. You're thinking about, okay, I need food in me. I'm going to take the food and I'm going to put it in me. And food always tastes so good when you're, just that perfect hungry.
Right.
So with energy, we want to make sure that we're recycling or removing the energy that needs cleaning, sending it back into the earth or the universe. Well, there's a lot of different ways of thinking about it. Emptying that bathtub and then refilling with fresh water.
So there's like a two-step process. I mean, it's a multi-part process, but for me, at a high level, I'm hearing two steps. One is inside of our body, we have to, in essence, get the pipes unclogged so they can flow. And then I assume, head and then toe for my intake valve and then out through my feet.
Yes. And anywhere along the hose, it might be kinked, it might be clogged, it might be, so you want to make sure that the kinks and the clogs are removed before you try to get the hose to work.
So do you go one at a time in order? Or do you find yourself needing to skip around as the energy kind of gets moving?
I go in order. I may come back to a certain area, not in the major ones. So if you're going north to south on a highway, you go in order of the exits, right? You don't go, oh, I want to be on exit 5. Wow, now I want to go back up to exit 20. Now I want to go back to exit 4. You kind of get on the highway and you go in that direction. Some of the ancillary or side roads,
Mhm.
those ones I will come back to see, oh, did we get that block?
And that's by feel. You can see
Yep,
which ones are.
feel or pendulum. I lost my pendulum. I was really cross about that. But I have a pendulum and it goes in clockwise if energy is flowing properly and counterclockwise if it's not. And so I can tune into exactly where a blockage is.
Okay, so if I'm the one being worked on,
Yeah, you're going to be asleep. You're not going to.
I was going to ask you, like, can I tell things are bouncing around in me, or that's it, or no?
It depends on how in tune you are with how things feel. I find the more I work with somebody, and I'll explain, oh, there's a blockage right here. I'm going to put my hand on your shoulder and your wrist. Here's my little person. So I might say, yeah, you know what? There's definitely a blockage here.
Mm.
And so I'm going to put my hand on your shoulder and your wrist, and we're going to move this energy. We're just going to create that a little electrical system. On that kind of level, you are going to notice, oh, yes, it feels better. And what I often see, especially if it's an elbow, somebody will kind of, do this motion of, oh, yes, now I have range of motion. Whereas, before they didn't have the range of motion. So you'll feel it.
With like the depletion of our batteries, or knowing like when we want to like re-nourish ourselves. So I could get that day to day, we got the grind, right? But can we sort of deplete ourselves through physical or emotional like trauma? Like, does that, let's say a bad breakup or a divorce or a death in the family, things like that, can that accelerate our getting out of balance?
Yes. So your body is pretty finely tuned in the most perfect way, and your body can't tell. This is interesting. Oop, did I lose you? Sorry.
Nope.
Your body can't tell if the stressor is real or perceived. It just knows that there's been a huge release of adrenaline. And so if you're imagining, if you're having anxiety over the future of what might happen, your body is releasing hormones physically, not energetically, physically releasing hormones that are depleting to the regular system of things. And so for the energy part of it, those are all collected in your adrenal gland, which is kind of in the middle of the spine. And so energetically, I go in and I clear it. And so sudden illness feels very different in clearing that stress than chronic stress. And that's the concept of, wet and dry in Chinese terms. So a sudden impact physically is going to feel very like heavy oil. And then as we release it, it actually, and I mean, it's not really there. I mean, it's really there, but I feel it, I don't see it. We were able to bring you back into balance, which is always the goal, is to get everybody back into balance. So when I am going through something really stressful, I make sure that I double up on my self-treatments. So last year I managed to, leave a career, move out of state, decommission a classroom, decommission an apartment I had been in for 7 years, and move somewhere new. So that was a lot. And there were certain days where I would feel pretty overwhelmed. I didn't know what I was going to do, didn't know what I was going to do for money. And on those days, you would find me a lot of times with my hands just right on my collarbone, because that was how I could re-energize myself. And just kind of doing a lot of breathing, doing a lot of journaling. Sometimes journaling is actually just lists of things to do. That's okay. Seeing something on paper. Oh, okay, you need to do this, 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 and this.
Let me ask you about that. So we come in for sessions with you. And for those of us who joined us in the middle here, I'm talking with Annie Baker Atwood. She is a Reiki master, and you can find her at redbootsreiki.com. So we come in for a session. Do you ever give us homework? What are things we can do in the meantime that can slow the bleed, as it were?
Yes. My sister's always like, need more homework. I'm like, yes. So when you have less than optimal heart and lungs, which is very typical in any illness, it's either respiratory or circulatory are two major illnesses. You really want to make sure that you are getting those pipes running continually. And so the best way to do it is you take one hand and you hold on to your wrist, and then the other hand goes onto your shoulder. And that way you're completing the circuit.
Like so.
Yeah. Yeah. And it just is very comfortable. So the meridians, which are the secondary pathways for your heart and lungs, kind of go down your arm and then back up your arm. And so by doing that, and making sure that you kind of hold your wrist or wash your wrists when you wash your hands, you're actually increasing the circulation of your heart and lungs. And so that might be one. Women who, are really clenching their teeth, I just have them do the face cradle. And I'll just say, just face cradle. 3 minutes. It'll make you feel better.
Watching TV or something.
Watching TV. You'll see a lot of people rest, their elbow on their chair and, kind of cup their face. I'll say, yeah, definitely, but if you can do 2 hands, that's even better. So wherever the specific energy that needs to get soothed, where it's ruffled, I will show specifically how I want their hands to just touch, hover, make sure that they feel it. Because most people don't come to me every week. It's usually, every 3 weeks, once a month. And so it's important to leave your client with something to do so that they feel like, oh, I can do this too. This isn't just something Annie does.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. So people can find you at redbootsreiki.com, but you're in Blue Hill, Maine, right?
Yes. Yes.
So do I got to fly out there for you to work
You're
on
always
me,
welcome to. It's a beautiful area. But most of my work is via Zoom at this point. And so we would establish a connection where I'm making sure that you and I are energetically connected. And then that's giving me permission to work on your energetic system. Interestingly, you don't actually need to be involved, which freaks people out. I can do a session on you without having a visual, because energy is like that. It's just there for me to say, oh, yeah, I'm sensing that you need a boost right now. Let me do that. And so if I ever hear of somebody going in for a procedure, I'll always say, can I send energy? And they always say yes.
Why would you say no? Right?
Why would you say no? Exactly. Exactly. And so people find it very soothing. Just in some sense, just to know that someone is thinking of them.
All right. So let's say we're going to do this telehealth, I think, as they say in the medical industry, right? So would I still like lay down on my own couch or bed or something if we were going to do this video wise? I guess
I find that if you lie down, you're more likely to go to sleep. So usually I recommend that you just get comfortable in a chair and kind of relax, just be in a relaxed situation. I have given sessions to people who are physically active. And so that's a different kind of session. You would, so say you had, a big running race that you wanted to do. And you said, oh, Annie, can you do a constant stream during my race so that I can run most efficiently? That's going to, you're just going to run your race. I'm going to set up a time portal that says from when you start your race to when an hour after. So we really get the energy working towards helping you regenerate and recoup and all of those things after a race. I would have set up a little portal as to provide you with energy.
So I want to make sure that I'm hearing this right. So a marathon runner or something, like they're clients of yours. Right? So competition racers, or heck, I guess even anyone that plays sports at a start and end times, some sort of thing. And so they'll find value or improved race times or more energy or whatever while you're sort of working on them right in the middle of the race.
I can't claim improved times.
Well, what do they say? You know what I mean? Like,
they just feel better. They feel more confident. They
so that's
feel
really
more
cool.
Confident. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's the proof's in the pudding. I mean, they're the ones that get to say, right? I mean, they're the ones that had to do the race. So they can say, so it's worth it then sometimes, because you have multiple things going on here now, right? So I can be in my relaxed space.
Yes.
Where we're doing a formal recharge. And then there's also like in the middle of some sort of activity. Now, using my other examples of if I have to go do like a bad breakup and I'm the one going to initiate it, right?
Yeah,
like,
I did. This actually happened. I was getting my hair done, and the young man who was, taking my credit card and all of that, he was so stressed out because he had to go have the talk with the girlfriend and break up. And I was like, well, let me just charge you up before you go. And so, in 5 minutes, you could just feel his whole body relax. And he was like, I can do this. I know exactly what to say. Like all the knots of nervousness about how he was going to approach this event, just everything just straightened out. And the next time I went in, he said, that was the most helpful thing that anybody has ever done for me. Thank you.
I was going to ask you that. So this was somebody that you got the follow up on.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, it was just something totally random where, how everybody talks at work. Oh, and I was like, I can just quickly run your energy and see if it helps. And he said it was very helpful.
So that was for his own confidence. So if only because curiosity and inquiring minds want to know, how does girlfriend take it? Do you remember?
I didn't ask about that. I just asked about him.
Right. Yeah. Probably for the best that you didn't ask about this.
Right.
So,
I didn't need that part.
So we have a few minutes left. You have been doing this as your own business for a while. So briefly, I'm curious, with the red boots, why'd you get that name?
Because I always wear red cowboy boots.
Do you?
And so, yeah. So years and years ago, I read a story called Adventure Annie Goes to Kindergarten, and she wore her red cowboy boots as kind of her talisman of she was going to be sparkly and go-getters. And a little boy listened to that. He goes, oh, Ms. Atwood, you got to get you some of them red boots. And I said, okay. And so I did as part of the costume, and they were the most comfortable things ever. And so I started wearing them every single day. And it became this thing for the kindergarten girls that if they had red boots, they were more confident. And so it became the symbol of confidence and standing tall and just being a go-getter. And so when the idea of opening a business, which terrified me, someone said, well, what would you call it? And I looked down at my boots and I said, Red Boots Reiki, because that's my symbol of I can do this. And then it became this really cool thing because it's really easy to text RBR. And so that's how the clients would make an appointment. They'd say RBR, post-work Wednesday, ? So there wasn't this whole like elaborate, oh, you have to call the spa, you need to get all of that. And it was just very appealing to someone who wanted the service without needing to feel like it was spa related. And so that was how Red Boots Reiki was born.
Got it. Okay. So Annie Baker Atwood, thank you very much for talking to me today. I hope that I get to talk to you again, because we didn't mention this, but you do group sessions. And so I'd like to have a conversation about how all of that works. Plus, there's all sorts of other things to talk about as we are sort of interacting with the universe. This is a rabbit hole that seems to go on for forever. So for everybody else today, thank you for tuning in. And I'll say one more time here that you can find Annie Baker, Reiki Master, at redbootsreiki.com. That's REIKI. Are there other places that people go to find you?
You can find me on YouTube. I do a quick Reiki to the rescue every week. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, beautiful. So thank you, Annie. It's a pleasure to talk to you as always. And thank you to all of you for tuning in. I am Ross Morasso. Until next time.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Randy Orton joining us here today live once again. He's a dream builder coach at Limitless You LLC. Welcome back. Good to see you today live here on Zoom as well as on the podcast. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I know you're a certified life coach, and I hope people out there are learning and are going to listen today a little bit about the Dream Builder program. Tell us a little bit about you to start, Randy.
I've been a Dream Builder coach for about 2 years now. I love it. I love helping people. I love giving back, to humanity a little bit. It wasn't always like this. I went through some very dark periods of my life too, and there's a time in my life where, I didn't want better for myself or for my life, and dreams really didn't matter much to me. I was busy, with life and paying bills and everything. And one day it just I thought there was more out there, more to life than what I was getting. And so I started looking into it a little bit better, into it a little bit more, and I discovered Mary Morrissey in the Dream Builder program, signed up with my own Dream Builder coach, and then it's all downhill from there. I live an amazing life.
Tell us what you were doing before. What was your old job that you weren't happy with? What was wrong with your life that wasn't making you super happy?
I'm at age 28, I decided to become an electrician, which that late in life, it wasn't too late, which brings me back to the Dream Builder program. It's never too late to live your dreams. But I started as an electrician, construction electrician, for hardly no pay as an apprentice, and basically worked for the journeyman electricians carrying their conduit around and going through the apprenticeship program, and worked a lot of construction, traveled a lot. And finally, after my first marriage failed, I just decided to get a job at a factory as an electrician at a factory. And that's pretty much when everything just got complacent for me. I liked the job, but it wasn't, I really didn't think of it advancing in it in any way, or I didn't know where I would go from there. And I did get a couple promotions once I started realizing, that, hey, I'm better than this, I can be more than this. And I started putting a lot more into my job and a lot more into my life, and was able to move up the ladder a little bit there. But then my second marriage came around, and it was short and not so sweet. And that's really when I fell into a deep, dark hole and tried like hell to climb myself back out of it.
Oh, well, it's exciting to have you here. Now, I know you struggled in the beginning, right? It was hard to even get the money to go through this program, but if you dream it, if you build it, it'll come. So explain to us that process, and then what exactly is the Dream Builder program that people can benefit from?
Okay, the process is it's kind of fun. We base it on fun, actually. And what I did was put myself in the future, basically 3 years in the future. I went through this little thing called time machine, and it's basically where you get a piece of paper in front of you, and you write down whatever you want your life to look like in 3 years. If everything worked out exactly the way you wanted, and if your health was exactly the way you wanted, if you were thin, or if you had the perfect job you wanted, the perfect relationship, everything, write it down in exact detail, as much detail as you possibly can. And then once you do that, you would test your dream. Like, does it give you life? Does it benefit others? Do you need help from a higher power? I mean, there's so many things that makes your dream worthwhile. And a lot of people dream really small. Maybe I just want a better job, and maybe I want better work hours. But no, your dream can be so much bigger than that. I mean, we're capable of far more than anybody realizes, especially with the help of with God or the Creator involved. And once you start visualizing your dream, then you just be amazed at the way things happen in your life, the way things just keep, I don't know, the great things that'll happen for you once you start living your life like that, once you start being more mindful, more in the present.
Got it. So limitlessullc.com. You say, don't leave your dreams in the clouds. Invest in your relationship with yourself. Improve your relationship with others. And Elise R says that Randy helped me to remove the walls I built within, allowing me to build the systems to see my dreams become a reality. You could book a call right there. There's no pressure, commitment, obligation. Go to the website, limitlessullc.com, and reach out. Let's talk about some of the things that people are getting out of this. Obviously, better lives, better jobs, career changes. I mean, just
Better
personal self-confidence, relationships. Yeah, tell us some of the things that you work on specifically, and give us some examples if you can.
Just a lot of people aren't happy with their relationships with others, for starters. I mean, people blame themselves, or they blame other people for the bad things that happen in their life. But it's a two-way street, and it takes a lot of inner work sometimes to realize that you're at fault too, and maybe you're a little ungrateful for the things you've been given, and not really grateful for what you have, and that's, that gratefulness is a big thing for me. I go through a long list every morning of the things I'm grateful for. And it proves my mindset for the entire day. And it always starts out just waking up. Not everybody woke up this morning. Some people really did. And you know, I love my life. I love waking up. I love doing my job, and I love helping people. And it's just for that makes my dream.
Great. And now, is there any clients that you're working with? You can share some specific stories about the journeys they've gone through. They started here, they ended up here.
Oh, I'm working with a client right now. She's went through some major health problems here lately. Been in and out of the hospital, and we just started working on her dreams.
Okay.
And, she really wants to get healthy, and she really wants her own business. She's always wanted her own business. So we're in the process of defining that dream and testing her dream. She's brand new into the Dream Builder program, and she's super enthused about it, which I love. I love when my clients get really enthused about their dreams, because that just makes my job that much easier to help them out. And she started with her meditations. She's felt better and better like every week that I've talked to her, and it's just an amazing growth. She never thought, she always focused on the problems and how bad she felt, but she's been able to actually, you know, see more of a solution, help herself and it's just her aches and pains, and basically her health has just improved dramatically just from focusing on herself and focusing, you know, on what she wants out of life instead of what's holding her back in life.
So is mindset have a lot to do with this? Meditation, could you give us some examples of things in the program that can help us?
Oh yeah, the program every week, it's a 12-week program, and every week we'll book a one-on-one call for about an hour, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, if things are really going great. I love talking, so that's not that big a deal. Anyway, we'll get on an hour call every week, and it's homework, but it's fun homework. It's not uncomfortable homework, but every week there's some meditations involved, and they're guided meditations in which the clients will sit there at their own leisure throughout the week. And I stress for them to listen to the meditations at least once a day.
Okay.
As well as read through their homework, and especially the beginning, where they define their dream, to read that every day and before they go to bed, and first thing they do when they wake up in the morning. Just have that mindset when they start their day. You know, this is my dream. This is this is the life I want. And then the meditations just kind of go along with whatever section we're learning that week. It could be befriending your fears.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, she might thought she was unhealthy enough to accomplish her dreams at one time, but now she feels like, you know, she's got that power. She's getting out, she's walking every day, and she's feeling a lot better, and she doesn't see that as a fear or as an obstacle any longer.
Wow, that's amazing. And specifically, how does the program work? You sign up. How many months commitment is it? How many times are you doing one-on-ones? Are these courses we're taking? Is it group sessions? How does it work, Randy, specifically?
Oh, I do it both ways. I love having group sessions too. I'll do it right on Zoom, kind of like what we're doing now, where I can do 4 to 6 people at one time, and we'll just all go through the program together. And that's kind of great, because it gives everybody some structure and some support with each other as well, besides just the one-on-one. Some people don't like the group atmosphere. They don't want to discuss their problems in front of a bunch of other people, or, you know, or where they're lacking, or what they're struggling with. Sometimes it's easier for it to be one-on-one for some people. But the group coaching sessions are a little bit cheaper, because I can do more people at once. But you get the same benefit out of both. I have the same success out of either group or one-on-one coaching. It's a 12-week course. We meet once a week for 12 weeks, and I've actually had a couple of clients actually go through it 2 times. They liked it so much, and they want bigger dreams the second time. You know, their dreams weren't big enough, they decided. And so the second time they dream that much bigger, and it's a great program. I go through it every time with every client.
And how did you find out about the program again? Just curious.
I'd actually taken another one of Mary Morrissey's programs called Into Your Genius.
And by the way, I'm sorry for those that may not know Mary Morrissey. She is.
Oh, she is the founder of the Brave Thinking Institute and the Dream Builder program.
Great.
And the Into Your Genius program discusses your 6 mental faculties that a lot of times as we get older, we really don't use that often. Like your imagination, your intuition, your will, memory, reason, and perception. And so you focused on those things for 6 weeks. And that kind of brought me into the Dream Builder program. I had a coach call me up and wanted to know how I was doing in the other program. And I loved it because it actually made me think about things that I don't normally think about, you know. And he gave me the option, start talking about the Dream Builder program a little bit. And I was hooked immediately. I immediately wanted bigger and better life for myself. And so I signed up with my own coach, and he was awesome. Like I said, I still talk to him all the time.
And tell me about the difference in your life. What has happened? Family and friends. You're a parent, right? You have how many kids?
I have 2 daughters.
Okay, so tell me about what happened with you in your life.
At the beginning, they all thought I was crazy, pretty much, for spending all this money on something for myself, you know, that to them, it didn't sound like it sounded like super far-fetched, like how you can't build your dreams, you can't manifest your life. But once I've been around my family, my children, and they see how it's benefited me and how my relationships with other people have changed, I'm so much more better of a human being. But alone, I was super ungrateful before. I can remember, you know, times of treating people badly and making fun of people with less than what I had. And it took some bad stuff to happen for me to realize that I really didn't like that person that I was, and I needed to change. And a lot of that change came from the movie The Secret. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yes, tell us about that. You told me, but your listeners each and every time. So one day, what year is it? Set me up. Where were you watching it? Explain how it all happened.
I can't really remember how I found out about it, but it was on Netflix, and I sat down and watched it one day, and it was like a slap in the face, basically. All these people talking about gratitude and how they can manifest their future with gratitude. And then the more I thought about it, the more I learned that I was very ungrateful. I was ungrateful in my marriage. I was ungrateful in my life. And because of that, you know, my marriage failed. And maybe it wouldn't have if I'd have been more grateful for what I had and what we were building. But at the time, it didn't matter to me. And it was an important and a lesson that I learned.
Aw, and here you are today now helping so many people. And this is what you do full time, right? Did you ever think once you did the program, you were going to become a coach?
Not at first, no. I actually didn't. I've always wanted to help people. That's been something. I mean, I guess I haven't always wanted to help people, but once I discovered, you know, about gratitude and how ungrateful I was, it just set me on a mission that I wanted to make up for the bad stuff that I've done, and do that by helping people any way I possibly could, whether it be following me on social media. I'm always doing motivational videos, posting them on social media, anything, motivational quotes, anything to help people. If I could show you my office, it's full of posters and motivational things. Henry Ford, Albert Einstein.
Oh, wow.
But it's good. That's kind of not my mentors necessarily, but they give me inspiration. So when I can sit in here and do my life coaching on my computer, then I got these all this inspiration behind me or around me. And it just keeps me motivated and keeps me on track.
Great. And what else do you want people to know about your program and why they should reach out? We still have 9 minutes left in the show, but what else about the program that makes it unique compared to other programs out there that are doing similar things, coaching in a sense, right?
Yeah, similar things. I just think anybody who wants more out of life should be calling me or should be calling somebody and getting some help, because it's there. And maybe I'm not the coach for you, but the help's out there. Just reach out. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to ask for help. I mean, it can be daunting for sure, but if there's so many people unhappy with the way they're living and unhappy with their relationships and unhappy with their job, especially nowadays. And it's just, I don't know, make a commitment to yourself and sign up for my program. Give me a call. Just talk to me.
Aw, that's great. And, more testimonials to what you've done. Could you share another story or two of someone you're working with or worked with? What types of things specifically that, we got to try to spark our listeners' ears and say, oh, I can empathize. I can relate with that. I could use help with that. So what other types of clients do you have, without using their names, of course, but to share some of their personal experiences, please?
As far as time and money freedom, I've had a couple of people, that they work hours and hours and hours on end and never had any time for their lives and their families. And it's because they just so caught up in their work. And by going through the program, they realized they weren't actually living their life. They were maybe living their bosses, they were supplying their boss with a nice life, but they weren't actually living their own life at all. They were caught up in the rat race. And I was able to, through the Dream Builder program, they were able to adjust their lives and find work that didn't take up all their time and find their dream job. It takes just a few little action steps throughout the program. And any step forward is a step in the right direction. Even if you take a step backwards, just don't quit. Just keep on going.
I take one step forward, I take two steps back. That sounds like a Paula Abdul. Remember that one? Opposites attract, but it's true.
Yes,
And
it is true.
some of the important cores of, you mentioned you looked up, you have all these quotes. So visualization, vision boards, I'm assuming that's part of it as well. What about meditation?
I personally love meditation. I try to meditate at least an hour a day. Sometimes it might only be 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. I try to meditate for an hour. I'll read for an hour and exercise for an hour. It's the 3 hours of every day that I try to fit in regardless, because even the exercise helps your mind and your mindfulness.
And tell us about meditation, how we could do it, maybe to start at home, to start trying, maybe a little tip or guide on that.
Oh, sure. Just concentrate on your breathing. The biggest thing in meditation is to block out all the outside stuff.
Okay.
And stop your mind from thinking. And it's hard to do when you first start. You'll close your eyes and you'll think of all the things that you needed to do that day, or that you didn't get done, or all the things you have to do tomorrow. And the important thing is that you start back over. You just concentrate on feeling your breath, like feeling your breath on your lips as you inhale and exhale, and concentrating on that instead of what your mind is wanting to wander to. And your mind will wander, and it's just pull it back to your breathing, and keep on concentrating on your breathing. And just the more you practice, the easier it is to do.
Practice makes perfect, right? Now, are there, how does it work for payment wise? You put everything up front, you offer some type of money back guarantee. What did you say last time we were talking about the program specifically? And I know, well, I'll ask you, what was it specifically you were mentioning about that?
Yes, I have all kinds of options. I have a payment plan. It's $3,000 up front, or we can do a payment plan of some sort. I try to get the payments within the first month and a half, because if you drag it on too long, people just, I don't know, they make up excuses sometimes and they quit on themselves, and it's hard. So we try to get it as upfront as we can, but I do understand people need help and assistance with that. And the group programs, they're, like I said, they're a little bit cheaper. I do those for $1,500 per client, because I can do more clients at one time. So it's a little bit easier for people to adjust to. So, and then you can also just buy the program outright and do it on your own. But the success rate for that just isn't very good.
Really? They offer it that way. Interesting.
Yeah, but like I said, there's no support. I mean, I'll make a call. I'll do a couple coaching calls throughout the 12 weeks to make sure they're on track.
Yeah.
But with the one-on-one coaching and the group coaching, we kind of hold each other accountable for every week. You know, I make sure that I have to do my stuff, and you know, you got to make sure you do your stuff. So we kind of hold each other accountable through the coaching programs.
And accountability is one of the biggest things you learn right away, right?
Mm-hmm. And yet, accountability and committing to yourself, and that's one of the biggest, and committing to your dream. Because if you don't commit to it, you're not going to get it.
See, yeah, you got to do it. All right. Put the work in, put the effort in. And if someone wants to reach out to you for a free consultation, you do offer that, right? Initial conversation. How long is that call?
30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes.
And what are some of the types of things you'll be asking and looking forward to talking to them about?
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, you know, that you do understand, you know, what the program consists of, the workbook, or you want the physical documents, or if you want the digital documents, or you can have both. And there's a slight price difference if you want both, but other than that, and then make sure you're committed to your dream. Make sure you want to show up every week, and you're not going to hang up on me when I call. You know, you just make sure you're going to be there, because that's the biggest thing, is just to show up every week and be enthused about your dream. You know, it's your dream. It's big. It's
all right. So we want to reach out. Would you mind sharing all forms of contact for you, please?
Sure. You please stop by my website at www.limitlessullc.com. Scroll all the way down. You can catch me on social media. I have all my social media links down at the bottom of every page. You can find out more about the Dream Builder program there and sign up for a consultation, or you can follow my blogs. There's all kinds of information, or you can contact me directly by phone at 319-371-5286.
Perfect. And by the way, social media wise, are you on there, Randy?
Yes.
Under what? Don't want to confuse you with the wrestler. We have to say it, right?
Yep. Randy Orton.
Perfect. And I know when I'm talking to you, I know it's technically Randall. So just want to make sure if we're searching for you, it's Randy Orton, Orton, right?
Yes.
All right, good. Yes. And leave us with some words of positivity, if you can, for the day. Something uplifting. Would you mind?
Okay. Let's see. I have so much stuff around me. Okay. Most people here's one. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams.
Perfect. Give us one more. You have time.
Okay. Failure is the opportunity to begin again more intelligently.
Good one. Thank you so much. Now, where are you based out of again?
Burlington, Iowa.
Perfect. But your clients are basically everywhere around the world, right?
Yes. Yep.
Great. And again, we're going to urge you to reach out to him at Dream Builder Program. Randy, you have a fantastic day. Thank you for being here, for joining us, and looking forward to the next time we get to speak again. And good luck. How many clients do you have this week? How do you keep it all intact?
I'm a little slow this week. I'm in the midst of, I'm at the end of one and starting a new one. So I only got about 6 clients to work with this week, but you know, it's all it takes. Helping one person just, you know, makes my heart feel happy. So
perfect. Thank you so much. You have a great day. And to all of our listeners and viewers, we appreciate you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.